As an employee of the Qing Transmigration Bureau, Qing had shielded the male lead from harm, shedding blood and fulfilling his duties with unwavering dedication. Just as he planned to retire and relish a life of leisure, he was informed by the knife-blocking system that all the targets he had previously assisted had succumbed to corruption. He was summoned back to eliminate their darkened states before he could truly retire. Qing was taken aback. His points and vacation time were seized, compelling him to return and rectify the corruption. To his astonishment, the male leads had deteriorated far more than he had anticipated. Chapter 1. The Corrupted Disciple's Compulsory Affection. Flames engulfed the sky, and corpses littered the ground. Qing surveyed his surroundings, free from the constraints of sunlight, as the demonic creatures began to reveal their true forms, lunging toward them with ferocity. Beep. The plot has identified a critical juncture in the Yunling's secret realm. If the host successfully shields the protagonist and subsequently perishes within the realm, the knife-blocking task will be deemed complete, allowing for a return to the original world and the acquisition of substantial rewards. Qing lacked the energy to respond to the system's voice echoing within his mind, his focus remaining on the encroaching demonic entities. With his right hand gripping the sword, he assumed a fighting stance once more. However, after battling for an entire day, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, the depleted spiritual energy insufficient to sustain his formidable techniques. The swordplay he executed was merely rudimentary, having little impact on the multitude of demonic creatures surrounding him. A sickening sound of blade piercing flesh resonated, causing Qing to stifle a grunt as his weary right hand pressed the sword into the ground, his form swaying dangerously. Master Shinju, ever attentive to his situation, swiftly turned upon, noticing his distress. A mere scratch. I am fine. Focus on the battle and do not lose your concentration, Qing asserted, clutching his wound with his left hand. He exchanged a spring-rejuvenating pill from the system and swallowed it, barely managing to stabilize himself. However, Shinju's gaze fell upon the wound on Qing's right arm, still oozing blood, and his expression turned icy. The aura surrounding him shifted instantly as he wielded his sword, the piercing light of his blade swiftly clearing the area of demonic creatures before he advanced to Qing's side. Those wretched demons have injured my master. They shall pay dearly. With a momentary respite, Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, unable to suppress his admiration for the male lead's striking beauty, even amidst such turmoil. His eyes sparkled like cold stars, brows like ink strokes, his features striking and well-defined. Though still a youth, glimpses of his future as the most beautiful figure in the realm of cultivation were already evident. Regaining some strength, he swung his sword once again at the relentless wave of demons. Yet they appear to be inexhaustible, with fresh ones emerging from the ground. System, how can we eradicate these creatures? The system responded in its monotonous tone. These hellish demons can infinitely respawn in this space. They will only dissipate when daylight arrives and the sun rises. Originally, the male lead would have been gravely injured by the demon general here, and your role is to deflect that blow. Qing couldn't help but curse inwardly. It always unfolded this way. The male lead was incapable of truly dying, only sustaining injuries that could be healed with time. Why then must he go through the ordeal of shielding him? High risk yields high rewards. Do not feel discontented. Host that if you block this final strike for the male lead, you shall be reborn. It is a lucrative deal. The system retorted mechanically. Qing merely scoffed at the response, feeling powerless to argue, and steeled himself to confront the current predicament. Since his injury, Shinju had not dared to divert his attention, observing Qing's relentless fighting despite his wounds. His brows furrowed slightly, and with a surge of sword energy, he cleared the surrounding demons. Master, you are injured. Rest and recuperate. I shall handle these demons and ensure your honor remains intact. Qing coughed twice, his voice low. Nonsense. You fight ahead. How could I, as your master, cower behind? Shinju frowned in disapproval, but dared not challenge him further, instead moving closer to his side. Warning, warning, the ghost general is about to appear. Prepare yourself, host. Qing sensed a hint of excitement within the system's unchanging electronic tone, though he could not quite place why. The sounds of battle intensified as a multitude of ghost generals surged from the ground, their massive blades glinting ominously. Yan Qing's hand, gripping the sword, began to tremble with anticipation. Finally, the end was near. The days of feigning innocence and blocking unseen blades for the male lead were about to conclude. System, quickly, the strength-enhancing pill and spring-rejuvenating pill now. Yan Qing exclaimed with a hint of eagerness, and with the effects of the pills coursing through him, he effortlessly maneuvered to Shunju's side. His sword hummed with energy, and his aura surged, seemingly ascending a small realm within mere seconds due to the potency of the pills. He gracefully descended before the ghost general, casting a glance back at Shunju. Your cultivation is still lacking. Retreat, and do not hinder your master. Shunju did not retreat. Instead, he moved even closer to Yan Qing. Inwardly, Yan Qing rejoiced. Proximity would facilitate his actions. The distant sky began to lighten, heralding dawn. Shunju felt a sense of relief. These ghost generals could not withstand the sunlight for long, and safety was finally within reach for him and his master. Be cautious. Just as he began to relax, a sudden sound of weaponry slicing through the air reached his ears, followed by the sickening sound of blades embedding in flesh. Shunju froze, the world around him appearing to slow to an agonizing crawl, before he could fully grasp the situation. He instinctively caught the faltering Yan Qing in his arms, glancing down at the young man whose abdomen had been pierced, blood staining his garments. Master? Though Shunju possessed a maturity beyond his years, he was still a youth. Seeing his always protective master fall before him rendered him momentarily blank, followed by a surge of panic and fear that he could not contain. In a swift motion, he retaliated with the most lethal strike, a rain of cold light from his sword, decimating the ghost generals beneath it. Afterward, trembling, he reached for Yan Qing's pulse, while his other hand relentlessly channeled spiritual energy in him, yet bore no effect. His master appeared physically intact, but it felt as though he were riddled with cracks. Any additional energy would merely seep away, like water leaking from a vessel. Yan Qing looked up, offering a faint smile, yet the malevolent aura from the blade had nearly extinguished his life force. No one understood his condition better than he did. Host, you have 15 minutes remaining. Please make the most of your time. The system's tone remained mechanical, yet Yan Qing detected a tinge of delight within its words. Ignoring it, he focused on Shunju, whose typically composed demeanor was now fraught with confusion and terror. Master, do not close your eyes, do not sleep. I will get you out of the secret realm. Shunju implored, his hands trembling as they pressed against Yan Qing's wound, struggling to maintain calmness, though Yan Qing could still perceive the tremor in his voice. Yan Qing wished to speak but found his mouth flooding with crimson foam. Shunju's voice quivered more clearly. Master. Yan Qing wanted to urge him to cease wasting efforts, to let him die swiftly. Yet, having grown accustomed to the task, he inadvertently raised Shunju's affinity with him one. Last time that do not grieve. As long as you are safe, cough. I shall die without regrets. Shunju reached out to wipe the blood from Yan Qing's lips, desperately searching within himself for any remnants of spiritual energy to offer. Do not speak, master. You will be fine. You promised to stay by my side forever. Yan Qing contemplated the possibility of breaking his promise, yet before he could utter a word, a trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of his mouth. Shunju tightened his embrace around the fragile figure in his arms, his grip gentle as though cradling a delicate treasure. His dark eyes, once profound and serene, now bore the faintest hint of red, an ominous sign. No. Master, please do not leave me. You promised. Yan Qing found himself unable to respond to the plea. He blinked, the world around him fading into increasing shades of gray. As one approaches death, the senses gradually diminish. He was nearing the precipice of oblivion. With great effort, he turned his stiff gaze toward Shunju and, in barely a whisper, asked the Jew, is dawn breaking? Shunju lifted his head. The sky had brightened. A resplendent sun rose in the east, casting a fiery glow across the heavens, rendering his eyes even more hauntingly beautiful, akin to blood. He murmured softly, Master, dawn has arrived. That is a relief. A faint smile graced Yan Qing's lips. Dawn had broken, and at last, he was liberated. Beep, mission accomplished. Initiating transfer. Warning. Warning. Unforeseen circumstances detected. Transfer failed. Chapter 2. The darkened disciples forced affection too within the chaotic realm. Upon hearing the mechanical announcement of the system, Qing turned his expressionless gaze toward the system's avatar. A small white dumpling. Perhaps you owe me an explanation. I have completed all my tasks. Why did the transmission fail? The small white dumpling quivered slightly. Host. Please allow me to justify myself. No. Let me clarify. Qing's tone was chilling. I am listening. The system's voice diminished. The host currently possesses a score of 10, 800 points, which should meet the criteria for returning home. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, your score has been reset to 0. After a brief silence, Qing let out a short, derisive laugh, as if he had lost his sanity. Unforeseen circumstances? Score reset? Huh. The system cautiously glanced at him. Host, are you all right? Qing, with a face full of menace, gritted his teeth. What nonsense is this? I was on the verge of returning home. Why was my score wiped clean? The system fell silent for a moment, then timidly explained, This truly is not my fault. All the male leads you previously pursued have turned dark. Qing, you must be joking. Would a perfectly fine male lead simply turn dark? The system, feeling aggrieved, responded, But this genuinely has nothing to do with me. I received this notification from above just now. It is true that upon completing the task, the host could retire in glory. However, ever since you perished and fled, the protagonists have all gone off the deep end. Not only did you fail to save the male leads, but the entire small world is on the brink of collapse, which is why your score has been reset to 0. Silence reigned, an oppressive silence. Host, Qing coldly scoffed, So what now? Are you implying that all these years of effort were in vain? My score has simply vanished into thin air? The system's electronic voice grew increasingly cautious. The solution has been provided from above. Speak. You must return to the small world, once more, reattempt the pursuit, and eliminate the dark values of the male leads. Qing's expression remained impassive. I refuse. Why should I have to pursue again? When you approached me, you never mentioned a second time. The system whimpered. Host, you must go. If you don't, we will both be trapped here. Qing's resolve was as hard as iron. And what about you? You shift all the blame onto me, and you expect to get away unscathed? The system replied, The authorities have redefined the rewards. As long as the host agrees to restore the small world, upon completion, you may choose any small world to reside in, each offering boundless wealth and resources, allowing you to relish the experience of a supreme being returning to a novice village. Is that all? The system continued. Additionally, the host will receive a death exemption token, ensuring that upon returning to a normal life, you will be immune to any life-threatening dangers at least once. Qing's heart stirred. Having this would equate to an extra life. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference, merely scoffing. In the end, these are merely incentives from above. Do you have no personal contribution? The system gritted its teeth. In the future, during the task, any items the host requires will no longer incur additional point deductions. Qing, what does that mean? The system lamented. What I mean is that although these items require points for purchase, the expenditure will not come from the host points, but rather from my own. The deal was struck. Regardless of whether one agreed or not, it would ultimately lead to an inevitable acquiescence. He could not remain trapped in this desolate place indefinitely. It's settled, host. Please sign here. The system eagerly presented a transparent screen, stating, As long as you imprint your fingerprint at the bottom, the agreement will take immediate effect. Qing glanced at it and, finding no apparent issues, pressed his fingerprint at the bottom, saying, All right. The system took it back, letting out a sigh of relief, and cheerfully announced, The agreement is in effect. Transmission will commence now. Qing's pupils widened in shock. Was this it? At least grant him some time to prepare. A pale, delicate hand emerged from the edge of the ice coffin, its skin reminiscent of jade, though lacking sunlight for an extended period, turning a faint shade of red at the joints as the owner exerted force. Gradually, the young man sat up from the ice coffin, his long black hair cascading down, accentuating his emerald brows and crimson lips. His alluring, upturned peach blossom eyes seemed to shimmer with mist, reflecting an indescribable brilliance in the candlelight. Which world is this? Upon awakening, Yan Qing felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his entire body. After considerable effort, he managed to sit up from the ice coffin, questioning the system while surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a vast cave, every detail profoundly familiar: a stone bed, a stone table, and 2 cushions, nothing more. This was precisely the cave where he typically secluded himself for cultivation. Yan Qing's suspicions crystallized as he heard the system speak. This is the last cultivation world of the host. The current timeline is 50 years after the host's death. The identity of this body belonged to Yan Qing, the revered master of the Qing sect, who had spent decades here, serving as a mere background figure who died early on to shield the male protagonist from harm. His death intended to spur the protagonist's diligent cultivation, ultimately leading to his ascension. Have I been dead for 50 years? Why have I not been laid to rest? The system faltered momentarily. This is the realm of cultivation, which does not adhere to the mundane practices of the mortal world. Besides, if you were to be buried, how could we return? Yan Qing chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. After gathering his strength for a while, he finally managed to clumsily emerge from the ice coffin half an hour later. However, after such a prolonged period of inactivity and confinement, his body occasionally betrayed him. As he climbed out of the coffin, just as he was about to revel in his achievement, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The system exclaimed in surprise, automatically activating its encouragement mode. Host, strive hard for the sake of currency. Yan Qing grumbled, damn artificial intelligence, struggling to control his limbs. He finally got back on his feet, leaning against the ice coffin, panting, what is the current situation in this world? The system chimed, activating its automatic detection function. Chapter 3. The Darkened Disciples' Compulsory Affection 3. After a brief pause, the system expressed its ineffable perplexity. After Shenju brought you out of the secret realm, he disregarded the advice of others and entered seclusion for 30 years. Upon emerging, he had reached the tribulation stage of cultivation. The first thing he did was to seek out a millennium of profound ice to forge the cold jade ice coffin. And the second was to slaughter those who once conspired against you to enter the secret realm. And now, currently, he is tirelessly searching for soul-recalling techniques and methods of resurrection. Yan Qing fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, his fingers involuntarily twitching. The next instant, his fingertips traced over a rugged area, resembling an intentionally drawn pattern. He lowered his gaze, only to discover that beneath the ice coffin was an intricate array of soul-recalling formations. Noticing his prolonged silence, the system inquired, what are your thoughts on this, host? Yan Qing slowly blinked, resting his chin on his hand with a look of profound emotion. Once a master, always a father. I knew that my sacrifice was not in vain. My beloved disciple truly cannot let me go. System, what a foolish interpretation. Yan Qing continued to probe. What is the darkening progress? The system hesitated for a moment. 100%. TSK. Yan Qing supported his chin, feeling an overwhelming sorrow. I understand that a mentor as understanding and mature as I am is hard to come by. My departure might strike him a heavy blow, but this world still has a heroine, does it not? Where is she? System. The male lead is scouring the world for resurrection methods. He has no time for chance encounters. The heroine is still busy with menial tasks in the outer sect, and they have yet to meet. The male and female leads have not even crossed paths. Yan Qing immediately sprang up with unrestrained joy. I knew my obedient disciple would not darken for no reason. It turns out they have yet to meet the heroine. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. This is quite simple. The aloof and righteous immortal master is a perfect match for the radiant heroine. Once they meet, dispelling the darkening value will be a matter of moments. The system was briefly flustered by his reasoning. Is that so? Yan Qing, maneuvering his still awkward limbs, stumbled toward the exit with unwavering confidence, nodding emphatically. He who believes in me shall attain eternal life. Easily swayed, the system asked, what does the host wish to do now? To find the heroine. As long as I facilitate their meeting, everything else will fall into place. What do I have to worry about? The first world was a breeze for me. While speaking, Yan Qing tumbled and rolled to the entrance of the stone chamber, eagerly extending his hand to push the stone door. Upon his first attempt, it did not budge. What? Am I so weak now? Yan Qing, undeterred, summoned the long-dormant spiritual power within him and pushed again, yet the stone door remained immovable. Host, do not waste your strength. The door is sealed by the male lead's restrictions, and those below the integration stage cannot stir it. Yan Qing cursed under his breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system innocently replied, you never asked. Frustrated, Yan Qing turned to retreat back into the ice coffin. But just as he pivoted halfway, he was astonished to see the stone door, which had resisted all his efforts, slowly creaking open, revealing an overwhelmingly blinding light. Yan Qing's eyes were stung painfully, and he felt as though everything before him had been shattered into disarray by a black and white halo. Unconsciously squinting, he attempted to retreat. But after taking a single step back, he found himself unable to move further. A hand, defined by prominent knuckles, grasped his wrist with a slight pressure, and his body was thrust into a cool embrace, the fragrance of lotus enveloping his senses. Then, a hand rose and gently settled on his waist, effortlessly encircling him. Narrowing his eyes to observe, Yan Qing beheld a figure clad in white, with hair tied back by a jade crown, eyes like dark stars, and a countenance imbued with the essence of frost and snow. The man before him remained silent, yet Yan Qing felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. Within those obsidian depths lay an intriguing blend of 3 parts coldness and 7 parts warmth, an unexpectedly contrasting amalgamation of temperatures fixated upon him. Startled, Yan Qing averted his gaze, only to feel a sudden chill at his chin. The hand that had gripped his wrist loosened and rose to tilt his chin, compelling him to meet those profound, enigmatic eyes. Was this yet another dream? What kind of dream? As his mind raced, he realized he was far from the peak of the male protagonist's power. If the protagonist were to perceive him as something foul and extinguish his existence, his life would have been in vain. With this thought, Yan Qing mustered his courage and forced a smile, guiding the hand that pinched his chin to his face. It is not a dream, a Jew. Master has returned. The man before him continued to gaze silently, his eyes refusing to blink. Yan Qing was uncertain if he believed him, yet that penetrating stare made him feel uneasy, prompting an instinctual desire to retreat to a safer distance. Just as he contemplated moving, a sudden blur before his eyes caused his prominent nose to collide with a firm chest. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself cradled beside an ice coffin, which was, of course, entirely empty. Believing the man still skeptical, Yan Qing repeated with an amiable tone, "A Jew. Master has truly returned." The moment the words escaped his lips, the arm around his waist tightened abruptly, and he was enveloped closely by Shinju. The fragrance of lotus intensified, forcing him to meld seamlessly into the embrace. Finally, Shinju spoke, seemingly unable to believe it, yet tinged with the satisfaction of regained hope. "It is truly not a dream? Master, you have really returned?" Ding. Corruption value decreased by 5. Current corruption value 95. Please, host, continue your efforts. Upon hearing this, Yan Qing's eyes brightened, filled with exhilaration. Even the resurrection of this previously insignificant character could lower his corruption value by 5 points. What might happen when he encountered the female protagonist? Unbeknownst to Shinju, who was lost in thought, he gently stroked the corners of Yan Qing's eyes, which felt warm, finally not cold and unfeeling. "Master has truly returned," he reiterated, his once melodious voice now tinged with a husky quality. "It is wonderful that you have returned." No, he felt anything but wonderful. As reality set in, Yan Qing realized that the arm around his waist was constricting him to the point of breathlessness. He struggled for a moment, but found himself unable to break free, ultimately resigning to the situation. "Master understands your excitement, but please do not hold on so tightly. I can hardly breathe." Shinju obediently loosened his grip somewhat, but did not release him entirely, still enveloping him securely in his embrace. Just then, a breeze swept by, causing Shinju's inky hair to sway gently like a cascading waterfall, a few strands brushing against his cheek. intertwining seamlessly with Yan Qing's own hair, creating an inseparable bond. Unable to resist, Yan Qing reached out to untangle the strands, feigning ignorance as he asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Shun Ju's eyes reddened visibly. Master has been asleep for 50 years. Chapter 4. The Darkened Disciple's Forced Affection. Yan Qing observed the reddening of Shun Ju's eyes in silence for a moment. If his memory served him correctly, the male protagonist in this world was supposed to be a serene and ethereal figure in the latter part of the story. Why then? Did he seem to have unlocked some peculiar attributes? Had he inadvertently led the boy astray? With thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a composed exterior. Gently stroking Shun Ju's head, pretending to lament, it seems that 50 years have indeed passed. Ju has completely grown up. Your cultivation now surpasses even mine. Uncertain which words had tugged at Shun Ju's nerves, a faint blush crept into his eyes, and his lips unconsciously pressed into a line. The disciple grows stronger to protect the master. Only in this way can we avoid unnecessary sacrifices on your part. His long lashes fell, concealing the darkness in his gaze. For this was the only way to keep the master by his side, regardless of his wishes. Yan Qing met Shun Ju's stubborn yet pitiable expression, unable to suppress a sigh, his heart softening immensely. It seemed the vivid memory of blocking blades for him had left a bloody imprint on the boy's psyche. Regardless, hearing those words brought comfort to Yan Qing's heart, and he spoke soothingly, "Do not worry. That was a matter of necessity, and there will not be a second time. Every life is precious, and I do not wish to be a pawn in a game of life and death." Shun Ju was not swayed by his words. His dark eyes fixed intently on him. "Master previously said he would never leave me, yet you have broken that promise." Yan Qing felt a headache coming on. He had no recollection of making such a vow. The system chimed in with a gentle reminder. "Host, you did say that. When we first arrived in this world, the poor male protagonist lacked security, and you promised to stay with him forever to comfort him." There was no need to recall such details, and he was not particularly eager to know. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere became oddly tense. Yan Qing cleared his throat softly, seeking to fill the void. "How are your uncles and masters faring?" The moment the words left his mouth, a heavy silence enveloped them. 2 seconds later, the system began to blare an alarm. "Warning! Warning! The male protagonist corruption value is rising. Current corruption value, 97. Yan Qing's heart sank. Was this a cycle? Had he said something wrong? Shun Ju's exquisite brows and eyes cast downwards, the corners of her eyes forming a line that seemed devoid of human warmth. Her long lashes like crow feathers fell softly, concealing the profound and piercing light within her gaze. After a prolonged silence, she spoke in a hushed tone as soon as Master awoke. He only inquired about Uncle and the others, not a single word about his disciple. The crux of the matter was revealed. The child was feeling envious. Yan Qing let out a sigh of relief, adeptly beginning to soothe the child. "How could that be? You are my only disciple. How could I not care for you?" Shun Ju grasped his hand, her fingers assertively intertwining with his, half in a playful manner, half in a sorrowful one. "Master didn't he even ask how I have been since your awakening?" Yan Qing momentarily faltered, at a loss for words, his gaze darting about with a hint of guilt, eventually resting on their clasped hands. It struck him then that Shun Ju's hand was indeed larger than his own, her distinctly shaped fingers completely enveloping his. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, it felt somewhat awkward. Why, he pondered, were two grown men holding hands like young lovers? Master? Noticing his prolonged silence, Shun Ju's eyes darkened with an uncontainable shadow. Yan Qing snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and asking, in the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. I wonder if a Jew has encountered a lady of interest? I am not one to be overly traditional. If there is someone, do bring her to show me. Upon uttering this, Yan Qing discreetly observed Shun Ju's expression, harboring a hint of trepidation, for the system indicated that the male and female leads had yet to meet. This seemed utterly unreasonable. He needed to ascertain whether Shun Ju was indifferent to romance or if someone else had taken the place of the female protagonist. Shun Ju lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Just as Yen Qing was about to continue, a sharp alarm blared from the system. Warning, warning. The male lead's corruption value is rising. Current corruption value, 100. Immediate remedial measures are required. Yen Qing thought to himself, all right, no more questions. Best to keep silent. Whatever he said was bound to be wrong. He should have feigned muteness upon awakening. Now, after all the effort, he found himself back to square one. As the corruption value soared, Shunju, however, displayed no sign of displeasure, her long lashes lifting as she spoke naturally. My heart is solely devoted to the Tao. I harbor no thoughts of love or affection. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. Yen Qing dared not utter another word, silently observing her, sighing inwardly at how difficult she was to manage. Noticing Yen Qing's lack of response, Shunju's gaze darkened further, and she smoothly shifted the topic. Master has not eaten for quite some time. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Please wait a moment. The mention of food indeed made Yen Qing feel a bit peckish. His eyes brightened involuntarily. All right. Shunju reluctantly released his hand, turning to leave the cave, only to be halted by Yen Qing's grasp on her sleeve. This place is meant for seclusion and is not suitable for long-term residence. Now that I have awakened, we should descend the mountain. Are my 2 original rooms still available? Shunju paused for a moment, seemingly recalling the matter, and nodded. Of course it remains. Yen Qing replied. That is splendid. I shall accompany you down the mountain. It would be good to pay a visit to your master and uncles to assure them of your safety. Shunju lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions within his eyes, as per the master's instructions. Yen Qing returned to the dwelling he had inhabited for decades, finding it immaculate, everything as it once was, clearly maintained by someone's daily care. Shunju entered the small kitchen and soon emerged with 2 dishes of lightly stir-fried vegetables and a steaming bowl of congee. The master and disciple joyfully shared their first meal together after 50 years. However, whether due to just awakening or some other reason, Yen Qing found himself drowsy after eating, and the plan to visit others was abruptly abandoned. Given that the master had just awakened, it was only natural for him to experience various discomforts. It would be wiser to rest well before visiting the esteemed uncles. Yen Qing, ever obedient, reclined upon the long-forgotten bamboo couch, while Shunju thoughtfully closed the door behind him, leaving Yen Qing in solitude to rest. Time passed unmeasured until the tightly shut door was gently pushed open from the outside. Shunju, who had previously departed, turned back to close the door and entered the inner chamber at a measured pace. The system, having briefly dozed off, groggily awakened to find Shunju standing before the bed, his countenance shadowed. What was unfolding? It immediately heightened its vigilance. Its electronic eye fixated on the protagonist's movements. Master. Shunju slowly leaned down, his fingers gently caressing the side of Yen Qing's face, as if tenderly handling a fragile treasure. His brow and eyes suffused with an indelible warmth and desire. The master had finally returned, yet why did he always seem inclined to push me away? Unconsciously, his touch grew firmer, his fingers intertwining with Yen Qing's in a resolute clasp. Host? Host! The system keenly sensed something was amiss. Yet Yen Qing remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to its calls. I only desire the master. As long as he can stay by my side, I need nothing else. Yet the master's gaze was perpetually filled with countless others, a multitude too vast to count. He captured Yen Qing's hand, bestowing a gentle kiss, yet it felt insufficient. Another kiss graced the delicate wrist, gradually ascending. Was it only by confining the master that he would see me alone? Chapter 5. The darkening of the disciple's forced affection. So it was. He harbored such thoughts toward the host. The system realized it had stumbled upon something significant, and within its space, it began to scream in a frenzy. Yet, Yen Qing remained oblivious, deeply asleep, unaware of the unfolding events. Host, you are finished. Still, no one acknowledged it. The system surrendered, swiftly retracting its entangled form, sitting expressionlessly within its space, forcing itself into a state of hypnosis. It was none of its concern. It had seen nothing, known nothing. Shunju's fingertips tenderly traced the soft contours of Yan Qing's lips, pressing firmly until they parted slightly, unwittingly revealing a glimpse of his pearly teeth. Shunju's eyes were as deep as ink, and he could no longer resist bending down to pluck that delicate soft red. Just as the person beneath him involuntarily parted their lips, he seized the opportunity to invade, his tongue forcefully prying open their teeth. Within his jet-black pupils, a hint of dark red flickered, and the whispers spilling from their lips resembled the seductive murmurings of a demon. How he longed to obliterate everything his master cherished. For if they ceased to exist, his world would be solely occupied by him. In this way, his master would obediently remain by his side, never to depart. The seemingly dormant system, listening intently, suddenly perked up again, only to shrink back into a corner, trembling in fear after just a fleeting moment. It declared that a protagonist fully engulfed in darkness could not possibly retain the innocent demeanor of earlier days. This was his true visage. Yan Qing had slept soundly, and when he awoke once more, the outside world was nearly cloaked in darkness. He inhaled deeply, intending to stretch, when the door creaked open and someone entered. "Master, you are awake," Shunju said, holding a lamp delicately in his hands as he cautiously stepped into the room. "Do you still feel unwell?" Yan Qing shook his head, feeling a profound sense of ease that he had not experienced in a long while. Shunju approached, placing the lamp on the table beside the bed, the dim flame illuminating his exquisite features. "The porridge I prepared for you is still warming on the stove. Would you like some?" The mention of food piqued Yan Qing's interest, and he slowly sat up, looking at Shunju with appreciation. "You are so thoughtful." Shunju immediately turned to the kitchen and returned with a wooden tray, upon which rested 2 small dishes and a steaming bowl of porridge. He then helped Yan Qing sit up, standing quietly by the bedside, showing no inclination to serve him. Yan Qing hesitated for a moment and said, "You can give the porridge to me. I can manage it myself." Shunju shook his head. "It would be best if you let me feed you, master. You have just awakened and might lack strength. What if you accidentally burn yourself?" Yan Qing wanted to argue that he was not so fragile, but seeing Shunju's cautious demeanor softened his resolve. Unable to refuse the offer, Yan Qing reluctantly took a mouthful of the hot porridge that was brought to his lips, only to hiss softly as he burned his tongue. "What's wrong?" Shunju inquired, noticing Yan Qing's reaction. Yan Qing instinctively raised a hand to his lips, saying, "I feel a bit of pain. Could you check if they're swollen?" Shunju's gaze darkened slightly, his eyes drawn to the soft red of Yan Qing's lips, which were indeed slightly swollen and glistening with moisture. Each parting revealed a glimpse of pearly teeth and a tender pink tongue, perpetually tempting one to draw closer. "They are a bit swollen. Does it hurt a lot?" He chided himself for losing control and causing his master discomfort. Yan Qing touched his lips again, curiously exclaiming, "How strange. I just woke up today. Why will my lips be swollen? Is there something in the air?" Shunju set the bowl down on the nearby table, extending his hand to gently caress Yan Qing's lips. In an instant, the swollen redness vanished, and he said, "There, now it no longer hurts." Yan Qing did not take it to heart. Upon seeing him set down the bowl, she deftly picked it up herself. Shunju furrowed his brows slightly, intending to take it back, but Yan Qing retreated a bit, lifting the spoon to take a couple of bites. "It's fine. See, I can eat on my own. There's no need to trouble you with such trivial matters." Shunju did not press further, merely sitting quietly at the edge of the bed, watching him eat. When Yan Qing could no longer eat, feeling a slight choke, he handed the bowl back to Shunju. "I'm full." Shunju frowned. "Master, you haven't eaten much. There's still plenty left." Yan Qing shook his head, insisting he was full. Shunju nodded. "That's true. It's not suitable for you to eat too much after suddenly waking up." With that, he picked up the porridge and began eating himself. Yan Qing's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you doing?" Shunju replied calmly, "Drinking porridge. There's still half a bowl left. If master doesn't eat, then I shall. We can't let it go to waste." Yan Qing agreed. "Indeed, we cannot waste it." Shunju finished the porridge in a couple of bites. Noticing Yan Qing's slightly unnatural expression, he unwittingly asked, "Does master have something on his mind?" Yan Qing shook his head repeatedly, hesitating before looking at him. "I just suddenly thought of something else." Who are you thinking about? Shunju suddenly grasped his small arm, a murky emotion swirling in his gaze. Who else could I be thinking about? Of course it's you. Yan Qing smoothed his hair with ease. I was thinking about your childhood. What's this? You've grown up, but still can't get over your childhood jealousy? Shunju's expression brightened instantly. Speaking softly, I thought Master was thinking of someone else. Clearly, I am your only disciple. Yan Qing continued to smooth his hair. You know well that I have only taken you as my disciple. It's hard to imagine who else you could be thinking about. After placing the empty bowl into the tray, he added, all right, you've been busy by my side all day. Go back and rest well. Shunju, satisfied with the answer, did not linger, replying affirmatively before carrying the tray out of the room. Once Shunju left, Yan Qing supported his chin with one hand, conversing with the system. Are you certain Shunju's corruption value is 100? I've already tested it. He still seems like that pure little flower, perhaps just a bit jealous. Not nearly as outrageous as you suggested. Silence ensued, an oppressive silence. Yan Qing, puzzled, continued to knock system. After a long pause, the system finally replied, I'm here. Why didn't you respond earlier? Are you sure Shunju's data is normal? The system remained excessively quiet, a stark contrast to its usual chattiness, and after being pressed, it finally muttered, of course it's normal. Yan Qing inquired, then what is the current corruption value? The system responded 90. Yan Qing was overjoyed. When did it drop? The system replied, when you fell asleep this afternoon. Yan Qing was perplexed. What happened while I was sleeping? The system couldn't help but shed a few bitter tears for him. Silly child, nothing much happened, just that you were nearly consumed entirely. Chapter 6. The Corrupt Disciple's Forced Affection. The system desperately wished to reveal the truth to Yan Qing, but feared he might be frightened enough to abandon his task, thus remaining silent for a while before vaguely stating, nothing happened. In short, the male lead is not as simple as you perceive on the surface. You should be a bit wary and more on guard with him. What kind of wariness? Such a virtuous and kind-hearted young man could not possibly seek to bring about the world's destruction, could he? Yan Qing's doubts regarding the authenticity of the system's data deepened. How could his darkening value decrease so significantly after merely a night's slumber? What is there for me to guard against? System, nothing at all. As long as you're happy. Should any trouble arise in the future, do not blame it for failing to provide prior warning. You're simply overthinking things. Tidy up and retire early. For tomorrow we must seek out the female protagonist and endeavor to diminish the dark value in order to transition to the next realm. The system could not resist asking once more, what do you plan to do once you find the female protagonist? How do you intend for her to interact with a male protagonist? Yan Qing pondered for a moment, confidently responding, I shall take on an apprentice. Nothing fosters affection among fellow disciples like shared experiences. Engaging in tasks while simultaneously shipping CPs is a joy like no other. The system remained expressionless. Are you certain this plan is feasible? Do you not fear inciting jealousy in the male protagonist? Yan Qing dismissed this concern nonchalantly. I am taking his wife, not anyone else. What jealousy could he possibly harbor? Once he meets the lively and cheerful little sister, he will be thanking me in due course. As these words were spoken, a peculiar crackling sound echoed in Yan Qing's mind. He inquired of the system, is your sound device malfunctioning? System, no, crackle crackle. What is this strange noise? The system tugged at its almost tangled code, stating incoherently, if I were to rate the host strategy on a scale of 10, I would give it an 85. Yan Qing was momentarily thrown off. Why not a perfect score? System, because I possess 15 languages. Unbeknownst to Yan Qing, he had unwittingly fallen into the system's trap, and with dreams of a splendid future, he blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, the dawn barely breaking outside, Shunju was absent. Yan Qing chose not to disturb him, and instead examined his reflection in the bronze mirror within the inner chamber, adorned with a jade crown and flowing black hair. Dressed in a pristine white, wide-sleeved robe, he moved gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura. Yan Qing was exceedingly pleased with his appearance. Sensing his spiritual energy and confirming its smooth operation, he then elegantly flicked his sleeves, preparing to descend, but found that his Qingwu peak had been ensnared by some restriction. preventing even its master from entering or exiting freely. The system interjected unexpectedly. Who else could it be but your dear apprentice? Yan Qing, filled with indignation, demanded, "How is this possible? Where is Shunju now?" "System, right behind you." Yan Qing's body trembled, a chill running down his spine. "When did he appear behind me?" "System, since you were preparing to descend the mountain. Has he been standing there watching me all along?" "System, indeed." Yan Qing turned stiffly, only to find Shunju silently standing behind him, a harmless smile gracing his lips as he met Yan Qing's gaze. "Where are you going, master? Why not inform your disciple? I am constantly concerned for you, yet you seem to disregard my feelings. Where could he have gone?" "He hasn't gone anywhere at all." Yan Qing was perplexed by Shunju's early morning antics and merely shot him a glare. "With the restrictions you imposed, where could I possibly go?" In response, there was an oppressive silence, lingering for a long time before anyone dared to speak, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Corruption level rising. Current corruption level, 91. Yan Qing's heart tightened at the realization that his tone had been excessively harsh, and the veins at his temples throbbed momentarily. Despite his better judgment, he couldn't resist the urge to glance up. Shunju had obediently lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering like raven feathers, accentuating the porcelain-like skin at the corners of his eyes. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, as if he bore an immense grievance. "I merely wished to protect my master, fearing that he might encounter peril once more. It appears that this was also a mistake." Yan Qing felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This wayward disciple had confined him here and now sought justification. "I understand that your intentions are good, and I harbor no resentment towards you, but I must visit your uncles and masters." Without hesitation, Shunju replied, "I shall accompany you, master." With a mere flick of his hand, the barrier that had ensnared Yan Qing disintegrated into nothingness. Words caught in Yan Qing's throat. He realized there was nothing left to say. "Very well, let us descend the mountain." The scenery below remained unchanged, though the disciples had cycled through countless generations. Not a single familiar face graced the training grounds. Shunju, ever perceptive, explained, "Master, you have been asleep for quite some time. My generation of disciples has already forged their own paths." As Yan Qing strolled through the sect, he couldn't help but shake his head and lament. Indeed, time was unforgiving. Unforgiving my foot. You didn't simply fast forward 50 years. You bypassed them entirely. Yan Qing retorted, "What do you know of my journey? 50 years are 50 years. You, an artificial intelligence, cannot comprehend." System. Host is prohibited from engaging in self-attack. As Yan Qing bantered with the system, he wandered through the sect. The younger disciples did not recognize him, but they were familiar with Shunju, who was greeted warmly along the way. Yet Yan Qing encountered not a single familiar face. "Are none of your contemporaries present in the sect? Why do I not see a single familiar visage?" Shunju replied gently, "Your fellow disciples have taken their own students out into the world for experience. The few remaining are all preoccupied with their own affairs." Yan Qing's spirit stirred, and his eyes brightened as he turned to him. "Have you taken on any disciples in these 50 years? A romance between master and disciple could be thrilling, and if he could indeed take the female lead as his own, it would save him considerable trouble." Shunju did not respond immediately. After a moment, he raised his gaze to meet Yan Qing's, his expression unchanged, yet his voice inexplicably colder. "Does my master wish for me to take on disciples?" The tone of his question fell off, prompting Yan Qing to focus intently, contemplating his response for an extended time before returning the topic. "It certainly depends on your wishes. If you do not wish to take on disciples, I would never impose." Shunju gazed directly at him, stating, "Having my master is sufficient for me. I have no desire to take on any disciples." With a grand gesture, Yan Qing, ever understanding, declared, "Then you shall not." If he would not take any, he could always choose to do so himself. Alas, it was a pity. He had originally anticipated witnessing a profound and heart-wrenching romance between a master and disciple, but now it seemed that hope was dashed. The system had been eavesdropping in the spatial realm for quite some time, and finally, unable to contain its excitement, it emerged to seek acknowledgement, Does the host favor master-disciple romances? Yan Qing did not deny it, responding, "Do you not find it exhilarating?" The system, suppressing its excitement, concurred. "Exhilarating indeed. I too am fond of master-disciple romances." Yan Qing, giving up on conversing with the erratic system, redirected his gaze back to Shunju. "Now that I have unexpectedly awakened, I should visit my senior brother, the sect leader. Will you accompany me?" Shunju hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Yan Qing waved his hand dismissively. "If you have matters to attend to, please do so. I shall go alone." Shunju replied, "It is not that the disciple is unwilling to accompany the master, but rather that the sect leader has been in closed-door meditation for several years and has yet to emerge. Not even the sect leader is present." Even with a heart as expansive as Yan Qing's, he could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. He cast a suspicious glance at Shunju. How coincidental that he awoke at a time when there was not a single responsible figure in the sect. Seemingly stung by his gaze, Shunju lowered his eyes, feeling somewhat hurt. Does the master not trust the disciple? Yan Qing maintained a calm demeanor. How could that be, since your sect leader is in seclusion? Who is currently in charge of the sect? It is Master Uncle Yao Qing. Yao Qing? Why must it be him? Despite the passage of 50 years, the name still weighed heavily on Yan Qing's mind. In the past, he had always maintained a cordial disposition within the sect to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yet, Yao Qing seemed to have been born to vex him, launching into cold sarcasm upon their meetings. Over time, their relationship had devolved into a bitter rivalry, almost to the point of mutual exclusion. "Are you certain you wish to visit Master Uncle Yao Qing?" Yan Qing readily shook his head. "Your Master Uncle Yao Qing is currently managing the entire sect and is occupied with numerous affairs. It would be best not to disturb him. Given that their cultivation levels have been evenly matched before his death, and with 50 years having passed, while he remained stagnant, Yao Qing's progress was uncertain. Engaging in conflict would serve no purpose. Why would he willingly seek out suffering?" Shunju smiled slightly, acquiescing. "I shall follow the Master's wishes. Shall we return to Qingwu Peak now?" Yan Qing slowly shook his head. "Not yet. I have matters to attend to. If you have business, please go ahead." Having finally descended, he was determined to seek out the elusive heroine, for she was the key to the completion of his task. Shunju remained steadfastly by his side. "The disciple will accompany the master." Yan Qing allowed it, leisurely wandering about the sect. However, after circling around, having visited every accessible area except for the forbidden grounds at the back mountain, he still had not heard the system's notification. "Are you certain your radar is functional? Why have you not pinpointed the heroine's location?" The system replied innocently. "The host is currently too far from the heroine. Her specific position cannot be detected." Nonsense. Aside from the forbidden grounds, he had nearly traversed the entirety of Jing'an's sect and yet found nothing. Was it possible that the heroine was not within the sect? The system suggested perhaps the host should take another round. The fiery sun blazed overhead as Yan Qing, despite possessing spiritual energy, found himself fatigued and in pain after a prolonged exposure. He rubbed his temples and decided to return to his Qingwu Peak, thinking to himself that it was best to rest. The day had been unfruitful, wasting half a day without any gain. By the time he and his master returned to the bamboo cottage on Qingwu Peak, it was already noon. As the diligent and selfless disciple, Shunju instinctively headed to the small kitchen upon their return, leaving Yan Qing alone to reflect on the day's events. However, the more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the system in his mind interjected. Something is not right." Yan Qing inquired, maintaining his composure. "What is wrong?" The system replied. "The host has just transitioned from the sect's martial arts arena to Qingwu Peak, yet the coordinates have not changed." Yan Qing paused, confused. "What do you mean?" The system emitted a crackling sound, its voice becoming intermittent. "It means, according to the map, the host never descended the mountain or visited the martial arts arena. You have been spinning in place all along." Grinding his teeth, Yan Qing's tone turned noticeably cooler. "I told you there was an issue with your radar, but you wouldn't believe me." The system's electronic voice faltered. "I will request maintenance and inspection from my superiors immediately." Feeling slightly reassured, Yan Qing asked, "How long will the maintenance take?" The system responded intermittently. "Time is uncertain. It could be an hour, a day, or even a month. Please be patient." What nonsense! Why not simply say it will be next year? Yan Qing decisively rejected the system's maintenance request. However, it was too late. The system had already gone offline. Just then, 3 precise knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by Shun Ju's melodious voice. "Master, it is time to eat." Yan Qing dismissed his chaotic thoughts and rose to head outside, reasoning that in the grand scheme of things, eating was paramount. He would fill his stomach first and address other matters later. Beep. "Host, I am back." The sudden voice in his mind startled Yan Qing mid-meal, causing him to fumble his porcelain bowl, which crashed to the ground. Was it repaired so quickly? As he bent down to pick up the shards, he questioned the system. The system, displeased, retorted, "There was never a problem with me. The issue lies with the male protagonist." As Yan Qing's hand trembled, a sharp piece of porcelain easily sliced through his skin, and a drop of crimson blood welled up at his fingertip. "Master." Shun Ju squatted down. Concern etched across his face as he gently held Yan Qing's injured hand. "How could you be so careless? That must hurt." Before Yan Qing could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a warm dampness at his fingertip. Realizing something, he awkwardly lowered his gaze and first saw the inky black hair of the male protagonist, followed by his prominent nose, and then his lips, which were tenderly enveloping Yan Qing's injured finger. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Shun Ju, with a heart full of concern, was holding his injured finger within his lips. It was as if a thunderclap had struck him, rendering Yan Qing momentarily dazed, oblivious to what the system was saying next. Entirely overwhelmed by the unexpected intimacy. Was this for real? Such a cliched trope of finger-sucking was typically reserved for the main couple. Why has this occurred to him? The master of the backdrop? Chapter 8. The Darkened Disciple's Compulsory Love. Host, the situation is exceedingly urgent. Are you listening? Yan Qing's gaze finally regained a flicker of brilliance as he stammered. "Speak." "System, after thorough examination and repair by headquarters, my positioning system is functioning flawlessly. The issue lies with the male protagonist." Yan Qing, still in a daze, inquired, "What problem does he have?" The system hesitated, struggling with its words before conceding. "You haven't left this place since you awoke today." Yan Qing remained in a state of confusion, insisting, "Clarify further." The system, exasperated, retorted, "Have you been struck dumb by the male protagonist's sweet talk? It means you've been going in circles all day, and everything you see is an illusion conjured by the male protagonist's spiritual power. It's all a fabrication." Why? Yan Qing genuinely could not comprehend. Was the male protagonist so abundant in spiritual power that he would expend it to create illusions merely to amuse him? The system, feeling deflated and somewhat guilty, responded, "Good question. Why not ask the male protagonist what's going on?" Yan Qing instinctively rejected this notion, reasoning that a momentary lapse in thought did not equate to foolishness. His intuition warned him that questioning the matter outright would not yield favorable results. It was prudent to feign ignorance. "Master, does it still hurt?" Shun Ju looked up at Yan Qing with genuine concern, his expression devoid of any abnormality, resembling a devoted disciple solely focused on his master's well-being. If only one could overlook the fact that his hand was still insidiously glistening with a crystalline sheen. Yan Qing, begrudgingly shaken from his earlier shock, managed a smile, assuring, "I am fine." Yet, the master's hand was bleeding. For the first time, Yan Qing's mind reacted sharply, and with a surge of inspiration, he performed a spell, instantly healing the wound on his hand. It was gone. Shun Ju fell silent, his gaze fixated intently on Yan Qing's fingertips still adorned with that lustrous sheen. Yan Qing felt a shiver run down his spine under his scrutiny, exerting effort to withdraw his hand, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "At this age, one shouldn't still behave like a child." Shun Ju finally averted his gaze, his long lashes fluttering down, his demeanor exuding innocence and obedience. The disciple has always behaved this way in front of the master. Yan Qing found it difficult to look directly at his seemingly contrived innocence, sensing it was an act. After hastily concocting an excuse to dismiss Shun Ju, he once again queried the system. "Are you still there?" The system emerged with a melancholic tone. "I have always been here." Yan Qing was on the brink of madness. What on earth is happening? Why am I trapped in this illusion? For a fleeting moment, the system contemplated revealing everything, but then recalled the directives from above, ultimately falling silent for several seconds before ambiguously responding. Perhaps the male protagonist is worried you might encounter danger outside. Thus, he constructed an illusion for your amusement. Yan Qing sighed wearily and asked, "What is the current level of darkening?" The system hesitated for a second. 90. This meant that there had been no change in the darkening level throughout the day. Yan Qing let out a sigh, while he reveled in the illusion. We found ourselves ensnared within it, unable to escape. Now, we could not even meet the female lead. If this continued, how could we possibly advance our mission? The system feigned ignorance, relying on the heavens, and the earth pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Why can't we take matters into our own hands? The host can also diminish the corruption value. Yan Qing looked at the system in the space as if it were a fool. Do you truly believe what you just said? While I can indeed reduce a portion of the corruption value, it is but a trivial amount. You must have seen for yourself. The corruption value has barely shifted today. We still require the female lead. The system, hesitant to shatter his illusions, continued along his train of thought. Then, as you suggest, what should we do now? Yan Qing, exasperated, replied, "Naturally, we must first break the illusion." The system shook its head vigorously. Whether we have enough points is another matter. If I forcefully dismantle the illusion, the male lead will undoubtedly notice. Have you considered how to explain this to him? If he had a plan, he wouldn't be asking an artificial intelligence for assistance. With a cold and expressionless face, Yan Qing retorted, "If this is unfeasible and that is unfeasible, what use are you?" The system, feeling indignant, muttered, "Should I leave then? Forget it. Had I known you were so useless, I would have sought clarity from Shunju." Yan Qing resolved to rise and promptly exited through the door. "Where is Shunju now?" he inquired. The system replied, "Next door." Yan Qing turned on his heel and knocked on the neighboring door. The first knock elicited no response, so he patiently waited a few seconds before knocking again, still met with silence. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and his expression hardened. Could it be that the energy expended to maintain the illusion was too great, causing him to lapse into unconsciousness? The system piped up softly. "Are you truly intent on seeking clarity from him? Are you not afraid that he might, in a fit of madness, imprison you in a dark room?" Yan Qing, unperturbed, replied, "Do I hold any animosity towards him?" The system replied, "None." "Then why would he confine me to a dark room? Has your logic been devoured by a dog?" The system fell silent. Should it mention that one does not need to harbor a grudge to imprison someone? Seeing Yan Qing's foolishness made it want to tease him, let alone the male lead. Unaware of the system's internal debate, Yan Qing, frustrated by the lack of response, forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, a somewhat ambiguous and husky gasp emanated from within. Yan Qing's body jolted in shock, petrified on the spot. What was Shunju doing? Was he calling for a master? "I just came to check on you." Yan Qing suddenly realized that standing there to speak at such a moment made him appear rather foolish. "I shall take my leave now. You carry on." Without waiting for the reaction behind him, he bolted out the door. Upon returning to his own room, he began to vent his impotent fury at the system. "Why didn't you warn me that he was engaged in such activities?" The system, feigning innocence, responded, "I cannot see what he is doing. You know how strictly monitored we are. At most, I can only perceive a blurred mosaic. Moreover, is this not a normal occurrence? We are all men, after all. Who does not possess certain physiological needs? Do not fret, host." In a state of mental disarray and with a vacant expression, Yan Qing pondered, what could possibly be the meaning behind his uttering master while engaging in such actions? Chapter 9. The Darkened Disciple's Compulsory Affection. The system murmured softly, calling master beneath the bed, addressing master above it. "Be content that you are not required to call out while in bed." Yan Qing, unable to catch the full meaning, instinctively squinted. "What did you say?" The system, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Nothing of consequence. Do not dwell on it. With me by your side, what is there to fear? It is precisely because of your presence that I feel apprehensive." However, further discourse seemed futile. No matter how much one spoke, being ensnared in an illusion would not change. After a prolonged period of self-reflection, Yan Qing gradually regained his composure. Upon careful consideration, such occurrences were, after all, quite natural. There was no need for embarrassment. He resolved to dismiss it entirely, as if it were merely a fleeting dream. Furthermore, when he called out his name, it was likely due to his sudden intrusion that startled the protagonist, prompting an instinctive reaction. This thought caused Yan Qing to feel a slight unease. Would the male lead be adversely affected by his fright? The system emerged like a specter behind him. Rest assured, the male lead will not be troubled. You will soon understand his capabilities. This was indeed true, and Yan Qing chose to overlook the latter part of the system's statement, allowing himself to feel a sense of relief. After all, the male lead possessed extraordinary talents, a requisite trait for any protagonist. It was improbable that he could be so easily shaken. Yan Qing remained in his quarters for a considerable time, until finally, there came a knock at the door. "Master." Yan Qing sat upright, striving to project an air of icy composure and dignified grace, succinctly responding, "Enter." Having adjusted his mindset, when he encountered Shun Ju once more, his demeanor was calm and unruffled, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Shun Ju appeared as though freshly bathed, the tips of his hair still glistening with moisture, and the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue. His deep, dark eyes fixed upon Yan Qing, unwavering. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Yan Qing felt that the gaze directed at him bore a certain rawness, more pronounced than usual. "Master," Shun Ju spoke first. Yan Qing unconsciously cleared his throat twice, attempting to avert his gaze and maintaining his usual tone. "Do you seek me for a specific matter?" Shun Ju instinctively pressed his lips together, lowering his long lashes to obscure the darkness within his eyes, his voice still carrying a hint of husky timbre. Did Master witness what transpired earlier? Caught off guard by his brazen mention of the prior incident, Yan Qing let out a couple of dry laughs to mask his embarrassment. "Such matters are merely human nature. I understand, you need not dwell on it." Shun Ju's eyes gradually brightened. "Does Master truly believe so?" Yan Qing feigned a nod. "Of course." Shun Ju took a couple of steps closer, halting at a mere arm's length before Yan Qing, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. Would Master not find it repugnant, even if he thought of Master during such acts? Yan Qing shook his head, maintaining a gentle smile. "Not at all. As long as his thoughts do not linger on himself during such moments, it is quite acceptable." The following days unfolded in an unremarkable manner, as Yan Qing simultaneously indulged in idleness while discreetly seeking a means to break free from the illusion. Shun Ju continued to play the role of the obedient disciple, as always, while Yan Qing subtly enhanced his darkening value. By the time he finally discovered the core to dispel the illusion, his darkening value had reached an impressive 80. Yan Qing was enjoying a relatively pleasant life. Yet the system grew increasingly fearful, afraid to utter a word lest the host abandon their mission, trembling in its own frailty and innocence. Upon witnessing the male protagonist observing Yan Qing from within the room while he searched for the core outside, the system sensed that matters were spiraling out of control, and felt compelled to disclose everything that had transpired during this period. However, it was too late. Yan Qing awoke, as usual, only to immediately sense something amiss. Surely, he had not lost his memory, nor had his recollections become disordered. Was he supposed to be outside probing the hard-won core? Why had he awakened back in the room? Furthermore, not only was he weakened and his powers sealed, but why were there suddenly chains on his hands and feet? His sluggish mind struggled to comprehend the situation, instinctively calling out to the system in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Why has Shun Ju suddenly gone mad? The system remained silent for a while before finally conveying the events of the past few days in a hushed tone. Yan Qing exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this something a human can do?" The system weakly corrected him. "The host should understand, I am not human." Yan Qing felt himself on the verge of madness. He had sensed that the little rascal's gaze had grown increasingly unsettling, and it turned out it had been waiting for him all along. The worthless system had led him astray. Has the master awakened? Shun Ju emerged leisurely from the shadows, reaching out to gently caress Yan Qing's cheek. It was during moments like these that the master was most obedient. Shun Ju's tone was soft, his cool fingertips gliding over Yan Qing's supple lips, tracing his chin delicately. "The master clearly promised me that he would always remain by my side." His fingers leisurely slid to Yan Qing's collar. His voice enigmatic and entangled, yet the master has gone back on his word. Yan Qing fervently defended himself in his mind. How had he broken his promise? Had he left Shinju's side? He merely sought to escape the illusion. Was it too much to ask for a bit of decorum? Despite the turmoil within, he remained steadfastly unseeing, resolutely feigning death. The master's words carried weight, and thus there must be some form of retribution. As he contemplated how he might punish himself, shadows suddenly enveloped him, and before he could react, he felt a soft, cool, unfamiliar sensation on his lips, followed by a gentle bite. Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively began to struggle. Shinju had employed some means against him. His spiritual power felt utterly non-existent, rendering him incapable of resistance. Before him loomed an exaggerated visage, as Shinju grasped the back of Yan Qing's head, biting down on his lower lip with force. At the moment Yan Qing winced in pain and relaxed his defenses, Shinju seized the opportunity, thrusting his way in with fierce abandon. With his other hand, he tightly clasped Yan Qing's, their fingers intertwined as if he aimed to crush and merge them into one. Yan Qing's worldview had utterly collapsed. He felt as though his spiritual realm was on the verge of crumbling into a heap of ruins. The pivotal system in his mind incessantly chimed. Ding! Congratulations! The corruption value has decreased by 5. The current corruption value is 75. Please continue your efforts, host. Yan Qing exclaimed, What are you doing? Chapter 10. The corrupted disciples forced affection after much effort. Yan Qing finally mustered some strength and kicked out, the chains around his ankles clanging loudly. Shinju did not flinch or evade, taking the blow squarely without retreating even a step. He continued to press Yan Qing onto the couch, one arm wrapping around his waist, drawing them closer together. Master has finally stopped pretending to be asleep? Yan Qing glared at him, gritting his teeth. Why'd you lock me up? Shinju lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of Yan Qing's lips. Disciple harbors affection for master. I merely wish to cultivate our feelings together. Moreover, wasn't master already aware of this? Just days ago when I inquired, you said you wouldn't find it repulsive. Were you merely deceiving me? Yan Qing felt a surge of frustration. Who knew he was referring to that? He thought it was simply a matter of hands. Who said I was talking about that? Let go of me. Shinju pressed another kiss to his lips, effortlessly subduing his struggles. Has master realized that this is an illusion, and thus seeks a way to escape, to leave your disciple? You may as well abandon that thought, for I will not release you, nor will I allow you to depart from my side once more. Yan Qing felt a slight dizziness, but I am your master. Shinju loomed over him, his dark eyes reflecting Yan Qing's disheveled appearance, his attire in disarray. The cool, coarse texture of his fingertips gently caressed the nape of Yan Qing's neck. The warm breath he exhaled brushing against the sensitive skin of his ear. What is troubling, master? Is you whom I adore. Realizing that engaging with a madman was futile, Yan Qing resolutely fell silent, summoning every ounce of strength to lift his other leg to kick him again, only to be easily restrained once more. In his mind, he desperately called upon the system, but received no response. Shinju further fanned the flames. Master is so enthusiastic. How could I bear to refuse you? Yan Qing gritted his teeth, ignoring him, as his legs continued their pointless struggle. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his chest. Looking down, he discovered that his belt had been undone, and his garment was now open. Darkness clouded his vision, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, Get off me! Shinju shook his head and affectionately pressed another kiss to the corner of his lips. I won't leave. After all this time, I have finally awaited this day, and my dreams are about to come true. Why would I leave? The strength Yan Qing had so painstakingly gathered dissipated entirely, plunging him into despair. He cursed under his breath and, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, silently mourning the imminent loss of his virtue. To his surprise, the young rascal did not take any further action. After some affectionate embraces and kisses, he reluctantly released Yan Qing. With a wary expression, Yan Qing watched him closely, pulling his garment together and retreating toward the bed. Shinju stood innocently at the edge of the bed, gazing at him with a perplexed look. Why does master wear such an expression? Do you think I intend to do something? Yan Qing remained silent. Was this not an evident matter? What more needed to be said? Shunju continued. If my master is unwilling, I shall not act. Do you truly not trust me? Though Yan Qing's face bore no expression, his heart screamed in silent fury. Did he not feel a pang of conscience while uttering such words? Was this truly what one called an action? They were but a step away from consuming him entirely. Shunju stood by the bedside for a considerable time before finally turning to leave, reluctant to part. His master, bereft of spiritual power, must surely be hungry. He would descend and prepare some sustenance. Half an hour later, Shunju returned, carrying a wooden tray. Upon it sat a bowl of fragrant congee and 2 dishes of fresh, vibrant greens, which instantly whetted the appetite. Yan Qing yearned to assert his resolve and refuse the offering. Yet without spiritual energy, he could scarcely endure the pangs of hunger. With the ineffective system unreachable, he ultimately succumbed to the culinary allure of the little madman. Additionally, the flavors were so exquisite that he unconsciously polished off the meal. After dining, Shunju, perhaps feeling a twinge of conscience, ceased his torment and kindly remarked, "My master likely does not wish to see me now. I shall take my leave, but should you require anything, simply call for me." Once Shunju departed, Yan Qing began to assiduously harass the system. After a full 10 minutes of incessant prodding, the system finally crackled to life. "Host, I have returned. Are you happy? Excited?" Yan Qing, with an expression devoid of emotion and nearly gritting his teeth, retorted, "Now you choose to return? Were you moments ago?" The system feigned innocence. "Do not blame me. I was abruptly forced offline, unable to see or hear anything, and could not contact the host. It was only upon hearing your calls that I painstakingly re-established the connection." Yan Qing unconsciously ground his teeth. Indeed, it was you who were more trouble than worth. Uncharacteristically, the system refrained from engaging in a dispute and instead offered consolation. "I am too restricted. There is little I can do. Regardless, the host cannot switch systems, so you must make do." Midway through its comforting words, the system could no longer contain its excitement and half-jokingly inquired, "By the way, what untoward incidents transpired earlier? Did you and the male lead perhaps engage in a fiery encounter? Otherwise, there would have been no reason for my abrupt disconnection." Chapter 11. The corrupted disciple's forced affection. Yan Qing was momentarily amused by the system's audacity. "So, it was not you who suffered the pressure. Thus you speak so flippantly?" The system, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Did I not warn you that the male lead is not as simple as he appears? You chose not to believe me. Is that my fault?" Yan Qing, filled with regret, let out a faint sigh. Speaking with a tinge of resignation, "It is not your fault. It is mine." The system promptly reassured him, "Do not be so pessimistic. Every experience has its first time. Many things become trivial once encountered, considered akin to a dog bite. The key lies in our mission. As long as we fulfill it, we shall soon be free from this place. Moreover, our tasks have become quite humane. Take, for instance, our neighboring department, the Haidang Division, which engages in ever more extravagant antics. In comparison, we appear rather conservative and demure." Yan Qing, with a stoic expression, remarked one day, "I shall procure a system more advanced than yours, allowing you to experience the bitterness of being bitten by a dog." The system's code stuttered momentarily, hesitant to be cheeky again, and promptly reassured, "Host, I have come to a profound understanding of my missteps. Rest assured, I will certainly comply with all your future requests." Before it could finish speaking, Yan Qing interrupted, "First, release me from this chain." The system's voice immediately diminished. "I apologize, dear, but our points are insufficient, and my authority is lacking." Yan Qing retorted, "Did you not claim that during the tasks, only your points would be spent?" The system whined, "Even my points are entirely frozen. I can only earn points through you reducing the corruption value. Without points, I am utterly incapacitated." Yan Qing called it useless. The system, feeling disgruntled, yet too timid to argue back, muttered under its breath, "This is not my fault. Blame your task subjects for being so difficult to manage. Each one is psychologically fragile. A mere mention of vulnerability sends them spiraling." Yan Qing surveyed the familiar surroundings, feeling an acute sense of frustration. After a few moments of discomfort, The thought of potential future pain further deepened his despair. What would happen if he abandoned this world? The system, sensing the gravity of the situation, became anxious and said, "No, one carrot, one hole. What will happen to this world if we leave? If it collapses, we will not only lose points but incur penalties, resulting in negative scores." Yan Qing nonchalantly replied, "Let be negative. I do not care." The system, almost in tears, lamented, "I care. If the host can endure just a bit longer and eliminate the corruption value, our task will be complete. Although the plot has deviated slightly, as long as we maintain our personas, the world will continue to function and the points will still be attainable. We must not give up." Yan Qing sighed, "So I am to lie here and be at their mercy?" The system fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Actually, the host could also simply relax and enjoy. Yan Qing snapped, "Get lost." After receiving the reprimand, the system retreated into silence, but soon resurfaced hesitantly. The main reason for the current unsolvable issues is the lack of points, as long as the host. After much back and forth, it finally arrived at the crux of the matter, and Yan Qing perked up, ready to jot it down, when suddenly the door creaked open. Instinctively, he glanced towards the door, where Shunju's tall, elegant figure appeared. Yan Qing withdrew his gaze and urged the system, "Do continue. He cannot see you. So why are you being so timid?" The system whispered nervously, "I cannot. This is too significant, and I am somewhat frightened. I shall take my leave for now. You do your best, and we will discuss this later." Yan Qing was infuriated, feeling as though he were being toyed with. Meanwhile, Shunju entered the room at a measured pace, making his way to the inner chamber, where he stood before the bed, gazing down at Yan Qing with a commanding presence. The expression on the Master's face was rather grim, indicating his discontent. Yan Qing, hesitant and cautious, dared to glance at him and remarked lightly, "Perhaps you could try being locked in bed by me and see if it brings you joy." Shunju lowered his eyelashes, standing silently by the bed for a moment, as if he were mustering great resolve. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes subtly reddening, and a faint glow of crimson illuminated his pupils. "As long as you promise not to leave me, I am willing to be locked up by you and submit to your will." As he spoke, his voice wavered slightly, rising in pitch with an inexplicable excitement. Yet he forced down the corners of his mouth, feigning restraint, and added, "Once you lock me up, you may do as you please. Your disciple will not resist." Yan Qing pondered, "Is this affection truly coming from my disciple? Surely, there has been no substitution along the way." He pinched his own skin to regain composure, and, once he caught his breath, wearily replied, "Then first, please unchain me." Shunju shook his head. "You have yet to promise to stay by my side forever." Yan Qing opened his mouth to agree, contemplating the feasibility of such a promise later, but when the moment came, he found it more difficult than anticipated. Just a simple phrase eluded him. He struggled to articulate it, his mouth opening several times to no avail. Shunju's gaze dimmed gradually. "If you cannot even voice it, then you merely wish to placate me into unchaining you, before turning your back on your disciple." Yan Qing took a deep breath to steady his emotions and continued to coax gently. "How could that be? I returned this time because of you, and I would never dream of leaving you again." Shunju leaned in closer, unblinking, his fingertip brushing against her soft pink lips. "Then why do you hesitate to speak it?" Chapter 12. The darkening of the disciple's compulsory affection. Yan Qing felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare, and for a moment, he could only lower his head. Rendered speechless, Shunju noticed this change and, with a slight frown, created a bit of distance. "If you cannot voice it, then do not. I will not force you. And as for the chains, let them remain with you for now. I truly do not wish to part from you." Yan Qing's mind was in turmoil, his emotions flaring up with nowhere to vent. He felt increasingly agitated. "If you are unwilling to let me go, why come here at all?" Shunju stood at the edge of the bed, illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun, which cast a golden outline around him while his features were shrouded in shadow, rendering him somewhat indistinct. After a moment, he extended his hand, gently playing with the silver chain around Yan Qing's wrist, the crisp sound echoing in the air. The hour was late, and the disciple sought the master with the intention of sharing the night. Yan Qing's back stiffened, a shiver running down his spine, as a torrent of inappropriate images flooded his mind. His voice emerged, strained as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "What did you say?" The edge of the bed sank slightly as Shun Ju settled down beside it, and in the next moment, Yan Qing felt his hand being grasped. A peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his palm. Shun Ju spoke softly. "Was I not clear enough? Or would you like to hear it again?" As he spoke, he playfully manipulated his fingers, his movements somewhat intimate, the pressure gradually intensifying. Yan Qing glanced over, noticing a faint blush blooming at the knuckles, akin to a delicate application of fine rouge. Unbeknownst to him, that subtle hue slowly crept onto Yan Qing's face. It was pure and innocent. The audacity of this little rascal, whom he had nurtured himself, was enough to infuriate anyone. "Little brat, let go, let go. What if the disciple refuses?" Shun Ju's gaze remained unwavering as he fixed his eyes on him. After uttering this remark, he averted his gaze, momentarily inspecting the reddened fingertips before taking that slender, fair hand, distinct in its joints, and gently pressing his lips to it in a kiss. Yan Qing's mind exploded in a flurry of thoughts. This little rascal truly dared to. The system chimed in softly. "Where hasn't he kissed you? It's just a small hand. Host, no need to be so dramatic." Yan Qing retorted, "Get lost. Why do you appear now after disappearing at a crucial moment?" After being scolded, the system fell silent and quietly logged off. Yan Qing, infuriated and dizzy, was met with Shun Ju's inscrutable expression when he glanced at him. At that moment, how could a master be distracted? Who was he thinking about? Master Yao Qing? Nonsense. Yan Qing was exasperated to the point of frustration. Why think of anyone else but a former rival who had constantly opposed him? Was he so comfortable in his life that he craved such turmoil? However, what transpired in his mind was one matter, while his words were another. In a fit of recklessness, Yan Qing declared, "I was just thinking about junior brother Yao Qing. What does it have to do with you?" Shun Ju's fingers tightened within his wide sleeves, his expression darkening further. Yan Qing was taken aback by his demeanor, rendered speechless for a while. After a considerable pause, Shun Ju finally released his hand, his tone devoid of emotion. "What is so great about junior uncle Yao Qing? At his age, his cultivation is mediocre, and he isn't even as handsome as the disciple. Why would a master think of him?" Shun Ju held a certain confidence in his own appearance, expecting a response from Yan Qing, yet waited in vain. Unable to restrain himself, he climbed onto the bed, forcefully wrapping his arms around Yan Qing's waist, his tone turning colder. Regardless of who the master thinks of, in the end, he will always remain by the disciple's side. Yan Qing was still mulling over how Shun Ju concluded that he was thinking of Yao Qing when, suddenly, the world before him darkened, prompting him to roll away in a panic. "You, get off!" Shun Ju propped himself up, half covering Yan Qing, his eyes unconsciously glistening with red, adding an enchanting allure to his already striking dark irises. "Why should I get off? The master has always belonged to me. 50 years ago, the disciple should have expressed his feelings to the master. But it's not too late now." Yan Qing couldn't help but curse internally. "How old were you 50 years ago? You should get off. Let us talk properly without this. It's unbecoming." Shun Ju seized his wrist, pulling him back beneath himself, then lifted that hand to his lips for a kiss. The disciple only desires the master, not decorum. With that, he leaned in closer, their proximity becoming shockingly intimate. Yan Qing's heart raced like a drum, and he dared not even breathe. Shun Ju drew closer, their eyelashes nearly brushing against each other. A mere blink felt like a prick. Was his master truly so averse to his disciple's proximity? After all, they had once shared the same bed, with his master cradling him to sleep during his childhood. Yan Qing's temper flared. "You mentioned it was during childhood. How old are you now? Do you still consider yourself a child? Have you no shame?" Shun Ju gazed deeply into his eyes, finally complying and rolling off him, lying obediently at his side. Yan Qing released a sigh of relief, believing the little rascal had heeded his advice. Yet, before he could fully relax, his vision blurred, and when he regained focus, he found himself firmly ensnared in Shun Ju's embrace, utterly unable to move. His disciple had no ill intentions. He merely wished to hold his master while sleeping. Could his master not fulfill such a modest request? Chapter 13. The darkened disciple's forced affection. Master, Master, a hoarse whisper echoed in his ears, repeating endlessly. At some point, he had drifted into slumber, caught between dreams and reality, continuously hearing someone call his name. In exasperation, he half-heartedly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the familiar surroundings. No one was beside him, and the bothersome voice had ceased, leaving everything feeling like a mere figment of his imagination. Yan Qing sighed, intending to stretch, but before he could lift his arm, the silver chain on his wrist clinked melodiously. After a brief pause, he slowly recalled his current predicament. Where had the little madman gone this early in the morning? The system fell silent for a few seconds before responding. In the next room, Yan Qing scoffed. He wouldn't leave last night, yet now he has changed his tune this morning? The system remained silent longer this time, finally saying, "As a man, shouldn't you be aware that during certain morning hours, a particular part of your body becomes particularly active? The male lead is taking a cold bath to resolve this issue." After a moment, the system added, "He is calling your name while bathing. Truly, the bond between master and disciple runs deep." Silence reigned, a deathly quiet. After some time, Yan Qing turned his stiff eyes and responded slowly, "In the future, there is no need for such detailed reports on these matters. I'm not particularly interested." The system firmly refused, "No, to assist the host in completing tasks. I shall report every detail regarding the protagonist without omission. It is my duty. Please do not make it difficult for me." So he was to be treated as a mere boy? Yan Qing wished to articulate something to temper his emotions, but unexpectedly, the system announced, "Ding. Congratulations. The corruption value has decreased by 5. Current corruption value is 70. What had he done now?" The system, whether genuinely innocent or feigning ignorance, continued. "Perhaps he is engaging in activities that bring him joy." Yan Qing's hand froze, raised, and then lowered, ultimately collapsing back onto the bed with a sigh. It was best for both parties to maintain a semblance of ignorance. The system remained unperturbed. How could that be? Honesty is the best approach to resolving issues. Please refrain from conspiracy theories. Yan Qing fell silent, exhaling a deep sigh as he lay on his bed, plagued by existential doubts. Just 50 years prior, Shenzhou had been a paragon of innocence. He found it incomprehensible how the narrative had veered so drastically off course. As he pondered this disarray, the system unexpectedly emitted a notification sound. "Congratulations. The corruption value has decreased by 2, currently at 68. Yan Qing gazed silently at the expanse of white above him, absurdly contemplating how Shenzhou managed to revel in his solitude, questioning why he was so intricately entangled in this turmoil. Shaking his head, as if awakening from stupor, he endeavored to cast away the irrelevant thoughts plaguing his mind. Midway through, he recalled the incomplete message the system had delivered yesterday. Although it had been disjointed, Yan Qing surmised it contained the key to alleviating his current predicament. With newfound determination, he sprang from his bed, disregarding his disheveled attire, and inquired directly of the system, "What was the unfinished message you were conveying yesterday?" After a prolonged pause, the system feigned ignorance before slowly responding. "Oh, you mean that?" Yan Qing maintained his stoic expression. "Speak." The system chuckled awkwardly. "To resolve your current dilemma, you will need to expend points, but you currently lack sufficient points." "How many more do I need?" Yan Qing asked. The system instinctively replied, "Not much. As long as the corruption value drops to 50, the points will suffice." Yan Qing narrowed his eyes instinctively. After enduring considerable trials and nearly sacrificing his virtue to reduce the corruption value to 68, the system now demanded a further plunge to 50. Was it truly asking him to sacrifice himself for a noble cause? "After all my efforts to have the corruption value, I can only unlock the chains?" The system hesitated for a moment before reluctantly adding, "It can also assist you in leaving the illusion." While departing the illusion was imperative, it was insufficient alone. Yan Qing continued to negotiate. "What good does leaving the illusion do if I cannot contend with him? Perhaps the moment I step out, I will be captured again. What is the point?" The system's code seemed to contort in frustration. "Regardless, you will eventually return. So it matters not whether you do so sooner or later." Yan Qing calmly responded, "Are you speaking nonsense?" The system quickly retreated, stammering, "I am powerless, without points. I can accomplish nothing." Yan Qing nonchalantly nodded. "Then I suppose I shall self-destruct and transition to the next world. Points be damned." The system, cornered, interjected with gritted teeth, "I promise, I can shield the male lead's perception of you, making you undetectable." After pondering for a moment, Yan Qing posed the crucial question, "For how long can you maintain this shield?" The system cautiously suggested, 10 days? Yan Qing responded with a cold, humorless laugh. The system bit its lip. 20 days, that is the absolute maximum. Yan Qing sighed, musing aloud, "Perhaps we should transition to the next world. 1 month, 1 month. This is the utmost limit of my capabilities. I truly cannot extract even a single drop more." Yan Qing let out a soft click of his tongue, still wearing a visibly dissatisfied expression, yet he reluctantly nodded. Let it be as it is. A month is ample time for him to take the female lead as his disciple and rectify the chaos. He could hardly believe that Shunju, that scoundrel, would choose to pursue the delicate and gentle female lead over him, this rigid man. Before he could fully contemplate the matter, the system hastily interjected. "The male lead is approaching. Host, seize the opportunity. I shall take my leave." Chapter 14. The darkened disciple's compulsory affection. The door creaked open, and Shunju entered the inner chamber, bearing a wooden tray in his hands. "Master, it's time for dinner." Yan Qing remained silent, and with all sincerity. He had no intention of leaving Shunju hanging. He was simply perplexed. How could the person who had been bathing next door just moments ago appear so swiftly with a prepared meal? In the blink of an eye, Shunju had arrived at the bedside, clad in a dark robe that accentuated his striking features. His dark brows and eyes contrasted sharply with his fair complexion. The ends of his hair were still slightly damp, suggesting he had just emerged from his bath. Noticing Yan Qing's lack of response, Shunju's pitch-black eyes fixed intently on him. "Master, are you lacking in appetite?" Yan Qing sluggishly sat up from the bed, the sound of clinking chains echoing in the air. He glanced at Shunju and sighed genuinely. "What sort of appetite do you believe I should possess?" Shunju lowered his eyelashes, standing in silence for a moment before lifting his gaze and stating, "Disciple understands. I shall prepare anew." "You understand what? What do you know?" Yan Qing stammered, unsure of what Shunju had conjured in his mind. Just as he was about to speak further, Shunju had already turned and exited the bamboo cottage. The system burst forth in a flurry, exclaiming in frustration, "Host, the darkening value, with your perpetual indifference. When will it ever drop to 50? Yan Qing rubbed his nose and replied, "Do not disturb me. I have my own rhythm." Who could have anticipated Shunju's swift departure, leaving him no time to express his thoughts? A quarter of an hour later, Shunju returned, carrying a food container. Upon opening it, an array of steaming dishes greeted him, indicating that he had gone to prepare a fresh meal. "Master," Shunju said without an ounce of displeasure, arranging the food on the table and half-squatting before the bamboo couch, his gaze lifting to meet Yan Qing's. His eyes were intensely dark yet brilliant, resembling a loyal, furry creature when looking at someone. Unconsciously, Yan Qing's hand found its way to Shunju's head, instinctively giving it a gentle rub. It was only after he had done so that he gradually realized something was amiss. Why was his hand so unrestrained, daring to touch anything? To his surprise, the system chimed in with a notification. "Ding. Congratulations. Darkening value decreased by 3. Current darkening value is 65. Yan Qing's hand, poised to retract, froze in midair. Was it truly possible to lower the darkening value in such a manner? What kind of peculiarity was this, that a domineering male lead of his stature still enjoyed having his head patted? "Master, I knew it all along. You must still have me in your heart." Yan Qing withdrew his hand in confusion, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could a mere touch to the head lead to such feelings? Had the realm of cultivation devolved into a practice of affection through head pats? In the past, when his disciple erred, the master would never resort to punishment or reprimand. Instead, he would gently stroke the disciple's head, patiently explaining and analyzing the situation. Though his expression remained inscrutable, Yan Qing felt a faint sigh of relief within, realizing that the decrease in the corruption value stemmed from nostalgic reminiscence. He would never resort to harsh reprimands, especially considering he was playing the role of a tragically departed beloved. Maintaining his character was paramount. Shenju, oblivious to Yan Qing's thoughts, diligently served him food, even attempting to feed him personally. "Master, please eat first. I have prepared your favorite dishes," he urged. Naturally, Yan Qing was unwilling to indulge him. Both were grown men, and there was no need for such feeding. Pretending not to notice, he picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks and began to eat independently. Shenju's gaze dimmed slightly, yet he said nothing, accompanying Yan Qing through the meal. After they finished eating, Shenju naturally began to clear the remnants from the table. Yan Qing watched him with a complex expression, bemused by his insistence on handling matters that could be resolved with a simple gesture. Was he suffering from some sort of delusion, or was he merely bored and looking for something to occupy his time? With his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to reduce the corruption value, Yan Qing called out to Shenju just as he was about to leave. "Adieu." Shenju halted, slowly turning back to meet his gaze, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Master." At that moment, the system chimed in with an announcement. "Congratulations. Corruption value decreased by 2. Current corruption value is 63. Yan Qing was taken aback. Was the child really that easy to placate? Merely calling his name could lower the corruption value? The system chimed in discreetly. "He is indeed easy to appease. It is you who has been contrary." Yan Qing fell silent for a couple of seconds, responding calmly. "If I weren't contrary, do you think I would still have my composure?" The system fell silent, retreating once more into the shadows. Shenju returned, sitting beside the bed, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Master, what do you wish to discuss?" Noticing the proximity between them, Yan Qing instinctively shifted further into the bed, attempting to downplay his discomfort. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to inquire about your outing and when you would return." Shenju's expression darkened slightly at Yan Qing's evasive gesture, but his mood brightened with Yan Qing's words. "Does Master miss me?" Yan Qing found the situation absurd. What was there for two grown men to miss about each other? He remained silent, yet Shenju continued to gaze at him, as if waiting for him to speak before he would leave. Finally, Yan Qing mustered the courage to respond. "Regardless, you are my only disciple. It is only natural for me to worry about you." Shenju's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he spoke softly. "As long as Master still thinks of me and cares for me, that is enough." Days passed, and to diminish the corruption value, Yan Qing made a habit of showing concern for Shenju, inquiring about his day and expressing care over trivial matters, all in an effort to maintain their bond. However, Shenju was quite taken with this arrangement. Aside from still clinging to him daily with affectionate gestures, he had significantly reduced his erratic behavior in front of him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The corruption value has decreased by 1. Current corruption value, 50. Yan Qing was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. For half a month, he had diligently worked to lower this corruption value, all the while fearing for his virtue, living in a state of constant anxiety. Fortunately, the bitter trials had finally led to sweet rewards. He awaited the day he could escape. Chapter 15. The Corrupted Disciple's Compulsory Affection. The following morning, as Yan Qing opened his eyes, he discovered Shenju seated beside his bamboo couch. One hand was twisting a strand of his inky hair, playfully wrapping it around his finger. "Master, you are awake?" The sight of someone sitting beside his bed upon awakening was undeniably startling. Yan Qing propped himself up and subtly retreated, wondering what brought Shenju to seek him so early in the day. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the question was rather superfluous. Over the past fortnight, the little rascal had frequently climbed into his bed in the middle of the night, and no amount of shooing or scolding could deter him. It was quite natural for him to be present in his room. Indeed, Shenju exhibited no signs of discomfort, continuing to toy with his hair, and casually inquired, "Does Master wish to take a stroll today?" Yan Qing hesitated, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Why wait until he was on the brink of escape to suggest going out? Had he inadvertently revealed something? Uncertain of Shenju's intentions, he maintained a facade of joviality. replying, "Of course, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Shunju leaned slightly closer, his demeanor becoming more intimate. "Where does Master wish to go?" Yan Qing probed. "Is it true that I can go anywhere?" Shunju smiled faintly. "Indeed, wherever Master desires, I am more than willing to accompany you." Yan Qing pressed further. "Can I leave the illusion?" The smile on Shunju's lips gradually faded, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Does Master wish to exit the illusion?" Yan Qing scrutinized his expression, pausing momentarily before cautiously shaking his head. "I do not wish to." Shunju's countenance brightened, and he grasped Yan Qing's hand, his fingers intertwining with his. "Let us descend the mountain together for a stroll." With that, he casually gestured, and the chains binding Yan Qing vanished in an instant. After so many days, Yan Qing regained his freedom. As the silver chains fell away, his spiritual energy began to circulate within his meridians once more. A flicker of joy crossed his face, unaware of the increasingly murky gaze Shunju cast upon him. He adjusted his attire, ensuring that wearing only his inner garments did not compromise his appearance. Then, he hastily donned an outer robe and looked up to ask, "Where shall we depart?" Shunju smiled slightly, reiterating his previous sentiment, "Whenever Master desires." Yan Qing nodded, not wishing to be polite. "Then let us go now." The two resumed their leisurely stroll through the deserted Jing'an sect, and upon a second look, Yan Qing noticed many details and flaws he had overlooked previously. The unchanging sky loomed above, while novice disciples practiced monotonous movements in the martial arts arena, and NPCs greeted each other with repetitive salutations. In a moment of reflection, Shunju suddenly tightened his grip and spoke without preamble. "Master, I must leave for 2 days." Yan Qing paused, taking a while to comprehend the meaning of his words. Feeling as though he had been struck by a pie falling from the sky, yet maintaining a facade of calm. "Is that so?" Dissatisfied with such a simple response, Shunju turned Yan Qing's face toward him, insisting, "Won't Master ask what I am going to do?" Yan Qing, striving to ignore the hand on his chin, complied and inquired, "What will you do?" "Naturally, I shall gather the spiritual herbs that can mend old ailments for Master. Though your past injuries have mostly healed, some stubborn afflictions remain," Shunju elaborated. Yan Qing remained silent, and after a moment of steady gaze from Shunju, the latter unexpectedly reached out to caress his cheek. Murmuring softly, "Master will wait here for me to return, won't you?" A feeling of discomfort surged within Yan Qing, yet he allowed the touch, refraining from resistance, and sincerely asked, "Where else could I possibly go?" "Nonsense," he thought. "The world is vast, and beyond this wretched illusion, I could go wherever I please." Perhaps this sentiment delighted Shunju, for he embraced Yan Qing tightly, as if wishing to meld him into his very being. He suppressed his emotions and spoke in a steady tone. "Master is right. The outside world is perilous. It is only safe for you to remain by my side." Yan Qing chose silence, not out of reluctance to speak, but due to an inability to voice his frustrations. Shunju tightened his grip further until their bodies were pressed together seamlessly. With a contented squint of his crimson eyes, he whispered into Yan Qing's ear, "Master, please do not disappoint me." Once Shunju had departed, the system finally made its delayed appearance. Ding. Optimal timing for leaving the illusion detected. Please confirm whether the host wishes to use the shielding item. Yan Qing took a deep breath, shaking the chain that had reappeared on his wrist. Impatiently interrupting the system, he urged, "Stop the chatter, just use it." He felt he would truly become useless if he did not act soon. The system replied, "Reminder, the current points available to the host are sufficient for a single escape. Please choose wisely." "Cut the nonsense," Yan Qing retorted. "Even if you ask 1,000 times, my answer remains the same. Now use it." Ding. Successfully used. Initiating random teleportation with the shielding item. Please prepare for countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, the system announced. It was only in the final second of the countdown that Yan Qing belatedly realized, "What is this? Random teleportation?" Before he could pose any further questions to the system, a blinding flash enveloped him, accompanied by a piercing ear ringing that seared his eardrums, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 16. The darkened disciple's compulsory affection upon regaining consciousness. Yan Qing felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. "System, where am I?" he inquired. The system responded, "Ding. Detection complete. The host is now located at the back mountain of the Qing sect." Yan Qing rose from the ground, surrounded by towering ancient trees, with a cold lake not far away. Indeed, the back mountain of Qing sect. Supporting himself against a tree, he struggled to stand up, inadvertently stepping on the dry branches and leaves beneath him, producing a crisp, crackling sound. "Who is there?" Yan Qing's body stiffened, and he instinctively froze, lowering his foot silently back to the ground, hiding behind the tree, afraid to make another sound. "Who could it be?" The system replied, "Your senior brother." Yan Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Within the entire Qing sect, aside from his discord with the junior disciple Yao Qing, he got along well with the other senior brothers. No matter which one it was, they should be able to resolve his current predicament. Upon realizing this, Yan Qing ceased his concealment and slowly emerged from behind the tree. Do not inquire why he did not utilize spiritual power. The system had only severed the chain. Yet the ring remained firmly clasped around his wrist, rendering his spiritual abilities unusable. After a brief silence, the figure before him unconsciously took a few steps back, a wary expression crossing his face. "Who are you? Why are you with disciple Yan Qing?" Yan Qing took 2 steps closer, his expression earnest. "Senior brother, it's me, Yan Qing. Do you not recognize me?" However, Yan Qing remained steadfast, not advancing, his face betraying a hint of hesitation, his eyes fixed on Yan Qing, scrutinizing him as if discerning the truth. Yan Qing held his ground, not closing the distance, and attempted to probe subtly. Does senior brother still harbor doubts? Yan Qing lifted his gaze, uncertainty clouding his eyes. Disciple Yan Qing's soul lamp was extinguished 50 years ago. By rights, you should have perished, yet here you are? Yan Qing immediately shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. Yan Qing's fingers unconsciously brushed against the sword at his waist. Yet his demeanor remained composed. Then please, make it brief. Feeling momentarily stumped, Yan Qing succinctly recounted, I awakened on Qingwu Peak. It must have been Shunju who summoned my soul back. He trapped me in an illusion, and I only managed to escape when he left for an errand. The system interjected unexpectedly. Why didn't you mention how the male lead treats you? Yan Qing retorted calmly. Silence. The system retreated in defeat. As Yan Qing concluded his explanation, Yan Qing's expression grew increasingly complex. Are you certain you emerged from Qingwu Peak? A sense of alarm rose within Yan Qing. Could it be that even Qingwu Peak was illusory, that everything he encountered upon awakening was merely a staged scenario set by Shunju? I only know that the environment was identical to Qingwu Peak. What do you mean by your words, senior brother? Yan Qing instinctively shook his head, then sighed. Do you know the current state of your disciple? Yan Qing replied, Senior brother knows as well. I have just awakened. Please speak plainly. Yan Qing's gaze towards him grew more intricate. After your incident, Shunju carried you back to the sect. At that time, your soul lamp had already extinguished, and you were beyond saving. According to the rules, you should have been buried, yet he persisted in his disbelief, disregarding the counsel of others and secluding you for 30 years. This information aligned with what the system had provided, so Yan Qing was not overly surprised. However, the subsequent words from Yan Qing shattered his preconceived notions entirely. 30 years later, he emerged from seclusion, having mastered some nefarious sorcery, fallen from grace, and become a demon. His cultivation had reached the tribulation stage, rendering him unmatched within the entire Qing sect. In the end, all we could do was watch helplessly as he absconded with your body. Over the years, we have contemplated snatching you back from his grasp. Yet Shunju's powers have only grown, leaving us at a distinct disadvantage. Fallen from grace and become a demon? Yan Qing's mind momentarily blanked. He recognized each character. Yet together, they formed an utterly perplexing concept. Junior brother, are you still listening? Yan Qing's thoughts were in disarray. Unsure of what expression to wear, he merely nodded slowly. I am listening, senior brother, please continue. Yan Qing sighed. That is precisely why, upon hearing you emerge from Qingwu Peak, I question you again. Ever since your departure, Qing Peak has fallen into disrepair. Although disciples go periodically to tidy up, it is rare for anyone to venture up there. Yanqing moved his lips, words unspoken, when suddenly the communication jade talisman at Xianqing's waist resonated. Master, today, as usual, I went to clean the soul hall and discovered that Uncle Yanqing's soul lamp has inexplicably been lit. The soul hall houses the soul lamps of all members of the sect, with disciples assigned to maintain it periodically. This time, it was the turn of a disciple under Xianqing. Xianqing responded calmly, severing the connection with the talisman, finally dispelling his doubts. Big brother. He sighed sincerely, stepping forward to pat Yanqing on the shoulder, relieved that it was not an impersonator. He genuinely feared the infiltration of spies. Yanqing, moved, replied, I knew you would believe in me, big brother. Xianqing's gaze softened considerably as he scrutinized him closely. I noticed you have not utilized your spiritual power. Is your old injury still unhealed? Yanqing nodded, shaking the silver ring on his wrist, revealing a hint of dejection. I have been locked up. Xianqing furrowed his brow instinctively, then quickly reassured him, it matters not, as long as you are alive. There will always be a solution once you return to the sect with me. Yet, Yanqing seemed hesitant, several times on the verge of speaking, but holding back. Junior brother, do you have any questions? Yanqing inquired. I escaped while Shunju was away. My sudden appearance here, will it cause trouble for you and the others? Xianqing, with a countenance filled with righteous resolve, assured him, do not worry, junior brother, with me and our fellow disciples here. We shall ensure that scoundrel has no opportunity to exploit. Meanwhile, Shunju, who had just departed, seemed to sense something and, clutching the freshly obtained spirit herbs, tore through the void to return to the mountain. Within the illusion, everything remained unchanged, and the formation's core showed no signs of disturbance. He pushed open the bamboo door and stepped into the inner chamber. Sure enough, it was empty. The silver chain had been torn and carelessly discarded on the bed, with not a trace remaining of that person's presence. Shunju's gaze remained calm as he stared at the desolate bamboo hut, a cold and sharp smile gracing his lips, while a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy swirled around him. In the next moment, the illusionary barrier shattered instantaneously, transforming into specks of light that drifted through the air. Master, why have you fled again? You once vowed never to leave me, yet you have broken your promise. Chapter 17. The darkened disciples' forced affection after wandering for many days. Yanqing finally returned to the true Qing Peak. The verdant mountains appeared lush from a distance, yet upon entering Qing Peak, one could discern the stark desolation compared to the illusion fabricated by Shunju. Fortunately, the dwelling was regularly maintained, making it somewhat habitable. Please rest here for a moment. I shall discuss your return with the sect leader, Xianqing said, offering a slight bow. Thank you, senior brother, Yanqing replied. After giving a few more instructions, Xianqing descended the mountain. No sooner had he left than Yanqing forcefully dragged the dormant system into the open. You could see that was an illusion, yet you failed to recognize that this is not Jing'an's sect? The system quivered. Please, host, do not be agitated. Yanqing maintained a blank expression. I am not agitated. I am merely awaiting your explanation. The system, racking its brain, responded, it is not entirely my fault. Since your points were sealed, mine were also locked, restricting many permissions. It is only natural that I could not investigate thoroughly. Yanqing, amused despite his irritation, remarked after a long pause, indeed. It is quite normal for one like you, who has been sold yet still counts the coins for others, to produce such outcomes. Surprisingly, the system refrained from retorting and silently disconnected, choosing instead to retreat into its shell. Alone in the room, Yanqing contemplated his plans for the month ahead. Having finally escaped from Shunju, he was acutely aware that one could not afford to linger. Thus, taking the female protagonist as a disciple was of utmost urgency. Yet, his spiritual energy was still malfunctioning. Growing increasingly anxious, Yanqing resolved to disregard the situation and descend the mountain. Just then, faint voices reached his ears from outside. Junior brother Yan is inside. Everyone will see upon entering. Impossible. I witnessed his soul lamp extinguish. Logically, he should have perished long ago. Whether it is real or not can be determined by entering. Why all the fuss? Moments later, the door was pushed open, and a group swept in, parting the bamboo curtain. Upon seeing the figure seated within, a profound silence fell, quickly followed by a cacophony of astonishment. Yan Qing blinked, slowly revealing a smile, and tentatively said, "Dear brothers, it has been quite some time." No one responded. All gazed at him with uncertainty. Yan Qing's lips moved, about to speak further to ease the tension, when unexpectedly he heard a cold snort from the crowd. Instinctively, he turned to see someone parting the throng and stepping forward, their dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Recognizing the newcomer, an alarm sounded in Yan Qing's mind. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, unconsciously stepping back to create distance, a habitual smile plastered on his face. "Ah, junior brother Yao Qing. It has indeed been a long time." Before he could finish, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, his wrist tightened unexpectedly, and he stumbled forward, nearly colliding with the newcomer. Yao Qing's cold voice floated to his ears. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. Why do you avoid me, senior brother?" Yan Qing felt as though his wrist were trapped in a vice, his spine stiffening and goosebumps rising, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him. Though he could not pinpoint precisely what felt amiss, with a determined spirit, he reluctantly grasped the wrist of the hand that held him, while uttering, "Junior brother, surely you have misjudged. How could senior brother be so delighted to see you and yet choose to evade?" Yao Qing remained silently observant, responding, "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Yan Qing. Yao Qing let out a cold, ambiguous laugh, tightening his grip on Yan Qing's wrist. The pressure felt as though it might shatter his bones, and despite his futile attempts to pull away, he found himself ensnared, unable to confront Yao Qing openly. Just as despair began to settle in, Yan Qing interjected at an opportune moment. "Junior brother Yao, Yan junior brother's spiritual energy is currently sealed. He is but an ordinary person now. Please be mindful and do not cause him harm." This plea proved effective. As soon as the words were spoken, Yao Qing's grip loosened slightly. Just as Yan Qing prepared to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a foreign spiritual energy invade his meridians. His expression shifted dramatically as he exerted every effort to reclaim his hand, yet it was in vain. Trembling, he glanced at Yao Qing, his voice wavering. "Junior brother Yao?" Yao Qing retracted his spiritual energy, his demeanor growing somber, his tone now more frigid. The spirit-locking chain. Did he create it? Although Yan Qing understood he referred to Shenju, he chose to remain silent. Yao Qing regarded him with piercing eyes, a cold, mocking tone escaping his lips. "You allow him such liberties? Truly an exemplary master." Stunned into silence by the biting sarcasm, Yan Qing found himself at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the sect leader could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to speak. "Yao Qing, I am aware of the discord between you and your senior brother Yan, but times have changed. It is imperative that we foster harmony among our brother disciples, especially now that your senior brother has returned." Reluctantly, Yao Qing released his grip. Yan Qing exhaled in relief, bowing with sincerity, addressing him as sect leader. The sect leader acknowledged with a nod, his gaze fixed upon Yan Qing. "Now that you have returned, what are your plans moving forward?" Yan Qing's spirits surged with joy and tears welled in his eyes. At last, they were discussing matters of importance. He could scarcely contain his excitement, stating, "I wish to take on another disciple." A profound silence enveloped the room, akin to the stillness of death. No one uttered a word, and all eyes turned toward him, as if to say, "One disciple has caused you such turmoil, and you wish to take on another?" Yao Qing's expression hardened once again as he regarded him. His voice icy. "Senior brother, your boundless generosity is commendable. To sacrifice yourself for one disciple is insufficient. You seek to do so for another? Are you preparing to court death once more?" Yan Qing immediately defended himself. The previous incident was an accident. This time, I shall learn from my mistakes and will not repeat such errors. The sect leader's expression grew complex. "Junior brother, are you aware that your last disciple has now fallen into darkness?" Yan Qing felt a pang of unease, his confidence wavering. The senior brother has mentioned this. "But rest assured, sect leader, I have decided to take a female disciple this time, and I assure you, such a situation will not arise again." Upon hearing the mention of a female disciple, the sect leader's expression softened slightly, yet he remained cautious, asking, "Do you have someone in mind?" Yan Qing nodded. "She's an outer sect disciple. What was her name again?" The system quietly interjected, "Ning Yi." Yu Qing promptly completed the latter half of his sentence. "Her name is Ning Yi." The sect leader nodded in agreement. "As long as she is a disciple of our sect, there should be no issue." Coincidentally, the outer sect disciples competition will conclude in 3 days. If this disciple exhibits commendable talent, it would not be unwise to accept her as a disciple. Yu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, senior brother, for your concern." The sect leader left behind a communication jade talisman. "We are all fellow disciples. No need for further words. It is our duty. Please rest well here, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance." The room was soon vacated, leaving Yu Qing to sit idly for a moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind flung the door open once more. Rising to close it, he was taken aback to find someone still standing outside. "Why are you still here?" Chapter 18. The darkened disciple's compulsory affection. Yao Qing stood at the doorway, his gaze penetrating as he regarded him. "Does my senior brother truly not wish to see me?" Yu Qing instinctively took 2 steps back, raising his hand to shut the door, only to be effortlessly blocked by a single hand. Yao Qing's voice drew nearer, now devoid of its previous gentleness and laced with a hint of coldness. "Or is it that only Shunju, that little beast, occupies your thoughts?" Yu Qing, initially reluctant to engage in conflict, could not restrain himself from retorting, for Yao Qing's words insulted both him and his disciple. "Since Shunju has entered my tutelage, he shall remain my disciple for life. You are the one who is the little beast." Yao Qing scoffed coldly, casually exerting force, causing the already damaged wooden door to splinter into pieces. Yu Qing's vision blurred momentarily, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned against the wall, his wrist firmly grasped. Struggling futilely against the grip, he faced Yao Qing's impassive expression as he continued. "Even at this juncture, you still protect him. Of course, you are not the protagonist of this world. If I do not protect him, should I protect you instead?" Yu Qing ignored his words, focusing solely on prying Yao Qing's hand off, but midway he was interrupted by a cold laugh from above. "Very well. Let me allow you to protect him one last time. Soon enough, he will no longer be your disciple." Yu Qing paused in his struggle, warily meeting Yao Qing's gaze. "What do you mean by that?" Yao Qing's demeanor remained icy. "Since you wish to take another disciple, it is time to clean house and expel the previous one. Why not do so together in 3 days? Do you have any objections, senior brother?" A sense of foreboding surged within Yu Qing's heart as he inquired further. "Is this your suggestion or the sect leader's?" Yao Qing tightened his grip on Yu Qing's wrist, pinning him firmly against the wall. "Naturally, it was my proposal to the sect leader. Do you have anything to say?" At this point, what could he possibly say? Yu Qing was unaware of their clandestine scheming, but his intention was to reform the male lead, not to eliminate him. If Shunju were to discover that his escape was merely a ruse to ensnare him, the scenario was too nightmarish to contemplate. With this in mind, Yu Qing seized Yao Qing's wrist in return, continuing to struggle. "I have nothing to say, but this matter is of utmost importance. It should be deliberated carefully and not approached so hastily." Yao Qing's gaze lingered for an extended moment on the wrist he had grasped, and it took Yan Qing a while to realize he had released his hold. Once free, he couldn't help but inwardly criticize, thinking it was acceptable for him to touch others, yet not for others to touch him, a clear case of double standards. In the next instant, Yao Qing, as if awakening from a dream, abruptly let go of him. Yan Qing, having unexpectedly regained his freedom, promptly took 2 steps back to distance himself, continuing to plead, "Shunju has merely strayed momentarily. There remains a chance for redemption. As his master, I cannot abandon him so easily." Yao Qing retracted his hand, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "It is too late. This proposal has already been unanimously approved by the senior brothers. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Yan Qing glanced around and called after him, "Junior brother Yao." Yao Qing turned back, his face devoid of expression. Yan Qing, with utmost politeness, gestured toward the disarrayed door and said, "Could you kindly assist me in fixing the door before you leave?" "Thank you." Long after Yao Qing departed, Yan Qing's mind remained a tumultuous mess, struggling to devise a comprehensive plan. He had taken a female protagonist as a disciple to influence Shenju. Yet before he could even do so, a group was already conspiring to expel him. Was this not a case of putting the cart before the horse? However, having barely escaped from Shenju, he knew that returning to him would yield no favorable outcome. It was a miscalculation. He anticipated that a simple escape would entangle him in such a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly inquired of the system, "Didn't you say the shield could cloak the male lead for an entire month? Why is he able to find this place in just 3 days?" The system raised its tone slightly. "This is not my fault. It is your fellow disciples who, in their eagerness to ensnare the male lead, deliberately spread the rumor that you have returned. They had previously been incapable of contending with Shenju. Why, upon my return, had they suddenly grown bolder, daring to lure him here without fear of him dismantling the sect?" The system replied, "Perhaps it is the blind confidence of the minor characters." After a moment of silence, Yan Qing pressed on, "So I purchased a month's worth of shielding tools, yet I only have a 3-day trial?" The system's voice grew softer. "These are external factors. The host should not dwell too much on this, as long as you ultimately succeed in taking the female lead as your disciple." Seeing Yan Qing's expression darken, the system clutched its small, innocent self, saying, "Please do not look at me like that. I am powerless." With no desire to ponder these chaotic matters further, Yan Qing stumbled back into his room, collapsing onto the bed, tossing and turning, still locked in a silent standoff with the system. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yan Qing spoke again. "System?" The system responded, "I am here." Yan Qing fell silent once more, and, after a long wait, the system inadvertently asked, "Have you decided how to proceed?" Yan Qing sighed, speaking slowly, "What can I do? Bound by the spirit-locking chain, I possess no spiritual power. What more can I accomplish?" The system racked its brain, reluctantly conceding, "Do not worry. In 3 days, I will grant you permission to restore your cultivation." Yu Qing's expression remained tense as he continued to question the system. "What good does it do to regain my peak cultivation? Do you truly believe I can confront many adversaries and help Shenju, that little brat, break through the encirclement?" The system replied, "Then what shall we do?" Yu Qing pulled the blanket over his head, feeling despondent. He found himself with 2 possible paths. The first was that the members of the Qing sect would be no match for Shenju, leading to him being captured in a fit of rage and confined to a dark chamber for who knows how long. The mere thought of this sent a sharp pang of pain through his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He instinctively dismissed this option and began to envision the second path. The second possibility was that the members of the Qing sect would prove to be formidable enough to successfully restrain Shenju, ideally sealing his cultivation as well. This way, he could persuade them to bring Shenju back for his guidance, appealing to their emotions and reasoning, while also introducing the radiant female protagonist to influence him positively. Deciding to embrace this hopeful vision, he succumbed to sleep, subconsciously ignoring the first scenario, leaving the system, which had been waiting to hear his plans, utterly bewildered. "So, what exactly is the plan? At least inform me." Had he completely forgotten about it? For 3 days, Yu Qing languidly passed the time atop Qingwu Peak, doing little more than waiting. On the 3rd morning, before he had fully awakened, 2 disciples assigned by the sect pulled him from his bed. "Yu Qing, today is the finals for the outer sect disciples. The sect leader has instructed that you must not be late." Yu Qing pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to rouse himself. "No need to hurry. I shall go shortly." Half an hour later, Yu Qing finally emerged from his quarters, embodying the graceful demeanor of a celestial being. The 2 disciples outside were pacing anxiously. "Yu Qing, time is running short. What shall we do?" Before the disciple could finish, Yu Qing lightly pushed off the ground, soaring away like a wild goose, leaving the 2 disciples in stunned silence. "Time is of the essence. Feel free to follow at your own pace. I shall take my leave." Indeed, Having cultivation at his disposal allowed him to carry himself with greater elegance. Despite the swiftness of his flight, he arrived too late. The martial arena below was already teeming with spectators, and the platform was alive with fierce combat. Fortunately, a space remained near the front among the elders. Qing breathed a sigh of relief and gracefully took his seat after performing a hand gesture. The anxious sect leader beside him finally relaxed, saying, "Your cultivation has returned?" Qing nodded amiably. "Thank you for your concern, brother. It seems this spirit-locking chain has been acting erratically. Upon waking this morning, I discovered I could use my spiritual energy once more." The sect leader reassured him, "No worries. We have several master craftsmen in our sect. When time permits, we shall have them remove that chain for you." Qing smiled in agreement, but his gaze could not help but wander to the arena. Yao Qing, seated beside him, let out a soft hum. On the platform is the outer sect disciple Ning Yi, whom you have been thinking about. Her performance is quite commendable. Yan Qing's expression momentarily stiffened as he turned his head to him. "Junior brother, feel free to choose any other disciples if you wish to recruit." But this Ning Yi, his words were abruptly interrupted by Yao Qing, who sneered coldly. "Do you think I would compete with you?" Yan Qing remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a clear message. "If you're not competing with me, why even speak?" Yao Qing scoffed, turning away, too disinterested to spare him a glance. Focusing instead on the battle unfolding in the arena, Yan Qing innocently touched his nose, inwardly acknowledging that the two of them were simply not meant to harmonize. Lost in thought, the sound of a gong echoed, signaling that a victor had been determined in the arena. The outer sect disciple, Ning Yi, emerged triumphant. Yan Qing's gaze involuntarily fell upon the stage, locking onto a pair of eyes shimmering like autumn waters. He subtly inquired of the ever-silent system, "Has Shunju arrived? I hope he doesn't suddenly appear to disrupt my recruitment." The system beeped and began its analysis, taking a considerable amount of time before responding. "Rest assured, the male lead is not present." Yan Qing pressed on. "How prepared are they with the formation? Will it be able to contain Shunju?" The system fell silent again, resuming its mute act until Yan Qing repeated the question, at which point it hesitantly replied, "There shouldn't be any issues." What does "shouldn't be" even mean? Such matters ought to be confirmed without a doubt. Meanwhile, the female lead had been eagerly watching them for quite some time, and further quibbling with the system was evidently no longer an option. Yan Qing composed himself, adopting the demeanor of a transcendent sage as he turned his attention to the stage. "Is the champion of this competition present?" Ning Yi stepped forward, suppressing her excitement, and performed a respectful bow. Disciple Ning Yi pays her respects to the esteemed Yan Qing. Yan Qing maintained a calm countenance, softening his tone somewhat. "As for the rewards for this contest, I believe the sect leader has already discussed them with you. In addition to various spiritual herbs and artifacts, there is also an opportunity to apprentice under an inner sect elder. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Ning Yi's voice betrayed her excitement. "I am willing." Yan Qing nodded amiably, intending to seize the moment to conduct the apprenticeship ceremony when, unexpectedly, a familiar voice approached with an air of authority. The voice, imbued with palpable anger, pierced through the atmosphere. "Master hasn't even consulted the opinion of his disciple yet." "What the?" Upon hearing that voice, Yan Qing's scalp felt as if it had exploded. Shunju. The system had assured him that he was absent, so how had he suddenly arrived? Shunju's voice drew nearer, now laced with an even colder edge. "Master, you abandoned your disciple to return to Qing's sect, merely to recruit another. How deeply it saddens your disciple." Yan Qing took a deep breath, turning his head stiffly, only to see Shunju tearing through the void, stepping forth leisurely from the rift. In his hand, a long sword exuded a sinister aura, and his dark robe fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, while his eyes, swirling with demonic energy, momentarily flashed with crimson. The system trembled, its mechanical voice glitching. Things escalated quickly. "I'll retreat now. Take care of yourself." Yan Qing nearly gasped, struggling to maintain his composure. Was it truly necessary to be this unreliable? On the other side, Shunju's expression darkened as he extended a hand toward Yan Qing, his voice chilling as if dipped in ice water. "Master, if you return with me now, I might still consider sparing them. Yan Qing would never be foolish enough to seek his own demise. Just then, the head of Jing'an's sect and several elders came back to their senses, rising to shield Yan Qing behind them. Junior brother Yan, your spiritual energy is compromised. We shall handle the matter of purging the sect. You should step back for now. Yan Qing cast a glance at the trembling female lead on the stage, and to prevent her from being inadvertently harmed, he swiftly pulled her to his side, intending to take her along when he made his escape. Shenju watched this scene unfold with cold intensity in his eyes, his voice emerging like a hiss through clenched teeth. Master, I will say this once more. Come here. Before Yan Qing could respond, Xian Qing and the sect leader, along with a multitude of fellow disciples, had already surrounded him in layers. Junior brother Yan is a member of Jing'an's sect and will not go with you. As for you, a disciple of the Xian men who has fallen into darkness and betrayed your masters, today we shall cleanse our ranks. Several individuals had already encircled Shenju, forming an unbreakable formation to subdue him. Shenju continued to fix his gaze firmly in Yan Qing's direction, remaining motionless as if truly ensnared. Yan Qing let out a subtle sigh of relief and offered some comforting words to the pale-faced female lead. He turned his head back towards Shenju, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. Shenju, if you truly wish to repent, lay down your weapons. Your uncles and aunts will not make things difficult for you, and I shall not expel you from the sect. No matter how many times he expressed this sentiment, he still wished to avoid conflict with the male lead. If Shenju could relinquish his resistance, everyone would be satisfied. After a long pause, the trapped Shenju merely tilted his head to look at him, a sudden smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Master, at this point, shouldn't you be more concerned about your own safety? After all, if I capture you again, you will never have the chance to escape. Chapter 20. The darkened disciples' forced affection. Yan Qing's heart involuntarily began to race. After ensuring the safety of the female lead and the outer disciples, he stood up to confront Shenju. Taking a deep breath, he made one last attempt at a conciliatory approach. Shenju, if you cease your resistance now, I can overlook the past. Shenju merely scoffed. Overlook the past? Are you jesting, master? Why would we pretend that nothing has happened? The expression of Xian Qing darkened. Why waste words on him? Let us form the array to trap him, and once we have depleted his powers, we will decide how to deal with him. However, Yan Qing disregarded this advice. He picked up a sword from the stage and gracefully leaped into an empty spot beside Shenju. The demon-subduing formation required 9 individuals to complete, and with his addition, they would be just right. Xian Qing frowned slightly. Do not be reckless. A few of us are sufficient to deal with him. Yan Qing, not daring to look at the ensnared Shenju, succinctly replied, "It is fine." Yet, despite his words, he felt increasingly uneasy, as if he had forgotten something crucial. However, since the system remained silent, it probably wasn't of great importance. Steeling his resolve, Yan Qing forced himself to disregard Shenju. The long sword in his hand gleamed coldly as he joined the others in forming the array. In an instant, the battle erupted. The sounds of clashing swords resonated throughout the training ground, the white rainbows and spiritual light exploding in unison. The cold gleam emanating from the sword tips wove a flowing celestial map beneath the sun. The intensity of the conflict shook the very heavens. Yet fortunately, the spectators had been evacuated to safety. Amidst the chaos of blades and shadows, Shenju remained utterly still, fixated on the direction of Yan Qing. I had thought that, no matter the circumstances, my master would never lay a hand on me. Yan Qing's lips moved silently, yet his heart could not help but fervently argue. Do not blame him. He had only returned to complete a task, intending to resume his vacation, never anticipating the peril he now faced. The others, however, possessed little tolerance, their swords dancing with lethal grace, trailing after images as the air was cleaved into countless shards of light. Ding! Warning! 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 An important matter reiterated thrice. The male protagonist corruption value is rising. Current corruption value, 607090100. Immediate remedial measures are required. Accompanied by the system's shrill broadcast, Yan Qing suddenly stiffened, a jolt of realization striking him as he recalled what he had forgotten. Damn it, he had overlooked the fact that the corruption value could not only plummet but also reverse and ascend. Yan Qing, in a state of panic, wondered what to do. Could it be that in a moment of rage, he would be met with his own demise? The system, while cradling its fragile and innocent self, did not forget to offer reassurance. Rest assured, should the host truly be in life-threatening danger, we will not idly stand by. With his heart slightly steadied, Yan Qing recognized the urgency of the situation. Retreat was no longer an option. He could only forge ahead, sword in hand, ready to engage. Shenju remained motionless, casting a fleeting glance at the others desperately weaving a sealing formation around him, scoffing coldly. They truly overestimated themselves. Without making a single move, nor even drawing his sword, he unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual energy, causing a piercing whistle to resonate in the ears of all present. Without exception, several individuals were impacted to varying degrees. Yet Yan Qing stood unwavering in place. However, it was already futile. The formation had been thrown into disarray. Reacting swiftly, the others, their expressions grave, reversed their hands to form seals, invoking their respective spirit swords into the formation. The array, which had initially glimmered with a soft golden light, suddenly blazed with brilliance. Except for Yan Qing's corner, which remained incomplete. It was not due to a sudden softening of his heart. Rather, he had not seen his own spirit sword since awakening. Junior brother Yan, you must withdraw for now. Even with the formation incomplete, it will suffice to deal with him. Reluctantly, Yan Qing retreated, recognizing that his presence without his spirit sword would only sow confusion. Shenju stood impervious, his expression unchanging, casually drawing his sword, the gleaming blade reflecting the boy's sharp, brooding features. Thank goodness my master has left. I genuinely feared that in the scuffle, I might inadvertently harm him. Without further ado, the calamity was unleashed. Behold my sword. Countless shards of sword light surged toward Shenju, yet he merely lifted his sword lightly, sending the assailants, along with their blades, crashing backwards several paces, some even spitting blood. Shenju remained composed and unruffled, tilting his head with a mischievous smile directed at Yan Qing. Did my master leave me solely to associate with these imbeciles? The situation had already unfolded, and more than one person discreetly conveyed to Yan Qing, his target is you, not us. You should depart. He won't harm us. Yan Qing closed his eyes, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Although the system trembled in fear, it mustered the strength to remind him, Host, why are you dawdling? Run. The male protagonist has reached the peak of his fury. It's best to flee now and deal with the rest later. Yan Qing opened his eyes, having made a resolution. Gripping his sword tightly, he turned and soared into the sky. The system was right. He needed to divert this little madman to prevent collateral damage to the sect. Why did my master run away? Does he truly wish to avoid seeing his disciple? A voice, neither too distant nor too close, echoed from behind. Yan Qing dared not look back, continuing to fly aimlessly. My master escaped from my side only to take on another disciple. How heart-wrenching for me. He had promised that I would be his only disciple in this life. The voice drew nearer, and Yan Qing took a deep breath, channeling the remaining spiritual energy within him to continue flying forward. Yet, in the next moment, the silver ring on his wrist flashed abruptly, causing him to lose control of his spiritual power, sending him plummeting like a bird with severed wings. Host, this is bad. The darkening value has peaked again, and your points have reset to 0. All previous items are now unusable, and you've lost your spiritual energy. Yan Qing thought to himself, I knew it. The system always falters at crucial moments. In the next instant, he found himself effortlessly caught in someone's embrace, his back pressed against a solid chest. Shenju's eyes retained a lingering pallor, his gaze slowly sweeping over Yan Qing's tear-streaked eyes, tinged with redness from the fierce winds, his tone slightly elevated, imbued with a peculiar satisfaction. Why run, master? I finally caught you. Chapter 21. The darkening disciples forced affection. Yan Qing, on the verge of tears, surrendered to his fate. resembling a lifeless fish. What are you grabbing for? Is this a game of hawk and chick? Shunju pulled him closer, and with a swift motion of his sword, he slashed through the air, creating a dark, gaping rift in space. As darkness enveloped them, when light returned, they found themselves back at the familiar Qingwu Peak. Surprisingly, he did not return Yanqing to his original room, but instead led him into the adjacent one. Upon pushing the door open, the outer decor mirrored his own room. But as they entered the inner chamber, Yanqing's scalp prickled with shock at the sight that greeted him. Who could explain when Shunju had placed such a large copper mirror in his room? The enormous mirror was positioned directly opposite the bed. Was it no common sense? Didn't he know that mirrors should not face the bed? Before Yanqing could recover from his astonishment, he was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed, gasping in pain as his back struck the wooden surface, the absence of protective spiritual energy making the experience excruciatingly vivid. While he was still rubbing his waist, Shunju took a step closer, towering over him at the foot of the bed. Yanqing, feeling a surge of anxiety, raised his gaze to meet Shunju's, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably as he instinctively retreated deeper into the bamboo couch. Is my master afraid of me? Shunju leaned slightly forward, casually snagging his pristine white hair ribbon, causing Yanqing's dark locks to cascade down like a waterfall, subtly revealing a glimpse of his snowy nape. A sense of foreboding washed over Yanqing. He remained silent, only shrinking back further, but it was futile against Shunju's reach. In a swift motion, Shunju grasped his slender ankle, and with a gentle tug, Yanqing was compelled back beneath him. Amidst his chaotic struggles, Yanqing inadvertently caught sight of their current position in the copper mirror. Clad in white, he found himself firmly pinned beneath Shunju, who donned dark robes. Shunju's tall stature rendered Yanqing's exposed clothing edges almost inconsequential, yet the visual clash of black and white was strikingly potent. In an instant, Yanqing forgot his struggle, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the reflection in the mirror. The person above him abruptly ceased his resistance. Shunju's eyes lowered to the young man beneath him. The disheveled dark hair combined with the faint flush of struggle around his eyes unwittingly exuded an allure that provoked an instinctive desire to dominate and destroy. Shunju's gaze deepened, one hand gripping Yanqing's slender waist while the other delicately cupped his chin, forcing him to tilt his head slightly upward, compelling him to meet his gaze. Does my master enjoy this? Everything in this room has been prepared solely for you. Enjoy? Yanqing's heart ached with tears of regret, lamenting countless times why he had brought this calamity upon himself. Yet it was too late for remorse. Drawing a deep breath, he placed a hand against Shunju's chest, summoning considerable strength to finally utter, "I can explain. Please, hear me out." Shunju responded with a scoff, yet his eyes were laden with inscrutable emotions. "Explain? It seems to me, disciple, that you are merely making excuses. Was it not you who wished to leave me, taken away by others? Were you coerced into accepting a disciple? I recall you once said you would only take me as your apprentice in this lifetime." Shunju's slightly calloused fingertip brushed against Yanqing's cool brow, conjuring icy crystal chains that ensnared his wrist bones. "Or do you wish for her to replace me?" Yanqing fell silent, gazing down at the newly appeared chains on his wrist, his heart seething with frustration. Damn it! Just when one chain was broken, another appeared. How many chains does he possess? The coldness against his wrist made him instinctively shrink back, yet he could not evade it, receiving an even more forceful response in return. It was only when both wrists were tightly bound together that Shunju leisurely released his grip. "This version of my master appears the most pleasing to the eye." Pleasing? Yanqing's heart screamed for the system, but after calling for a long time, there was still no response. Shunju, clearly patient, let his dark, penetrating gaze linger leisurely over Yanqing, sweeping across the slight redness in his eyes from agitation and the nervous movement of his throat, inch by inch. Like a hunter waiting for its prey to stumble into its grasp, the system of Yin Qingxin appears to have been forcibly taken offline, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Gritting his teeth, he declared with a facade of courage, "Do you insist on this?" Shunju tilted his head slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his tone calm and composed. What do you mean by insisting? This was all compelled by the master. After all, I should express my gratitude to the master for providing me this opportunity. A sense of foreboding washed over Yan Qingxin as he retreated, glancing around in search of a suitable weapon. However, this was Shunju's territory, and with his hands restrained, even if a weapon were at hand, he would lack the strength to wield it. For the first time, he found himself cornered to such an extent that he could not help but exclaim, "Shunju, how dare you?" Shunju chuckled softly, his calloused fingertips pressing firmly against Yan Qing's delicate lips, until the hue of his lips became radiant. Only then did he ease his grip, reminding himself to exercise restraint. It was still early, and if Yan Qing's voice were to be rendered hoarse now, how would he manage the long night ahead? As Yan Qing's words faltered, his lips were abruptly sealed by a searing kiss that descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Yan Qing found himself nearly gasping for breath, and soon, the lack of oxygen caused his struggles to wane, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. Then, Shunju's forehead pressed against his, dark lashes casting shadows over his eyes. In his daze, an overwhelming consciousness silently breached his mind. The next moment, a sharp, needle-like pain surged through his brain, accompanied by a dreadful shudder, as if their souls had intertwined in a manner beyond description. In his hazy awareness, he felt the coarse pads of Shunju's fingers gently cradling the nape of his neck, the slightest friction sending tremors coursing through his body. Subsequently, Shunju's voice whispered in his ear, "Master, do you feel it? This is the communion of souls." Chapter 22. The Darkened Disciple's Compulsory Affection, Yan Qing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Yan Qing lay listlessly on the bed, his eyes vacant. He could no longer muster even a hint of resistance, feeling as though he had become a puddle of water, utterly drained of strength. His once pristine white robe was now disheveled, the collar open to reveal his fair chest, while Shunju's hand rested possessively at his waist. Yan Qing was uncertain how long he had been in this state of disorientation, but once he finally regained his senses, his immediate instinct was to crawl weakly off the bed. Shunju, unhurried, grasped his ankle, pulling him back with deliberate ease. "What does Master intend to do? The night is still young. This has only just begun," he remarked. A flicker of fear involuntarily crept into Yan Qing's gaze as he stammered, "Why you? Get away. Stay away from me." Shunju tightened his hold on Yan Qing's leg, drawing him closer, his voice steady yet imbued with a hint of tenderness. "Master, I am here." Yan Qing collapsed once more beside Shunju, truly devoid of any strength. After a futile struggle, he lifted his hand in an attempt to push him away. Yet, the lack of power in his limbs rendered it less an act of rejection and more an unintentional invitation. Shunju, delightfully amused by his subconscious gesture, softened his gaze, his demeanor now far less assertive than at the outset. "Master, as long as you do not abandon me, I am willing to comply with your every wish." It was not until the deep of night that Shunju finally emerged from Yan Qing's consciousness. Yan Qing, with crimson eyes and tears poised at the corners, bore the mark of a small wound on his lip from where he had bitten himself. He had long succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into slumber. Shunju gently brushed aside Yan Qing's damp hair, planting a soft kiss upon his forehead, a blend of contentment and a sigh escaping his lips. "Master, sweet dreams." Yan Qing slumbered for a full 3 days and nights, undisturbed even by the system's attempts to rouse him. He felt as though he were adrift in a vast ocean, or perhaps floating among the clouds, caught in a state of surrealism that kept him from grasping reality. "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!" Important matters repeated thrice. "The corruption value has decreased by 90806050, leaving a current corruption value of 50. Please continue your efforts, host." Yan Qing suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was no longer the ubiquitous bronze mirrors, but the familiar white gauze curtains of his own chamber. The little madman had shown a modicum of conscience, finally returning him to his own quarters. The system greeted him with a cheerful chuckle. "Host, long time no see." Yan Qing slowly rolled his eyes, memories flooding back as the events preceding his slumber trickled into his consciousness, causing his expression to flicker between anger and despair. He felt sullied. The system attempted to console him. "Fear not, dear host. You remain that innocent little daisy. All that transpired occurred within your consciousness. Nothing substantial happened in reality." Yan Qing, still seething with indignation, retorted, "It sounds simple when you say it. Why not give a try yourself?" The system sheepishly rubbed its newly conjured hand. "At least you still have one thing intact. Moreover, after merely a single sleep, the corruption value has reverted to 50. If that's the case, as long as you share a few more slumbers with the male lead." Yan Qing interrupted with a chilling tone, "You'd best leave." Unfazed, the system persisted. "Host, let us just treat it as a dog bite. It's already happened. West one more time. Let it bite a few more times." Yan Qing's face remained impassive as he spoke each word deliberately. "Very well. Number 4399. I shall remember you. Upon completing the task, I will petition the main system to pair you with a more advanced system, so you can thoroughly experience the taste of being bitten by a dog." The system's non-existent electronic eyes widened in shock, and upon realizing the implications, it immediately began to plead. "No, host, I understand my mistakes." Yan Qing chose to ignore the frantic system, throwing off the covers to rise and seek water. His throat felt parched and nearly on fire. He adjusted his attire, ensuring nothing inappropriate remained, and prepared to descend from the bed. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Grasping the bed's edge, Yan Qing gritted his teeth. "Is this what you meant by no repercussions in reality?" The system, feigning shock, covered its electronic mouth. "Oh dear, are the aftereffects this severe?" At that moment, the door creaked open, and Shunju entered, holding a wooden tray with a leisurely demeanor. Upon seeing, Yan Qing sprawled on the floor. Shunju swiftly approached, and before Yan Qing could react, he was swept up and gently placed back onto the bed. "Why did you not call for me when you had matters to attend to? Just 3 days ago, this individual behaved like a madman, relentlessly tormenting him. Yet today, he has undergone a sudden transformation, exuding an aura of gentle warmth, his smile radiant, and his voice tender." Yan Qing slowly raised his head, and the first sight that greeted him was the worried expression of Shunju. It seemed he had anticipated Yan Qing's awakening today, donning a harmless white robe that accentuated his pallid complexion, rendering him seemingly innocent and benign. However, no matter how innocuous he appeared, Yan Qing would no longer be deceived. "Master, why do you remain silent? Your lips are parched. Do you desire water?" Yan Qing trembled his lips, thinking, "Water, what good is that?" Bring forth his massive blade. He would slay this wayward disciple who dared to transgress. He overturned the delicate white jade cup before him and, in a hoarse voice, declared, "Get out, you scoundrel." Shunju remained unfazed, casually replacing the cup with another of tea, his smile unwavering, as he replied, "Master, feel free to vent your anger. Whether it be blows or harsh words, your disciple shall willingly endure." Yan Qing's body shuddered uncontrollably. Let the heavens strike him down. He wished for nothing more than to cease existing. Observing that Yan Qing remained unmoved, Shunju's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Yan Qing's overly crimson lips. "If master does not drink, I shall personally feed you." Yan Qing, perplexed, retained his dignity. "I would rather perish of thirst than partake of your water." Shunju's smile broadened, his voice growing ever more soothing. "Is that so?" With that, he downed the water before Yan Qing's very eyes, then approached him with measured steps. Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, as if he had finally grasped Shunju's intentions. Trembling, he extended a hand, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You are utterly outrageous. You have lost all sense of decency." Shunju remained undeterred, steadily advancing towards him. As Yan Qing witnessed this demeanor, memories flooded back of that day when Shunju had relentlessly tormented him within his consciousness, flipping him over and over again. He retreated hastily, flinging anything within reach at Shunju. "What do you intend to do? Beast, get out." Chapter 23. The Darkened Disciple's Forced Affection. Yan Qing did not wish to cower, yet the circumstances were beyond his control. As Shunju drew near, terror enveloped him. "Let us converse amicably, if action is possible." Why resort to words? On the brink of collapse, a pristine white porcelain cup was presented before him. Yan Qing immediately grasped it with trembling hands. Spilling tea in his haste, disregarding everything else, he raised it to his lips and drank deeply. Shenju stood at the bedside, observing him with a serene smile. Would it not be better for master to obey? Or do you prefer it when your disciple behaves this way towards you? Unable to contain himself, Yan Qing erupted, spraying water across Shenju's face. What a beast! Shenju, ever accommodating, poured another cup and offered it. Your disciple is here. Why the haste in drinking, master? Yan Qing ignored him, trembling as he reached for the cup, yet failed to grasp it. Release it. Shenju replied. Master's sudden awakening and hurried drinking may be detrimental to your health. Allow your disciple to assist. Yan Qing's tone was icy and curt. No need. Shenju stood nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as his slender fingers gently caressed the delicate porcelain teacup. Lost in his thoughts, he remarked, It seems my master still wishes for me to feed him personally. Yan Qing interjected, He does not. He hasn't. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. Yet, Shenju offered no further opportunity for retort. He tilted his head back, draining the cup of tea, and effortlessly pulled Yan closer, his hand gripping the nape of his neck. Ignoring the look of alarm and resistance on Yan's face, he began to transfer the tea from his mouth to Yan's. Drop by drop, Yan's lips were completely enveloped by a warmth that left him voiceless, his eyes wide with indignation, his face flushed with anger. Shenju, oblivious to the need for restraint, continued this intimate exchange, his lips exploring the soft flesh with increasing fervor. After what felt like an eternity, Shenju reluctantly released him, and as their lips parted, a few tantalizing strands of silver thread lingered between them. Yan finally gasped for air, breathless, and pushed a hand against Shun's chest. His voice soft yet lacking any authority, You should leave. The pain from the tugging on his lips was evident, and he glared at Shun, knowing without looking that he had been bitten. Shenju's breathing was slightly labored as his gaze shifted from Yan's face to his lips, which, usually pale, now bore a rosy tint from their recent encounter, marked by small wounds from his ministrations. His eyes darkened momentarily. He closed them, striving to regain his composure, reasoning that if his master was unwilling to drink water, he had no choice but to resort to such measures. The warmth on Yan's face had yet to dissipate fully as he squeezed out words between clenched teeth, who said, I didn't want to drink. Without waiting for Shenju's response, he seized a nearby teacup and poured himself some water, trembling as he lifted the cup to his lips. As he finished the cup, Yan's mood gradually calmed, and he set the cup down, regarding Shenju with indifference. Shenju recognized that he had indeed overstepped this time and never anticipated Yan would forgive him easily. However, he believed that their journey together was long, and in time, his master would willingly be with him. Having slept for 3 days, Yan finally awakened. Should he not eat something? Shenju inquired, fully aware that his long slumber was a result of his own actions. Yan's expression grew increasingly cold, and he replied frostily, I will not eat. Shenju, seemingly unfazed, casually brought over a dish from the side, selecting a piece of fish, its bones expertly removed, and offered it to Yan's lips. This is a spiritual fish from the cold spring in the back mountain. It is beneficial for your health. Do indulge a little. Yan pushed Shun's hand away, unperturbed by the sudden darkness in his eyes, and began to recount past grievances with a slow response. I will not eat. You have filled me with anger. Shenju set the food down, casting a gentle glance at him, and continued soothingly, Master, please do not be upset. Harming your health is not a wise choice. Yan's chest heaved with agitation as he retorted, Isn't it all because of you? Shenju quickly acknowledged his fault. It is indeed my mistake. Disciple understands his wrongdoing. After all, Master does not care for his own well-being at all. As he spoke, a hint of crimson once again spread across his gaze. Reminiscent of 50 years ago, when Master disregarded his own safety to protect me, leaving the disciple to ponder what was to become of him next. Yan Qing interjected. At that time, you possessed the ability to protect yourself. Even without my intervention, you could have successfully exited the secret realm. Shenju's eyes darkened, his voice becoming a shade hoarse. Master clearly understands that this is not what I meant. A premonition stirred within Yan Qing, sensing the direction of the conversation, and he instinctively shifted the topic. If it's not this, then what could it be? Never mind, I'm hungry. Please bring me the congee. Shenju ceased his argument, reaching out to serve the fish slice congee, blowing gently to cool the steam before bringing it to Yan Qing's lips. Yan Qing awkwardly drank, and in the next moment, his gaze was unwittingly drawn to Shenju's hands. They were exquisite, with long, slender fingers and prominent knuckles. Delicate blue veins tracing the back of his hand. That hand continued to scoop another spoonful of congee within his line of sight. Fearing discovery, Yan Qing sheepishly lifted his head, but as the spoon reached his mouth, he could not resist and opened his lips to drink. Before he realized it, he had finished a bowl of congee, and he was brought back to awareness by the sight of Shenju's gentle smile. How obedient master was. A shiver ran down Yan Qing's spine, and goosebumps prickled his skin. He felt as though his expression was contorting. He, a grown man, was being coddled like a little girl. It was utterly distasteful. He swiftly rolled over to the side of the bed, pulling the quilt over his head and muttering, "I'm fine now. You may leave." Shenju remained silent, but Yan Qing suddenly felt the bed sink slightly beside him. Shenju had not departed, but instead sat on his bed. After a moment of silence, Yan Qing lifted the quilt from his head, glancing at him without revealing his thoughts. "Why haven't you left yet?" Shenju looked down at him, unceremoniously stating, "Master is still so easily embarrassed. You must gradually adapt. After all, we are destined to become partners eventually." Chapter 24. The darkening of the disciples' forced affection. Who the hell wants to become your partner? Yan Qing felt utterly unsettled, suppressing the tumult within him as he leaned against the wall beside his bed, forcing himself to sit upright. "Have you forgotten the nature of our relationship?" Shenju replied. Disciple would never forget. Yan Qing, struggling to contain his frustration, continued. "So what you said about becoming partners, I did not mishear, did I? You mean to become partners, correct?" Shenju's tone softened. Master did not mishear. Yan Qing pressed on. "Are you intending to disregard ethics and act solely on your own will?" Shenju's gaze darkened. "Rest assured, Master, with me here, no one would dare to oppose." Who would dare oppose? A mere sword would suffice to resolve that. Yan Qing found himself at a loss for words. Fully aware of the extent of Shenju's audacity, in desperation, he emphasized once more, "I am your master." Shenju shamelessly nodded. Disciple knows, but he does not care. But he does care. What a taboo it is for a master and disciple to engage in a romance. He certainly does not wish to become the subject of gossip over tea and meals. Shenju has already been dismissed, yet Yan Qing remains in a daze. Reclining on the bed and staring vacantly at the canopy, his mind swirling with the potential repercussions of this revelation. To have raised a disciple only to find himself in such a compromising position, he feels he could lose all face. Suddenly, the system interjects, bluntly stating, "Host, why do you possess two faces? Did you not once proclaim your fondness for a shocking and deeply felt master-disciple romance? When did he ever say such a thing?" Do not hastily attribute words to him. Just as Yan Qing is about to retort, his mind belatedly recalls that he did indeed utter something similar while attempting to play matchmaker for the female lead in Shenju. It matters not. He continues to seethe impotently. How can this be the same? The system innocently blinks its electronic eyes. What is different, really? The only change is the identity of one of the protagonists. Yan Qing refuses to engage further, curling up on the bed like a caterpillar. "No, there is no way I could ever become his partner. It is absolutely impossible." The system mechanically responds. Then the host ought to communicate this to the male lead. Is there any use in speaking to him? He would not listen. The system earnestly inquires. Is it useful to communicate with me? Yan Qing retorts. The plot has already veered so far off course. Should you not rectify this and elevate the female lead to her rightful place? The system remains silent for several moments before honestly replying, in truth, it matters little how the story unfolds. As long as both protagonists live well and the little world continues to function normally, I believe this state of affairs is quite satisfactory." Yan Qing sighs, "Fine, let all be destroyed." The system, perhaps recognizing the hurtfulness of its words, attempts to amend. Actually, this situation is not without its merits. At least the initiative is now in your hands. As long as you can muster the courage to take the lead. Reducing your darkening value should be a piece of cake. Yan Qing grits his teeth, his voice strained as if forced through clenched jaws. Am I not already courageous enough? I have already engaged with him in various ways. What more do you wish for me to do? The system chuckles. Perhaps next time, you and he could take action together. Who knows, your darkening value might soon diminish. Yan Qing replies, enough, you may leave now. That evening, after dinner, Shunju did not venture out again. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a spell to tidy up the items on the table, then proceeded to close the door behind him. It was getting late. The master ought to retire early. Yan Qing fixed his gaze upon him, his thoughts unmistakably clear. And you? Shunju, ever perceptive, responded. To prevent my master from having other instructions during the night, I shall remain in your chamber. Should the need arise. Yan Qing scoffed. If it is merely to sleep, what could I possibly have to discuss? Surely, your intentions are not pure, compelling you to stay. His intention was to provoke Shunju with words, yet Shunju accepted the challenge openly. Since my master has perceived the truth, you should know that I shall not leave. Yan Qing, speaking without thought, blurted out, rebellious disciple. Shunju took another couple of steps towards him, his expression devoid of displeasure, merely letting out a gentle sigh. Master, your approaches are always but a repetition of these few phrases. In an instant, Yan Qing comprehended his underlying implication. Even without expressing fatigue, he was already weary of listening. Feeling a surge of indignation, he pushed Shunju aside and strode towards the door, declaring, if you won't leave, then I shall. Shunju, swiftly grasping his elbow, gently pulled him back, saying, I misspoke. Please do not be angry, master. Yan Qing, increasingly vexed, retorted, which of your eyes perceives my anger? Shunju continued to soothe him. I see no anger. It is all my fault for presumptuously interpreting your thoughts. Yet, Yan Qing remained obstinate, akin to a stubborn mule, relentlessly advancing towards the exit. With a resigned sigh, Shunju released his grip on Yan Qing's elbow and encircled his waist, drawing him onto the bed behind them. Does master truly wish to avoid sharing a bed with me? Shunju exclaimed. What sort of words were these? Calling him master, yet desiring to share a bed. What disciple of such age still insisted on climbing into their master's bed? Before a response could be uttered, Shunju's gaze dimmed as he ensnared Yan Qing's waist, confining him within his embrace, declaring, it matters not. I am content as long as you are here. After all, master is no longer my match. And even if you're reluctant, there is little you can do. Yan Qing struggled to catch his breath, delivering an elbow to Shunju's chest, stammering. You. Shunju emitted a muffled grunt, but did not relent, continuing to hold him tightly. I am here, master. Yan Qing's chest heaved violently, momentarily speechless, before finally exclaiming. Madman! Shunju's grip around his waist tightened suddenly, his eyes tinged with a hue of crimson. He had indeed lost his sanity. From the moment he recognized his impure feelings for his master, he had been unraveling. After witnessing his master perish before him in a bid to save him, his madness had only intensified. Now that his master had finally returned, his singular desire was to ensconce him eternally by his side, yearning to hear him weep, to listen to him plead from the bed, wishing for him to never leave its confines. His master surely spoke without having witnessed his true nature. He had exercised considerable restraint in the presence of Yan Qing. As he spoke, he delicately gathered the strands of hair cascading from Yan Qing's chest. His voice soft and gentle. Master, you would not wish to see what I truly look like when I am mad. Chapter 25. The Twisted Disciple's Compulsory Love. As Shunju's words hung in the air, a shiver ran down Yan Qing's spine. He retreated, only for Shunju to advance. The bed was scarcely large enough, and soon Yan Qing found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Why flee, master? Your disciple would not harm you. As Yan Qing silently shrank into the corner, he exerted effort to pry Shunju's hand from his waist. Could he not remove his grasp before uttering such words? Shunju, seeming displeased by his evasive actions, pulled him closer. I merely desire to hold you while I sleep, with no ulterior motives. However, should you continue to squirm, I cannot guarantee my restraint. Yan Qing became utterly still, resembling a salted fish, nestled in his embrace, too fearful to move. Shunju extinguished the candles, cocooning him like a koala, burying his face in the crook of Yan Qing's neck, whispering, "Sweet dreams, master." Yan Qing served as a human pillow throughout the night, drifting into a chaotic slumber, and fortunately, upon awakening the next day, he found no trace of the little madman. Lying motionless in the embrace of the little madman throughout the night, he felt as if his entire being was on the verge of stiffening. After a painstaking effort to sit up and stretch his limbs, the sound of his bones cracking echoed sharply in the silence. "Congratulations, host. Your corruption value has decreased by 2, current corruption value, 48. Yan Qing paused, astonished. After enduring an entire night of companionship, the corruption value had only diminished by a mere 2 points? The system chuckled foolishly. "Host, be content. You merely slept together. Naturally, the corruption value will not decrease significantly. Wait until you indulge in something more intimate." With an expression devoid of emotion, Yan Qing retorted, "Silence, withdraw." The system obediently complied. Disregarding the system's trivial chatter, Yan Qing resumed his languid repose on the bed. Following his previous escape attempt, the likelihood of a successful flight was almost non-existent. Although Shunju was currently absent and the spirit-binding chain had been released, there remained the possibility that Shunju lurked in some shadowy corner, poised to seize upon any misstep and deliver a notorious punishment in his unwaveringly righteous manner. Sure enough, just as he had begun to count sheep, reaching 101, the door creaked open. The master had awakened. Instinctively, Yan Qing sat up straight, adjusting his posture. Noticing Shunju's gaze linger on his collar, he sluggishly straightened the slightly askew fabric. Satisfied that nothing indecent was visible, he cast a sidelong glance at Shunju, inquiring, "What have you been up to so early in the morning?" Shunju's pallid complexion brightened with a hint of surprise. "Is the master concerned for me?" Simultaneously, the system's mechanical announcement chimed in. Ding. Corruption value decreased by 2. Current corruption value, 46. The sardonic retort that had risen to Yan Qing's lips was swallowed back, and instead, he hesitantly uttered, "Yes, I care about you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a shiver of revulsion run down his spine. Yet Shunju's breath caught momentarily. As if in disbelief, he timidly asked, "Does the master truly care for me?" Ding. Corruption value decreased by 5. Current corruption value, 41. With the system's mechanical voice ringing in his ears, a warmth crept up Yan Qing's face. On one hand, he felt as though he were deceiving a child. On the other, he could not help but find Shunju irresistibly easy to please. A mere casual expression of concern had elicited such joy from him. Before he could respond, he noticed Shunju's pupils dim momentarily, but he refrained from probing further, fearful that the answer might not align with his hopes. Lifting a steaming white porcelain bowl from the table, Shunju stirred it gently while explaining, "Early this morning, I prepared medicine for the master. A healing elixir for your old injuries. It is ready for you to drink while it's still warm." Yan Qing cleared his throat softly and reached for the bowl. But Shunju instinctively pulled back, insisting, "Allow me to serve you, master." As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful of the dark, viscous concoction. Yan Qing's lips quivered slightly, and he instinctively leaned away. Seeing his reaction, Shunju couldn't help but chuckle, his tone becoming more coaxing. "Do not worry, master. I have specially modified this medicine. It is not bitter." Yan Qing remained skeptical. The appearance of the brew suggested it would surely leave one's tongue numb with bitterness. Yet Shunju audaciously claimed it was not. When Shunju noticed his disbelief, he took the medicine into his own mouth, and with a slight movement of his throat, he swallowed it without any visible change in his expression. "Master, it truly isn't bitter." Yan Qing, startled, withdrew his gaze and seized the bowl from Shunju's hands, gulping down the contents without even using a spoon. Soon, he was met with the torment of a painful expression. He unconsciously stuck out his bright red tongue, and his alluring peach blossom eyes quickly misted over. "Did you not say it wasn't bitter?" Shunju's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. his eyes darkening before he promptly averted his gaze, retrieving a plate of candied fruits from behind. Bitter medicine is hard to swallow. Casually altering the prescription could ruin its efficacy. Your health is of utmost importance, Master. Yan Qing chose to ignore him, taking 2 pieces of candied fruit and popping them into his mouth. The lingering bitterness was finally replaced by the sweet and sour flavors of the treats. As he finished the candied fruit, the distinctive bitterness of the elixir gradually returned. Shenju timely offered more candied fruits. Master, is it still bitter? Yan Qing, too weary to respond, lowered his head to nibble on the candied fruit in Shenju's hand. And only when the treat was in his mouth did his previously furrowed brows relax. You know in your heart whether it is bitter. Shenju's gaze was fixed intently on his overly luscious red lips, and he honestly shook his head. I have no idea. He added, if Master allows me taste, I will understand just how bitter it truly is. Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback. Did not just taste it? The medicine is all gone now. What more do you wish to taste? Shenju's eyes deepened, his hand unconsciously finding its way to Yan Qing's waist, pulling him closer into his embrace. And then he lowered his head to cover those long-desired red lips. Muffled murmurs escaped their lips. This is how to taste. Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock. But by the time he processed it, it was already too late. Shenju, like a dog who had spotted a bone, pressed him down and continued to kiss him fervently. After a considerable time, Shenju reluctantly released Yan Qing, his dark pupils sparkling. Master lied. It is not bitter at all. It is clearly sweet as honey. Chapter 26. The darkening of the disciples forced affection. Yan Qing, thoroughly disoriented from the kisses, leaned against Shenju's embrace, unable to refute him. After a while, he finally caught his breath, letting slip 2 words through his teeth. Nonsense. Shenju rested his chin atop Yan Qing's head, gently stroking it. Indeed, my disciple is nonsense. Did Master not already know? Yan Qing shivered at the cheesiness of his words, momentarily at a loss for words. The medicine must be taken for 3 consecutive days to take effect. Master, please endure for another 2 days. Once the medicine is consumed, I will use my energy to heal your injuries, and then your old wounds will finally be cured. Yan Qing paused slightly, lifting his gaze to him, and asked almost foolishly, Are you not afraid that once I am healed, I will take the chance to escape again? Shenju tightened his grip on Yan Qing's lower back, his once gentle voice now laced with a hint of menace. Master may run if you wish. After all, no matter where you go, I will find you, as long as you can bear the consequences. Yan Qing glanced up at him, tentatively continuing to inquire, What consequences? Do you plan to kill me? Shenju held him tightly in his embrace, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Of course, my disciple does not wish for his master to perish, he articulated slowly. I shall only allow my master to yearn for death. Yan Qing's mind instinctively recalled the explicit scenes from a few nights prior, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. No, he must flee. Shenju lowered his head, planting a kiss on Yan Qing's brow, his voice tender enough to intoxicate. It would be best if my master keeps his word. Yan Qing dared not move a muscle. Yet internally, he raged. If his legs were his own, he would certainly run. The little madman did not linger long. After he departed, the system quietly resurfaced. Why did the host ask him that? Is he not afraid of provoking him into another fit of madness? Yan Qing was solely concerned with one matter. Has the darkening value increased? The system checked the data panel, reporting, not all, sitting cross-legged on the bamboo couch. Yan Qing responded nonchalantly, I must test his limits. This way, I can be prepared for my next escape. The system was greatly astonished. The host intends to run again? Yan Qing replied, Why not? Did you not hear him? If I do not flee soon, he will force me into a bond of eternity. The system remained oblivious. And so, Yan Qing retorted, That is none of your concern. Go amuse yourself. It was evident that he could not rely on the system. This escape would have to be undertaken alone, and it was imperative to succeed. Failure was not an option. In the cold spring of the back mountain, Shenju's complexion was as pale as a ghost as he submerged himself in the water. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes and could not suppress a cough that expelled dark blood. He seemed somewhat weakened, his head slightly bowed, yet his face remained as white as paper. He had single-handedly withstood the sword formation composed of the sect's finest warriors, and it was clear that he had not emerged unscathed. This morning, while brewing medicine, he had used his heart's blood as a catalyst. The two combined had proven too much for him to bear. To prevent Yan Qing from discovering anything amiss, he had delivered the medicine and quickly concocted an excuse to leave, retreating to the cold spring to recuperate alone. Reflecting on this, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he might secretly hope for an accident that would allow him to free himself from such burdens, rather than concern himself for another. Fortunately, after another session of cultivation today, his injuries would be nearly healed. Should the members of the Qing sect dare to come seeking his master, Shun Ju's eyes darkened slightly. If they dared to approach, he would ensure their return was a one-way journey. On the other hand, after Shun Ju's departure, Yan Qing sat idly in the room for a while, eventually unable to endure the stillness. He stepped outside and knocked on the neighboring door, but it remained unanswered for quite some time. "System, where is Shun Ju?" The system finally proved useful once more, scanning and indicating the host should head north. There's a cold spring in the back mountain. Yan Qing immediately recalled the fish porridge he had consumed yesterday. It seemed the spiritual fish within it originated from that very spring. What would he be doing there? Fishing? The system answered ambiguously, perhaps. Would the host like to go take a look? Yan Qing eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Why didn't you say so earlier? I excel at fishing. Let's go. As Yan Qing traversed the narrow path for a while, he finally discerned the direction indicated by the system. However, the cold spring was concealed by dense foliage, rendering its interior a mystery. Yan Qing pushed aside the underbrush and ventured further in, casting a casual glance at the spring's waters, only to find himself momentarily entranced. There, a bare back was quietly soaking in the cold spring, dark hair cascading down, revealing the elegant lines of a spine and a waist that gracefully extended downward. Startled, Yan Qing hastily averted his gaze, his body freezing in place. Wasn't it said he was fishing? The system insisted. I merely saw him lounging in the water and assumed he was fishing. Who would have thought he was bathing instead? Bathing is nothing to fret over. After all, we are all boys. Do not hesitate, host. Proceed. With no desire to engage in debate, Yan Qing turned to leave, but in his haste he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, which snapped audibly. He immediately stiffened, scarcely daring to breathe. After a long moment, when silence still reigned behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had not been noticed. Cautiously, he began to push aside the foliage to exit, only to be met with a sudden, soft laugh from behind. Why leave without greeting me, now that I have arrived? Yan Qing remained silent, quickening his pace. Yet before he could escape, darkness enveloped him as if a shadow had descended from above. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip around his waist, something soft tugging him backwards into the cold spring. In an instant, he was submerged in the icy water, ripples spreading across the surface. Yan Qing sputtered, choking on the cold, and as he instinctively struggled to swim towards the shore, he felt a warm chest press against his back. An arm encircled his waist as Shun Ju murmured near his ear, the warmth of his breath contrasting sharply with the frigid water. Master, you have come right to my door. Chapter 27. The darkening of the wayward disciple's forced affection. Yan Qing remained silent, twisting in his embrace like a slippery eel. Shun Ju tightened his hold, drawing him closer, his warm breath cascading over Yan Qing's pale neck. How did you find your way here, master? Were you worried about your disciple? After a prolonged struggle, Yan Qing ceased his resistance, burying his flushed face in the crook of Shun Ju's neck, countering with a question. What are you doing here? Shun Ju did not respond. Instead, he reached for Yan Qing's outer garment, deftly removing it, and then plucked the jade hairpin from his hair, allowing the inky strands to cascade down to his chest. Bathing in the spring. As Yan Qing clutched his inner garment, he involuntarily shivered, furrowing his brow. You are unwell. Why would you bathe in a cold spring? With one hand effortlessly securing both of Yan Qing's wrists, Shun Ju leisurely peeled away his inner garment, revealing a portion of his fair chest. If I am unwell, I am not alone in this. Master, you have joined me. The cold spring surged with a flurry of ripples as Yan Qing once more struggled. Pressing his hands against Shun Ju's chest, his face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. I did not come here to bathe. Why are you undressing me? The gentle sound of fabric-absorbing water continued to resonate behind them as Shun Ju grasped his shoulder blade firmly to prevent his escape. Since you have already entered the water and Master has just taken his medicine today, this is a perfect opportunity for me to help you clear your meridians, which will enhance the medication's efficacy. Yan Qing hesitated, raising his head in disbelief. Are you serious? Shun Ju's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon him, observing the faint flush on his cheeks, the telltale movement of his throat as he nervously swallowed, and the delicate contours of his collarbone. Shun Ju closed his eyes momentarily, his voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. When have I ever deceived you, Master? Doubt crept deeper into Yan Qing's heart as he insisted. You must let me go first. Shun Ju tightened his grip on Yan Qing's wrist, silently channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him. Instantly, a sharp, bone-deep pain coursed through Yan Qing's meridians, catching him off guard, and he couldn't help but stifle a groan. Shun Ju, ever perceptive, inquired. Does Master still wish for me to release you? Overwhelmed by the pain, Yan Qing found himself nearly collapsing against him, if not for Shun Ju's hold. He feared he would plunge headfirst into the water. Master's old injuries had accumulated for too long, causing severe blockages in his meridians. Once cleared, such agony would not arise again. Yan Qing remained silent, gripping Shun Ju's forearm with a hand that revealed prominent veins against his pale skin. He clenched his jaw. It could not suppress the low moans that escaped his lips, sounding quite distressing. Just as he was enduring this torment, a delicate, white wrist appeared before him, and Shun Ju's voice echoed in his ear, now distant, now near. If Master fears the pain, bite down on this. To fully clear the meridians, we must wait at least another quarter of an hour. Yan Qing forcefully pushed his hand away, managing to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. No need. As soon as he spoke, a jade hairpin, precisely the one he used to style his hair, suddenly came into view. Gritting his teeth, Yan Qing shakily reached for the pin, biting down on its end to stifle any further sounds, allowing Shun Ju's energy to flow through his governing meridian. This had been the very method he had painstakingly taught him. As the young man's deft fingers grazed the sensitive area of his waist, Yan Qing's body involuntarily reacted, and only when Shun Ju relinquished his hold did a soft voice, akin to a celestial being's descent, resonate in his ear. Master, it is done. Yan Qing felt as though he had been reborn, propping himself up with both hands against Shun Ju's chest, taking a moment to catch his breath, though his voice trembled. Let me recover slowly. Shun Ju's lips curled into a gentle smile. No worries, I shall carry you out. Ultimately, Shun Ju lifted Yan Qing effortlessly, leaving him devoid of any will to resist, feeling as if his entire being was numb from pain. Yet, the outcome was remarkably effective. Warmth quickly surged within his meridians, intertwining and gathering, while his spiritual energy began to automatically circulate to mend his injuries. For reasons unknown, Shun Ju did not utilize his spiritual power, instead carrying Yan Qing leisurely towards the bamboo cottage. Upon returning inside, Yan Qing struggled to descend, but Shun Ju carried him directly into the inner chamber and laid him upon the bed. Yan Qing slowly propped himself up. The pain had subsided, yet his limbs remained weak, lacking any strength. He rarely displayed such a fragile demeanor. Shun Ju stood by, admiring him for a moment, then unexpectedly extended a hand, gently pushing him back to recline on the couch. Yan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing? Shun Ju looked down at him from above, the hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced, accentuating a face that appeared almost translucent. It took considerable effort for me to help my master clear the meridians. Surely, I must collect some interest from my disciple. It was not until nightfall that Yan Qing lay on the bed, panting heavily, his body occasionally trembling like a doll that had been overly played with. The familiar sensation, the familiar experience. Yet again, it was a day spent battling demons within the sea of consciousness. Shun Ju held him tightly around the waist, burying his face in the crook of his neck, a look of satisfaction on his face. It's getting late. Should my master have something to eat? I shall prepare it. Yan Qing seemed still in a daze, taking a while to slowly shake his head. I'm not hungry. Shunju chuckled softly, seemingly recalling something, his tone low and husky. It appears my master has indulged too much. Finally regaining some composure, Yan Qing shot him an incredulous glance, his lips trembling, unable to articulate even a single word. What was this? Such brazen words. You. Shunju pecked at the corner of his mouth repeatedly, his tone ambiguous. Does my master wish to continue? Continue? What nonsense is that? Yan Qing pushed against his chest. Go and cook. Shunju raised an eyebrow. Didn't my master just say he wasn't hungry? Yan Qing gritted his teeth. Do you have a problem with that? Shunju reluctantly released him and rolled off the couch. I wouldn't dare. I shall go at once. After Shunju left, Yan Qing lay on the couch, contemplating life. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom when Shunju had begun to stray from the righteous path, wandering deeper into this treacherous territory without any hope of return. After much contemplation, he still found himself puzzled when a faint sound suddenly emanated from the window. Yan Qing looked up to see a paper crane fluttering in, having been blown open by the wind. The intricately folded paper crane flapped its wings, effortlessly gliding through the gap in the window until it reached his side. Chapter 28. The Darkening of the Disciples' Forced Affection. Gazing at the paper crane, Yan Qing's heart raced. He sat up, easily pinching the flying paper crane between his fingers. The crane, caught by its wings, obediently halted in midair. Yan Qing stared at it for a couple of seconds, holding his breath. This paper crane was a common means of communication among the disciples of the Qing sect. Typically, messages would be inscribed on the paper, infused with spiritual energy, and accompanied by a trace of the sender's essence before being folded into the shape of a crane to seek out the intended recipient. Due to the crane's lack of any living essence and its delicate size, it was often difficult to detect. Shunju had not yet noticed. Otherwise, his paper crane would not have made its way into his hands. Yan Qing glanced around but saw no sign of Shunju. Swiftly, he began to unfold the paper crane. Indeed, the small yellow talisman, no larger than half a palm, bore characters that could faintly be discerned as the handwriting of Yao Qing. Host, the male lead is about to enter. Yan Qing's hand trembled suddenly, and sparks ignited at his fingertips, reducing the palm-sized paper to ashes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the door creaked open. Master! Yan Qing's expression instantly transformed into a mask of tranquility as he sat upright on the bed, gazing at him. Disciple has prepared spirit fish. Master, do taste it and see if it suits your palate. Internally, Yan Qing was in a state of panic, yet his exterior remained as composed as ever, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You are thoughtful. Shunju appeared somewhat taken aback. Today, he had disregarded his master's wishes and acted impulsively, assuming Yan Qing would be displeased with him. To his surprise, they were conversing again so soon. Yan Qing had no time to contemplate the changes in his expression. In an instant, he forgot his own trembling legs and attempted to stride towards the outer room. However, as he stood, his legs unexpectedly buckled. Fortunately, Shunju was quick to react, catching him in his embrace. Flush crept across Yan Qing's cheeks once more, yet he feigned nonchalance and patted Shunju's shoulder. I am fine. Release me. I can walk on my own. Shunju hesitated momentarily, but obediently loosened his grip, casting a lingering gaze at Yan Qing's unsteady silhouette. An overwhelming sense of vulnerability surged within him, leaving everything feeling unreal. Despite Master being so near that he could reach out and touch him, there was an incessant fear of losing him. Master, please do not attempt to flee again. Remain by my side. Would it not be better for just the two of us? That night, as they prepared for sleep, Yan Qing felt a sense of trepidation and, for once, did not urge him to leave. Yet, he made no effort to retain him, silently rolling over to create space on the bed. Shunju's gaze deepened, but he said nothing, simply accommodating himself on the bed, accepting his master's unspoken invitation. Yan Qing thought, what nonsense! When did he ever extend an invitation? But considering that Shunju would soon depart again, He refrained from expressing his irritation and merely huffed in annoyance. "You are quite the smooth talker." Shinju held him firmly around the waist, nuzzling into the crook of his neck, almost greedily inhaling his scent. Disciple is only smooth-tongued with master. Yanqing felt increasingly anxious. To avoid revealing any abnormalities, he patted Shinju's back as one might comfort child. "Sleep now. You have been busy all day. This old bone of mine is nearly worn out from your antics." Shinju lifted his head, chuckling softly, his warm breath cascading over Yanqing's neck. "Master is not old at all. You're not old in the slightest. You and I are perfectly in sync." It took a while for Yanqing to fully grasp his words, and his face flushed anew. He cleared his throat to maintain the dignity of his position as master. "Go to sleep. There is no need for so much chatter." Shinju laughed again, his voice sounding deeper and more languid than usual, akin to a lure that itched at the heart. "As you command, master." The paper crane conveyed that Yao Qing and his companions would ascend the mountain in 3 days to rescue him. Aware that his cultivation had been sealed, they had advised him to find a discreet place to hide until they dealt with Shinju and could escort him away. Yet, their concerns were unfounded. Shinju had already freed him from his chains, restoring not only his cultivation but also ensuring that, by the 3rd day, his injuries would be completely healed. Despite the restoration of his powers, Yanqing remained uncertain about their strategy to confront Shinju. After all, the vivid memory of the recent confrontation at the Qing sect lingered. Shinju had single-handedly matched the top combatants of their sect, his strength proving to be unfathomable. Yanqing believed it best to avoid a direct confrontation with Shinju, opting instead for a feigned maneuver to create a distraction, allowing him to slip away amidst the chaos, thus ensuring a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he would feel equally pained regardless of which side suffered. Harboring a slight sense of guilt towards Shinju, Yanqing refrained from opposing him over the next 3 days, striving to comply with his requests as long as they were reasonable. The result, of course, was that he ended up with an increasingly clingy, humanoid canine companion. The 3 days passed swiftly, and soon, the day mentioned on the paper crane arrived. From the morning, Yanqing felt somewhat unsettled, attributing his disquiet to a restless night's sleep. Beside him, Shinju casually donned an outer garment, having just risen from bed, his dark hair tousled and attire disheveled, with his collar open, revealing a broad expanse of his fair chest. With one final meridian unblocking, today after visiting the cold spring, his master's old injuries would be entirely healed. Yanqing had already dressed himself, and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "There is no time to waste. We shall set off immediately." Shinju, reclining on the couch with one hand propping up his forehead, looked at him with a hint of amusement before softly chuckling, "Master, you usually require coaxing from your disciple to be so eager. What has inspired your enthusiasm today?" Yanqing's face flushed slightly. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and replied earnestly, "Do not speak nonsense. I've always been this proactive." Shinju rose languidly from the couch, loosely fastening his belt, and turned to Yanqing. "Let us go, master." The water in the cold spring behind the mountain was as chilling as ever, sending shivers down the spine, though Yanqing had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Nevertheless, after unblocking his meridians, he felt utterly drained, unable to muster any strength. And each time, Shinju carried him back to the bamboo dwelling. Today was no different. Yanqing lay limp in Shinju's embrace. But as they approached the bamboo house, an instinctive sense of unease washed over him. Shinju's expression also darkened suddenly, the pace of their arrival quickening. As the words left his lips, the illusory barrier before them transformed into myriad shimmering lights. Yanqing squinted to see, but before he could discern the figure, a furious shout erupted nearby. "What are you doing?" Standing 3 paces away, Yao Qing glared with gritted teeth, a tempest brewing in his gaze. Yanqing belatedly realized how compromising their embrace must appear, and after a brief moment of rigidity, he attempted to struggle, but Shinju's hold on him tightened further. There were so many people around. How could they disregard propriety and appear thus entwined? Yanqing took a deep breath and glanced over at the members of Qing's sect, each face displaying an aura of murderous intent, their spirit swords gleaming ominously. After a brief silence, he turned to look at Shunju, who was holding him tightly, his expression equally fierce, his gaze fixed on another group. Ignoring the hostility in their eyes, they exchanged glances as if admiring their beloved. Yan Qing trembled as he closed his eyes, an ill-timed melody echoing in his mind. He ought not to be here. He should be beneath the carriage, witnessing their sweetness. Yao Qing brandished his sword, its cold light piercing. "Release him, you treacherous scoundrel." Shunju let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip around Yan Qing's waist. "This is my master. Why should I let him go?" The others remained silent, their spirit swords thrusting forward. Forming a sword formation in midair, the clear sound of ringing blades resonating through the void. They clearly came prepared, a formidable presence surging toward the two. Shunju's brow furrowed. He drew his sword, shielding the person in his embrace with one hand while wielding the other to unleash a fierce sword aura. A fierce battle was imminent as both sides began to clash. Yan Qing, unable to contain himself, struggled anew in Shunju's grasp. Mustering his courage to speak, "Let me go first." Shunju cast a glance down at him, his dark eyes calm, yet imbued with a profound intensity. His voice held a hint of indifference. "Surely, my master wouldn't take this opportunity to flee with them?" Yan Qing felt a pang of guilt, unable to meet his gaze, and replied, "How could that be? I promised to stay by your side. I would never leave with them." No sooner had he spoken than a force swept him effortlessly into the room, a transparent barrier enveloping the dwelling above. "In that case, please wait inside for a moment, Master, while I deal with this detestable group and then prepare breakfast for you," Yan Qing thought, feeling anxious as he was confined within a room, his heart racing as he feared the situation would spiral out of control. The unremarkable wooden door would not yield, no matter how he pushed. Even when he employed his spiritual power, it remained unyielding. "Host, you might as well give up. There is a restriction on the door and a barrier outside. You cannot escape." Yan Qing broke into a cold sweat. "Cannot escape? How can I flee amidst the chaos?" The system replied innocently, "I have no idea either." Suddenly, Yan Qing's eyes lit up with realization, and he stared intently at the system. "What is the current blackening value?" The system hesitated momentarily. 40. Yan Qing retorted, "Don't assume I am unaware. Reducing the blackening value allows you to gain points. Quickly, grant me access so I can leave." The system replied forlornly, "I barely have enough points for a snack." Yan Qing reproached it sternly. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about snacks? How short-sighted. The organization is deeply disappointed in you." The system whimpered, "Please don't scold me. I understand my mistake. I will grant the host access right away." Yan Qing added, "And also the shielding items." The system grimly remarked, "Let me make it clear. The remaining points for unlocking permissions are only sufficient to provide a shield for a mere quarter of an hour. After that, I will be of no assistance." Yan Qing hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth, and replied, "Enough nonsense, just activate it." The system responded, "Ding. Permissions have been granted, and the shielding item is activated for a limited time of 15 minutes. Please, host, be mindful of your time." What could Yan Qing do upon exiting? He certainly would not be foolish enough to charge ahead in a battle. The lesson learned from his previous peak in darkening values was sufficient. There could not be a second time. The system, curious, inquired, "What will the host do?" Without responding, Yan Qing stealthily escaped through the back door, desperately transmitting secret messages to several senior brothers, advising them not to engage in direct confrontation, but rather to entangle Shunju for a while and find a way to retreat. He would return first. Once he received replies from his senior brothers, Yan Qing finally felt a sense of relief, quickly fleeing while responding to the system. "Enough chatter, of course, I'm running." On the other side, Yao Qing thrust his spiritual sword fiercely, unleashing a series of sharp sword lights. "I have not even engaged you, yet you dare to treat him this way?" Shunju narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly retorted, "What do you wish for? What we do has no relation to you." Others joined in, clamoring, "You disregard humanity. You defy the heavens. Today, we will cleanse the path for our junior brother." Shunju remained composed, a hint of disdain flickering in his expression. "Just you lot?" The group fell silent, their long swords gleaming as they unleashed a barrage of devastating spiritual energy. Shen Ju's complexion paled imperceptibly, blood draining from his lips, yet his face remained impassive as he sneered. If this is all the skill you possess, you should return to seclusion early. Out of respect for the master, I will not engage you today. Yao Qing seemed oblivious to the transmission, while the others, having received Yan Qing's message, had already begun to retract their offensive. Only he, growing increasingly fervent, as if blinded by fury, declared, "Enough with the trivialities. Today is either your death or mine." Shen Ju dismissed him, toying with him like a cat with a mouse, occasionally feigning an attack. However, in a brief moment, Shen Ju's expression shifted. He turned back to glance at the bamboo cottage behind him, and the spiritual energy surrounding him became restless. Yao Qing's face turned pale, his body swaying as he barely managed to steady himself with his sword, yet still foolishly provoked him. "What? Are you planning to flee now?" Shen Ju abruptly flicked his sleeve, unleashing a devastating surge of spiritual energy. He soared several miles away, his cold voice carried by the wind to the ears of the crowd. "Wait. If I cannot find a master, do not blame me for lacking compassion and turning against you." Although Yan Qing's spiritual energy was no longer as erratic as before, it was still limited. After flying for a short distance, he sensed his energy waning. Just as misfortunes tend to compound, when he slowed his pace, the system erupted in his mind with urgency. "Warning! Warning! The male lead is approaching this way. Please, host, respond with caution." Gritting his teeth, Yan Qing increased his speed once more, quickly depleting his spiritual energy, and his complexion rapidly paled. The situation showed no signs of improvement. Soon, the system's anxious alert tone rang out once more. "Warning! Warning! The host is now only 500 meters away from the male lead. He is closing in." Chapter 30. The darkened disciples' coerced love. Yan Qing's mind was already a muddled mess, blown about by the wind. Instinctively, he glanced back, but saw no familiar figure. Just as he pondered this, a light laugh floated to his ears. "Are you looking for me, master?" Yan Qing jolted, biting his lip in silence as he desperately sought to harness the residual spiritual energy within him and ran even harder. Yet, he could not shake off Shinju, who seemed to be toying with him, trailing closely behind but never too far away. Master truly is stubborn. Must you challenge your disciples' limits? With his spiritual energy utterly depleted, Yan Qing stopped, heart pounding as he turned to Shinju. "What do you intend to do?" Shinju's expression suddenly turned icy. Lowering his gaze, he spoke in a cold, detached tone. "That question should be posed to you, master. You promised to stay by my side. Yet you have fled not once, but multiple times, casting your disciple aside like a discarded shoe." Yan Qing interrupted him, his expression impassive. "Can you not discern what I wish to do?" As soon as the words left his lips, Shen Ju teleported to his side, his icy fingers gripping Yan Qing's chin as he ground out, "I cannot see that. Regardless, this is the final time. Previously, I was too lenient. I should have bound you with the soul-binding chain to prevent any unwarranted thoughts from arising." Yan Qing's pupils constricted momentarily. What on earth? He even possesses a soul-binding chain. The system, usually cautious, gasped in shock. The soul-binding chain? It can bind the host's soul. With this chain, even upon task completion, I would not be able to easily take the host away. Yan Qing's complexion paled further, disregarding the system's words as he looked up at Shenju, speaking each word deliberately. "Why must you do this? In my heart, you are merely my disciple, nothing more. No matter what you do, I will not." Shenju, already anticipating his response, interrupted with a twisted expression. "And what of it? As long as I love my master, that is sufficient." Yan Qing was left speechless, feeling as though his heart was about to seize, as if he were nearing a critical condition. What transpired next was entirely predictable. Yan Qing was once again forcibly taken into the inner chamber where the bronze mirror lay. The previous time, the mirror had not been utilized, but this time he would not disappoint his master. Yan Qing's entire being was tense. Even though he knew what was to come, he could not help but struggle at the last moment. "Please don't do this. I promise I will never run away again." Shen Ju scoffed. "You have uttered those words more than once. Yet what has been the result? How can you expect your disciple to believe you? As he spoke, he stepped closer, his demeanor increasingly aggressive. Master never learns to obey, but that is of no consequence. Your disciple has plenty of time and patience. We shall take our time, and one day you will learn. With that, his hand descended upon Yan Qing's shoulder blade, tugging gently, and Yan Qing's clothing tore apart into shreds. Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, the panic nearly spilling over, yet with no retreat left. He could only resign himself to acceptance. Shenju entwined his fingers with Yan Qing's, their hands locked together. Master, one must face punishment for their misdeeds. This punishment endured for a full 10 days and nights, not merely an ethereal mingling of souls within the sea of consciousness, but a genuine, visceral encounter. The system was confined to the dark room, yet the mechanical notifications persisted incessantly, the rising and falling of the darkening value fluctuating like a heartbeat on an electrocardiogram. Not to mention the physical tribulations. Initially, there were inconsolable sobs, but eventually he was rendered too exhausted to weep, with only the faint sound of furniture collapsing echoing in the silence. From the initial defiance to utter powerlessness, he ultimately became so fragile that even a mere touch sent tremors through him. By the conclusion of this ordeal, the surroundings were in disarray, and Yan Qing lay in a daze upon the couch, having awakened several times, only to find the torment still ongoing. 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4, 5 days passed, and when he finally awoke in earnest, it was the 11th day. Shenju carried the still, slumbering Yan Qing back to the adjacent purification chamber. Laying him upon the pristine couch, he grasped the pale ankle, his fingertips gently caressing it, his gaze shrouded in inscrutability. After a moment of silence, as if steeling himself for a decision, he retrieved a slender black chain from his spatial pouch. The material of the chain was indiscernible, yet its mere appearance was enough to instill fear. Without hesitation, he delicately fastened the chain around Yan Qing's solitary ankle. The cuff adjusted seamlessly to the perfect size as if measured with precision. Inside, a soft lining offered comfort, as if to protect its master from harm. The other end of the chain quietly vanished into the stone wall, composed of the sturdy Xiantian iron, formidable enough that even he could not break free, let alone Yan Qing. Having completed this act, he refrained from withdrawing his hand, instead continuing to caress Yan Qing's ankle. The bruises and bite marks remained, vibrant against his skin. The soul-locking chain, a legendary artifact found only in ancient texts, could not only bind one's body, but also their spirit. Shenju had fortuitously acquired it, far superior to the previous spirit-binding chain. Little did he anticipate that this powerful relic would be employed upon someone so dear to him. Master, do not blame me. You have forced my hand. Yan Qing's eyelids felt heavy, and although his consciousness flickered back, he could barely open his eyes, vaguely sensing the grip on his ankle. A troubling thought crossed his mind, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and he suppressed a few sobs, tears glistening at the corners of his crimson eyes, swollen as if resembling peaches. His once pale lips now appeared like ripe berries, swollen and glistening, rendering him all the more fragile. Shenju's gaze darkened, and he averted his eyes with a semblance of restraint. If the master is disobedient, then this is the only way to secure you. Chapter 31. The darkened disciple's compulsory love. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, when Yan Qing finally regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own chamber. He lay on the bed, feeling utterly lethargic, as if his body had been crushed repeatedly beneath a heavy weight. Every movement sent waves of soreness through his limbs, and his ears buzzed painfully. His bones felt as if they had dislocated, a dreadful sensation. Host, you have finally awakened. I have been confined in the dark room for a full 10 days and nights. Yan Qing's mind was sluggish, although his ears received the signal. His brain failed to process it, leaving him in a daze. He managed a weak response, a mere sound of acknowledgement. Supporting himself against the soft bedding, he exerted considerable effort to sit upright. However, as soon as he shifted his legs, a sharp, clear sound resonated. His mind momentarily blank. He hesitated for a moment before tremblingly lifting the covers to investigate. To his horror, he discovered a jet-black anklet clasped tightly around his ankle, its other end vanishing ominously into the wall. A thunderous wave of panic surged within him, leaving him dizzy. He incredulously inquired of the system, "What is this?" The system's mechanical voice, tinged with a hint of sympathy, replied, "Yes, indeed, it is exactly as you suspect. This is the infamous soul lock chain." Yan Qing's heart sank into despair, and with a soft thud, he collapsed back onto the bed. His reaction was so exaggerated that even the system felt compelled to intervene, attempting to console him. "Host, you must take this lightly. Although you have lost something, your corruption value has decreased. It now stands at a mere 20 points. If we can eliminate the remaining corruption value, the task will be complete." Yan Qing remained lifelessly sprawled on the bed. And then what? With the soul lock chain in place, even if the task is completed, can you truly take me away? The system hesitated for a long moment before finally responding. "I will do my utmost." What does "I will do my utmost" even mean? The system wiped away non-existent sweat, explaining, "As you know, the soul lock chain has the power to breach dimensional barriers, placing me at a disadvantage. Forget it, let it all end." Yan Qing resigned himself to despair, curling up in an attempt to shrink away from the world. However, at the slightest movement, an onslaught of pain shot through his body once more. The system interjected, "Would you like me to activate pain perception suppression? I have just enough points available." Yan Qing, activate it, activate it. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Once the pain suppression device was engaged, the overwhelming agony transformed into mere discomfort. Though still unpleasant, it was a significant improvement. Yan Qing finally exhaled in relief, slowly sitting up once more. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he stared at the soul lock chain for an extended period before finally succumbing to the urge to tug at it. The chain was sturdy, it appeared delicate, yet even with all his spiritual energy, it remained unmoved, instead constricting painfully around his hand. He abandoned all hope, leaning back against the bed, his inner garments hanging loosely. His exposed skin bore crimson marks, while his hands and ankles were not spared either, particularly his neck, which was a battlefield of overlapping dark bruises. When Shunju entered the room, this was the scene that greeted him. He unconsciously slowed his pace, silently approaching the bed. Yan Qing had noticed him the moment he opened the door, but chose to ignore him, merely lowering his head, lost in thought as he gazed at the chain encircling his ankle. "Master." Yan Qing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, remaining motionless like a beautifully carved wooden figure. The edge of the bed slightly sank under his weight as a large hand, with distinct knuckles, covered the hand he had resting beside him. "Has Master truly resolved to disregard me from now on?" After a prolonged silence, there was still no response. Shunju maintained his usual demeanor, though a hint of darkness flickered in his eyes. His fingers slowly traced up Yan Qing's wrist, his fingertips grazing over the ambiguous red marks, his tone light. "It matters not if Master does not wish to speak." After all, Yan Qing lifted his gaze to glance at him, his voice softly interrupting. "You have obtained what you desired. When will you release me?" The facade Shunju had meticulously constructed finally crumbled. His grip on Yan Qing's arm tightened suddenly, emotions swirling darkly within his gaze. "Leave? Where does Master wish to go?" Yan Qing appeared indifferent, adopting a nonchalant attitude, boldly declaring, "Anywhere is fine, as long as it is not by your side." Shunju continued to stare at him unwaveringly, his expression unchanged, yet his tone slowed. "This time, I fear I must disappoint Master. As long as I am alive, I shall never let go of Master. If you truly wish to leave, then find a way to kill your disciple. Otherwise," he enunciated each word with clarity, "we shall remain in a state of perpetual struggle." Yan Qing let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze upon him. "Even if you confine me for a lifetime, I shall never forsake worldly morals to develop feelings for you." A fleeting flicker of pain crossed Shunju's eyes, quickly dissipating, yet he stubbornly held onto Yan Qing's hand, his voice almost hoarse. "That is inconsequential. As long as I cherish Master, that is enough." Yan Qing gritted his teeth. "You insufferable wretch. I am a man just like you. How can you?" Shunju interjected. "What of being a man? What I love is Master himself. Unrelated to gender or anything else. Moreover, no one understands whether Master is a man better than I do. Yan Qing fell utterly silent, propping his forehead up, feigning a look of impending death. Get out. I have no disciple like you. Do not call me Master from now on. Shenju's expression remained unchanged. Yet he complied, rising obediently. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Master. If you are weary, please rest. I shall return to visit you later. Finally managing to send him away, Yan Qing exhaled deeply, lying back on the bed in search of a solution. Seeking death was certainly not an option. Having been thoroughly consumed, to seek death now would be a futile endeavor, and he was not one to engage in a losing bargain. Furthermore, with the soul-locking chain in place, he suspected he could not truly die. It was likely his body could perish, but his soul would remain. Nothing more than a change of vessel for Shenju. Why then should he inflict suffering upon himself? The most pressing matter now was to eliminate the remaining corruption points, and then devise a means to escape this world. After pondering for quite some time, with no clarity, he began to grind his teeth, calling out to the system. System, come forth. The system cautiously poked its head out. I'm here, I'm here. Yan Qing replied. Speak up, what shall we do next? The system, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely perplexed, responded, of course, we must continue to eliminate the corruption value. Yan Qing ground his teeth in frustration. What comes after the corruption value is eliminated. I cannot remain in this world indefinitely. 10 days and nights. He will certainly not forget that. With Shenju, an incessant beast, even with a pain suppression device, it is only a matter of time before my body seeks to escape. Chapter 32. The corrupted disciples' compulsory love the system diverted the conversation. What did you say, host? Do you wish to stay in this world forever? I'm not sure about that. I will request approval from the superior system. Yan Qing felt increasingly uneasy, interrupting its ramblings. Hey, where are you going? But it was too late. Its words vanished into the void, and the system was nowhere to be found. Yan Qing sighed. Forget it. Let us just destroy everything. With the system absent, he found himself without anyone to confide in. But fortunately, Shenju had not appeared before him recently, only sending a puppet to deliver meals. According to him, this step could be bypassed entirely, for the soul-locking chain did not restrain his spiritual energy. With his cultivation, he had long since entered a state of fasting, rendering food unnecessary. Yet, the chain was a source of indignity. He was a living being, not some mere object. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, and he began tugging at the chain around his ankle, producing a cacophony of clinks, yet remained unyielding. Just as the noise echoed, a creak sounded from the door. Yan Qing paid it no mind, assuming it was the puppet, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shenju who had approached. What brings you here? I distinctly remember saying I did not wish to see you again. Shenju stood quietly at the bedside, his eyelashes lowered, his voice airy. But I wish to see my master. Yan Qing merely scoffed, offering no response. Shenju stepped closer, finally kneeling at the edge of the bed, asking earnestly, I only desire for my master to remain by my side forever, as in the past. But why does my master always wish to flee? Isn't it clear? Everything that should and shouldn't be done has been done. Look for yourself. Does this resemble the past in any way? Besides, he is not an object. How could he remain by your side eternally? The more Yan Qing contemplated, the more his indignation swelled, and he uttered coldly, You are deluded. Shenju reached out, gripping his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. How can this be mere delusion? Dreams cannot be seen or touched, yet my master stands here before me in reality. Moreover, even dreams eventually find a way to materialize. Master, since you have chosen to return to my side, do not ever think of leaving again. The grip on his chin tightened, and Yan Qing felt as though his bones might shatter under the pressure. Yet the crimson hue in his eyes only intensified, nearly engulfing his pupils, rendering his state visibly alarming. Yan Qing's heart tightened, and he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Shenju, you have lost your mind. Shenju was momentarily taken aback, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually receding, and he at last began to regain his composure. With a delayed realization, he released the grip he had on Yan Qing's chin, yet the pale skin bore the vivid imprints of his fingers. "Master," Qing murmured, tenderly rubbing his still aching jaw, cautiously shifting to the side of the bed until he was assured of his safety, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. Shunju's eyes flickered with traces of pain and helplessness as he stood there for what felt like an eternity before finally mustering the resolve to turn away. "Master, please rest well. I shall return to visit you another day." His presence was as fleeting as a gust of wind, leaving Qing alone, bewildered amidst the chaos. Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of something profoundly wrong, as Shunju's earlier demeanor hinted at the insidious encroachment of a dark force within him. It was perplexing. After all, Shunju was the male protagonist of this small world, and the notion of him succumbing to such darkness was utterly confounding. What kind of inner turmoil could possibly afflict a character who seemingly had everything? Of course, it is the host's own inner turmoil. The system had returned unbeknownst to him, interjecting bluntly upon catching his thoughts. Qing scoffed coldly, his expression darkening with menace. "Oh, so you have finally decided to show yourself?" The system, feeling somewhat guilty, refrained from responding directly, but continued with the topic at hand. "You are correct. The male protagonist is indeed plagued by inner demons, and those demons are you." Qing's pupils widened in shock. "Why?" The system explained. "Do you not remember? In your valiant attempt to shield the male protagonist from harm, you met a tragic end before his very eyes. From that moment, he has been haunted by these inner demons." Qing retorted, "He seemed fine before." The system clarified, "The inner demons have always lurked, surfacing intermittently. You have witnessed the changes in his eyes more than once. He simply managed to control them until now." Qing blinked slowly, pondering why he could no longer maintain that control. The system sighed, relaying the information it had gathered from higher authorities. "This is precisely what I wanted to convey. The male protagonist sustained internal injuries while attempting to retrieve you, and he has neglected his recovery, disregarding his health entirely. The spiritual elixir you consumed recently was concocted from his heart's blood, compounding his old wounds with new ones. Coupled with the host's stimuli, it is no wonder he can no longer suppress his inner demons." It took Qing a while to grasp the system's implications, leaving him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. How had such a formidable protagonist in the realm of cultivation reduced himself to this pitiable state? Did that mean he would need to assist him in overcoming these demons? The system, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "Indeed, for inner demons can lead to death. Should the male protagonist perish, our mission would remain eternally unfulfilled." Qing inquired, "What should I do next?" The system awkwardly rubbed its hands together, chuckling nervously. According to the main system's advice, it would be best for the host to fulfill the male protagonist's every desire moving forward. Qing maintained a stoic expression. "Clarify your words." The system ceased its playful demeanor, hesitantly articulating. "In simple terms, moving forward, the host should not refuse any of the male protagonist's wishes." Chapter 33. The Darkened Disciple's Compulsory Affection. Qing gasped sharply, his mind momentarily adrift as he inquired, "So if he longs for me, must I submissively lie down and let him have his way?" The system appeared taken aback by his candidness, exclaiming softly before hesitantly responding, "Theoretically, yes. After all, one misplaced word or gesture could provoke him. We should strive to avoid such risks and prevent any unforeseen incidents with the task subject." Qing replied, "I understand." As his words faded, he suddenly collapsed, staring vacantly at the tent's ceiling, his thoughts swirling like a stampede of wild horses. He reflected in a daze that he was the one ensnared by the sun. Was he not? Surely, he had not misremembered. Every twinge of pain in his body served as a reminder. Yet, in the end, he was expected to comfort him, all due to this ludicrous task. Was his face inscribed with the words "easy to bully"? The system continued its attempts at consolation. "Dear host, do not be overly pessimistic. Some things become habitual with time. There's a saying, isn't there? If he cannot fight back, then lie back and enjoy. After all, he is the male lead. And with the male lead principle in play, we are not at a disadvantage." Qing felt a surge of exasperation. Could one truly grow accustomed to such a fate? Moreover, With Shunju's remarkable talents and vast resources, he had nearly met his end on the bed once. How could he survive another encounter? The system nearly patted its metaphorical chest in assurance. Fear not, host. I shall vow to protect you with unwavering dedication. Qing yearned to erupt, to roar, questioning the value of such protection from a mere machine that only hindered him. Nevertheless, he found himself lying serenely on the couch, not a sound escaping his lips, as tranquil as a corpse. Seeing Qing's mournful demeanor, the system could not bear it any longer and, struck with inspiration, said, "Do not dwell in despair, dear host. I bring tidings of good news." Qing's interest peaked slightly as he jangled the sound-making object at his feet and asked, "Have you devised a solution for this soul-binding chain?" The system chuckled joyfully. "Indeed, the main system has granted us advanced privileges. Once the task concludes, I can disregard any binding artifacts and whisk you away directly." As the words fell, it added, "However, this opportunity is singular. Should we fail once, there shall be no second chance." Qing remained unconvinced. Once the task was complete, he would exit this world without delay, rendering a second chance unnecessary. "What is the current level of the darkened value?" The system glanced and replied, "It remains at 20. The data has not fluctuated in recent days." Qing lapsed into silence for a moment, then curiously asked, "Once the darkened value reaches 0, will it rise again?" The system responded confidently, "How could that be? Once the darkened value returns to 0, the task of eliminating it is complete. Even if it were to rise again, it would no longer concern us." Qing harbored doubts. "Are you certain? Did they not return precisely because the male lead's darkened value had soared?" The system, however, remained steadfast in its assurance. "Rest easy, host. It will absolutely not recur." After years of service, such an unusual situation had never occurred. How could all misfortunes befall them? Qing finally felt a sense of relief and inquired further, "What is Shunju currently doing?" The system replied, "He is in seclusion, suppressing his inner demons. Wait, he's coming out, and he's heading straight for us." In that moment, Qing was momentarily taken aback. Why such excitement over his arrival? The system continued to exclaim, "His current state is quite unsettling. Host, you must find a place to hide." Qing responded in disbelief. "What a ridiculous joke. With such a conspicuous chain dragging at his feet, where can I possibly hide?" The system shrieked again, "He is coming, he is coming." "Where to hide?" "Under the bed." "Host, quickly hide under the bed. He is about to kill." Confused and bewildered, Qing rolled off the bed and beneath it. The next moment, the wooden door outside burst open with a tremendous crash. The commotion was so great that Qing belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. All was cloaked in darkness, and with the loss of sight, his hearing became acutely sensitive. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, unhurried yet deliberate, echoing in his ears. Qing silently shifted his body, turning to face outward, where a faint glimmer of light finally emerged. Simultaneously, a corner of darkly embroidered fabric came into view. Shunju was standing right before the bed. Realizing this, a chill ran down Qing's spine, and the tension in his mind instinctively tightened. What was he doing? Acting so strangely, not uttering a word, as if engaging in a game of hide and seek? Time passed, and at last, the footsteps resumed, the dark fabric drifting away. Qing unconsciously exhaled in relief, moving his nearly stiff body beneath the bed. Once the footsteps faded entirely, he assumed the little madman had left, and thus changed to a more dignified posture as he crawled out from under the bed. Just as he peeked out, the system shrieked once more, "Host, he hasn't left yet. Don't come out." It was too late. Qing found himself gazing at Shunju, who stood before the door against the light, his dark red eyes fixated on him, igniting an instinctual desire to flee. It was uncertain how long Shunju had stood there, unblinking, waiting for him to emerge. Shunju tilted his head slightly, smiling gently. "Master, why do you hide upon seeing me?" Having been discovered, further concealment seemed futile. Qing quietly crawled out from beneath the bed, dusting off his clothes, and earnestly asked, "What brings you to find me?" Shunju smiled again, his tall and slender figure approaching him step by step against the light. "What do you think, master? Yan Qing's mind raced, cautiously retreating while weighing his words. Is there a reward for guessing correctly? Shenju had reached him, standing close, and spoke softly. What kind of reward does Master desire? After a brief moment of silence, an idea struck Yan Qing as he tentatively raised his bare foot and suggested, "Could you please unlock the chain for me?" Shenju's gaze slowly descended, and with a sigh, he replied, "Why must you bring up this chain, Master? I am unable to unlock it." Yan Qing discreetly took a step back, his tone laced with suspicion. "Is it truly impossible for you to unlock your own possessions?" Shenju merely curled his lips, raising a hand to caress Yan Qing's cheek, his voice dripping with feigned pity. "If it cannot be unlocked, what will happen if Master escapes once it is freed?" It was not easy to capture him. His deep crimson eyes fixated on Yan Qing, revealing an unsettling intensity that even the dimmest of minds could perceive. A shiver ran down Yan Qing's spine, prompting him to instinctively evade Shenju's touch and retreat further, only to find himself cornered, his knees pressed against the edge of the bed. The sudden appearance of the bed did not bode well. Chapter 34. The darkened disciple's compulsory affection. He swallowed hard, a flicker of wariness igniting in his gaze. The recovery of his waist and legs, after several days of rest, could not be squandered so easily. Taking a moment to choose his words carefully, Yan Qing spoke as gently as possible. "If you are encountering difficulties in your cultivation, you may express your concerns. I am here to assist." Yet, Shenju merely stared at him in silence, his lips sealed. Instantly, a warning bell rang in Yan Qing's mind. Shenju's demeanor was evidently askew. Yan Qing's lips parted, ready to articulate further, when suddenly the chain at his ankle constricted sharply, lifting one leg into the air. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward, only to be caught in Shenju's embrace. Shenju held him carefully, closing his eyes in a struggle to hide the crimson hue spreading within his gaze. "Master, I miss you so dearly. But why must you always leave me? I have eradicated the malevolent creature that once cost you your life. No one can harm you now. Would it not be better to remain by my side forever?" Yan Qing blinked slowly in his arms. "Did I not already promise to stay with you?" Shenju tightened his hold, as if attempting to meld Yan Qing into his very being. "Not enough, Master. It is never enough. Not enough. What do you mean? You have what you desire, do you not? What more could you wish for?" Shenju's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yan Qing's delicate neck, his fingers resting upon it involuntarily. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to eliminate the one before him. Only then would Yan Qing be bound to him forever, unable to leave his side. Yan Qing felt the weight of Shenju's hand on his neck, and a chill swept over him. Surely, he did not intend to strangle him? Shenju? Shenju abruptly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, clarity returned. "Master, I am here." Yan Qing swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, "Could you perhaps remove your hand? It feels a bit cold." Shenju inhaled deeply, his palm sliding from Yan Qing's neck to his back, then resting at his waist. "Cold? Not at all. I shall warm you, Master." The warmth of his breath brushed against Yan Qing's sensitive ear and neck, and he quickly realized what manner of warmth Shenju intended. In truth, it was not so cold. "Wait, do not move." Shenju's voice bore a hint of grievance. "It's so difficult to attend to you, Master, with the constant shifts between warmth and chill." Yan Qing unconsciously ground his teeth, thinking that if it was too difficult to serve, then perhaps he should not serve at all. Shenju rested his head on Yan Qing's shoulder, refusing to budge, insisting on staying with his master. Yan Qing felt like crying without tears. Hadn't they already been together? What more did he want? Shenju's gaze flickered, unwavering as he looked at him. "Will you always stay by my side, Master?" Just as Yan Qing was about to respond, he suddenly faltered. After everything they had been through, the word forever had taken on a psychological weight that made him hesitant to offer any promises. Shenju pressed again. "Will you always stay by my side, Master?" Yan Qing, desperate to navigate through this moment, gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Yes, I will always stay by your side." Shenju's face brightened, and he effortlessly lifted Yan Qing, carrying him toward the bed while nodding obediently. "I believe in you, Master." Yan Qing felt the world spin around him for a moment before he was tossed onto the couch. He worried about Shenju's state and quickly sat up, only to see Shanju removing his clothes, now left with only a loose undergarment. Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Shanju looked at him intently, and, after a moment, smiled, "Since you have promised to always be by my side. You are mine. I merely wish to feel your presence." "Feel what presence?" "Wait, how does one feel presence?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Shanju kissed him without regard for anything else. Yan Qing had no time to struggle and nowhere to hide, forced to submit as Shanju held his chin and deepened the kiss. It was not a gentle kiss. Soon, Yan Qing felt a dull ache on his lips. Realizing he had likely been bitten, he momentarily lost focus, inadvertently loosening his jaw, only to be bitten again on the tongue, the taste of iron flooding their mouths. Fortunately, he did not feel pain. His master's muffled voice escaped from his lips, and as Shanju held him tightly, Yan Qing felt nearly suffocated. As his brain began to starve for oxygen, he became disoriented. When he finally regained his senses, he felt a chill at his waist. Realizing his belt had been yanked open, just as he gained a fleeting moment of freedom, he was immediately silenced again. In the next instant, he felt a cool breeze against his chest. His garment had been opened wide, causing him to shudder involuntarily, yet he could not push Shanju away, who weighed down on him like a mountain. In a moment of realization, Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, and he began to struggle violently. But it was all in vain, only producing the sound of chains clinking amidst their heated breaths. The echoes resonated distinctly in his ears. Yan Qing's hands flailed aimlessly, finally grasping the floating bed curtains, his fingers turning white from the exertion, his voice fragmented and incoherent. Ultimately, Yan Qing succumbed to the torment and lost consciousness. Before blacking out, he stared helplessly at the swirling curtains above, feeling a sense of despair welling up inside him. Must a male lead be so powerful? He unexpectedly fainted once again. Chapter 35. The Darkened Disciple's Compulsory Love. In the dimly lit chamber, the soft sunlight filtered through the window curtains, illuminating the room. Amidst the disheveled bedding, Yan Qing lay on the pillow, his eyelids swollen and his eyes rimmed with crimson, while the exposed portion of his back bore distinct patches of red marks. It was the prickling itch on his face that roused him from slumber after some struggle. He sluggishly opened his eyes to find that day had already broken. A glance to the side revealed Shanju lying beside him, seemingly awake all night. Gazing intently at him, he wanted to speak, but his throat was parched, producing only indistinct sounds. Shanju looked down at him, occasionally lowering his head to kiss his fingertips with an indescribable gentleness. His gaze was soft, and his voice, imbued with sweetness, inquired, "Master, you are awake?" Yet, Yan Qing paid little heed to his actions. His half-open, damp eyes first sought Shanju's. The originally dark red irises had reverted to black, and the restless emotions had dissipated. Clearing his throat, he ventured, "How do you feel?" Shanju planted another kiss on him, his eyes and brows radiating satisfaction. His tone light, yet laced with intriguing connotations. "I feel well." "Have you rested enough, master?" Yan Qing refrained from responding, acutely aware that this was a perilous question. He endeavored to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Do you remember what happened before?" Shanju paused momentarily, a hint of curiosity flickering in his raised brow. "What should I remember?" Anxiety gnawed at Yan Qing's heart. Did this imply he did not recall? Shanju continued, "I only remember that I encountered some troubles in my cultivation. Emerged from seclusion to seek you, and then you embraced me. I couldn't resist, so—" Yan Qing was abruptly choked by his own saliva. Rendered speechless for a moment, his face flushing deeper. This was indeed a recollection. It was far better than complete amnesia. Supporting his weary waist with one hand, he sat upright, leaning against the headboard, and regarded Shanju with a serious expression. "Do you know what troubles you have encountered in your cultivation?" Shanju placed his hand on Yan Qing's waist, alleviating the strain. His voice lowered. "I know, it is merely the intrusion of inner demons." Yan Qing could no longer remain composed, his voice rising in pitch. "The intrusion of inner demons is merely that. Do you not value your own life?" Shanju maintained a gentle pressure on his waist, his long eyelashes softly drooping, In any case, Master does not care for me. You would rather I perished so that you could be free of me. Why concern yourself with me now? Yan Qing, frustrated by Shen Zhu's retort, nearly lost his breath. When have I not cared for you? Shen Zhu lifted his gaze to meet his beautiful lips parting and closing. A series of assertions emerged from his lips. If my master truly cared for me, why would he constantly contemplate escape, even going so far as to ally with outsiders against me? Furthermore, my master has indeed orchestrated these events that have transpired. Yan Qingyue's heart grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, and he could no longer refrain from interjecting. My departure does not preclude my concern for you. Just because I am not by your side, does it mean I cannot care for you? Shen Zhu remained silent, merely gazing at him with eyes as dark and glistening as the night sky. Under the weight of that gaze, Yan Qing felt himself capitulate after only 2 seconds. He averted his eyes and, in a tone of reluctant concession, stated, I promise, unless you cast me away, I shall not leave you again. After all, virtue is already lost, whether once or many times. It bears little distinction. It would be wiser to remain here and exhaust the darkness within me, allowing for an earlier escape. Shen Zhu's grip inadvertently tightened, catching Yan Qing off guard, eliciting a soft gasp from him. Realizing his oversight, Shen Zhu immediately eased his hold, gently kneading twice as a form of reassurance. His eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, as if inquiring whether his master meant that he would never part from his disciple again. Without a hint of hesitation, Yan Qing nodded affirmatively. Shen Zhu felt a surge of joy, yet strangely, there was no response from his system, which implied that the darkness within him remained unchanged. This was indeed perplexing. Based on past experiences, such a situation would typically yield a decrease in darkness, yet remain stagnant. Thoughts swirled in Yan Qing's mind, but he maintained a calm facade. Probing, do you doubt your master? Shen Zhu smiled slightly. How could that be? Naturally, I trust my master. Oddly enough, this smile evoked memories for Yan Qing of the grin Shen Zhu had worn upon emerging from beneath the bed the previous day. However, he could not articulate this realization, and thus reiterated earnestly, I truly mean it. Even if you were to send me away, I would not leave. I will remain by your side forever. Shen Zhu paused his ministrations on Yan Qing's waist for a moment, his eyelashes lowering as he spoke with a tone that was difficult to decipher. Can my master truly fulfill his promise? Yan Qing replied confidently, Of course. My master stands by his word and shall prove it to you in due time. Shen Zhu fell silent again, yet his hand, which had rested at Yan Qing's waist, began to wander downward. Alarmed, Yan Qing was about to protest, but Shen Zhu anticipated his reaction, continuing his actions while feigning vulnerability. Did my master not promise to willingly stay by my side, or is this yet another deception? Yan Qing, feeling his resolve weaken under Shen Zhu's advances, grasped the nearby curtains tightly to maintain his posture. He inhaled deeply, managing to whisper, You have already gone a night without sleep. Do you not feel weary? Shen Zhu's lashes lowered. Yet a pitiable expression crossed his face. My master has finally agreed to stay by my side, yet I cannot shake the feeling that it is too surreal, fearing it may merely be a dream. When I awaken, my master may once again distance himself from me. Yan Qing's hand, gripping the curtain, began to reveal faint veins beneath the surface, and he let out a soft groan, struggling to articulate. What is it that you truly desire? His lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, only to vanish almost immediately. His expression remained one of innocent vulnerability. I merely wished to genuinely feel the presence of my master, to merge into one with him and never part again. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 36. The corrupted disciple's forced affection. Yan Qing's ears suddenly burned with embarrassment, nearly pushed to the brink by his actions. Let go of me. Shen Zhu lifted his gaze, quietly observing him. What is the matter? Is master unwell? Yan Qing opened his mouth to protest, yet Shen Zhu anticipated his response, leaning down to seal his lips with a deep kiss. Muffled sounds escaped from the corners of their mouths. Master often speaks contrary to his heart. Perhaps it would be best if you remain silent. Rest assured, I will ensure Master feels utterly at ease. Moments later, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Corruption value decreased by 3. Current corruption value is 17. The task has entered its final phase. Please continue your efforts, host. Yan Qing, half-heartedly yielding, engaged with him on the bed for 2 additional days, ultimately unable to withstand the strain on his back and rolling off the bed. I can't do this anymore. My back is going to break. Shenju leisurely tugged on the chain, pulling him back. Master, it's still early. Night has just fallen. With tears of frustration brimming in his eyes, Yan Qing persisted in crawling toward the edge of the bed. Indeed, it was still early, considering it was already the second night. Once Shenju finally calmed down, the corruption value had dwindled to a mere 15 points. Yan Qing sat upright on the bed, gesturing toward the item on his ankle, negotiating in a cordial tone. I've promised not to leave you again. Surely this can be removed as well? This time, Shenju did not linger on words, promptly removing the chain, leaving only an anklet clasped around his ankle. Before Yan Qing could voice his displeasure, Shenju preemptively explained, this anklet does not restrain you, nor does it bind your spiritual energy. Additionally, it contains a fragment of my soul. Should I be away, this anklet will allow me to sense any danger you encounter. With a skeptical nod, Yan Qing remained silent. The system's voice quietly emerged from the system's space. TCH, host. Do not heed his fabrications. While the anklet possesses those functions, it is still a soul-binding chain, merely transformed in appearance, with the added tracking feature. Anticipating this revelation, Yan Qing was not overly surprised, yet he couldn't help but express his frustration. The decline of the corruption value is slowing down, even through dual cultivation. It only diminishes by 1 or 2 points at most. When will it finally reach 0? The system, clearly vexed, replied, we have exhausted all conventional methods. It seems we must resort to a more drastic measure. Yan Qing inquired, what drastic measure? The system feigned innocence. I have yet to devise one. Yan Qing retorted, useless. Emerging from the system space, he focused intently on Shenju, devising a strategy to eliminate the final corruption points. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something and asked abruptly, have her injuries healed? Shenju's eyelashes fluttered as he looked up at him. How did Master know I was injured? Yan Qing, nonsense. If you were not injured, how could the heart demon have an opportunity to take hold? You have been reckless these past few days. Has your injury worsened? Those injuries are of little consequence to Shenju. Yet since his master is genuinely concerned for him, he naturally wishes to secure some advantage for himself. Nodding in feigned weakness and stating, my injuries have indeed worsened. Yan Qing, propping his chin in thought, frowned slightly. This presents quite a dilemma. Speak freely. Is there any way I can assist you? Shenju slowly nodded. There is. Noticing that he remained silent for an extended moment, Yan Qing grew increasingly anxious. If there is, then say so. If not, then say nothing. Shenju cast him a glance, and then produced several volumes of scriptures. These were texts they had practiced together. If they could follow the methods outlined within, it was likely that his disciple's injuries would soon be healed. Yan Qing's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Yet he still accepted the scriptures. Preparing himself mentally, he casually selected one and opened it, only to quickly avert his gaze, as if he had been burned. The book felt like a scalding potato in his hands. Neither could he cast it away, nor could he hold on to it. Was this truly a legitimate scripture? Whose cultivation texts were so extravagant and uninhibited? And what was this nonsense about practicing together? Was it not merely a euphemism for dual cultivation? He decisively tossed the remaining volumes into Shenju's arms, exclaiming, no, these scriptures are not suitable for us. Shenju, looking utterly dejected, replied, I understand. Master does not wish to practice with me. With that, he gloomily gathered the texts and slowly made his way toward the door. In a mental struggle, Yan Qing ultimately gritted his teeth and called out, stop. Shenju obediently halted and turned to look at him. Has Master changed his mind? Yan Qing remained silent on that matter, simply stating, you are still injured. Where do you think you are going? Come back. Shenju returned, clutching the scriptures eagerly. Master Yan Qing, attempting to cover his intentions, lightly cleared his throat twice. Healing does not rely solely on one method. Come sit. I shall channel my energy to heal your wounds. Shenju's brows twitched slightly, yet he refrained from further commentary, simply saying, "Thank you, Master." As Yan Qing guided his spiritual energy through Shenju's meridians, he began to perspire lightly on his forehead. Shenju immediately remarked, "My injuries are not severe. Master should not overexert himself." Yan Qing indeed felt fatigued and chose not to push further, waving his hand. "Come back tomorrow." Shenju nodded and sat at the edge of the bed, casually picking up a volume to read. Yan Qing's eyelids twitched again as he rolled over in bed, wishing to avoid seeing. Unexpectedly, after flipping a few pages, Shenju paused, his brows furrowing slightly, and then fixed his gaze upon him. "Master, there is something I do not understand. Might you enlighten your disciple?" Despite his reluctance, Yan Qing found himself compelled by the situation and rolled over to him. Upon catching a glimpse, his entire face flushed with embarrassment. The entire page contained no words, merely intricate analyses of various difficult poses. "What is it that you find unclear?" Shenju maintained a natural expression, gesturing towards a small illustration. "Disciple wishes to understand how they perform such actions. Every time we were together, before I even began, Master would already exclaim in pain." Yan Qing replied, "Young one, refrain from indulging your curiosity in matters that do not concern you. Beware of the consequences." Yan Qing suppressed the flush on his face, striving to remain calm as he continued, "I, too, am not well versed in this domain. Heed my words and refrain from further inquiries." Shenju set down the book in his hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "If even Master is not knowledgeable, then we must explore this together, for learning knows no bounds. Is that not so?" After several days of discussing the secret manual with Shenju, the corruption value finally decreased from 15 to 5. Yan Qing nearly celebrated with champagne, eager to relieve his aching back. Yet, the remaining 5 points of corruption proved resistant to all his attempts at resolution. Frustration gnawed at him. Why had the corruption value stagnated? "System, you have done remarkably well, host. Only 5 points remain." Yan Qing retorted, "Remarkable? We are so close to completion. Why not just eliminate the last point?" The system blinked innocently. "Perhaps you could spend a few more days discussing the manual with the male lead?" Yan Qing snapped silence. The system, relishing the situation, replied, "It's no trouble at all. If necessary, we can linger in this world a bit longer." Yan Qing grew increasingly irritable. "Do you believe I might resign?" The system, enjoying the spectacle, realized it must not truly provoke the host, lest they both face dire consequences. It consoled him, "Do not fret. The stagnation of the corruption value is likely due to the male lead having unfulfilled wishes and regrets. Why not inquire about his desires and address them all at once?" Yan Qing's expression remained stoic. "What if his wish is for me to stay with him forever?" The system faltered, hesitating before muttering, "Then perhaps we shall linger in this world for a few more days?" Yan Qing let out a short laugh, almost deranged. "A few days? Is this matter so easily resolved? One misstep could lead to centuries." The system transformed into a spiritual guide. "In truth, it is not so daunting. You must learn to relax. We are wealthy and powerful, with a male lead as our protector. In this world, we can navigate with ease. Consider it a vacation, a chance to unwind." Yan Qing remained expressionless. The system continued, "We have yet to reach that point. Do not be so pessimistic. First, investigate his desires." Finally, Yan Qing responded, "Where is Shenju now?" System, in the small kitchen, preparing a meal. Wait. Host, I believe I have stumbled upon something significant." Yan Qing halted. "What is it?" System, "Do you recall what day it is today?" Yan Qing paused, momentarily bewildered. "What day?" The system was anxious. "How could you forget? Today is the male lead's birthday. This is a splendid opportunity. If utilized wisely, perhaps the progress of the strategy could be significantly advanced." Yan Qing's mind immediately shifted gears, and he hastened to push open the door and entered the small kitchen. Upon seeing him, Shenju smiled. "Master, what brings you here? Are you hungry?" Yan Qing remained silent, fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Shenju, taken aback by his gaze, quickly resumed his smile. It will be ready soon. Master, please step outside. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and it wouldn't be pleasant for you. Qing nodded, but did not move, instead stating, you go outside. Shenju appeared stunned, unable to respond for a moment. Master? Qing approached him, gently pushing him out. You go first. Today, I will cook. Shenju seemed to recall something. His eyes sparkling with excitement. His lips moved, but no words came forth, and he obediently exited the kitchen. The moment he stepped out, a system notification chimed. Ding. The corruption value has decreased by 1. Current corruption value is 4. Host, please continue your efforts. Victory is within reach. Qing was instantly invigorated, rolling up his sleeves, ready to embark on his culinary endeavor. What is the host preparing to do? The system inquired. Without hesitation, Qing replied, for a birthday, noodles are the most significant dish. I will prepare them for Shenju. He might be so touched that the corruption value could drop to 0. The system hesitated momentarily, sensing an oddity in his words, but quickly dismissed it, flattering Qing. I believe in you, host. You will surely succeed in winning over the male lead and completing your task. Qing ignored the system and began to get busy. Lacking ready-made noodles, he had to start from scratch, but after traversing many worlds over the years, he had acquired some culinary skills. Soon, neatly arranged noodles lay upon the cutting board. The system couldn't help but interject. The male lead is secretly watching the host's work. Qing's hand trembled involuntarily as he reached for the salt, accidentally pouring an entire spoonful into the mix. What ambiguity exists in this? Cooking noodles is straightforward. Why mention anything else? The system replied. It was clearly the host who mentioned that. Besides, what ambiguity does that term hold? Mid-sentence, the system realized something, blinking innocently at Qing. Oh, host. Why are you so sensitive? Do you perhaps wish to indulge in the male leads that? Qing, flustered and indignant, retorted, be quiet. The system, wary of provoking him further, adopted a serious tone. The corruption value has decreased by another point. There are now only 3 points remaining. Qing remarked. Just during the time it takes to prepare noodles, the corruption value has decreased again? What is so remarkable about these noodles that he hasn't seen before? The system chuckled. This is indeed the host's first time cooking in this world. The male lead has certainly never witnessed it. Qing chose silence, suppressing the goosebumps as he served the noodles from the pot. The noodles were soon placed on the table, and Shenju gazed at him unblinkingly, his eyes shining as if they held a myriad of stars. This was the first time his master had cooked for him. Qing coughed lightly, as if to conceal his emotions. I remember today is your birthday, so consider this bowl of longevity noodles as your birthday gift. Shenju's gaze slowly fell, fixating on the steaming bowl of noodles. Through the misty vapor, Qing seemed to catch a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. His heart tightened, and just as he was about to speak again, Shenju had already lifted the bowl, disregarding the scalding heat, and began to eat voraciously, as if he had no sense of taste. Qing watched, feeling a twinge of compassion. He had tasted the noodles himself and nearly wrecked the kitchen. But Shenju consumed them without batting an eye. Did he truly lack taste? As the noodles dwindled in the bowl, the darkening value finally shifted. Ding! Darkening value decreased by 2. Current darkening value 1. With only a small amount left, Qing and the system held their breath, both anticipating the exhilarating moment. Yet, second by second passed, and until the noodles were completely consumed, until Shenju held Qing tightly in his embrace and they tumbled onto the bed. Neither heard the final notification that the darkening value had been eradicated. Chapter 38. The Darkened Disciples' Compulsory Love. What does this mean? Stuck at the last point, and then it vanished? The system remained silent, trapped in a darkened corner. Qing felt utterly disheartened, barely aware of when his clothes had been removed, until Shenju, dissatisfied, nipped at his lip. Master, can you really be distracted at a time like this? Qing finally regained his senses before he could utter a word. The person above him had already leaned down to seal his lips. Master, you remember your disciple's birthday. I am truly delighted. You're the best birthday gift, Master. Shenju drew closer, his voice sticky and sweet, and Qing found it too late to evade. He could only manage a few indistinct murmurs. The fragmented sounds stirred one's heart. Yan Qing lay on the couch, eyes tightly shut, hands unconsciously resting on his waist, his knuckles tinged with a faint blush, and the corners of his eyes glistening with unshed tears, making him appear utterly pitiful. Shenju could not tear his gaze away, one hand gently caressing his cheek. "Master, I am so happy today." The barely perceptible tremor of Yan Qing's closed eyelashes betrayed his emotions. The darkening value had only decreased by 4 points. How had he not noticed just how happy he was? Shenju fixed his eyes on the person in his arms, his voice growing softer. "Master had promised the disciple before that you would never leave me again. You will keep your word. One to you?" Yan Qing naturally said nothing, his eyelashes trembling more violently. Shenju soothingly reassured him, "It's all right. I know Master-S memory is not the best. I will remind you from time to time, so you need not worry about breaking your promise." Yan Qing's fingers instinctively curled, nearly waking up in agitation. Without a moment's thought, it is evident that the assistance he speaks of is hardly of a respectable nature. Perhaps, as his thoughts wander, he will find himself back in bed, ultimately bearing the brunt of it all. The system has finally emerged from its confinement, chattering incessantly. "I must say, host, has my time in the Black Room not been rather excessive lately? Are you all right?" Yan Qing involuntarily shuddered at the words. "What nonsense! Quickly devise a way for me to escape this realm." The system replied with palpable regret. "However, the corruption value is just a fraction shy of completion. Leaving now would render all efforts futile." Yan Qing felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, his spirit utterly deflated, devoid of any flicker of ambition. The system continued its relentless prattling in his ear. "Host, today presents an excellent opportunity. You could inquire about the male lead's remaining wishes. Whatever he requests, you shall agree to without hesitation, and that final bit of corruption value will be as good as yours." This was indeed a plausible approach. Yan Qing's eyelids fluttered as he feigned awakening, slowly opening his eyes. Shenju lay beside him, propped on one arm, intently watching him. Upon noticing his eyes open, he revealed a gentle and obedient smile. "Master, you are awake?" Yan Qing attempted to speak, yet no sound emerged. His throat, strained from prior exertion, rendered him mute. Shenju, perceptive to his plight, rose from the bed and poured a glass of water, personally feeding it to him. Coughing slightly, Yan Qing finally regained his voice. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Today is your birthday. Do you possess any other wishes?" Shenju tenderly tucked a strand of hair that had fallen across Yan Qing's chest behind his ear. "My only wish, master, is for you to remain by my side forever." Yan Qing instinctively sought to divert the topic. "Since you have received your promise from me, I shall never go back on my word. Is there any other wish you hold?" Shenju fell silent, gazing intently at him. Yan Qing, feeling a flutter of unease under his unwavering stare, pressed on. "Is there no other wish? Think carefully. Today is your birthday, and once it passes, the opportunity will be lost. There is..." Shenju finally spoke, his voice husky. Yan Qing secretly sighed in relief. "Then please speak, as long as it is within my power." Shenju interrupted him, his gaze unwavering. "Disciple wishes to take master to a certain place." Yan Qing replied, "You may go wherever you wish. Today, you are the guest of honor, and I shall oblige you." As he spoke, he strained to sit up and dress himself, while Shenju neatly donned his outer robe from the floor. "I am ready. Let us depart." Yan Qing insisted on walking unaided, but Shenju chuckled softly. "Can master still manage to walk?" Yan Qing shot him a glare. Silence. Shenju raised an eyebrow, obediently falling silent. He then took a few steps closer, effortlessly scooping Yan Qing into his arms, and with a gentle push, soared into the air. Yan Qing struggled in his hold, apprehensive of being seen by others, ultimately burying his face in Shenju's embrace, mumbling, "Where are you taking me?" Shenju leaned down, planting a tender kiss on Yan Qing's forehead, whispering, "You will know once we arrive, master." Yan Qing ceased his struggle, opting instead to feign death in his embrace. After a brief interval, Shenju finally came to a halt. "Master, we have arrived." Yan Qing lifted his head from his arms, tentatively testing his footing on the ground before taking in their surroundings. They found themselves in a bustling marketplace, where, despite the night having fully descended, the streets remained lively. As he observed the scene, his eyes involuntarily widened in recognition. This place was familiar to him. Shunju gently encircled him from behind, resting his chin on Yan Qing's shoulder. "Do you remember this place, master? It was here that you rescued me from the streets and took me as your disciple." Yan Qing nodded slowly, acknowledging the memory. Shunju smiled softly, and in the next moment, they were beside a river on the outskirts of the city. "I often see people releasing lanterns upon the river to wish for their desires. Today, on my birthday, I wish to do the same with you." Naturally, Yan Qing acquiesced. Yet he glanced back at him, asking, "Do you have lanterns?" Shunju merely smiled, pointing to the opposite bank where a boat was selling river lanterns. Together, they chartered the vessel, and the boatman cheerfully disembarked, leaving the two of them surrounded by a bounty of lanterns, gently paddling down the river. One by one, the lanterns were set afloat, their initial scattered glimmers transforming into a shimmering river of stars, gilded reflections dancing upon the water's surface, cradling the lotus-shaped lights as they drifted into the depths of the night. Yan Qing was unwittingly captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before him, while Shunju tenderly took his hand, his gaze unwavering. His voice, softened as if swept away by the night breeze, still resonated clearly. "Master, will you become my partner in this journey?" Chapter 39. The darkening of the disciples' love. In that instant, Yan Qing's body stiffened, and he remained silent for a considerable time. Shunju's gaze dimmed slightly, yet he persistently inquired, "Master, do you wish to be my partner?" The system, anxious within the confines of its space, urged, "Yes, yes. Quick, tell him you agree. Do not forget our progress." Yan Qing blinked slowly. "Do not rush me. Let me ponder this." The system, exasperated, retorted, "What is there to contemplate? Just because you agree does not mean you must become his partner. Perhaps if you consent, your darkening value will drop to 0, and we can escape." The more Yan Qing listened, the more dubious he became. "Are you certain this will work?" He recalled his initial task, which had similarly failed, necessitating a return to rectify his darkening value. The system confidently affirmed, "Absolutely. Trust me, host." Convinced, Yan Qing lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Shunju. "I did not hear you clearly. Please repeat what you said." Shunju, misinterpreting his hesitation as a refusal, felt his emotions falter, his complexion paling slightly as he mustered the courage to respond. "Might you consider becoming my partner, master? I am willing." Ding! "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!" Darkening value decreased by 1. Current darkening value, 0. The task has been accomplished. Congratulations to the host for earning 800 points. Yan Qing felt a significant weight lift from his heart, and he finally relaxed completely, a genuine smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the still-dazed Shunju and playfully remarked, "What's the matter? Didn't he hear me clearly? If you did, Master forbids you from shirking responsibility." As Shunju came to his senses, a broad grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a child savoring honey, as he clung tightly to Yan Qing. The embrace began to pinch Yan Qing, prompting him to push against Shunju's chest. "Loosen up. I can hardly breathe." Shunju eased his grip somewhat, but still refused to let go. "From now on, Master belongs to me." Yan Qing bristled at the statement. "What nonsense is this? What do you mean I am yours? Don't you understand the concept of hierarchy? Clearly, you are mine." Shunju swiftly adjusted his words. "Yes, I am Master's disciple, and Master must never abandon me." Yan Qing remained silent for a moment, then reciprocated the embrace, which seemed to invigorate Shunju, who kissed him passionately for quite some time. "Master, I knew you must hold a place for me in your heart." Yan Qing mused. "He is merely feeling a bit guilty. There is no need for such excessive interpretation." In the space, the system was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, taking a considerable time to regain its composure before eagerly inquiring, "Host, the task has been completed. When shall we make our escape?" After a long pause, Yan Qing replied, "Having spent so many days in this world, a couple more won't matter. Let us leave after the covenant ceremony. It will allow me to fulfill one of his wishes." The system acquiesced. "As you wish, host." At that moment, the moonlight had already spilled over the eaves, transforming the river into a suspended galaxy, with ripples weaving countless shimmering halos among the floating duckweed and lotus leaves, creating a flowing tapestry of brilliance. The next day, Yan Qing awoke late, having succumbed to Shun Ju's persistent affection until dawn. Shortly after waking, he sensed a commotion outside, realizing that his invited guests had arrived. He promptly dressed and meticulously groomed himself in front of the mirror, ensuring to conceal every trace of imperfection, including the marks on his neck. Once satisfied with his appearance, he gracefully stepped out, fan in hand. Aju, a cold-faced Shun Ju, immediately turned, his expression softening like a gentle spring breeze. "Master, you have come out?" Yan Qing cleared his throat lightly, directing his gaze toward the group behind Shinju. "I invited your uncles and aunts over. It's rather inappropriate for you to block their entrance." Shinju took a moment to process, realizing that his master had indeed summoned them. "What did you think?" Yan Qing shot him a sideways glance. Shinju, unperturbed, continued, "I thought they had come to take master away again." Yan Qing couldn't help but glare at him once more. "Enough. You go prepare tea. I have matters to discuss with your uncles and aunts." Shinju remained rooted in place, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. Yan Qing had completely conceded, assuring that he would not accompany them. With that, Shinju reluctantly entered the room, glancing back 3 times. As soon as he left, the members of Qing and sect could no longer contain their voices. Such blatant disregard for authority. Simply a rebellious disciple. "Do you usually allow him to manipulate you like this?" The speaker was Yan Qing, and although Yan Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment, he resolutely defended himself. "Senior brother, it is not as you say. How could he possibly manipulate me? It is I who have the upper hand. Did you not see it? Whatever I commanded, he complied. Is that not sufficient?" The sect leader shot him a disapproving glance, yet refrained from further comment, merely stating, "Well, as long as you are aware of your own situation. Now, pray tell, what brings us together this time?" They had ceased to mention the intention of taking Yan Qing away, recognizing the futility of challenging someone who could single-handedly defeat them all. Yan Qing gestured for them to be seated, light-heartedly suggesting, "This matter is of some gravity, esteemed brothers. Let us retire to the inner chambers." A group of skeptics entered the room, with only Yao Qing lingering at the back, casting a penetrating gaze at Yan Qing, yet remaining silent throughout. Yan Qing felt momentarily taken aback by his stare, but dismissed it, engaging in some light banter with the system before following them inside. Shinju, with an air of nonchalance, placed a freshly brewed pot of tea on the table, standing with his arms crossed, exuding a cool detachment. Yan Qing, infuriated, exclaimed, "You show such disrespect for your elders, straying from the path." Shinju ignored him entirely, even withholding a glance, only opening his eyes to reveal a smile upon seeing Yan Qing enter. "Master." Yan Qing cleared his throat softly, saying, "Brothers, please take a seat." He then fixed his gaze on Shinju, beckoning him closer. Shinju immediately brightened, his joy palpable, as if a tail were wagging behind him. Witnessing this scene, the others fell into silence, sipping their tea, unable to bear the sight. "Cough, cough, cough. I have summoned you all today for a matter of great importance." Yan Qing began. As he spoke, Yan Qing, as the eldest brother, took the initiative. "Yan Junior brother, please feel free to share. After nearly a century of camaraderie, is there anything we cannot discuss?" Their postures conveyed their understanding. Even without words, they seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the next moment, Yan Qing, as if having made a resolute decision, proclaimed, "I have decided to become a Tao partner with Shinju. This is of significant importance, and I felt it necessary to inform all of you, my fellow disciples." The sect leader sighed deeply, responding, "I had anticipated this. Very well. As long as you share mutual feelings, we shall not interfere with your union. Your happiness is what matters." The remaining brothers echoed similar sentiments, save for Yao Qing, who remained silent in the corner throughout the discourse. Despite everything, having saved him twice before, Yan Qing felt compelled to extend a courteous inquiry. "And Yao Junior brother, I trust you will also offer your blessings?" Yao Qing finally lifted her gaze to glance at him, yet she uttered not a single word. Instead, A cold laugh escaped her lips as she rose and departed, leaving Yan Qing alone amidst the chaos of the wind. Was this how she simply chose to leave? Had he misjudged the situation? He had thought that after their previous encounters, they had reconciled, but perhaps it was all just his own sentimentality. The room fell into silence, with only Shunju offering a scornful huff at his retreating figure, leisurely remarking, "The ugly stir trouble." The teacup that Yan Qing had just raised trembled in his hand, and he quickly glanced towards the door, relieved to find that Yao Qing had indeed exited, though he remained uncertain if she had heard him. Turning back, he shot Shunju a glare, reaching for a piece of pastry from the table and shoving it into his mouth, declaring from now on, "You are not to speak." Shunju's eyes darkened with a hint of resentment, yet he graciously complied, uttering not a word further. The sect leader interjected, "Ahem. Yao Qing has always possessed that temperament. Do not take it too much to heart, Yan Jr. But you all, are you truly hosting the entire cultivation community?" Yan Qing nearly choked on his tea, struggling to find his voice as he hastily waved his hands. No. There are no plans to host the cultivation community. It's merely a significant event of contract binding, and I wish for my senior and junior brothers to witness. The sect leader nodded. That is acceptable. However, since that is the case, you should return with us to Jing'an's sect. No sooner had he spoken than Shunju lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as they fell upon him. The sect leader felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily breaking out in goosebumps. Yet he maintained his authoritative demeanor, stating, "What are you staring at? Over the years, though we have contemplated expelling you, we have not formally cast you out. By virtue of your connection, you are considered a disciple of Jing'an's sect. Where else would you plan to hold the ceremony of contract binding if not here?" Shunju remained silent, redirecting his gaze towards Yan Qing. Yan Qing set down his teacup, pondering for a moment before responding, "Perhaps we might proceed as the sect leader suggests." He then turned to Shunju. "What do you think?" Shunju, with his heart and eyes solely focused on Yan Qing, merely replied, "I shall defer to the master." The members of Jing'an's sect collectively sighed in relief, with Yan Qing commenting, "If that is the case, let us gather our belongings and depart." Yan Qing found himself momentarily bewildered. They were leaving now? Yan Qing nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, does the arrangement of the sect not require time? We must return early." Yan Qing glanced at Shunju, apprehensive that he might be displeased. However, Shunju maintained a tranquil demeanor, and upon meeting his gaze, a subtle smile curved his lips, as though he had tasted honey, revealing no hint of discontent. He acquiesced, and thus they set off. The group returned to Jing'an's sect in grand procession, and the master and disciple finally arrived at the long-absent Qingwu Peak. Standing before the door, Shunju hesitated to take a step forward. Yan Qing cast him a curious glance. "Why do you hesitate? Is this not the place where you spend your childhood? Why linger at the entrance?" Eventually, Shunju entered, though his expression seemed dazed. "Ever since the master's passing, I have not dared to return." Every blade of grass and tree before him was imbued with memories. Yet the person who had once brought him those memories was no longer present. "Yin Qingdao, are your masters and uncles forbidding you from coming up?" Shunju shook his head, choosing to remain silent, and simply embraced him once more, grateful that their master had returned. Yan Qing observed him for a couple of moments, slowly reciprocating the embrace. After resting for a brief while in the abode at Qingwu Peak, a delicate paper crane drifted through the window's crevice. Shunju had gone to the kitchen to prepare a meal, and Yan Qing, without much thought, opened the note inside, discovering it was penned by Yao Qing. After reading it, fearing Shunju might misunderstand, he conjured a spark at his fingertips to incinerate the talisman paper, then brushed the ash from his hands as he walked toward the door. He called out to Shunju, who was still in the kitchen, "I'm heading down the mountain for a bit. I'll be back shortly." With that, he soared down the mountain on his sword, muttering to himself, "Why did he summon me alone, shrouded in mystery? What would he possibly want?" Upon arriving at the designated location, Yao Qing was already waiting. This spot was quite secluded, rarely traversed by others. Yan Qing approached him and inquired, "Yao Jr. brother, you summoned me here. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yao Qing remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Yan Qing hesitated slightly, ultimately halting 3 meters away from him. Yao Qing stepped closer, his penetrating gaze unwavering. Is it true that you intend to bond with Shenju? Yan Qing sensed an underlying meaning in his words, but chose not to delve deeper, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Do you have something to convey? Yao Qing paused half a step in front of him, regarding him with inscrutable intent. He indeed had something to say to his senior brother. Had he known that his senior brother preferred men, he would not have waited so many years, only to learn that the outcome was Shenju's impending bond with another. Yan Qing's mind exploded with shock, his pupils widening in disbelief. An array of expletives racing through his thoughts. What the hell? What is this development? Yet Yao Qing pressed on. It was I who stood by your side first, but ever since he arrived, your gaze has been solely for him, and now you even wish to forge a bond. If he could, why could I not? Chapter 41. The darkening of the wayward disciples forced affection. As Yao Qing drew nearer, Yan Qing instinctively took a few steps back, exclaiming in exasperation, "What nonsense! Do you dare to provoke me?" Yao Qing took a few steps closer, his tone measured. I am curious to know how you intend to confront me. Yan Qing gathered his strength, unleashing a powerful strike without hesitation. Yao Qing, instead of retreating, advanced, seizing his wrist with one hand while effortlessly neutralizing his attack with the other. You are still the same as you were 50 years ago, showing no growth at all. Try lying in a coffin for 50 years. Yan Qing spat angrily. Get lost. Yao Qing's gaze darkened as he tightened his grip on Yan Qing's wrist, pulling him closer. Why do you always greet me with such disdain? Is it because you are so infatuated with that little beast Shenju? Yan Qing had little interest in listening to him, but could not suppress the tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had already been out for quite some time. If Shenju came looking for him, it would undoubtedly lead to a chaotic scene he could not bear. Struggling to break free, he retorted angrily. Who are you calling a little beast? I think you're the real beast. Let go of me. Yao Qing remained silent, firmly gripping his wrist and pinning him against the stone wall. Yan Qing felt a chill spread across his chest, pressed forcibly against the cold stone. Anger surged within him, and he instinctively kicked towards Yao Qing's groin. However, Yao Qing seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his moves, deftly maneuvering a leg between Yan Qing's and forcing him to rise onto his toes, rendering him unable to exert any strength. Truly fearless, Yan Qing thought. If that little madman Shenju saw this, he might find himself in deep trouble as well. Yan Qing shouted, "Let me go." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, as if Yao Qing had bitten him like a rabid dog, silently venting his fury. The pain made Yan Qing gasp, and his struggles lessened, though his fury only intensified as he opened his mouth to curse again. Just as he prepared to speak, a familiar figure caught his eye. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, and his body froze as if awakening from a nightmare. Gritting his teeth, he issued a final warning. "Let me go if you don't want to die." Yao Qing pressed against him, his lips nearly brushing his ear. Bang! In the next moment, Yao Qing was sent flying like a severed kite. "Get away from my master." Shenju's expression was dark, cold as ice, his eyes brimming with a tempestuous fury, tinged with a hint of red. Yan Qing's heart sank. Trouble was brewing. Misunderstanding, a Jew come here. No one heeded his words. Yao Qing, shaking off the impact, rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and continued to provoke, calling me a scoundrel. What does that make you? A beast who betrays his master. Shenju ignored his taunts, his fists cracking ominously, his eyes glowing crimson. What were you doing to my master just now? Yao Qing steadied himself with one hand on his sword, raising the other to press his fingertips calmly against the corner of his lips, cryptically replying, "Naturally. I was engaging in something that would please us both." Shenju's breath was unsteady, one hand resting on the sword at his waist. Seeking death? Who do you think you're threatening? In that moment, the secluded corner became shrouded in an ominous aura, with Yao Qing facing an onslaught of one-sided blows. Yan Qing leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, expressionless, as if invisible to both. After just 5 exchanges, Yao Qing collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Yan Qing could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Enough." Shunju halted his movements, slowly turning to Yan Qing. "He treated my master like that, and you still wish to protect him?" His voice dwindled, or perhaps, as he suggested, my master was willing? Yan Qing could no longer endure the situation and stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to his head. "Voluntary? What do you take me for? Since I have pledged to become your Tao companion, how could I possibly be entangled with anyone else?" Shunju responded, "Then why does the master still protect him? Is that not obvious? If I do not protect him, you might very well kill him." Yan Qing continued, "He is, after all, your sure shoe. If you were to kill him today, would we still have a place to reside within the Qing sect?" Shunju showed no hesitation, declaring, "Then let us leave. Who cares to remain here?" Yan Qing felt an uncontrollable headache coming on. Even if we were to step away from the Qing sect, with the grand ceremony of our contract approaching, it would be ill-fated to stain our hands with blood at this time. This sentiment indeed halted Shunju in his tracks. Yet on the ground, Yao Qing began to stir again, coldly snorting. Yan Qing, quick-witted, cast a silencing spell upon him. I have seen those unafraid of death, but none so eager to seek their own demise as he. Let us go. Let us return. Have you prepared the meal? I find myself rather hungry. Once the topic shifted to him, Shunju's attention was immediately diverted, and he nodded in a daze. It is because the meal was ready and master had not returned for so long that I came down the mountain to find you. Then let us return and eat. Yan Qing instructed. Shunju obediently followed him toward Qingwu Peak. Once they returned to their abode, while Shunju busied himself in the kitchen serving the food, Yan Qing seized the opportunity to send a message to the sect leader, explaining Yao Qing's situation. Upon completing this task, Shunju emerged from the small kitchen with the food. The meal was devoid of flavor, although Yan Qing was angry. He could not help but worry about Yao Qing's condition, while Shunju, still simmering with rage, longed to descend the mountain and end Yao Qing with a single sword strike. After their meal, Yan Qing finally received a response from the sect leader, stating that everything had been resolved. Yao Qing had voluntarily requested to descend the mountain for training and would likely not return for some time, thus missing the grand ceremony of their contract. Yan Qing let out a sigh of relief, choosing not to scrutinize the ambiguities in the leader's words. It was for the best. He truly feared that on that day, they might once again come to blows, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Just as this matter was settled, Shunju stood behind him, his eyes bloodshot, staring vacantly at the back of his neck. The emotions he had worked hard to quell surged once more, filled with an endless madness and malice, as if he wanted to devour everything in sight. How would he treat the master this way? A jolt ran through Yan Qing's mind. This was bad. He had forgotten that Yao Qing had bitten him on the back of the neck, leaving perhaps a mark. Calm down, calm down. There is nothing to fear. Do not act impulsively. Be wary of your inner demons. Shunju paid no heed to his words, fixated solely on the bite mark on his neck. He stepped forward, enveloping him tightly in his embrace, his fingers gently tracing the mark as his voice emerged like a whisper from clenched teeth. What else did he do to the master? Yan Qing vehemently denied it, insisting there was nothing else, truly. As soon as his words fell, Yan Qing felt his body lighten abruptly, his vision blurred, and he found himself swept off his feet, cradled in Shunju's arms. Where are you taking me? Shunju's voice was deep. Take the master to wash clean. With that, Yan Qing was abruptly tossed into the pool, the surface rippling as he was stripped of his outer garments, his long hair cascading down as he leaned against the pool's edge. Shunju also entered the water, positioning himself beside him, his gaze fixated intently on the nape of Yan Qing's neck. After half an hour, Yan Qing felt as though his skin was about to peel away, particularly at the nape, which burned fiercely, and he knew without looking that it was certainly raw. Weary, Yan Qing sighed. All right, I've had enough. I want to go back. Shunju, gripping his shoulder blade with one hand while playing with his hair with the other, thought that since the master was already fatigued, he might as well endure a little more. Before Yan Qing could comprehend his words, he suddenly felt something. Shunju disregarded everything and lowered his head, sealing Yan Qing's lips with his own, muffled words spilling from between them. I don't care. Master, you went to meet him today without me, so you must be punished. On the day of the contract ceremony, the Qing sect was adorned with red silk, particularly on Qingwu Peak, where every blade of grass and tree was embellished with auspicious red characters. It was midsummer, and the lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom, exuding a captivating fragrance, while various spiritual beasts and exotic birds circled above, creating a splendid scene. The two had donned identical bright red wedding robes, with sleeves, hems, and collars embroidered with lifelike lotus flowers, adding a touch of vibrancy to their elegance. "Master, you look truly beautiful today," Yan Qing instinctively wanted to retort, thinking it improper to praise a man's beauty. After all, he was the groom today, and compliments should be directed towards him as a dashing figure. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he caught a glimpse of himself in the bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a fair-skinned man with a jade crown holding back his hair, clad in a resplendent red wedding attire, which accentuated his handsome features. His irritation dissipated instantly, and he cleared his throat lightly, joining in the mutual flattery. "You are also quite beautiful." As the male protagonist of the realm, Shunju's appearance needed no elaboration. His eyes sparkled at Yan Qing's words, filled with fervor. Yan Qing, feeling the intensity of Shunju's gaze, was momentarily tempted to flee. Just then, 3 precise knocks resonated from outside. "Yan Qing Xianzuan, the auspicious hour is approaching." Yan Qing promptly replied, "Understood." Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards Shunju. Regardless of the truth in front of others, he was the one in the dominant position. Shunju's eyes gleamed even brighter as he cautiously raised his hand, placing it in Yan Qing's palm. His heart racing with nervous sweat forming in his palm. What he had longed for and dreamed about was finally coming true. He was indeed about to bond with his master. The contract ceremony was to be held in an open hall within the sect, spacious enough to accommodate thousands. All disciples of the sect gathered there. Naturally, it was the sect leader who recited the vows, succinctly introducing the lives of the two individuals, culminating with heartfelt blessings. After the vows were recited, it was time to establish the partner contract. The two ascended to the high platform, where a contract adorned with golden characters on a red background awaited them. Yan Qing did not hesitate. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. And similarly, Shunju followed suit. Instantly, golden light emanated from the marriage contract, and after a blinding flash, the pact was sealed. At this juncture, the binding of their fates was nearly complete. All the disciples present applauded fervently in congratulation. Yan Qing's gaze fell upon the one in the crowd, who clapped the loudest with the brightest smile. None other than the heroine, Ning Yi. Amidst the cheers, Shunju gazed intently at Yan Qing, saying, "Master, we are finally together." Yan Qing felt his cheeks flush slightly under Shunju's unwavering gaze, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Are you satisfied now?" He had never lingered in the task world after completing a mission before. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence for him. Shunju clasped Yan Qing's hand, interlocking their fingers. "I am satisfied." After completing all the formalities, the two returned to Qingwu Peak, where the bridal chamber had been meticulously arranged according to earthly customs. On the table lay a beautifully crafted wine jug. Yan Qing poured himself a cup and then filled one for Shunju. Shunju's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Master, what is this?" Yan Qing glanced at him. "You don't know? Then let us skip this step." Shunju quickly replied, "I know, Master. This is the bridal cup. Every couple must drink from it. It cannot be omitted." Yan Qing decided not to tease him further and lifted his cup. Shunju, his eyes gleaming, raised his own cup, maneuvering around Yan Qing's arm. They smoothly finished the cup of wine together. As they neared the exit from this world, Yan Qing inquired the system once more. "Are you certain that this world will be properly managed after we leave?" The system responded confidently, "Rest assured, host. Once we depart, the world will naturally return to its rightful course, and the male lead will gradually forget us." Yan Qing fell silent, withdrawing his thoughts to focus on Shunju. After drinking from the bridal cup, a flush crept across his cheeks, and his gaze grew increasingly dreamy. "Master." Yan Qing remained silent, but instinctively tugged at his collar. There was something in the wine that had ignited a fiery heat within him. It's so hot, master. Shinju had already shed his outer robe and approached to tug at Yan Qing's garments. Soon, their crimson wedding attire lay carelessly strewn across the floor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he tied soft satin ribbons around Yan Qing's wrists, binding them to the bedpost. Master, do you love me? Yan Qing gasped for breath, struggling to articulate a response, feeling as though he were adrift at sea, tossed mercilessly by the waves. Master, I love you so much. Yan Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, teetering on the brink of despair, filled with regret for choosing to endure this torment. It was too late. The system had been confined to a small dark room, unresponsive to his pleas, and no amount of suffering could alter the predetermined timeline for their departure. Chapter 43. The Darkened Disciples' Forced Love. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Within the confines of the system's space, Yan Qing recently pulled back, transformed into a puddle upon the floor, utterly incapable of rising, his form soft and boneless. Host, are you all right? The system, taking the whimsical form of a plump cheese cat, nimbly leaped to his side and playfully nudged him. Yan Qing involuntarily shivered at the touch. With a sigh, the system reflected on how, despite Yan Qing being a seasoned employee of the Transmigration Bureau, he had been forced into such a dire predicament for a mere task. After a moment, as Yan Qing gradually regained his composure, the system inquired, "Have you rested enough? We are about to enter the second world." With legs weak and back aching, Yan Qing propped himself up and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let us go." The system chuckled, "Off we go." Suddenly, Yan Qing's eyes flew open. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, an icy chill pervading every inch of his being. He instinctively shuddered, attempting to wrap his arms around himself, yet found his movements swiftly constrained, as if encased in a layer of ice. The oppressive darkness bred unease within him, prompting Yan Qing to tremble as he questioned the system. System? What is happening? Which world is this? No response came. The system seemed to have vanished, offering no hint of its presence. Anxiety gripped Yan Qing as he tentatively called out, "System?" After a lengthy pause, a feeble electronic voice echoed in his mind here. Yan Qing narrowed his eyes, grinding his teeth in irritation. "Why are you silent? Playing dead?" The system cautiously replied, "No, not playing dead." Yan Qing chose not to dwell on the matter, pressing on, "Which world is this? What is going on? Am I sealed?" The system stuttered, struggling to articulate coherent words, ultimately providing only a string of meaningless sounds devoid of useful information. Irritation welled up within Yan Qing. "Who taught you to be so tedious? Which world is this?" At last, the system summoned its courage to respond. "The first world." Yan Qing, momentarily taken aback, continued, "Who am I supposed to pursue in this world?" With so many worlds traversed, the passage of time blurred his recollections, making it prudent to clarify in advance. The system replied, "Shinju." Yan Qing's mind momentarily faltered as realization dawned. "Who did you say?" The system, having resigned itself to its fate, blurted, "It's Shinju." After we departed, his corruption value skyrocketed again, and they had no choice but to send us back. It had previously been curious about how the higher-ups would handle this bug, only to discover they were to return to rectify it. Yan Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him, a momentary urge to succumb to despair. After a prolonged silence, he finally confronted the system. "What happened to your assurances? You promised that once the task was completed, any subsequent rise in corruption value would not concern us. What is going on?" The system trembled as it replied, "There are always exceptions, host. Please, remain calm." At last, Yan Qing's frustration erupted. "Calm? How can I possibly remain calm? Time and again, are you merely toying with me?" The system lamented, "I assure you, this is truly the last time. There will absolutely be no next." Yan Qing, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "You said the same last time." The system, weeping, pleaded, "Truly, host, believe me one last time. The state of this world is quite dire." Reclining serenely in the coffin, Yan Qing had just contemplated finding an escape. Yet now he found himself in a state of utter resignation. "What does it matter to me?" The system continued its lament. "We have labored for so long. We cannot allow our efforts to go to waste." Yan Qing remained stoically indifferent, stating, Why can't we let it go? So be it. I am weary. Upon finishing his words, he languidly turned over to find a more comfortable position. However, in that moment, he keenly sensed something binding his ankles. The system, recalling something, interjected, "Host, do not forget that you're still bound by the soul lock chain. This object can only be unlocked once, and it has already been used. Even I cannot open it now." Yan Qing's body stiffened abruptly. How could he have forgotten this? Yet, he remained resolute, coldly asserting, if need be, "I shall remain here forever. It matters not to me." The system, in tears, implored, "I care for my sake. Host, I beg you to gather your resolve." Feeling a slight shift in his heart, Yan Qing begrudgingly asked, "Where is Shunju now?" The system responded, "He is at the Qing sect. He believes you have conspired again with the Qing sect to execute a clever escape and is demanding they surrender you." It added previously, he had been in a frenzied state, and the Qing sect has suffered greatly due to his rampage. Though your senior brothers are still alive, their condition is far from favorable. Yan Qing felt a twinge of shameful compassion. Though this was merely a task world, the kindness shown to him by the members of the Qing sect was genuine, and now they were suffering due to his entanglement. He sighed silently, channeling his inner spiritual energy to tentatively release a burst of power. The lid above him cracked audibly, yet did not shatter. Unwilling to accept defeat, he exerted greater force, and the lid finally splintered apart, burying him in debris. Coughing, despite the protective energy surrounding him, he found himself choking, and it took a while for him to recover before he leapt from the icy coffin. Before him lay the familiar stone chamber, with the cold jade coffin beneath him still as he remembered. Aside from the discrepancy in the timeline, everything was as it had been when he first arrived in this world. To prevent Shunju from demolishing the entire Qing sect in a fit of rage, Yan Qing turned decisively towards the door of the stone chamber. "Wait, host," the system called out. Impatient, Yan Qing retorted, "What now?" The system explained, "You need not go. The male lead has returned." Indeed, the system continued, "He is the master of the soul lock chain, and he is acutely aware of any changes to it. Now, he has sensed your soul's presence. In approximately 15 minutes, he will return." Recalling the red-eyed Shunju, Yan Qing felt a sense of trepidation wash over him, and he silently returned to the jade coffin to lie down once more. Regrettably, the coffin lid has been shattered by him, rendering it impossible to close. Chapter 44. The Darkened Disciples' Forced Affection. Shunju returned earlier than the system had anticipated. Scarcely had he settled into the coffin when the stone door outside erupted with a thunderous crash. Yan Qing jolted, instinctively holding his breath and closing his eyes to feign death. The footsteps grew ever closer until they came to a halt, and Yan Qing sensed a shadow looming over him. His mind raced, yet he could not conjure an opening line to utter. As he was lost in thought, his upper body was suddenly seized and enveloped tightly in an embrace. "Master, is it truly you who has returned? Please do not abandon me again," he implored, his tone tinged with the fragility of an abandoned child. A pang of guilt welled up within Yan Qing. After a long pause, he sighed and awkwardly raised his hand to gently pat the other back, soothingly assuring, "I have not forsaken you. I am here." This body had not spoken in ages, and his voice emerged hoarse and rough. Upon hearing this, the person clutching him trembled, their arms tightening around him even more. Why does this seem to intensify with every word? Yan Qing cleared his throat, deliberately ignoring the shattered coffin board beside him, and inquired with feigned ignorance, "Where exactly are we?" Shunju finally released him, his eyes a vivid crimson, breath unstable, yet he managed to respond. "We are in the stone chamber where you were in seclusion." Yan Qing continued to probe subtly. "What has happened to me?" Shunju's eyes reddened further, and in a flurry of words, he stammered, "Master suddenly vanished. I could not find you anywhere." Yan Qing raised his voice slightly. "So you saw trouble with your uncles and aunts?" Shunju's breath became even more erratic. "It is all their fault. If they had not insisted on bringing you back to Qing sect, how could you have encountered such misfortune?" Yan Qing felt a wave of frustration as he rubbed his forehead. How could he explain that his departure had nothing to do with them? That it was entirely his own decision? It was impossible to articulate. Knowing Shinju, he would undoubtedly perceive this as another instance of him faking death, intending to leave his side once more. He must not say anything that could provoke him. The thought of Shinju's incessant turmoil was unbearable. Yan Qing shook off the chaotic thoughts, bracing himself against the edge of the jade coffin to rise, but Shinju preemptively scooped him up in a tight embrace. Does Master dislike this place? I will take you away at once. Wherever you wish to go, I will not confine you again. Shinju's voice was hoarse, trembling, and his eyes were now completely red. I merely suffered from a soul separation. I am well now. You need not worry. I shall never leave your side again. Shinju continued to hold him tightly, resting his head upon Yan Qing's shoulder. Forgive me, Master. Did I press you too hard before? I truly understand my mistakes. Please do not leave me. Yan Qing could no longer utter any harsh words. He merely sighed silently and resignedly returned the embrace. I will not leave you again. Rest assured, bound to him, there is no escape. I have truly fallen for him. Of course, remaining does not imply surrendering myself to his whims. Through our recent experiences, I have gained profound insights into certain aspects of him. It is undeniable that the male protagonist possesses qualities that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Now, I find myself somewhat apprehensive about sharing the same space with him, particularly recalling the night of our wedding, which still sends an inexplicable shiver down my spine, prompting me to instinctively push him away. At my push, Shinju's expression instantly transformed, his dark red eyes brimming with a chilling malevolence. Akin to a monster lurking in the depths of a cursed realm, devoid of warmth, his features twisting unnaturally. A mere glance sent a wave of goosebumps across me, leaving me utterly unnerved. My mind raced, and in a moment of desperation, I retorted, "What are you glaring at? I left for but a few days, and you wreak havoc in Qing sect. Do you think you have any justification? Come back to the sect and apologize to your masters." Shinju stood frozen, the menace in his gaze vanishing in an instant. Upon seeing my displeasure, he finally regained his composure, lowering his eyes with a demeanor that was both gentle and submissive. "Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. I acted rashly out of desperation. It will not happen again." My expression softened slightly. I recalled having advised him to think carefully before acting. Had my words fallen on deaf ears? Shinju continued to humbly admit his faults, eventually retrieving a soft whip from his waist and presenting it to me, his tone imbued with utmost tenderness. "Please, Master, punish me. There is truly no need for that." A barely perceptible vein pulsed at my temple. I declined to take it, instead stepping away from him. "Let this be the last time. Put the whip away." He complied, yet swiftly enveloped me in his arms once more, his movements delicate, as if I were a fragile treasure. I was acutely aware of the reason behind this. A tightness forming in my chest, my thoughts scattering uneasily as I sought a change of subject. "How long have I been gone?" His embrace tightened slightly as he replied, 10 days. I know I was excessive that day, but I could hardly contain myself. I was overwhelmed with joy at finally marrying you, Master. His words ignited memories of that day when I was cornered and had to surrender in despair. I ground my teeth and let out a cold laugh. "Do you still have the audacity to speak of being overwhelmed? Is it an excuse to disregard my wishes?" Shinju, recalling that scene, involuntarily licked his lips, suppressing the turmoil in his gaze, and continued to plead, "Master, I truly realize my errors. Please, have pity on me and grant me a chance to make amends." I responded with an expressionless cold laugh, remaining silent. Shinju pressed on, his voice softening. "From now on, I will prioritize your wishes above all else. If you feel unwell, you may strike or scold me. I will not retaliate." Initially feigning anger, I could no longer maintain my stern facade upon witnessing his softened demeanor. I merely rubbed my nose and said, "Let us return to Qing sect and greet the senior brothers." Shinju nodded gently, carefully cradling him in his arms. The long sword at his waist unsheathed effortlessly, cleaving open a rift in space. In just 10 short days, the Qing sect had seemingly transformed. The red silk in the corner remained, a remnant of recent celebrations. Yet, as the scene shifted, one could behold the sect in disarray. Thick plumes of smoke ascended from several locations, obliterating the once vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Yan Qingyue felt a pang of distress. After all, he bore responsibility for this calamity. Noticing the furrow in his brow and the clenching of his fists, Shenju's eyes flickered with unstable crimson, yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He could not afford to lose control again. Having finally placated his master, he must not let it all be in vain. The sect leader and the Grand Elder, Shenju, had returned. Upon seeing them arrive at the sect, the disciples disregarded Yan Qing, hastily scrambling to report the situation. Xianqing slowly opened his eyes, his pallid visage fixated in this direction. The sect leader, having just completed his meditation, opened his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. "Elder brother, you may rest easy. I shall handle this." Xianqing, however, gazed ahead in disbelief, trembling as he uttered, "Is that?" Following his gaze, the sect leader was instantly rendered speechless. "Junior brother Yan?" Yan Qing felt as though his face had been ground into the earth. As the architect of his sect's current plight, he was utterly ashamed to return. After much internal deliberation, he finally mustered the courage to approach the group. Shenju trailed behind him, obedient and docile, save for his crimson eyes, which contrasted sharply with his previously defiant demeanor. Yet, the crowd remained on high alert. As they drew near, before Yan Qing could utter a word, the sect leader and the others instinctively stepped back, maintaining their guard. Yan Qing, blushing with embarrassment, spoke, "Sect leader, elder brothers, I have brought this wayward disciple to offer my apologies." "No need. We cannot bear it," the sect leader replied sharply. Yan Qing quickly interjected, "Yes, we can. Please grant me one more chance." The group continued to regard them warily. The sect leader's expression icy as he gripped his sword. "I would first like to hear your explanation. Did you not appear to have resolved this matter just days ago?" Filled with shame, Yan Qing coughed twice and explained, "It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I encountered some issues earlier, but everything is fine now." The sect leader remained skeptical, vigilance still present in his gaze. "This is the second time. What do you mean?" Yan Qing was nearly ready to raise his hand to heaven and swear. "I assure you, truly, this is absolutely the last time. Please, elder brother, grant me one final chance." Meanwhile, Xianqing, having regained his composure, slowly rose to his feet and stepped forward, stating, "Junior brother Yan." "I am here," Yan Qing replied. Xianqing continued, "I still call you junior brother, and I hope you are still willing to acknowledge me as your elder brother." Yan Qing immediately responded, "Elder brother, what are you saying? In my heart, you shall always be my elder brother." The weary expression on Xuanqing's face was evident, yet he still nodded in agreement. "Including the last time, this marks your second resurrection. It must be that you have encountered extraordinary fortunes." Yan Qing, feeling a sense of guilt, could not muster a response. Fortunately, Xianqing did not delve deeper, merely exhaling a silent sigh, and remarked, "I am unaware of the secret you possess that grants you the ability to return from the dead. But the innocent disciples of our sect cannot be resurrected at will. This time we were fortunate to avoid casualties, but what of the next time? Or the time after that? Who can assure their safety?" Upon hearing this, Yan Qing felt a pang of discomfort, yet he recognized that the fault lay with him. After a moment, he forced a smile and solemnly replied, "Rest assured, senior brother, such occurrences will not happen again." Hearing his assurance, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. If the Qing sect were to endure such turmoil once more, it might as well be disbanded altogether. Observing the scene of devastation, the sect leader feared that Shenju, a ticking time bomb, might explode again and inquired, "What plans do you have?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shenju, who had been acting as an invisible presence. "No need. I have already formed a bond with my master, and, naturally, he will accompany me back." The brows of the Qing sect members involuntarily furrowed. These two individuals resembled a ticking bomb, posing a threat wherever they were. However, Yan Qing had shared many years of camaraderie with them, and their bond was profound. It was unbearable for them to watch him entangle with a dangerous element, jeopardizing their safety. Yan Qing, sensing their lingering concerns about Shenju, hastily assured, "Senior brother, you need not worry. I will keep a close eye on him, and ensure that he does not cause any harm to the sect. The others furrowed their brows even tighter, and Qing, casting a deep glance at him, spoke again. And what about you? Given the current state of affairs, how can you guarantee your own safety? Qing felt a surge of emotion. Even at this juncture, they were still concerned for his well-being. He quickly responded, "Rest assured, he will not harm me." With his words having reached this point, the others felt it inappropriate to voice further objections, and could only watch as they departed. Qing sighed as he gazed at their retreating figures. "Junior brother, do not fault him for not insisting on keeping you. As the Grand Elder, he must consider the sect's welfare. If he were to remain, accompanied by Shunju, who could lose his sanity at any moment, it would indeed instill fear in the hearts of many." The two returned to the Qing Wu Peak created by Shunju, where everything remained unchanged, not a single detail altered. Even the door adorned with the auspicious red characters that Shunju had affixed at some unknown time. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shunju had been unusually silent throughout their journey, not uttering a single word. Qing, subconsciously worried about his state, inquired, "How do you feel now?" Shunju closed his eyes, as if suppressing something. His mind was filled with the previous scenes. His master's foremost concern had never been him, and he was perpetually making sacrifices for others. A bloodthirsty thought incessantly clamored within him, to kill them all, to eliminate everyone who stood before him, so that in his master's heart, he would finally be the first. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice a blend of fury and tenderness, a result of his forced composure. "I am fine, it will pass soon. Master need not worry. How could one not be concerned?" Qing observed him attempting to turn away, and with swift reflexes, he grasped his arm. "Come back. Why are you running when you haven't even clarified your words?" A faint flush crept across Shunju's porcelain-like face, complemented by his crimson eyes, rendering him peculiarly striking, yet he stubbornly feigned indifference. As Shunju resolutely attempted to flee, Qing seized his arm, pulling him back. "What do you mean fine? Sit down. You've already succumbed to the inner demon and still wish to run about. Are you courting death?" Shunju managed a strained smile and obediently followed him into the inner chamber, allowing himself to be pressed onto the bed. Once inside, however, Qing found himself at a loss. How could one alleviate the affliction of an inner demon? How had it been resolved last time? The system, appearing unexpectedly, chuckled. "I know the answer. Just do this, then that, and before long, his affliction will be cured." It concluded with an emphatic assurance. "It worked last time. Trust me." Qing was taken aback by its words, choking on his own saliva. If his recollection served him correctly, the last resolution had come at the cost of his own sacrifice. Was he to repeat that ordeal? The mere thought sent a shudder through him. No, he must devise another approach. Chapter 46. The Darkened Disciples' Compulsory Affection System. Come forth. The system promptly responded, "Here I am. What is it, host?" Qing inquired, "Do you possess any tools to combat the inner demon?" The system replied, "None, but I can request assistance from a superior." Qing sighed, "Very well, do that, but return promptly." The system assured him, "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." With that, the system vanished, and Qing turned his attention back to Shunju, who was gazing intently at him. "Master, what were you just thinking?" At this juncture, one could not afford to misstep. Qing replied without hesitation, "I was thinking of you." Shunju smiled. "Master is not merely trying to cheer up his disciple, is he?" "Indeed, I'm trying to make you happy." "Are you happy?" Shunju appeared taken aback by this response, momentarily stunned, before instinctively nodding. "Happy." Qing grasped his wrist gently, cautiously releasing a wisp of spiritual energy to probe Shunju's condition, only to be met with resistance. "Do not be obstinate. Relax, and allow me to ascertain if you bear any injuries." Shunju reversed his grip on Qing's wrist, pulling him closer and muttering, "I am unharmed, master." "Are you tired?" Qing was momentarily taken aback by the question. What did his fatigue have to do with anything? Shunju's other hand had somehow found its way to Qing's waist, and as time wore on, he suggested, "It is getting late, master. Let us retire early." Qing's eyes widened in surprise. He was certainly not blind. It was broad daylight outside, with the sun hanging high in the sky. How could it possibly be too late? Wait a moment. Shenju rolled him onto the bed behind them, his tone playful, yet his actions decisive as he swiftly unfastened Yan Qing's garments. I can't wait any longer, master. I feel so uncomfortable. My head hurts and my brain aches. You helped me last time. Please, master, ease my pain once more. Is this how it feels? If such discomfort were to be transferred to him, what was this called? Pain that does not dissipate, but merely shifts? Moreover, considering it was still daytime, he questioned the propriety of engaging in such activities under the sun. No, Yan Qing's words were swiftly silenced by a kiss. Shenju's strong hand gripped his slender waist. In the next moment, Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock, instinctively letting out a muffled sound. Shenju's gentle kisses fell upon his cheek and neck, his mouth sticky with affectionate murmurs. Master. Yan Qing struggled to communicate, but for some reason, he felt as though the conversation was being diverted. Are you hiding something from me? Shenju remained tight-lipped. Master, don't move around. What if it hurts? Shenju pressed closer, his voice syrupy. Your disciple is here. Yan Qing's long fingers clutched at his arm, insisting, you must not conceal anything from me. Shenju tenderly pressed his lips to the corner of Yan Qing's mouth. I'm not changing the subject. What would you like me to say, master? Yan Qing attempted to voice his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat, turning into heavy gasps. His mind was clouded, and a dull ringing filled his ears. Ultimately, he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. He awoke once more, disturbed by the system's incessant chatter. Oh my God, host! How long have I been away? What on earth have you experienced? Yan Qing struggled to lift a finger, utterly drained. You dare to speak? The system, feeling guilty, quietly explained, I was only responding to your request by seeking out higher-level systems for tools. Besides, I returned quite some time ago, but I was promptly locked away and just now released. Yan Qing propped himself up on the bed with great difficulty. What about the tools? Were you able to procure them? The system perked up at once. Of course. When I take action, nothing is beyond reach. Yan Qing asked, what tools? Let me see. The system presented a seemingly ordinary red string into his hands. Observing Yan Qing's disappointed expression, the system rushed to clarify. Do not underestimate this red string. It is a thread of connection. As long as you tie it around yourself and the male lead during your next intimate encounter, the inner demons can be resolved. Yan Qing replied, do I really have to engage in such actions? The system reassured him, it's nothing to worry about, host. After all, you and the male lead are already bound as companions. Such behavior is entirely normal. Yan Qing reluctantly accepted the notion, though he remained skeptical. Is this truly reliable? The system chuckled softly, stating, absolutely reliable. If one attempt fails, then two shall follow. Your inner demons will surely be vanquished. Yan Qing inquired, where has Shenju gone now? The system responded, do not fret, host. I shall investigate. In the next moment, a piercing alarm echoed in his mind. This is bad. The male protagonist has attacked the Qing sect again. Yan Qing rubbed his throbbing temples, perplexed. Where exactly has he gone to wreak havoc? The system continued its frantic cries. The Qing sect. He has captured all its disciples, and the female protagonist is among them. Her life is in peril. Yan Qing froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without a second thought, he donned a robe and dashed out. What further chaos was Shenju intending? Hadn't he already received what he desired yesterday? What more could he possibly want? The system, however, had calmed down, stating he intends to obliterate the entire Qing sect. With a sudden surge of urgency, Yan Qing hurried towards the Qing sect. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene even more devastating than the day before. Shenju was clad in dark garments, his skin appearing almost translucent, and his eyes, contrary to his expectations, remained a deep crimson rather than turning black. The mountain breeze rustled the hem of his robes as he stood amidst the lifeless bodies of the Qing sect disciples, scattered on the ground. Devoid of vitality, whether dead or merely unconscious remained uncertain. Yan Qing's mind exploded with disbelief. His heart screamed in horror. What on earth was he doing? Had he truly harmed everyone? He halted, breathless, staring directly at Shenju, incredulous as he voiced, what are you doing? Shinju, however, merely cast a slow glance in his direction, seemingly surprised that his master had awakened so early. Yanqing pressed on. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Did you not promise me yesterday? Have you already forgotten? Shinju shook his head, his expression oddly serene. Disciple has not forgotten, but this time, I may have to go back on my word. After a brief pause, he continued, his voice growing increasingly gentle. I can no longer endure this. Master, you repeatedly place those unworthy above me and intend to abandon me to take on more disciples, despite our agreement that I would be your sole apprentice. Is it not unfair for you to contradict yourself in such a manner? Yanqing bit his lip, unable to utter a single word. Shinju's eyes glinted with a mesmerizing allure as he spoke, his tone delicate and soft. It is of no consequence. I do not blame you, master. It is not your fault. It is merely the fault of others. You are too kind, which is why so many are drawn to you. As long as I eliminate those who dare to covet you, all will be well. Chapter 47. The darkened disciple's compulsory affection. It was over. He had completely lost his mind. Yanqing could not comprehend how events had spiraled into such chaos. No, perhaps there had been signs. He should have sensed something amiss when he chose to remain silent yesterday. He inhaled deeply and steadied his resolve, advancing towards Shinju. Aju, there is no one else. Truly, my intention to take on disciples was solely for you, to prevent your solitude. If you are unwilling, I shall not take on any more disciples. Shinju's eyes displayed a flicker of uncertainty. Was Master truly taking on a disciple for his sake? It was merely a fleeting moment of doubt. Surely, Master was deceiving him, intending only to persuade him to spare these individuals. Yanqing, unaware of Shinju's belief, paused momentarily before continuing. Truly, you must trust your master. You shall be my sole disciple. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, just you. Shinju shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you would allow me a moment, master, I will resolve the matters at hand and then join you. Wherever you desire to go or whatever you wish to do, your disciple shall be by your side. He echoed Yanqing's previous words back to him. Yanqing exhaled deeply, unable to suppress the anguish within him. Despite the pain suppression device having dulled his sensations, he still felt his heart constrict painfully. Without the luxury of contemplation, Shinju glanced back, casually pulling two individuals from the group behind him, sighing, Naturally, I do not wish for Master to be too sorrowful. How about this? Let us play a game. Yanqing remained silent, well aware that it would not be a pleasant game. As anticipated, in the next moment his sword was drawn, aimed carelessly at the two individuals on the ground. One was to be spared, and one to be slain. Whom would Master choose? The two unfortunate souls were Yao Qing, who had just returned from outside, and the female lead, Ning Yi. He had no doubt that, should he voice his choice, Master would not hesitate to slay the other. The system emitted a sharp alert. Warning. Warning. The female lead's life is in peril. The world faces the risk of collapse. Please, host, take immediate remedial action. Master, have you made your decision? Silence was the only response. Shinju's smile faded, his expression contorting slightly. If you cannot decide, allow me to choose for you. I choose you. Yanqing did not gaze at the two on the ground, but fixed his eyes directly on Shinju, his lips moving deliberately to provide an answer. With a clatter, the sword slipped from his grasp. Shinju appeared struck at his very core. Just moments ago, he had seemed frenzied, yearning to condemn the heavens and earth. Yet now his face was a mask of bewilderment, swiftly transforming into alarm and disbelief. Yanqing continued to gaze unwaveringly at him, not granting a single glance to anyone else. I choose you, regardless of time or place, regardless of comparison to others. I want only you. The weight of his words fell heavily in the air. Shinju stood frozen, his hand trembling imperceptibly at his side. After a few moments, as if finally awakening from a trance, he stumbled forward, enveloping Yanqing in a tight embrace. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. And though his voice bore a hint of fierce determination, the breath escaping him was hot and tremulous, constricting his throat. Master, this is the final time. You truly cannot deceive me any longer. If you continue to mislead me, I shall destroy everything you hold dear. If it comes to that, I will accompany you to the end. Yan Qing's neck was already damp with emotion, and he spoke again, each word crystal clear. I have not deceived you. Rest assured, as long as you draw breath, I shall never leave your side. When the time comes for you to depart, I shall unhesitatingly follow you. He felt more lucid at this moment than he had ever been before. Previously, he regarded the progress of their relationship as merely a task to complete, often pushing boundaries to expedite the process. He had forgotten that in this small world, he was also a living being capable of experiencing love, hate, and all the emotions in between. He had been cast aside time and again, rather than desiring him to choose among others. He merely wished for him to choose him unwaveringly. What he yearned for most was for him to choose him unconditionally once more, just as in the past, when he had resolutely brought him back to the sect. Amidst so many talented individuals, he had chosen to take him as his disciple. None of them mattered as much as you. No one could compare. After all, he had come into this world solely because of him. Master Shinju held him tightly, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yan Qing reached out, embracing him in return, resting his head on his shoulder, and softly asked in his ear, "And now, are you willing to walk with me?" Shinju buried his face in Yan Qing's neck, his voice muffled. "Where would you like to go, master?" Yan Qing surveyed the scene of devastation and the fallen figure strewn about, letting out a silent sigh. "There is no rush to decide the destination. How will you handle the current situation?" Shinju glanced at the disfigured Jing'an sect, a rare sense of shame washing over him as he murmured, "I will assist the elders in rebuilding Jing'an sect." Yan Qing replied, "What have you done to them? Why have they not yet awakened?" Shinju confessed, "I found their noise unbearable while they were awake, so I administered poison." A barely perceptible vein throbbed at Yan Qing's temple. What the antidote? Shinju felt even more shameful, admitting that there was no antidote. But they would awaken on their own in 2 days. Yan Qing fell silent, merely sighing as he took Shinju's hand and led him toward Qingwu Peak. Shinju's eyes sparkled, his fingers slipping into the spaces between Yan Qing's, intertwining their hands, though he seldom turned to glance at the fallen figures. They had grown weary of sighing, and Yan Qing calmly stated, "Did you not say they would awaken in 2 days? Then there is no need to concern ourselves with them. After all, they are cultivators, and resting for a couple of nights will not harm them. What matters most now is your predicament." Shinju appeared momentarily bewildered. "What predicament do I have?" Yan Qing halted, turning his head to look at him without altering his expression. "Would you care to repeat that?" Shinju, still dazed, repeated, "Master, I have no issues." Unable to restrain himself, Yan Qing lightly tapped the top of his head. "Have you not looked in the mirror to see your own appearance? You resemble a red-eyed monster. Who do you intend to frighten?" Shinju immediately raised his hand in an attempt to shield his face, inadvertently releasing the hand that held him. For a moment, he appeared quite flustered, whispering, "Am I very ugly?" "Master, please don't look." Yan Qing reached out and pulled his hand down, remarking, "I have already seen it." "Isn't it a bit too late to say that now?" Shinju, somewhat dejected, lowered his gaze and confessed, "I can no longer control it. It cannot revert back." Yan Qing, feeling weary and unwilling to engage in further discourse, grasped his hand and led him forward. "In my youth, I acquired a magical artifact, supplemented by a unique cultivation method, which is precisely suited to address your current predicament." Shinju's eyes widened with apprehension as he looked up at him, fear evident in his expression. What method? Yan Qing's ears involuntarily turned a shade of crimson. After a prolonged moment, he feigned nonchalance and cleared his throat, stating softly, "Mutual cultivation." As these words fell, Yan Qing could distinctly feel Shinju's fingers tightening upon his hand, gripping it so fiercely that it bordered on painful. Shinju slowly raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brightness. After observing for a while, he shyly lowered his head, modestly declaring, "I shall heed Master's every command." Yan Qing was taken aback, pondering why, after so many instances, he would suddenly feel bashful. "Why did you not act this way earlier?" he mused, before deciding that resolving one issue was better than none, especially since he was prepared for a prolonged battle. "Let us proceed." Shinju responded, still maintaining his composure. All right. Within the bamboo cottage of Qingwu Peak, Yan Qing looked at the eager individual before him, who was hastily loosening his garments, feeling a twinge of panic. There was no need for such urgency. Shenju, clinging to him, insisted, "We must hurry, master. For in a few days we need to assist our uncles and aunts in rebuilding the sect." Acknowledging his point, Yan Qing, maintaining an impassive facade, retrieved a length of red string from his robe, feeling a hint of embarrassment as a faint blush crept across his cheeks. Shenju, without a trace of doubt, accepted the red string, recognizing it as the artifact master had mentioned. Yan Qing, assuming a serious demeanor, explained, "Indeed, as long as we wear this red string, it will help dispel the inner demons you harbor." However, Shenju suddenly recalled something and grasped his wrist firmly. "Master, you must promise me that once the inner demons are resolved, you will not leave me." Yan Qing nodded, "Of course. Currently, you are in no position to depart." Seeing him acquiesce so readily, Shenju pressed on with further demands. "You cannot take on any other disciples. Master belongs solely to me." Yan Qing felt a vain throb at his temple, but nodded in agreement. "Very well, I promise you." Shenju, emboldened, added, "You must not grow too close to anyone else, including those from the Jing'an sect." Yan Qing took a deep breath before nodding once more, agreed. After acquiescing to all three requests, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Yan Qing had always believed in his capacity for endurance, yet by the end, his voice was nearly hoarse from the exertion. He contemplated escape countless times, but each time, Shenju would tug him back with the red string, transforming what was intended as a life-saving tool into a source of playful torment. The artifact provided by the system proved to be remarkably effective. After engaging in mutual cultivation once, the crimson hue in Shenju's eyes diminished significantly. Yet he had not regained consciousness for long before being swept into another round of turmoil. His fingers turned pale from exertion, and his throat was so hoarse that he could utter nothing. Ultimately, he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, the room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the gauzy window, rendering it impossible to discern the time. Yan Qing sluggishly moved his body, involuntarily inhaling sharply, feeling an indescribable soreness throughout. Has the master awakened? The voice of Shenju suddenly reached his ears, laced with satisfaction and a hint of languor. At that moment, Yan Qing was turned away from him, nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing his words, he struggled to turn around and face him. Shenju permitted this movement, gently supporting him with a hand. Yan Qing paid little heed to this gesture, immediately fixing his gaze upon Shenju's eyes. Fortunately, the redness in his gaze had finally dissipated, revealing a pair of eyes that shone like the brilliant stars in the night sky. Yan Qing let out a sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing completely. He covertly inquired of the system, "Has his inner demon been entirely resolved?" After a pause, the system finally responded, "Rest assured, host. The male lead's inner demon has been completely resolved. There will be no further unexpected occurrences." Yan Qing asked, "Then what is the current level of the darkening value?" The system succinctly replied, 10. Noticing Yan Qing's apparent lack of enthusiasm, it attempted to console him. "Do not worry. Host, the darkening value holds little significance for us now. Even if it were to drop to 0, we would not be leaving anytime soon." Yan Qing retorted, "Your consolation is of little comfort." Yet he was weary and had no intention of fleeing again. After running time and again, he realized he would ultimately have to return. It would be far better to remain steadfast by his side and accompany him through this lifetime, even if it meant spending a bit more time. With this thought, he slowly raised a hand, the red string provided by the system still firmly tied around his middle finger, accentuating the whiteness of his skin. "Is this item of little use now?" The system affirmed, "Indeed, that item is a one-time use only, with no recycling value. It now belongs to the host." Yan Qing responded with a soft "oh," and casually untied the red string. The other end was still tied around Shenju's middle finger. He grasped Shenju's hand and completely removed the string. "Master?" Shenju quickly sensed his subtle movement, lowering his gaze to Yan Qing. Yan Qing held the red string in his hand, slowly turning away to face away from him, You sleep. Do not mind me. Shenju, perceptive as ever, refrained from further questioning, yet his beautifully contoured eyes remained fixed upon Yanqing. Yanqing contemplated using this piece of red string to fashion 2 rings. They had already established a bond and exchanged vows, and there was no escaping that. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that they still lacked a token of their commitment. He had not explored what tokens existed in this world, but the first thing that came to mind was a ring. Worn upon the hand, it would be readily visible, and nothing could surpass its prominence. Furthermore, the red string binding their fingers accentuated the elegance and fairness of their digits, resembling a vibrant connection of fate. Harboring this little thought, Yanqing stealthily nestled deeper into the covers, ensuring that the person outside could see nothing before he began to examine the red string in his hand. Uncertain of the material's composition, which proved to be remarkably resilient, he tentatively tugged at it, only to find it unyielding. Ultimately, it was only through the use of spiritual power that he managed to sever the red cord into 2 segments. He fancied his actions to be exceedingly discreet, yet they were entirely observed by Shenju, who stood behind him. Although he was unaware of Yanqing's intentions, he wisely refrained from speaking, choosing instead to observe in silence. After a moment, he discerned that Yanqing was weaving the 2 segments of red cord into 2 rings, one slightly smaller, the other marginally larger. He slipped the smaller one onto his ring finger and then slowly turned to face Shenju, extending his hand. Shenju, having surmised Yanqing's intention, instinctively reached out, holding his breath in anticipation. Yanqing promptly took his hand and fitted the other ring onto Shenju's ring finger. Master? Shenju's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the newly adorned red ring on his finger. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Yanqing cleared his throat softly and mumbled, a token of love. Chapter 49. The corrupted disciple's compulsory affection. Yanqing had completely surrendered. Unable to shake off the situation or escape, the first task had thoroughly slipped from his grasp. Alas, he could only indulge his own disciple, regardless of the circumstances. The day after Shenju's inner demons were dispelled, a commotion began to stir beneath Qing Wu Peak, as those who had been rendered unconscious by poison gradually regained consciousness. Shortly thereafter, a clamor arose outside the door. Yanqing, feeling a pang of guilt, pushed aside the clingy Shenju and rose to open the door. When the door swung open from within, the visitors were startled. Having slept on the hard ground for 2 days, they awoke with aching backs and limbs. Originally intending to vent their frustrations, only to be met with unexpected company inside. Shenju lagged a step behind, lazily resting his chin on Yanqing's shoulder as he peered at the newcomers. Is there something amiss? Upon hearing his voice, the faces of the visitors turned pale with terror, as if their throats had been constricted, and they fell into an abrupt silence. Yanqing shot him a glare before turning to the unfamiliar disciples, adopting a serious tone. Rest assured, we shall not stand idly by in the matter of rebuilding the sect. The young disciples, clearly taken aback, flushed from ear to cheek, stammering in response, Master Yan, you need not worry. We will report truthfully to the sect and the elders. With that, they hastily departed. Yanqing cast another glance at Shenju, his brows furrowing slightly. Look what you've done. You frightened them away. Shenju remained languid, his arms encircling Yanqing's waist, leaning his weight against him. I did nothing. How can you blame me? It is they who lack courage. Yanqing extricated himself, straightening his attire. Enough of your teasing. Kulme, we must descend the mountain and attend to our duties. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found the sect leader and Yanqing directing the others in clearing the aftermath, their expressions weary and grave, clearly having expended considerable effort. Yanqing, sharp-eyed, caught sight of the two descending from Qing Wu Peak. Initially incredulous, his expression shifted to one of caution as he processed the sight. The demeanor of the other disciples within the sect was no less formidable. Wherever they roamed, a vast expanse of space would invariably clear around them, as no one dared to step within their 3-zhang radius. Yanqing glanced past Yanqing and directed his gaze towards Shenju, his voice heavy with gravity. Shenju, what intentions do you harbor while lurking within our sect? The other sect leaders and elders remained silent, merely adopting a watchful stance, keenly observing their motives. Yanqing advanced a few steps, clasped his hands in salute, and sighed heavily. Esteemed brothers, it is indeed true that this wayward disciple erred the other day. We have come to assist you in the reconstruction of his sect, so I implore your magnanimity. Do not hold his misdeeds against him. The sect leader, still vigilant, regarded Shenju with scrutiny. You said the same last time. What has come of it? Just days later, he resorted to his old ways. He had lost control due to the invasion of demonic thoughts. As long as these thoughts persisted, he would remain a ticking time bomb. Junior brother, if you continue to blindly shield him, you will inevitably meet your demise at his hands. Yanqing countered. That is easily resolved. His demonic thoughts have been eradicated, and there shall be no further danger. The sect leader maintained a grave expression. To dispel demonic thoughts is no simple task. Do not be so reckless in your defense of him. Yanqing wished to elaborate, but Shenju had already stepped beside him, advancing another pace to shield him from view. Master, the fault lies solely with this disciple. Once the sect is restored, I shall depart on my own accord. Xianqing and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of softening before inquiring. And what of you, Yan disciple? Yanqing cleared his throat gently. Since I have already formed a bond with him, we are companions sanctioned by the heavens. Wherever he goes, I shall naturally accompany him. A collective sigh of resignation echoed among the group, and ultimately they ceased their pleas, waving their hands dismissively. Enough of this, let us not linger idly. Come, it is time to work. Nephew Shun, come assist with the pillar. Nephew Shun, come remove these bricks. For several days, Shunju dutifully attended to their demands, tirelessly toiling without a moment's respite, until 7 days later. The Qing sect had barely regained its former vibrancy. Once all matters were settled, the two finally found leisure to depart from Qing sect together. They first returned to Qingwu Peak, where after a fortnight, Yanqing began to feel the strain. It was as if he were a perpetual motion machine, ceaselessly in motion. After such an extended period, even his iron constitution could no longer withstand the toll. If he did not step outside for a change of scenery soon, he feared he might become utterly incapacitated. Shenju, still clinging to him, lowered his eyelids and softly asked, as Yanqing expressed the desire to go out, "Does Master no longer wish to be with me? Have you grown weary so soon?" With a hand pressed against his chest, Yanqing wearily replied, "Speak properly." Only then did Shenju straighten, yet he continued to gaze intently at him. Yanqing carefully chose his words. "Do you not find it dull to remain in the same place every day?" Shenju interrupted, unwavering. "As long as Master is present, it matters not where I am." Yanqing expressed his desire for a change of scenery, stating, "I wish to switch environments. If you are willing, then let us depart. If not, you may remain here." Shenju promptly responded, eager not to be left behind, "I am willing." Yanqing cast a slow glance his way and retorted, "Then why the delay? Let's be on our way." Shenju turned back to the house, declaring, "I shall gather my belongings at once. Master, please wait a moment." Yanqing, with a hint of skepticism, looked back and felt Shenju was being somewhat pretentious, thinking, "What is there to pack? Just take yourself along." In the inner room, Shenju meticulously replied, "That cannot be. Master is delicate and precious, and thus, one cannot be careless about provisions." Yanqing felt a blush rise, realizing he was the one being overly sentimental. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and said, "If you wish to tidy up, do so. I shall wait for you outside." Chapter 50. The Darkening of the Disciples' Forced Affection. End. The two rented a modest courtyard in the small town where Yanqing had first found Shenju. Though not large, it was adorned with a vibrant domestic atmosphere. In their lives there were more than sufficient. To the left of the entrance, a small vegetable garden had been cultivated, with rows of scallions and cucumbers flourishing. In the right corner, a shallow fish pond had been excavated, where a few koi danced gracefully, and lotus flowers bloomed elegantly above, creating a picturesque scene. Even the stone table in the courtyard was spotless, making it a pleasure to dine or play chess in the open air. Time quietly passed for nearly half a month, during which they enjoyed a tranquil existence free from interruptions. Soon, the Qixi festival arrived, bustling with activity in the city. Hand in hand, they strolled through the streets. Despite their striking appearances, it was evident they were two men, and passers-by often regarded them with curious glances. Shenju walked proudly, eager for all to know that Yan Qing was his, while Yan Qing initially felt a sense of modesty. However, as they continued, he eventually embraced the attention, thinking, "Let them look, I'm already with him. Why should I care?" The main street was teeming with crowds, filled with stalls selling jewelry, lanterns, and an array of trinkets. Together, they released lanterns and watched fireworks, lingering until the streets were nearly empty before reluctantly returning to their little courtyard. That night, they were once again sleepless. And Yan Qing required 2 full days to recover from the exhaustion before finally rising from bed. During this time, the system reported a decrease in his darkening value, which had diminished from 10 to just 1, a value that had remained unchanged for many years. As time passed, Yan Qing completely extinguished his thoughts of leaving, and Shenju, sensing this shift, treated him with even greater care, fulfilling his every request. Meanwhile, Yan Qing and the others, concerned for him, made a special visit. They arrived in winter, finding Yan Qing lounging in a chair at the entrance of the bamboo cottage, lazily basking in the sun, with a book shielding his face. Seemingly asleep, the others stood awkwardly, hesitant to wake him, and began searching for the other's presence. But after a long search, they found no trace. Just as they were about to inquire, the clattering of pots and pans unexpectedly echoed from the kitchen. A few individuals turned their gaze towards the sound, witnessing Shenju clad in dark robes, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of warm congee and 2 small dishes. His raven hair was meticulously tied back in a high ponytail, his attire immaculate, and his countenance strikingly handsome. Upon noticing the gathering of people in the courtyard, he merely raised an eyebrow, placing the food on a nearby stone table. Ignoring the intense stares of those present, he approached Yan Qing. Bending down to gently rouse him, "Master, it is time for a meal." Yan Qing sluggishly removed the book from his face, opening his weary eyes to meet Shenju's gaze. Instinctively, he reached out for assistance to rise, but before he could be pulled up, he caught sight of the throng behind Shenju. Startled, he jumped up from the reclining chair, exclaiming, "Senior brother, when did you all arrive?" Yan Qing observed him with an impassive expression for a considerable time before responding, his words laden with unspoken sentiments. "Before he coaxed you awake for your meal." Yan Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face flushing a deep crimson as he turned to Shenju in a fit of exasperation. "Why didn't you awaken me when the senior brothers arrived?" Shenju reassured him, "Master has not rested well for several days, and now he bears dark circles beneath his eyes. It would be unkind to disturb your precious sleep." Yan Qing unconsciously ground his teeth, feeling the weight of Shenju's words. After all, his restless nights were largely due to him. The others discerned the implications in his tone, exchanging awkward coughs and furtive glances, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Nevertheless, Shenju lifted his gaze towards the group still standing nearby. Uncertain of how many senior uncles and aunts had arrived, the disciples had not prepared additional dishes. The sect leader interrupted, saying, we understand. We merely came to observe, and seeing you well brings us peace. We shall not intrude on your meal. We will take our leave." The group departed as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving Yan Qing momentarily bewildered. "Master, come and eat." He dazedly approached the stone table and took a seat, taking some time to process the situation. Had they discerned something? Shenju stood beside him, his demeanor docile. The disciple is uncertain. Yan Qing poked at the congee with his chopsticks, convinced they must have noticed something. Otherwise, why would they have behaved so strangely? Shenju served him some dishes, saying, "What they have noticed? They are without spouses themselves. Do they not permit us to express our affection?" Yan Qing's hand trembled as he raised the chopsticks, his face aflame as he covered Shenju's mouth, insisting silence. "Eat." Shenju smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with an intoxicating joy. As he sat across from him, "Very well. As spring gives way to winter, time flowed like a gentle stream. And 300 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 centuries, Yan Qing and several others ascended, even Yao Qing, who had long harbored lingering attachments, achieved fruition 50 years after their ascension. The last to ascend were the rising stars, including the female protagonist and several exceptionally talented peers. Yet, the two continued to lead their unhurried lives, wandering through mountains and rivers, savoring the pleasures of existence. Qing had no desire to ascend, while Shenzhou was destined never to do so. He fell from grace, transcending from celestial to demonic, and found himself unwelcome in both realms of cultivation. Despite his rapid ascendance in power, he was destined to remain at the tribulation stage, with no hope of ascending further. It is indeed rare for a protagonist to be reduced to such a state. Fortunately, both he and his companion maintained a level-headed perspective. Qing pondered that should he truly ascend, it would be a tremendous loss. After enduring 300 years together, the prospect of another 300 years meant he would have no further tasks to accomplish. Shenzhou, on the other hand, felt content, having his master by his side for the remainder of his life. He harbored no regrets, especially since they had vowed to be together in this life and the next. All he needed to do now was patiently await their rebirth. Ding! The male lead's corruption value has been completely eliminated. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 800 points. In a flash of white light, Qing found himself back in the system space. This time, the system manifested as a soft, floppy-eared rabbit, hopping joyfully into his embrace. Host, would you like to take a break? It inquired. Qing playfully tugged at its ears, sighed deeply, and replied, no need. Let's proceed to the next world. The system responded eagerly, all right. Before transitioning to the next realm, it added, as per usual, although the host appears untroubled. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we must temporarily diminish the host's emotional state in this world. Chapter 51. The Mad Regent's compulsory love someone. Seize him. Do not let him escape. As Qing stepped into the teleportation chamber, he opened his eyes to a cacophony of chaos surrounding him. Who was he? Where is he? What was he doing? Before his mind could process the situation, his body instinctively began to flee. However, the frailty of this form soon caught up with him, and he became breathless after only a few strides, ultimately being captured and securely bound by a group of burly men. The leader, standing menacingly before him with hands on his hips, commanded the others. If he dares to run again, it seems he hasn't suffered enough. Someone, teach him a lesson. The crowd hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. After a moment, one voice broke the silence. This isn't right. After all, he is a gift for the esteemed one. If he bears any visible injuries. The first speaker quickly contorted his face in realization. Well, he only has his looks and a slight resemblance to the esteemed one to rely on. Soon he devised a new plan. Let us spare him this time. You all, drag him to the black room. No food shall be provided without my command. I want to see just how resilient he truly is. Before Qing could grasp the unfolding events, he was unceremoniously dragged into the dark room, the door slamming shut behind him, plunging the space into a stifling silence. Confused and disoriented, he struggled for a moment before surrendering, calling out to the system in his mind. System, what is happening? Where have I ended up? After a series of crackling sounds, the system began to explain in a fragmented manner. This is the ancient world you previously inhabited. The male lead is Chu Xuanzhou. Chu Xuanzhou. As memories flooded back, Qing swiftly recalled the identity of this world. In a previous existence within this realm, he held the esteemed title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, with the noble intention of nurturing the protagonist, Chu Xuanzhou, into a sagacious emperor. The system had decreed a task, to cultivate the male lead in his formative years and later to shield him from fatal harm during an assassination attempt. Ultimately retreating once the mission was accomplished. His sojourn in this world was brief, lasting merely 3 years, rendering him a trivial passerby in Chu Xuanzhou's life. What troubled him to the point of darkening his heart? The system, wearing an expression of innocence, replied, if the host is unaware, then so am I. Who can fathom the sudden madness of a seemingly well-behaved protagonist? Qing urged, you should hasten to devise a plan to find him. What does it mean to be ensnared here? The system responded, fear not, dear host. Did you not hear them speak of offering you to a significant figure above? Can you guess who that illustrious personage might be? Yan Qing, regaining his composure, inquired, "Is it Chu Xuanzhou?" The system gleefully showered him with praise indeed. The host is remarkably astute. Yan Qing then asked, "How long have I been gone?" The system hesitated for a moment before replying. The current time frame is 5 years posthumously for the host. Yan Qing fell silent, lying on the ground as he contemplated the meaning of life. After some time, a new question arose. Had he ascended the throne yet? After all, he had laid the groundwork prior to his demise, and the imperial seat was but a formality for him. However, the system clicked its tongue lightly, "Not yet. The male protagonist has not claimed the throne, but has chosen instead to become the regent." Yan Qing was left bewildered. Who is the current emperor, then? The system replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He randomly selected a member from the collateral royal family to ascend the throne. The new emperor is timid and ineffectual, essentially a puppet, while the true power still resides with the male lead. Yan Qing found this perplexing. If the male lead wielded all power, why not simply become emperor himself? The system could not provide a coherent explanation. Why ponder so much? All will be revealed once we meet the male lead. Thus, Yan Qing relinquished his thoughts and opted for a state of apathy. After a period of idleness, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Who did they say I resemble? The system chuckled softly. Why, you resemble Grand Tutor Yan, of course. Yan Qing's expression turned inscrutable. What do you mean? I look like myself? By the way, is this still my previous body? The system clarified, certainly not. This is merely an ordinary ancient world, devoid of advanced technology. No matter how well preserved your previous body was, it has long since become unusable. This is a new body allocated by the higher system. As the system continued, it seemed to take delight in its own revelations. This world is actually a tale of a substitute. I am my own substitute. Yan Qing, overwhelmed, remarked, "What else have you been peeking at without my knowledge?" The system quickly fell silent, attempting to deflect. "I have seen nothing. I know nothing. Farewell, dear host." Within the confines of the dimly lit chamber, devoid of windows, the passage of time was indiscernible. Yan Qing oscillated between consciousness and slumber, and after what felt like an eternity as dehydration and dizziness set in, the door was finally opened from the outside. 2 burly servants, resembling fierce guardians, stood at the threshold, glaring at him. "Get up, you rascal." Yan Qing remained utterly still, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. If they were to deny him food, they ought to at least provide him with water. The absence of even that was simply inexcusable. Should they arrive even a moment later, he would be left to perish from thirst and hunger. "Brother, we haven't delivered food for a day and a half. He won't have starved to death, will he?" The leader immediately spat dismissively, retorting, "What nonsense! Keep that crow's tongue to yourself. If he truly dies, we both will be in dire straits." "Oh," the leader, evidently frustrated, scolded, "Useless fool. What S with the O? Hurry up and see if he is still alive." Yan Qing sensed a shadow loom over him, and a coarse finger cautiously brushed beneath his nose. Suddenly, an exultant voice chimed in his ear. "Brother, he is still breathing. He must have simply fainted from hunger. Drag him out into the sun, and if he doesn't awaken, douse him with a bucket of water to rouse him." That seems unnecessary. Fearing they might act on their words, Yan Qing pretended to awaken, tremblingly opening his eyes. "Brother, this lad is awake. Drag him out. Quickly change his clothes. He must be presented to the noble today. Be careful not to make any mistakes." As he was pulled along, Yan Qing feebly raised a hand to grasp the hem of the man's garment. The man glared down at him menacingly. "What do you want?" Yan Qing mustered his last bit of strength. "Water. I need water." After a chaotic flurry of activity, having been clothed and fed a concoction that softened his bones, Yan Qing was unceremoniously tossed into a carriage. To him, being fed such a mixture was sheer waste. With his frail frame and having gone 2 days without sustenance, even if he were given the chance to flee, where could he possibly go? Yet, it was evident that no one cared for his thoughts. The carriage swayed incessantly toward its destination, and after about half an hour, it finally came to a halt. Wearing a hooded cloak, he was assisted on either side into a resplendent mansion. Before entering, he glanced upward, confirming he was indeed at the residence of the regent. Approaching the main hall, their party was halted outside, and the leader, in a congenial tone, bribed a nearby guard. "I assure you, the person I bring this time will surely please the prince. Please be so kind as to announce our arrival." The guard looked at Qing skeptically before entering to relay the message. After a brief moment, a voice emerged from within the hall, cold and indifferent. "Bring him in." After a thorough search, the group was finally allowed entry. Once inside, they were instructed on what to say and what not to say, with a warning that any misstep would incur dire consequences. Qing disregarded him. What a farce it would be for someone of his lowly status to speak within such company. He inquired of the system, "What is the current situation with the male lead?" The system replied, "Since the host's demise, the male lead has suffered from a malady of the mind, experiencing episodes once or twice a month. Consequently, each month, audacious individuals exploit this guise to deliver people to him under the pretense of treating his affliction." Qing's brows twitched slightly. The system promptly began to explain, "Of course, host, you need not worry. The male protagonist is in a foul mood when his headaches strike. Those who are sent to him with ulterior motives are either swiftly dispatched with a sword or unceremoniously thrown out. No one can approach him. Then why do they continue to rush to their demise?" The system responded with an air of inevitability. "Naturally, it is to curry favor with the protagonist. A well-received gift could elevate them to great heights. After all, life is but a fleeting trifle. They gamble, hoping a bicycle might transform into a motorcycle." Qing had no time to engage further. He was now led into the grand hall and compelled to kneel. It was deep autumn, and after kneeling for a brief moment, a chilling draft began to creep up his knees. As a mere mortal, Qing could hardly endure the cold after just a short while and instinctively yearned to shift his legs. Just as he considered moving, the voice of the individual seated at the front rang out. A voice, cool and indifferent, echoed in his ears. "Is this the person you claim can cure my headache?" The one who brought Qing bowed deeply and humbly proclaimed, "Your Highness, fear not. This person possesses considerable skill in treating headaches. I believe he can alleviate your troubles." Chu Xuanzhou leaned against his temple in the high seat. His pale, slender fingers casually played with a porcelain cup, his expression remaining unchanged in its indifference. "You come forward." His gaze fixated on Qing, who, still bowing his head in a trance, failed to respond. Someone sharply pinched Qing's thigh, jolting him awake with a gasp of pain, and he reflexively looked up to meet a pair of inscrutable eyes. He blinked slowly, his obsidian gaze as frigid as ice. "Are you deaf?" Qing immediately realized he was the subject of this inquiry. He slowly blinked, rising deliberately to approach. Ordinarily, with his hood obscuring his face, Chu Xuanzhou should not be able to discern his appearance, yet under the intensity of that gaze, Qing felt as though he were being laid bare. Lacking strength, he advanced at a painstakingly slow pace. The hall doors remained ajar, and before he could reach his destination, a gust of wind carrying the faint scent of osmanthus swept through, inadvertently lifting the veil from his face. In the next moment, Qing distinctly noted the handsome visage before him momentarily stiffen. The once sharp contours softened slightly, but soon that softness vanished, replaced by an even more chilling indifference. His gaze shifted to the individual still kneeling below, and he remarked lightly, "You possess quite the audacity to target this face." The tone was casual, yet anyone could discern the fury lurking beneath. The kneeling figure's expression shifted from pride to disappointment, then to desolation, as he fervently bowed his head in supplication. "Your Highness, spare me this once. I was bewitched. I implore you." Chu Xuanzhou remained silent, his countenance darkening as he casually hurled the porcelain cup in his hand. The man, unable to evade, was struck directly, blood streaming from his head as the cup shattered upon impact, producing a spine-chilling sound of breaking glass. "Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake and beseech your mercy this once." Chu Xuanzhou's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing increasingly impatient. "Silence. Hurry and drag him out." The nearby bodyguard immediately complied, taking the man away. Qing stood to the side, utterly stunned as he witnessed the entire process. feeling as though his soul had been profoundly shaken. Who is this cold-blooded and merciless tyrant? Is this truly the righteous and principled crown prince from before? The system offered its insight. After all, 5 years have passed. People inevitably change. Do not dwell on such trivial details. Yan Qing retorted, is this truly a trivial detail? At this moment, it was too late to ponder these matters. Once the bodyguard returned after dealing with the others, his gaze fell upon the still-dazed Yan Qing, hesitating for a moment before asking, what about this one? Chu Xuanzhou's voice held no warmth. Take him away as well. Understood. The bodyguard promptly accepted the command and reached for Yan Qing. Wait, hold on. Yan Qing suddenly shouted, causing the 2 bodyguards attempting to seize him to look utterly bewildered. Feigning ignorance, Yan Qing gazed straight ahead. Wasn't I summoned to treat the prince's ailment? I haven't even begun yet. Why am I being dealt with first? Chu Xuanzhou casually tapped the armrest of his chair, his dark eyes scrutinizing Yan Qing. Are you not afraid of death? Yan Qing slowly blinked. Does fear guarantee survival? Chu Xuanzhou chuckled, though devoid of warmth. It does not. Yan Qing's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. I am quite useful. Not only can I treat your ailment, but I can also. Before he could finish, Chu Xuanzhou's mirth vanished, and he rose, looking down upon Yan Qing with a suddenly frosty demeanor. Has no one ever informed you? I detest when others speak to me while bearing that face. Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening his hood to obscure his face, then cautiously raised his eyes to meet Chu Xuanzhou's gaze. Speaking in a muffled tone, this way, you cannot see me. Chu Xuanzhou observed him in silence for a moment, saying nothing, before sweeping out of the hall with a flourish of his sleeve. Amidst such chaotic exchanges, Yan Qing had miraculously secured his life. He exhaled in relief and subtly inquired of the system. Was my performance satisfactory? Do you think he recognized me? The system scoffed. Why not simply reveal your identity? Why engage in this charade of false identities? What if things go awry? Before Yan Qing could respond, the system chuckled darkly. If it goes awry, so be it. After all, whether now or later, the truth will come out. Yan Qing narrowed his eyes. I see. So you are a rather risque system. Be cautious. I might report you to your superiors. The system huffed, falling silent and curling up in a corner, muttering, everyone has their flaws. Let's not mock each other. So, according to your implication, my body is still in Chu Xuanzhou's possession? The system, perhaps irked, replied with a colder tone. Indeed. Yu Qing let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did not expose myself earlier. Whether he believes it or not is trivial. What if he truly believed and took me for some monstrous being, capturing me and reducing me to ashes? I would then find myself at a loss, unable to shed tears. The system immediately veered off course. What should we do now? How can we convince the male lead that you have returned from the dead? Yu Qing replied, why must we convince him? The system, perplexed, responded, if we do not make them believe we have returned, how are we to complete our mission? Chu Xuanzhou's darkening value will be at its peak. Yu Qing rested her chin on her hand, calm and composed. Isn't there still the female lead? She has been disguised as a man since childhood, and since Chu Xuanzhou and she were once classmates, their emotional progression will naturally flow from this connection. The system was taken aback and quickly grasped the implication. You wish to play matchmaker for the male and female leads? Yu Qing, brimming with confidence, declared, I am quite the expert at matchmaking. The mishaps of the previous world were mere accidents. In this realm, I shall not falter. The system retorted, have you completely forgotten the painful lessons from the last world? Yu Qing clenched her fist. It is precisely because of the lessons learned that I am resolute in my success in this world. The system responded, I wish you luck. Perhaps it was best to accept the child's naivety. After all, one's happiness is paramount. In the dimly lit chambers of the regent's palace, several candles had extinguished, casting the entire palace into a shadowy gloom, save for the brightly lit secret room within the study, which emanated a chilling aura. At the center of the secret room lay an exquisitely crafted ice bed, upon which a slender, perfectly featured youth reclined, enveloped in a faint blue mist, resembling a being from a celestial realm. My lord, I had mentioned days ago that the celestial signs were unusual hinting at the return of the Phoenix Star. Today's circumstances further validate my conjecture. Hasn't your Highness already met that individual? I have also heard that you spared his life, which suggests you have discerned his uniqueness. Chu Xuanzhou extended his hand, gently tracing the brows and eyes of the figure upon the ice bed, his expression warm, yet the smile did not reach his eyes, which concealed a hint of madness. Borrowing a corpse to return? The National Master nodded respectfully, affirming, in this vast world, strange occurrences abound. It seems that Master Yin has encountered a remarkable fate, allowing him to return to your Highness's side through another's body. Chu Xuanzhou chuckled softly, though the emotions in his gaze grew increasingly inscrutable. He murmured, "At last, you have returned. Yet, since he has returned, why does he not seek me out? Why is he reluctant to acknowledge me?" As these thoughts settled, a fleeting coldness washed over his features before quickly dissipating, leaving him to gaze longingly at the youth on the ice bed. This time, he should never think of leaving again. Should he dare to flee, he would be bound and imprisoned, rendered incapable of seeing anyone but me. He would be compelled to rely on me, submissively accepting his punishment. After lingering in the secret room for a moment longer, Chu Xuanzhou returned to the study with the National Master, just as a palace attendant approached to inquire about his wishes. "My lord, the individual brought from outside remains in the main hall. Should we expel him or accommodate him?" Chu Xuanzhou sat behind the desk, one hand propping his forehead, his pale, slender fingers idly toying with a jade ring. "I find myself somewhat troubled." The young eunuch was instantly taken aback, and with a thud, he knelt down, exclaiming, "This servant will fetch a doctor at once. Your Highness, please wait a moment." Chu Xuanzhou observed the palace servant fleeing in panic and spoke leisurely. "The person brought from outside today is said to possess remarkable skills in treating headaches. Summon him forth." The young eunuch stood frozen for a moment, finally turning his head in a daze to glance back. Chu Xuanzhou appeared to be in rather good spirits as he remarked, "What? Are you unable to comprehend my words?" The eunuch nodded vigorously. I understand. I shall go immediately." He dashed towards the main hall without pause, and upon seeing Yan Qing, he quickly bowed and, breathless, said, "This esteemed little doctor, the prince requests your presence." "Who is this esteemed doctor?" Yan Qing was perplexed, glancing around but failing to spot anyone, until he belatedly realized that he was the doctor in question. "What did you say?" The young eunuch caught his breath and continued, "The prince's headache has flared up. Hearing of your exceptional medical skills, he has instructed me to summon you." "Oh, how boastful!" Yan Qing cleared his throat lightly, maintaining an air of calmness. "Do not worry. Let me find my bearings." The eunuch interrupted him. "Rest assured, esteemed doctor, the prince has everything you might need. You only need to come." Seeing that Yan Qing still appeared nonchalant, the eunuch's tone grew increasingly urgent. "If the prince's headache truly worsens, we shall all suffer. You must hurry." Yan Qing was half dragged to the study in the side hall, which was empty of attendants, save for Chu Xuanzhou seated behind a writing desk and a middle-aged man clad in a fragrant-hued robe adorned with intricate patterns. "Ah, what a familiar face." Noticing both men focused on their own tasks, Yan Qing hesitated before respectfully kneeling. "The humble citizen greets your Highness and the National Master." Silence enveloped the room until the sound of footsteps echoed softly nearby. Yan Qing's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Soon, a hem of dark fabric came into view, embellished with subtle golden embroidery, leading down to a pair of black leather boots. Following this, a pale, slender finger leisurely extended toward him. Yan Qing's eyelids fluttered, uncertain of the intent behind the gesture, and he slowly raised his gaze. Chu Xuanzhou leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed upon him, and upon meeting his gaze, a slow smile graced his lips. His voice, unexpectedly husky, inquired, "What is this? Are you unwilling to take my hand, or do you desire that I pick you up myself?" Chapter 54. The Obsessive Regent's Forced Affection. Ding. Corruption value decreased by 2. Current corruption value 98. Yan Qing was momentarily stunned, questioning whether his mind had gone awry or his hearing had failed him. For he had done nothing, yet his corruption value had diminished on its own. Had he truly just heard Chu Xuanzhou express a desire to embrace him? Just a moment ago, In the main hall, the prince had been threatening him, and now he was speaking of affection? How had he been oblivious to such a capricious nature before? Meanwhile, with no reply forthcoming, Chu Xuanzhou spoke in a calm, yet unhurried manner. It seems you wish for me to hold you. As the words fell, Chu Xuanzhou truly made a move to embrace him, startling Yan Qing, who quickly grasped his hand and stood up, then retreated a considerable distance, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Chu Xuanzhou leisurely retracted his hand, which had remained suspended in the air, his expression unchanged as he inquired, "What is your name?" Yan Qing, maintaining his composure, casually replied, "The commoner is in Mu." "In Mu?" Chu Xuanzhou echoed, his gaze still deep as the ocean. After a few moments, he turned towards the table, his words lightly drifting back. "Follow me." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Yan Qing cursed himself for his lack of backbone, but cheerfully followed. "I have heard you possess considerable skills in treating headaches?" Yan Qing replied, "Your Highness flatters me. The commoner does not dare to claim such merit." Chu Xuanzhou chuckled softly, his voice imbued with a languid tone. "Whether you dare or not, you are already standing before me. Come, let me assess your abilities." Internally flustered, Yan Qing's exterior remained as steady as a rock. He bit his lip and took a few steps forward, stating, "The commoner has learned some massage techniques. If your Highness trusts me, I can attempt to alleviate your headache." Chu Xuanzhou raised an eyebrow silently, and Yan Qing immediately grasped his intent. Approaching his side, he observed that there were no further indications from him, so he placed his hands over the temples and tentatively pressed down. Seeing that Chu Xuanzhou remained unresponsive, Yan Qing gradually relaxed, alternating his pressure on either side, occasionally increasing the intensity. The system, unable to bear the sight any longer, whispered in his mind, "Host, please be advised, the head beneath your hands belongs to the male lead, not a walnut. Do not treat it as such." Yan Qing paused momentarily, his hands ceasing their movements. Yet the individual being treated was dissatisfied, lazily casting a glance. "Why have you stopped?" Yan Qing asked. "Did Her Highness feel any better?" Chu Xuanzhou nodded. "Your skill is commendable. It indeed alleviates my headache." Yan Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking to himself that he was truly gifted, excelling in every endeavor. He resumed his walnut-treating motions, pleased that the prince appreciated it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification chimed in from the system. Ding. Blackening value decreased by 2. Current blackening value is 96. The system began to grow perplexed. What happened? Could it be that the male lead has recognized your true identity? We haven't even begun our endeavors yet. Yet the blackening value has already diminished? Or does the male lead see you as a replacement for your former self? TSK, what a scoundrel. Yan Qing retorted, "Why do you, a mere system, have so much drama? Since we are here, we must find peace in it. A decrease in the blackening value is a positive outcome, is it not?" The system replied, "Are you not concerned that the situation might mirror the last world?" Yan Qing shot back, "Silence your ominous predictions." The system fell silent, quietly activating its invisibility mode. Uncertain of how long he had been pressing, Yan Qing felt his hands growing somewhat sore as he became lost in the intricately carved magnolia on Chu Xuanzhou's jade hairpin, his movements inadvertently becoming somewhat perfunctory. Chu Xuanzhou lifted his gaze to glance at him and remarked, "Are you tired?" Yan Qing realized that he had been slacking off and immediately intensified his efforts, feeling guilty as he muttered, "I'm not tired." However, Chu Xuanzhou lightly clicked his tongue and, raising his hand, firmly grasped Yan Qing's, pulling it down. "If you're tired, just say so. I'm not an unkind person." Yan Qing glanced at his hands, which were tightly held, attempted to move them, but found himself unable to withdraw. He tentatively asked, "Could you loosen your grip, my lord?" Chu Xuanzhou raised his gaze to meet his, the depth of his eyes revealing a myriad of emotions. Yet he said nothing and complied, releasing his hold. Yan Qing stepped back obediently, presenting an innocent demeanor while internally engaging in a fervent debate with the system. In my opinion, he either senses something amiss or is simply a hopeless romantic, falling for every attractive person he encounters and even resorting to substitutes. What a scoundrel. Truly a scoundrel. Yan Qing sighed with distress. If only he genuinely fell for every charming individual. It would save me some effort when I attempt to match him with a female lead, who is universally acknowledged as a great beauty. I cannot believe he wouldn't be enamored. System, do you not feel any sense of urgency? That is your future husband. Yan Qing shot back, eyes wide. Your husband. The system, flustered, retorted loudly, your husband. Too weary to argue further, Yan Qing withdrew his focus, suddenly sensing an inexplicable tension in the air. He paused and instinctively glanced up, only to find Chu Xuanzhou staring at him intently, unblinking. What odd fixation. Why does he enjoy staring so much? Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xuanzhou beat him to it. There are no extra rooms in my regent's palace. You shall sleep in this annex tonight. The national master, who had been playing the role of an invisible observer, trembled slightly and turned to glance at him. Was he so eager to lure someone into his lair that he discarded all pretense? Yan Qing was equally startled, his eyes widening as he began to pester the system. Wait, he wasn't this naive before. Why is he so trusting of me? A stranger he just met? Has he lost his mind? This seems excessively abnormal. The system huffed in annoyance. You were the one who complained about my bad luck. I'm not dealing with it. You handle it yourself. Chu Xuanzhou had already turned to the national master, speaking. You have many affairs to attend to, so I shall not keep you. The national master silently rose. I take my leave. In the vast study, only the two of them remained. Yan Qing blinked and emulated. A commoner takes their leave. Having said that, he turned to leave, but before he could take a step, a voice called out from behind. Where do you think you're running off to? I distinctly remember saying that you will stay here tonight. Fearing a tragic repetition of his past experiences, Yan Qing swallowed hard and cautiously replied, My lord, this seems unreasonable. Chu Xuanzhou lightly tapped the table, his dark eyes fixed on him, speaking slowly and deliberately. We are both men. What is unreasonable about this? Or do you have some reservations? Chapter 55. The Deranged Regent's Compulsory Affection. What reservations could there be, except the fear of you having designs on my virtue? Yan Qing continued to decline, but the prince laughed, saying it was merely that he suffered from somnambulism and feared disturbing the prince. Chu Xuanzhou leisurely interrupted him. It matters not. This prince is untroubled by disturbances. Yan Qing replied. The commoner grinds his teeth and snores while asleep. Chu Xuanzhou remained unfazed. It matters not. This prince sleeps soundly at night and is oblivious. Yan Qing racked his brain to blacken his own image. Before he could concoct a plausible reason, he heard Chu Xuanzhou, seemingly in thought, pose a question. I have a query. How do you know that man was the national master? Have you encountered him before? Yan Qing's expression momentarily froze before he quickly regained composure. By a stroke of fortune. I happened to meet the national master once. Chu Xuanzhou cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This prince recalls that the national master has never removed his mask in public. I am curious as to where you might have seen his true face. Yan Qing's lips, which had been on the verge of a smirk, stiffened. How had he forgotten that the old national master, with his prophetic abilities, had indeed made many enemies in court? To avoid trouble, he had always donned his mask while out and about, and the number of people who had seen his true visage could be counted on one hand. It was only when he accompanied Chu Xuanzhou that he had witnessed the man without his mask. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he struggled to find a suitable explanation. Finally, he steeled himself to speak. The commoner has seen the national master clad in attire similar to this while in the company of the prince. It is unlikely anyone else would be present. The national master typically appeared only during significant events, adhering to specific dress codes. Today, he merely wore his everyday attire, which he had never donned publicly before. Chu Xuanzhou regarded him intently, but chose not to expose him. Instead, he nodded slowly, affirming, I see. Yan Qing, perceiving that he had successfully deceived the prince, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to utter more, his stomach betrayed him with an unceremonious growl. Are you hungry? Yan Qing felt his ears flush with embarrassment. Those relentless individuals had starved him for 2 whole days. Offering only a bowl of congee just before the prince's arrival, which had long since been digested. Before he could respond, Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened slightly as he remarked, "The kitchen has been prepared with meals. It seems I'm somewhat hungry as well. Have someone bring the food." In the chamber, apart from the two of them, there were no others present, making it evident who would be sent for the meal. Yan Qing exhaled in relief and hurriedly exited the study, where a few guards and a young eunuch awaited him. Upon seeing him emerge, they paused for a moment, clearly uncertain of how to address him. Fortunately, the young eunuch who had previously called for him spoke up warmly. "Little divine doctor, has the prince's headache alleviated?" Yan Qing hesitated, nodding ambiguously. "The prince has instructed me to fetch the meal." The young eunuch's face brightened instantly. "I shall go to the kitchen and bring the food right away." "Little divine doctor, you should return inside. The prince always requires company at this hour." His ramblings were nonsensical. Ordinarily, at this hour, the prince would be in a foul temper, and not a soul in the manor would dare to enter the hall and provoke his ire. Yet, he had keenly sensed that the prince's demeanor towards this young master was quite exceptional. Perhaps with him present, things might unfold differently. Before Yan Qing could utter a word, he was somewhat dazedly ushered into the hall. The moment he stepped inside, the heavy doors behind him shut with a resounding thud, snuffing out the light and plunging the grand hall into an eerie darkness, save for a few flickering palace lamps casting a dim glow. Instinctively, attention gripped Yan Qing's mind, and his heart raced. He remained rooted to the spot, an unsettling premonition whispering that something was slipping beyond his control. What was he doing standing there? Why did he not approach? Steeling his nerves and rallying his resolve, he adopted a facade of nonchalance and stepped forward. After all, it was indeed advantageous that Chu Xuanzhou regarded him with kindness. Once they forged a friendship, he could boldly act as a matchmaker for himself and the heroine. As he traversed the distance from the entrance to the inner hall, Chu Xuanzhou's gaze was unwavering, intense, and profound, as though his eyes were whirlpools that ensnared and captivated him. Upon reaching a distance of 3 zhang, Yan Qing halted, but Chu Xuanzhou, seemingly displeased, gestured towards a circular chair by the table, beckoning him to sit. Yan Qing, uncertain of his intentions, remained stationary and replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. This truly defies reason." What reason could there be? He merely wished to protect his virtue and avoid sitting too close. This time, he was determined to quash any unreasonable advances at their inception. He refused to believe he could falter. Chu Xuanzhou withdrew his gaze from Yan Qing, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he toyed with a jade ring, speaking leisurely. "Defy reason? You may not realize that within the regent's manor, I am the very embodiment of justice." His demeanor was somewhat intimidating. Weighing the pros and cons, Yan Qing ultimately decided to comply and took a seat beside him. Observing him settle in, Chu Xuanzhou raised his voice, summoning someone from outside. Soon, a bowing palace servant entered. "This humble servant is here. What commands does your highness have?" Without turning to him, Chu Xuanzhou directed his attention to Yan Qing. "What does Mu enjoy eating? I shall have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes." With a jolt, Yan Qing turned to him, utterly taken aback, feeling as though his dignity lay shattered. Goosebumps prickled his skin. Mu, what on earth was that? Why was he being addressed in such a manner? Chu Xuanzhou regarded him with an air of amusement. Noticing his prolonged silence, he uttered a low, inquisitive sound, his tone rising slightly, as if questioning his reticence. Yan Qing, dazed, raised his gaze and locked eyes with him, momentarily believing he had been discovered. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, he gleaned nothing. Redirecting his gaze to the waiting young eunuch, he casually listed a few dishes to divert the conversation. Throughout the exchange, the young eunuch clutched his thigh, stifling his excitement, adjusted his official cap, and swiftly exited the grand hall. It was only upon stepping into the desolate, secluded path that a hint of exhilaration broke through his composed facade. What had he just witnessed? The gentle demeanor with which the prince treats a newcomer, who has only just entered the manor today, and the tender way he calls him Mu, raises the question of whether the royal household is soon to welcome a second master. Shortly thereafter, the attendants outside brought in a sumptuous array of delicacies, while Yan Qing, still enveloped in self-doubt, mechanically rose to follow them into the hall. The palace servants remained nearby to arrange the dishes. And standing beside Yan Qing was the familiar young eunuch, who had shared fleeting moments with him before, now grinning cheekily at him while making faces behind Chu Xuanzhou. Uncertain of the reason for the eunuch's mirth, Yan Qing managed to smile back. However, a pair of ominous coughs echoed from the opposite end of the table, prompting Yan Qing to glance up and meet the disapproving gaze of Chu Xuanzhou. The eunuch, having noticed, immediately wiped the grin from his face, bowing lower in fear, resembling a quail in fright. Chu Xuanzhou's voice, though somewhat indifferent, carried a weighty reprimand. Is it necessary to teach such manners as not speaking while eating or sleeping? Yan Qing promptly straightened himself, focusing intently on his meal. During the course of the meal, he felt a pair of chopsticks deftly selecting his favorite dishes. Initially believing it to be the eunuch's doing, he momentarily pondered what kind of divine life Chu Xuanzhou led, so attuned to his preferences, and found himself enjoying the meal immensely. It was only halfway through the meal that Yan Qing belatedly realized the chopsticks were not from beside him, but were indeed from across the table. His hand faltered for a moment as he slowly raised his gaze, only to find Chu Xuanzhou calmly retracting his chopsticks. Noticing Yan Qing's glance, he offered a subtle smile, leisurely advising, "Take your time, no need to rush." In that instant, Yan Qing found himself unable to swallow. How could it be that, despite this being their first meeting, Chu Xuanzhou seemed so intimately familiar with his tastes? An unease washed over him as he poked at the rice in his bowl, nervously summoning the system. System? What is happening? Why is Chu Xuanzhou being so kind to me? Are you certain he hasn't discovered anything? The system's tone was heavy, perhaps, but that is of little consequence. I must inform you of a more pressing matter. Yan Qing's heart sank at the ominous turn, yet he pressed on. What is it? My program is due for an upgrade, and I may need to be offline for a while, the system replied. Panic surged within Yan Qing. When will you return? Uncertain, but I shall be back as soon as possible. Please remain calm. Where are you leaving? Silence, an oppressive silence. It dawned on Yan Qing that the system had already gone offline. Cursing under his breath, he withdrew from his anxious thoughts. The surrounding atmosphere was unnervingly quiet, devoid of even the clatter of dishes. Instinctively, Yan Qing lifted his gaze, only to lock eyes with a pair of deep, obsidian orbs. These eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, capable of piercing through his facade to reveal his true self. Feeling a tight knot of anxiety in his throat, Yan Qing instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet his stare. Yet, Chu Xuanzhou continued to regard him unwaveringly. Why is there a reluctance to meet his gaze? A hesitance to acknowledge him? The ones who dared to harm him in the past have all been eradicated. He ought to know that as long as he remains by his side, no one in this world can inflict pain upon him again. What held him back from returning to his side? Xiao Fuji. In the end, he diverted his gaze, ceasing to press the matter further. The servant is here, spoke the young eunuch beside Yan Qing immediately. I observe that young Master Mu does not appear to be in good spirits. It seems he may have had a restless night. Please prepare the tranquil medicine specially concocted by the imperial physician for young Master Mu to ensure he can rest well tonight. Xiao Fuji complied and soon returned with a bowl of brown herbal concoction. Steam wafted above the bowl, and the aroma was not unpleasant, imbued with a serene, calming essence. Yan Qing, unable to refuse, accepted the bowl and took a sip. Xiao Fuji cheerfully remarked, "Rest assured, young Master Mu, this tranquil medicine is made from rare herbs. I trust you are familiar with such matters, and it is undoubtedly beneficial with no harm." Yan Qing, no, he did not comprehend. Yet, the medicine was indeed palatable, with a hint of sweet and sourness that soothed the mind, gradually lulling him into a state of drowsiness. As he drifted towards slumber, his thoughts meandered chaotically, at one moment contemplating strategy, and the next pondering where to vacation once all tasks were completed. Ultimately, clarity eluded him, and fatigue overwhelmed him. Even as he propped his hand against his forehead, his head succumbed to gravity, teetering dangerously close to the table. Of course, he did not crash down. A long, elegant hand gently cradled his cheek. The other attendants in the hall had all retreated, leaving only the two of them in the vast chamber. Chu Xuanzhou stood beside him, one hand tenderly holding his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. A myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes, ultimately settling into an unwavering affection and yearning. "Are you tired, master?" Yan Qing furrowed his brows slightly, offering a vague response. Chu Xuanzhou's eyes were dark as ink, never wavering from his focus. "If you are tired, shall I take you to rest?" Yan Qing scrunched his nose in mild protest, mumbling something indistinct as he turned his face into the palm cradling him. Chu Xuanzhou did not catch his words and leaned in closer, gently coaxing. "What did you say, master?" Yan Qing's brows knitted tightly, and he repeated his words, this time clearly stating, "It's too noisy, be quiet." With a tender smile, Chu Xuanzhou bent down and lifted the somewhat restless figure from the chair, turning towards the sleeping quarters. Once he laid him on the bed and held him close, a sense of peace enveloped Chu Xuanzhou. He lowered his head, placing a soft kiss upon Yan Qing's brow. Yan Qing seemed to sense it, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, instinctively shrinking back. Yet, he was already nestled within Chu Xuanzhou's embrace. Where could he retreat to? Chu Xuanzhou's long, graceful fingers rested on his waist, firm yet gentle, preventing any escape, compelling him to remain comfortably nestled against him. He gently lifted the boy's porcelain-like chin, gazing intently for a considerable time before finally leaning down to kiss the lips that had so frequently appeared in his thoughts. Initially intending to merely sample, he found himself losing control, ultimately gripping the boy's chin with a firm hand, compelling him to part his lips, and then, with unwavering resolve, embarking on a passionate conquest. After the kiss, even in slumber, the boy's breaths were uneven, his lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of pristine white teeth, as if tempting him to taste once more. Yet, in a rare moment of restraint, Chu Xuanzhou refrained from continuing the fervent kissing. Instead, he gently caressed the boy's cheek, his voice husky as he spoke. "Teacher, since you wish to remain unrecognized, I shall gladly indulge in this charade with you. However, I have waited long enough. Do not let me down." Chapter 57. The Mad Regent's compulsory love. When Yan Qing awoke, he felt a bit disoriented, surrounded by an unfamiliar room, an opulent bed adorned with lavish decorations. The faint scent of tranquil dragons' saliva lingered in the air, reminiscent of Chu Xuanzhou's own fragrance. What on earth is happening? His mind remained eerily quiet until he recalled that the system was undergoing an upgrade. He clicked his tongue lightly, supporting his still dizzy head as he clutched the blanket and rose from the vast bed. As he began to replay the events leading up to his slumber, he remembered starting with a meal, followed by someone serving him a bowl of calming soup, and then Yan Qing's body jolted, a flush of embarrassment and indignation creeping from his ears to half his face, his grip on the splendid blanket tightening. How could he have fallen asleep like that? And to make matters worse, he had dreamt of such things. In the dream, though the identity of the other person remained unknown, the suffocating sensation and the feeling of lips brushing against his own were all too vivid. In a moment of confusion, he even suspected that it was that little rascal Shunju who had taken advantage of him while he slept. Such audacity! Yan Qing found himself deeply reflecting on why a fine young man like himself would entertain such dreams. Was it merely a single instance of pressure that had rendered him addicted, bending him in ways he had never imagined? He sat on the bed in a daze, engulfed by self-doubt. Had he truly become so unyielding yet suddenly pliable? A faint creak interrupted his thoughts as the door opened, pulling him back to reality. He instinctively looked up. Chu Xuanzhou entered, dressed in his casual attire, moving at a leisurely pace. Awake? Yan Qing stared blankly at him, bewildered by his surroundings. Chu Xuanzhou's lips curved into a subtle smile. "This is my royal chamber." Yan Qing's pupils widened in shock. Hadn't he been told to stay in the side chamber yesterday? How could he wake up here in the royal chamber? Was this even reasonable? Chu Xuanzhou seated himself at the edge of the bed, his dark eyes fixed on him without blinking. "Do you remember dozing off during your meal yesterday?" Yan Qingmu nodded slightly, recalling that it all stemmed from that bowl of soothing soup. Chu Xuanzhou's smile deepened at the corners of his lips. "After you fell asleep, you were utterly unmovable. I struggled to lift you, yet you clung to the hem of my garment, unwilling to let go." Hence, I had no choice but to carry you back to my chamber. Yan Qing felt as though his mind had momentarily faltered. He recognized each word. Yet their combination eluded his understanding. Was it truly within his capacity to fall asleep mid-meal and refuse to release a person? He steadied his thoughts and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Was it the prince who carried me to bed?" Chu Xuanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who else would you wish to have carry you? If not me?" Yan Qing, with a bewildered expression, shook his head. No one. As he shook his head halfway, a sudden realization struck him. He gazed down at the soft, comfortable inner garments he wore, which were certainly not the hastily donned ones from yesterday. Who had changed his clothes? Before he could voice his question, Chu Xuanzhou, with an understanding glance, preemptively replied, "Moreover, the garments you wear now were also changed by me." Yan Qing's mind went completely blank as he lay stiffly on the bed, clutching the blanket like a maiden who had been taken advantage of. Chu Xuanzhou lowered his gaze, his tone slightly hoarse. "What is this? Do you not wish to take responsibility?" Yan Qing, rigid, lifted his gaze to him. "Responsibility?" Chu Xuanzhou continued. "Last night, you touched and embraced me, and you wish to let it all go just like that?" With a thud, Yan Qing collapsed back onto the bed, trembling hands enveloping himself in the blanket. This must be a dream. He surely had fallen into a surreal slumber. Observing his reaction, Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened. Yet he could not bear to press him further, and said, "Where has your mind wandered? I was speaking of my headache. You do not wish to take responsibility for that, do you? It was merely a false alarm." Yan Qing emerged from the blanket with a fuzzy head, nodding. "Rest assured, your humble servant shall take full responsibility for your headache." Although he was uncertain what that responsibility entailed, such words would not lead him astray. "It is time to dine. What do you wish to eat? I shall instruct someone to prepare it." At that moment, Yan Qing was still somewhat disoriented, merely shaking his head. "I can eat anything." Chu Xuanzhou, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded and gestured toward the garments on the rack. "Those are clothes I have prepared for you. Do try them on and see if they fit." They should fit perfectly, as he had personally taken the measurements and instructed the palace servants to work overnight on them. Yan Qing followed the direction of his finger and looked up, a sudden clarity jolting through him, and he regarded Chu Xuanzhou with a hint of caution. The garments on the rack were precisely the type he had favored 5 years prior. What was Chu Xuanzhou's intention? Was this a test? "I am grateful for your kindness, Your Highness, but I am accustomed to coarse clothing, and I fear I may not take to such exquisite and costly fabric." Chu Xuanzhou, seemingly struck by a thought, allowed a pleased smile to grace his lips. "In time, you shall grow accustomed to it." Without the luxury of contemplating the profound implications of his future, Yan Qing hastily dressed and exited the inner chamber. Upon reaching the outer hall, he discovered a table lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, each one a reflection of his personal preferences. His heart was in disarray, and with the absence of the system, he found himself devoid of a confidant to share his thoughts. Thus, he chose a seat at the farthest end from Chu Xuanzhou, seeking a semblance of tranquility. When he noticed the object of his affections seated diagonally opposite him, clearly avoiding his gaze, Chu Xuanzhou's eyes darkened with an unspoken weight. Oblivious to his presence, Yan Qing immersed himself in his meal, consuming his porridge in haste before setting down his chopsticks. "I have finished my meal," he announced. But Chu Xuanzhou continued to eat leisurely, not sparing him glance. Embarrassed, Yan Qing awkwardly touched his chin and returned to his seat. Finally, as the man opposite him laid down his chopsticks, Yan Qing could no longer contain his curiosity and ventured, "Yesterday, I gathered from the prince's words that I bear a striking resemblance to a certain acquaintance of his." Chu Xuanzhou lifted his gaze, his dark, expressive eyes observing him with a profound intensity that hinted at deeper meanings. "Did the person who sent you here not mention to whom you bear resemblance?" Yan Qing stiffly shook his head, responding flatly, "No." A chuckle escaped Chu Xuanzhou's lips as his fingers rhythmically tapped the table, producing a crisp and steady sound. Since they remained silent, "I shall inform you personally. You bear a striking resemblance to the one who holds my heart." Yan Qing was left utterly astounded. What nonsense was this? How could he resemble the prince's beloved? In this day and age, such a cliched line was simply absurd. Or was he referring to his former self before his demise? His mind raced, and he was suddenly engulfed in dread. What was wrong with the male lead? Why was he becoming increasingly enigmatic? Forgetting entirely about the system as potential return, Yan Qing internally screamed, "System, where are you?" Here, what's happening?" Yan Qing, both startled and elated, exclaimed, "You're back." The system replied, "I just returned and heard you wailing like a banshee. What is the matter?" Yan Qing continued to scream. Chu Xuanzhou said, "I look like his beloved." The system's tone shifted immediately, filled with indignation. "I knew it. The male lead of this world is nothing but a scoundrel, engaging in such substitute romance. Is this even in vogue anymore?" Yan Qing, now frantic, retorted, "This isn't about substitutes. It's about his orientation." The system chuckled darkly. "Then perhaps you should take matters into your own hands. I shall always support you from the shadows. Go for it. Get lost. Why are you silent now? Have I frightened you?" Regaining his composure, Yan Qing found Chu Xuanzhou watching him intently, his dark eyes reflecting Yan Qing's petite figure. Yan Qing was on the verge of collapse. What could he say? What would he dare to express? The system quietly emerged once more to offer advice. "Those seeking a substitute are seldom noble, host. At this juncture, you ought to vehemently chastise him, to scorn him, rendering him a quivering wreck, bowing in supplication before our tailored trousers." Yan Qing remained impassive. "Get lost, quickly." The system responded with alacrity. "All right, I shall depart." The system rolled away, yet Yan Qing absorbed its counsel. After a brief moment of contemplation, when he lifted his gaze to meet Chu Xuanzhou's, his expression had transformed. It dawned on him that the prince's affection was merely a reflection of his love for someone who resembled him. Did the prince not fear that his beloved might discover this? Chu Xuanzhou appeared unfazed, his eyes cast down slightly in a hint of melancholy. He will never know. He will remain eternally unaware. Yan Qing faltered momentarily. Indeed, the previous iteration of himself would forever remain oblivious. He rephrased his thoughts and continued. "So, does this mean that the prince sees me as a mere substitute for your beloved?" Chu Xuanzhou raised his gaze to meet his, responding without inquiry. "Am I truly a substitute?" With an inverted question, he sought clarity. What was he implying? Yan Qing inhaled deeply, entering a didactic mode. "Your Highness, it is unjust to treat me kindly merely because I bear a resemblance to your beloved. This is not only unfair to them, but also to myself. It is a desecration of true affection." The weight of his words was substantial, and he anticipated that Chu Xuanzhou would react with anger. Instead, he displayed no displeasure but rather a faint smile. "You are correct." It was a moment of self-inflicted jealousy. Witnessing Chu Xuanzhou's impervious demeanor left Yan Qing at a loss for words. Exhausted, he reclined in his chair. This task felt insurmountable. Ding! Corruption value decreased by 5. Current corruption value 91. It diminished so quickly? Yan Qing's resolve reignited. He propped himself upright in his chair, regarding Chu Xuanzhou with a warm expression. "May I inquire? Your Highness, was your previous beloved a man or a woman?" Chu Xuanzhou regarded him intently before responding, "A man." Yan Qing slammed his hand on the table, earnestly declaring, "Your Highness, a union between men is ultimately not the righteous path. Society values the harmony of yin and yang. You are in the prime of your life, and should consider marrying a woman as your princess." Chu Xuanzhou's gaze abruptly turned frigid, his voice steeped in a chilling silence. "Do you wish for me to wed another woman?" Yan Qing was taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor, hesitantly lowering his hand, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Chu Xuanzhou closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous rage within, and again regarded the youth before him. If he were to marry another woman, what would become of his beloved if they were to return one day? How would he reconcile with such a fate? Even in death, could one truly return? Yan Qing steadied his thoughts, deliberating for quite some time before finally speaking with earnest concern. "Your Highness, though it may be presumptuous of a mere commoner to voice this, I feel compelled to advise you. As the esteemed regent of a nation, it is said that there are 3 forms of filial piety, with the lack of heirs being the gravest. Moreover, with the departed having passed. One should not dwell excessively on the past, but rather seek a woman to continue the lineage. Otherwise, if your parents were to know, Chu Xiuanzhou coldly interrupted, they would have no knowledge of whether I intend to marry a woman or a man. Are you concerned for them more than I? This statement fell off to Yan Qing, prompting him to amend his words quickly. However, it remains ultimately your affair, Your Highness. I am but an outsider and would not dare to influence your thoughts. Chu Xiuanzhou's tone remained indifferent. I grant you no guilt. Continue. Yan Qing fell silent, and the hall became enveloped in a heavy stillness. The atmosphere grew tense, and he lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with the prince. At that moment, 3 precise knocks echoed from outside. Your Highness, Lord Li and Lord Song seek your presence for an urgent matter. Rising, Chu Xiuanzhou cast a fleeting glance at Yan Qing, but chose not to utter another word. The door to the hall closed slowly behind him, and Yan Qing finally exhaled in relief. Frankly, your male protagonists seem to have peculiar afflictions, opting for hard, unyielding men over soft, fragrant maidens. The system whispered, other hosts have not encountered such issues. Should you not reflect on whether the problem lies within yourself? Yan Qing raised his voice slightly. Do you doubt the validity of my educational methods? The system responded rapidly. I did not say that. It was you who implied it. Yan Qing chose not to dwell on the comment and sighed. To be honest, I too question the efficacy of my methods. Why else would every male lead be increasingly effeminate? After a brief silence, the system inquired, what will you do next? Yan Qing resolved with renewed determination. This inclination towards the same sex is a condition that must be treated. I must find an opportunity to meet the female lead and have her remedy Chu Xiuanzhou's unfortunate proclivities. The system replied, devoid of hope. This is utterly beyond redemption. Having spent a day aimlessly wandering the royal residence without finding an opportunity to leave, Yan Qing followed his young eunuch attendant, who continually insisted on seeking the prince's permission. This back and forth persisted until nightfall, and he remained unable to step beyond the gates of the royal estate. Chu Xiuanzhou had yet to emerge from his study. After dining with the palace attendants, Yan Qing began to search for a place to sleep. Master Mu, you should rest in the prince's chambers, suggested one of the attendants. Yan Qing firmly interrupted. That is unacceptable. I am but an outsider. How could I share a room with the prince? Are you not concerned that I might be here to assassinate him? The young eunuch fell silent, ultimately leading Yan Qing to the side chamber as per his request. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuanzhou was not intentionally avoiding him, but was simply overwhelmed with responsibilities. By the time he concluded his official duties, night had fully set in. What a Master Mu? He inquired of a nearby attendant. Master Mu has already retired in the side chamber, was the prompt reply. Chu Xiuanzhou's brows furrowed slightly. The side chamber? The attendant cautiously spoke. It was young Master Mu's insistence. Chu Xiuanzhou said nothing, merely nodded and remarked, this prince will also stay in the side hall tonight. The attendant hurriedly went to make the preparations. By the time Chu Xiuanzhou arrived at the side hall, Yan Qing was already sound asleep. He looked down from a height at the unaware figure on the bed, and an obscure emotion flickered in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sighed, leaned down, and embraced the person, pressing his lips against the long-desired delicate pink ones. After the kiss, the person in his arms unconsciously parted their lips to gasp for breath. Chu Xiuanzhou felt a surge of desire and could not resist leaning in once more to seek another kiss. However, just as he drew near, he heard the person mumbling in their sleep. "Ewan, stop fooling around." In an instant, the heated atmosphere cooled down abruptly, leaving Chu Xiuanzhou feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, leaving him entirely chilled. It was as though a heavy object had fallen from the sky and struck his heart, causing him to feel as if he had stepped into empty air, uncontrollably plummeting into an abyss. The hall fell silent. In the stiff, cold atmosphere, only the dim candlelight flickered, casting a clear reflection of the vibrant and beautiful face of the person on the bed. Chu Xiuanzhou slowly raised his hand, gently resting it on Yan Qing's fair, slender neck, tightening his grip gradually, his gaze unfathomable, his expression calm to the point of indifference. "Ahuan," he repeated the name softly, like a whisper of his beloved's name. Isn't the Grand Tutor enough for me? Go on. Who else is there? Yan Qing dreamt of being pressed down by a ghost. After 300 years in the previous world, the sensation of being unable to breathe was too vivid, and his lips felt both numb and itchy. He thought it was that little brat Shan and instinctively called out his name in his dream. Sure enough, the feeling of being pressed down dissipated the next moment. However, he soon felt a gaze that was at times fiery and at times eerie fixated upon him. He sensed he had forgotten something, yet his muddled mind could not recall anything, and he ultimately sank deeper into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already bright. He felt somewhat disoriented and yawned as he sluggishly sat up. His night clothes hung loosely. The tie around his waist had come undone. Assuming he was alone in the room, he boldly opened his garment and stretched lazily. Halfway through his stretch, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on a tall figure sitting at a nearby table. Silhouetted against the light, the daylight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating the deep contours of his brows and eyes, creating a play of light and shadow that was hard to discern. Yan Qing felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze, instantly feeling a sense of dread. He quickly adjusted his clothing, making sure he was properly covered before looking back and asking, "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Chu Xuanzhou smirked without warmth, his eyes shrouded in silence, his voice low and hoarse. "Is this prince not allowed to be here?" Yan Qing reflexively replied, "Of course you can. This is your royal residence. You can be wherever you wish. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, he swiftly donned the outer garment from the rack beside him. Chu Xuanzhou, with a tranquil expression, observed him as he dressed. His waist was slender, and the belt was carelessly wrapped around him, accentuating his delicate figure. Unbeknownst to him, he hastily finished dressing and made his way toward the palace door, seemingly eager to distance himself, as if fleeing from a formidable threat. Chu Xuanzhou, unable to endure this, closed his eyes momentarily. As the other passed by, he seized his wrist and pulled him back into his embrace. Yan Qing was startled by this sudden turn of events, his ears buzzing as he struggled and frantically called upon his system. What on earth happened after just one night? Why had the male lead descended into madness? "Here comes host, what transpired?" Yan Qing, filled with impotent rage, retorted, "Just look, the male lead has gone mad again." System, it's not a big deal. Is it? You were about to fall, and the male lead simply caught you. Wait, Yan Qing exclaimed. Wait for what? System, the darkening value has changed again. Yan Qing's attention was momentarily diverted, instinctively asking, "By how much has it decreased?" The system replied gravely, "It hasn't decreased. It has risen to 100. What on earth did you do overnight?" Yan Qing felt as if struck by lightning. What could he have possibly done? He merely had dinner and went to sleep. The male lead's current state is somewhat precarious. "Are you all right, host?" Yan Qing instinctively responded, "A true man cannot admit defeat. Step aside." The system promptly retreated. Yan Qing regained his composure and noticed that Chu Xuanzhou had somehow moved closer, their breaths nearly intertwining. One hand still firmly grasped his wrist, his expression cold, with eyes deep and inscrutable. In the next moment, Yan Qing heard him speak in a chilling tone. "Who is Awan?" "What?" Yan Qing's eyes widened in shock. What the hell was Awan? Where did this name come from in this world? Perhaps his expression was too astonished. As Chu Xuanzhou's grip loosened slightly, yet he continued, "Last night, you kept calling this name. Who is he to you?" Yan Qing raised his free hand and slapped his own face in disbelief, nearly succumbing to despair. He had long known that such dreams would bring no good fortune. He had dreamt, yet he had audibly called out the name. "Can't you express it?" Chu Xuanzhou gazed down at him, his eyes as cold as stars. If the esteemed tutor dared to entice him, he better not discover their identity. Otherwise, he would unearth them from the depths and have them torn asunder. Yan Qing felt the grip on his wrist tighten once more, and without needing to look, he knew it must be turning red. His mind raced with thoughts, and after a deep breath, he nonsensically replied, "Awan was a dog I once raised. Even a devoted dog is still a dog. One shouldn't dwell too much on the details." Chu Xuanzhou's gaze flickered ever so slightly. "Really?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Qing nodded. "He accompanied me for many years. We shared everything together. It was uncertain whether Chu Xuanzhou believed him or not. Her complexion softened slightly as she inquired, "Where is it now? Why have I never encountered it before?" Yan Qing's expression was filled with sorrow as he replied, "It has perished. Indeed, it had departed from this world, and he had witnessed its demise with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave successfully." Chu Xuanzhou's gaze flickered momentarily, and he finally released his hold, the previous anger dissipating like mist. "I apologize. It was not my intention to bring up your painful memories." As his words fell, a notification echoed from the system. Ding. Corruption value decreased by 20. Current corruption value 80. "Congratulations, host." Yan Qing sighed in relief, promptly distancing himself by 3 meters. Chu Xuanzhou's eyes darkened uncontrollably once more. Yan Qing began to speak first. "Though we are both men, it is still prudent to avoid any inappropriate familiarity." Chu Xuanzhou gazed intently into his clear, translucent peach blossom eyes and after a moment remarked, "Today, my nostalgia for an old acquaintance was rather abrupt. I hope Master Mu will not take offense." Yan Qing remained silent, cautiously lowering his sleeves, yet the faint red mark on his wrist remained visible. Chu Xuanzhou fixated on him, not missing the conspicuous red mark on his fair wrist, which added an unwarranted air of fragility and vulnerability that stirred an urge to conquer and ravage. He lowered his eyelashes to conceal the darkness in his gaze, and, with a slightly hoarse voice, suggested, "I see your wrist is red. Would you like me to massage it for you?" Chapter 60. The Mad Regent's Compulsory Affection. Yan Qing immediately shook his head in alarm. No need for that. The words felt somewhat effeminate, and he graciously declined. Chu Xuanzhou chose not to speak further but rose and approached him step by step, causing Yan Qing to instinctively retreat until he found himself against the wall. "Your Highness, is there something else?" Chu Xuanzhou reached out and ruffled his fluffy hair, causing it to become disheveled. Yan Qing quickly responded, "No need to trouble your Highness. I can manage my own hair." Chu Xuanzhou did not press the matter, but shifted to another topic. "Yesterday, I heard from the palace servants that you wish to leave the palace." Yan Qing hesitated momentarily, uncertain of his intent, and glanced at him without speaking. Chu Xuanzhou continued, "Is there a particular matter that necessitates your departure?" This was an obvious question, as leaving was primarily to find him a bride. Though he thought this internally, he could not voice it, so Yan Qing replied vaguely, "There are some matters to attend to." Chu Xuanzhou nodded, "I happen to have a day off today. I shall accompany you." "Wait, accompany me?" Yan Qing pondered the pros and cons. After a brief moment, he looked up at Chu Xuanzhou and politely replied, "Then I must trouble your Highness." Going out together would allow the system to ascertain the whereabouts of the female lead, creating an opportunity for an unexpected encounter. Chu Xuanzhou, unaware of his inner thoughts, simply smiled faintly. "It is no trouble." After changing into appropriate attire and tying his hair, Yan Qing and Chu Xuanzhou set off together into the streets. However, just before leaving, Chu Xuanzhou inexplicably produced a hat and insisted that Yan Qing wear it. Yan Qing's mind quickly adapted to the situation. The appearance of his current body bore a striking resemblance to that of the former Yin Taifu, and thus, venturing out into the streets unannounced could indeed startle some old acquaintances. However, Chu Xuanzhou was less concerned about such matters, purely believing that Yan Qing's visage was too captivating to be kept to himself. Naturally, he was reluctant to allow others to gaze upon it. Upon stepping outside, Yan Qing feigned great interest in his surroundings while subtly inquiring of the system, "Where's the female lead now?" The system, with a beep, activated its automatic detection function, and after a few moments, responded with mild surprise. "Coincidentally, the female lead has also ventured out today, sipping tea at a tea house on the street adjacent to yours." Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he changed direction, heading straight for the tea house where the female lead was located. Chu Xuanzhou, unwavering, followed closely at his side. As they ascended to the second floor, upon witnessing Yan Qing's direct approach towards a table by the window, his expression subtly shifted. He intended to voice a caution, but Yan Qing had already eagerly approached. On the other side, the figure with an autumn-hued silhouette turned to reveal a strikingly cold and elegant visage. Jiang Tingwan did not acknowledge Yan Qing, but instead fixed her gaze upon Chu Xuanzhou, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Oh, has the prince brought a new favorite to the streets?" The recent rumor of a youth remaining at the regent's residence had spread throughout the capital. Chu Xuanzhou stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yan Qing, and spoke with a placid tone. "What I do is of no concern to Miss Jiang." Observing the palpable tension between the two, Yan Qing swiftly interjected to ease the atmosphere. He peeked from behind Chu Xuanzhou, smiling brightly at Jiang Tingwan, and inquired, "Might we share a table? As it appears there are no seats available on this floor. Who want to share with you? I have no time for such trivialities." "You should leave at once," Jiang Tingwan began, but her words abruptly halted as her gaze remained fixed on the young man's partially revealed face beneath his hat. "Please sit," she finally offered. Yet, Chu Xuanzhou remained steadfast, his demeanor icy as he replied, "Miss Jiang, your interest is commendable, but we shall not impose." With that, he attempted to lead Yan Qing away, only for Yan Qing to stubbornly pull him towards Jiang Tingwan, exclaiming, "Fate has brought us together. Upon meeting you today, Miss Jiang, I felt an undeniable connection. Why not sit and share a drink?" Chu Xuanzhou turned his head, his expression darkening further. Realizing his blunder, Yan Qing understood that Chu Xuanzhou likely perceived his eagerness to bond with the female lead as overtly transparent and was thus feeling jealous. He hastily attempted to amend his words. "I see that you and Miss Jiang are more compatible. You two should drink together while I simply observe." However, this attempt was futile, as Chu Xuanzhou's countenance grew increasingly somber. Jiang Tingwan scoffed, "Drink with him? I'd rather share a drink with you. I find this young gentleman quite agreeable." In a low and warning tone, Chu Xuanzhou uttered Jiang Tingwan. She leisurely rolled her eyes. "I can hear just fine. There's no need to raise your voice." As the situation escalated beyond control, Yan Qing furrowed his brows, nearly capable of squashing mosquito with his tension. What is the matter with the female protagonist? In the past, when she donned male attire as a tutor in the palace, she always presented herself as a gentle and demure figure before him, never displaying such vivacity. Chu Xuanzhou tilted his head and drew Yan Qing closer, meticulously adjusting his hat, then cast a warning glance at Jiang Tingwan before turning to descend the stairs. Miss Jiang Tingwan observed the retreating figures of the two with a calm demeanor, intent on uncovering the identity of the man from earlier. The striking resemblance he bore to that person, coupled with Chu Xuanzhou's evident anxiety, led her to suspect, could it be that he has truly returned? Her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as she pushed open the window, fixating intently on their departing silhouettes. Yan Qing, bewildered, was dragged downstairs and remained in a daze even as they boarded the carriage heading back to the Wang residence. Chu Xuanzhou removed the hat from his head, his emotions inscrutable, and asked, "Do you harbor feelings for her?" Yan Qing shook his head vigorously, almost as if in a frenzied dance. "No, she is your destined match." The system quietly interjected, "Don't you think the protagonists are rather peculiar?" Yan Qing replied earnestly, "Indeed, they are somewhat unusual, but it matters not. They must be entwined in a love-hate narrative. That is how it begins." The system responded with disdain. What a ridiculous notion of love and hate. Both of their gazes were almost glued to him, not sparing a shred of attention to each other. How, then, could this be a tale of love and hate? Yan Qing was uncertain whether he spoke for the system's benefit or as self-assurance. "You wouldn't understand, being a lifeless machine. Based on my extensive experience navigating various literary platforms, they are undoubtedly a couple." Chapter 61. The Mad Regnant Prince's Compulsory Affection. The system, feeling overwhelmed, desired silence. Chu Xuanzhou waited in vain for Yan Qing's response before inquiring, "If you do not fancy her, why seek her out today?" Yan Qing promptly gathered his wits, carefully choosing his words. "Upon meeting Miss Jiang today, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. She is both beautiful and gentle." Chu Xuanzhou lowered his lashes, obscuring his emotions, and replied in a light, airy tone, devoid of displeasure, "So you do have an affection for her? What is so remarkable about her? You could inquire throughout the capital, and you'd find she pales in comparison to me." Yan Qing retorted, "What does she have to do with you?" Confounded by his words, He chose to disregard the nonsensical chatter and pressed on. Miss Jiang is truly admirable. She is beautiful, comes from a good family, and undoubtedly has many noble suitors vying for her hand in marriage. Chu Xuanzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression obscured by the light. He chuckled softly, his tone becoming even more tender. Does that include you as well? Though his countenance remained unchanged, Yanqing instinctively sensed danger, a chill creeping over him. He finally grasped the implication. He was being regarded as a hypothetical rival. Wrapping his arms around himself, he rubbed them lightly, contemplating the notion of using himself as bait. Perhaps this would provoke jealousy and illuminate Chu Xuanzhou's true feelings. After a moment of reflection, he tentatively asked, "Is there a problem?" Cornering him in the carriage, a smile playing on his lips as he queried, "Of course there is a problem. By what right do you think you could marry her?" Yanqing's eyes sparkled momentarily, realizing the truth. He is unworthy, yet you are deserving, a perfect match akin to celestial beings. While this thought lingered in his mind, he continued to stoke the flames outwardly, stating, "A graceful lady is the ideal companion for a gentleman. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own aspirations?" Pressing tightly against the carriage wall, Yanqing spoke rapidly. "If you wish to hang yourself on a single tree, that is not my desire. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it." Chu Xuanzhou fell silent, merely gazing at him intently. Yanqing felt a pang of guilt and averted his gaze, sensing the precariousness of their position in the carriage, and attempted to slip away through the gap beneath his arm. Just as he managed to get halfway, a large hand casually grasped the nape of his neck, the rough pads of fingers pressing ambiguously against his carotid artery. The man's tone turned inexplicably cold. "Where do you think you're going?" Yanqing's body froze, then gradually retreated, once more aligning himself against the carriage wall, abandoning the notion of escape. Chu Xuanzhou released his grip but inched closer, his voice calm, yet carrying an unsettling undertone. "You have taken a wife, but what of me? Who shall tend to my headaches?" Yanqing teetered on the edge of folly. "Shall I be with Miss Jiang?" Chu Xuanzhou's eyes hardened with frost. Terrified, Yanqing hastily amended, "I was merely jesting. Of course, I shall remain responsible for your headaches, my lord. Rest assured." Noticing a slight improvement in Chu Xuanzhou's expression, he pressed on. "However, to marry Miss Jiang would indeed be a great fortune. How delightful it would be to have a warm family life with a wife and children." "Wife and children?" As expected, Chu Xuanzhou's tone turned frigid once more, his gaze devoid of emotion. Seizing the moment, Yanqing continued, "Consider Miss Jiang beautiful and kind, lively and delightful, a rare gem. Surely, any children she bears would be exceptionally intelligent." He exhausted every commendation he could conceive for her. Finally, Chu Xuanzhou's expression turned thoroughly frigid. "So you're truly fond of her? Your previous insistence on my marriage was merely to facilitate your union?" Realization struck Yanqing that he had gone too far in his provocations. To avoid incurring the wrath of an enraged Chu Xuanzhou, he began to backtrack. "My lord, you misunderstand. I merely have a slight fondness for Miss Jiang, certainly not comparable to the deep bond you share with her from childhood. If you two were to be together, I could endure the pain of letting go." In closing, he feigned nonchalance, wiping his nose thus. "It is not you who facilitates our union, but rather we who support yours. Rest assured, my lord, I shall wish you both happiness." Chu Xuanzhou, his expression inscrutable, nodded slightly, his tone flat as he replied, "I understand." Yanqing exhaled a long breath, his previously anxious heart gradually settling. As long as he comprehended his own feelings, that was sufficient. With this understanding, marrying the heroine should swiftly dispel any dark tendencies, he mused. Before he could contemplate further, the system emitted a cold, unyielding notification sound. Ding! The darkening value has risen by 10. The current darkening value stands at 90. Please take heed, host. Yanqing was rendered speechless, utterly petrified. "What on earth do you know, my friend?" He pondered. Bewildered, Yanqing was once again escorted back to the royal residence. For the next few days, he enjoyed a spell of tranquility, while Chu Xuanzhou seemed either preoccupied with affairs or intentionally evading him, locking himself away in the study. Failing to make an appearance before Yanqing for several consecutive days. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yan Qing awoke each morning with a peculiar burning sensation on his lips, and upon gazing into the mirror, he could discern nothing amiss. His nights became increasingly profound, devoid of the bizarre dreams that once plagued him, although he occasionally experienced the sensation of being pressed down in his sleep. He dismissed these occurrences, attributing them to a misalignment between his soul and this corporeal form. After another night of slumber, awakening naturally, Yan Qing nestled within his blankets, murmuring to the system, "That rascal Chu Xuanzhou hasn't sought me out in days." Thus, he arrived at a conclusion. The system probed what conclusion? Yan Qing rested his chin in his hand and mused. Indeed, everyone fears the pressure of marriage, even if they are regent. The system chuckled lightly. What is so funny? Yan Qing narrowed his eyes. Nothing, the system hastily denied. Yan Qing chose not to dwell on it, rising from his bed to dress. The system inquired, "What are your plans for today?" Yan Qing replied, "I've been lounging in the residence for several days without a change in my darkening value. Today, I shall have a proper conversation with Chu Xuanzhou." The system immediately encouraged him. "Go for it. I believe you can achieve this." Yan Qing nodded, mentally reinforcing himself. "Yes, I can certainly do this." After completing his morning routine, he and the system made their way directly to the study, only to be halted at the door. The guard stationed outside bore a troubled expression, saying, "Young Master Mu, the prince is currently in discussion with several dignitaries. Perhaps it would be better to return later." Yan Qing did not wish to impose and simply nodded. "Then I shall return this afternoon." As he turned to leave, he heard someone calling out urgently behind him, "Young Master Mu, please wait." Turning back, he saw Xiao Fuji hastily pushing the door open, reaching out to beckon him. "The prince requests your presence." Yan Qing responded, "Isn't the prince still occupied? Has he concluded so soon?" Xiao Fuji replied, "Whether the prince is done or not does not preclude you from entering. You are no outsider." Surprised by the unexpected privilege, Yan Qing chose not to decline further and followed him into the study. Upon entering, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes fixate upon him. He was momentarily rooted to the spot, hesitating as he raised his gaze towards the assembly. It was alarming to see that these individuals were none other than his former colleagues. A sense of foreboding gripped Yan Qing's heart. Sure enough, as he lifted his gaze, a collective gasp of surprise echoed throughout the chamber. A group of individuals exchanged uncertain glances before directing their attention back to Chu Xuanzhou. The prince, maintaining his composure, merely glanced at Yan Qing and, in a tone devoid of warmth, commanded, "Come here." Yan Qing hesitated at the doorway, aware that the prince and the esteemed officials were engaged in matters of great importance. However, Chu Xuanzhou, with a faint smirk that failed to reach his eyes, remarked that they were deliberating on his marriage. "You have always shown keen interest in my affairs. Are you certain you do not wish to stay and listen?" Chapter 62. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection. Yan Qing's resolve solidified at his words. It was indeed necessary for him to remain and eavesdrop. The officials, still reeling from their earlier shock, exchanged glances upon hearing this exchange. What audacity! Did they dare interfere in the affairs of this formidable prince's marriage? Chu Xuanzhou leisurely surveyed the group. Were we not just discussing which young lady to select? Now, with an additional candidate in consideration, why do you hesitate to speak? One astute official quickly composed himself and declared, "I had just proposed the daughter of the Minister of War, renowned for her grace and beauty, unmatched in the capital." Others chimed in, sharing their thoughts on various young ladies, each vying for the prince's favor. "I too believe the minister's daughter is a fine match," one said. "I find the daughter of Prime Minister Li to be quite suitable," another added. After a pretense of discussion, all eyes turned to Yan Qing, inquiring what he thought. Taken aback that the focus had shifted to him, he instinctively glanced at Chu Xuanzhou. The prince's demeanor remained nonchalant, urging him silently to express his preference without fear of reproach. Encouraged, Yan Qing suggested, "I believe the daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan would be an excellent choice." Chu Xuanzhou's gaze became penetrating, as if questioning his resolve. Did he still cling to the hope of marrying Jiang Tingwan? The prince's mentor had indeed played a clever game for the sake of one Jiang Tingwan. The official's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just mention the Marquis of Wei Yuan's daughter? The very one who had disguised herself as a man years ago and had since been a thorn in the side of their prince, openly declaring her opposition? One official hesitantly spoke. This may not be entirely appropriate. Yan Qing countered. What is inappropriate about it? They are a match of talent and beauty. Their family's well suited. I see it as a splendid union. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze lowered, his emotions increasingly inscrutable. There was no need for further discussion. They would proceed as he suggested. Everyone present felt as if they had been rendered mute, the atmosphere thick with tension. They exchanged dazed glances, collectively arriving at a startling conclusion. Their prince had lost his mind. Setting aside other concerns, the very possibility of Miss Zhang's consent remained dubious. Would they force her into marriage against her will? Dismissed, the prince commanded. I have made my decision regarding the wedding date. It shall be in half a month. Confused, yet compelled by the prince's decree, the officials bowed and retreated, murmuring their farewells. In the blink of an eye, the guests had departed, leaving only the two of them in the expansive study. Chu Xuanzhou leaned in slightly, his gaze once again fixed upon him. He spoke, his voice unexpectedly warm. Upon hearing your words, I too find Jiang Tingwan quite admirable, suitable to be the future princess consort. What are your thoughts? Yet, beneath those words lay a profound darkness. He vowed that he would never again lay eyes on Jiang Tingwan, but fate seemed to conspire against him. Yan Qing, mustering his courage, replied, Naturally, I am delighted for your highness. You have finally found someone to share your life with. Congratulations, indeed, congratulations. Chu Xuanzhou repeated the phrase softly, allowing it to linger in the air for a moment before meeting his gaze once more. Indeed, it was a cause for celebration. Let us rejoice together. Upon returning to the side chamber, Yan Qing still found Chu Xuanzhou's demeanor rather peculiar. He decided to consult the system. Has the darkening value changed? The system responded, No. Host. However, this is good news. At least the darkening value has not increased. Heaven knew how anxious it had felt hearing those words earlier, fearing that the male lead might succumb to despair. Fortunately, this male lead was relatively reasonable and did not act excessively. Yan Qing sighed in relief as he sank into the soft embrace of the bed. From this point onward, we only need to wait for Chu Xuanzhou to be married, and we will have succeeded halfway. Perhaps we might even leave earlier. How splendid that would be. The system half-heartedly agreed. Indeed. Before long, two young eunuchs entered the room. Addressing him as young Master Mu, Yan Qing lazily waved a hand in their direction. You have returned. The two young eunuchs smiled innocently. The calming incense in the censer has burned out. We have replaced it with a new one for you. Yan Qing replied, Thank you for your efforts. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty, they chimed in unison. Soon, the two eunuchs exited after changing the incense, but instead of departing elsewhere, they headed straight to the study. Your Highness, one of them announced. Chu Xuanzhou maintained a calm and indifferent expression. Has he noticed anything unusual? The two young eunuchs shook their heads in unison. No. Young Master Mu even mentioned that the calming incense is effective. With it, he sleeps soundly without nightmares. Chu Xuanzhou waved them off, and as they left, a nearby personal guard could no longer restrain himself. Your Highness, regarding your grand wedding, are we truly to propose to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate? Chu Xuanzhou leisurely toyed with the jade ring in his hand. Why should we go? The guard replied, Did you not just tell the officials that you intend to marry Miss Jiang? Though he did not comprehend it himself, it was best not to contradict his master. Chu Xuanzhou smiled, a smile chillingly faint. Are you gullible enough to believe I was serious? I was merely jesting with them. The guard's lips twitched slightly. Then, is there any preparation for your grand wedding? Chu Xuanzhou's face twisted into a sardonic smile. Why not? It is merely a change of bride. We shall proceed with the festivities as usual. The guard's eyelids fluttered, involuntarily conjuring the image of that young master. It seems your Highness wishes to prepare for this, he remarked. Indeed, my wedding must be as grand as possible. As night fell, after lighting the calming incense, Yan Qing soon drifted into a deep slumber. At an indeterminate moment, the palace doors suddenly creaked open, followed by an eerie stillness. save for the faint sound of footsteps within. Beneath the flickering candlelight, a tall and slender figure gradually came to a halt before the bed. After a brief pause, the silhouette leaned down, and without a sound, a disheveled garment was cast outside the curtain, landing softly on the ground. The drapery gradually revealed a pair of entwined forms. Chapter 63. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection. The following day, Qing awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. He propped himself up on the bed, rising slowly, but immediately winced at a peculiar sensation. The system, seemingly just roused, responded in a somewhat befuddled tone. What is strange? Qing touched his lips and scrutinized his palms. What did I do yesterday? My mouth hurts, which I can attribute to the heat. But why do my palms ache as well, feeling hot and swollen, as if subjected to excessive friction? However, upon examining his hands closely, he found no evident signs. Only the pale knuckles slightly flushed. He attempted to clench his fists, and the unusual sensation became increasingly pronounced. A flicker of suspicion crossed Qing's mind. Did anything transpire last night? The system hesitated momentarily, attempting to fabricate an excuse, but ultimately replied honestly. I went into sleep mode last night, leaving only an emergency alert, which did not sound at all, so nothing significant should have occurred. Qing squinted his eyes. Why did you go into sleep mode? The system sighed in exasperation. Since the last program update, many functions have been revamped. I can only familiarize myself with the new software while the host sleeps. Qing furrowed his brow. How much longer will this adjustment take? The system replied, approximately half a month. Rest assured, I will not miss the male lead's grand wedding. Qing remained skeptical, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He donned the garments from the nearby rack and stepped outside. Two young eunuchs stood guard at the door, and upon seeing him emerge, they hurriedly followed, asking, Where does young Master Mu wish to go? Qing inquired, Is your lord busy? The eunuchs nodded eagerly. Young Master Mu is aware that the lord's wedding is in half a month, and time is of the essence. He is currently preoccupied with many preparations. Qing felt reassured. Then allow your lord to prepare in peace. I shall not disturb him. One eunuch promptly interjected. It would be perfectly acceptable for young Master Mu to offer a brief interruption. Qing cast a puzzled glance at him. The eunuch continued. The Lord has stated that this wedding is of great significance, and there are many matters he cannot decide alone. It would be beneficial to consult with young Master Mu. With that, Qing rolled up his sleeves. Why did you not mention this sooner? I excel at such matters. Where can I find your lord? The eunuch replied. In the study. Qing hastened to the study, where Chu Xuanzhou sat at the desk, writing with an upright posture, his movements fluid and graceful, creating a truly pleasing image of a handsome man at work. Upon noticing Qing's arrival, Chu Xuanzhou lifted his gaze. You have come at the perfect time. I have just finished a letter and would like your opinion on it. Qing cheerfully approached, his gaze immediately drawn to the elegantly inscribed lines of calligraphy. Without hesitation, he picked it up to examine, nodding in approval as he read. I find it quite agreeable. Chu Xuanzhou maintained his usual demeanor, glancing at him with a subtle smile gracing his lips. That is good. Qing felt something was off about the remark, yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. He awkwardly redirected the conversation. Is there anything you need assistance with for your wedding amidst all this busyness? Chu Xuanzhou rose, laying the calligraphy on the table by the window to air it out, then turned to face him. We need to order the wedding attire in advance. Come and see what patterns you prefer. Qing's mind raced. It's your wedding, not mine. Why should I choose the embroidery for your attire? You could at least consult Miss Jiang. It hardly seemed fitting for him to be involved. Chu Xuanzhou tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed upon him as he approached at a leisurely pace, stopping just a step away, looking down at him from above. I simply want you to choose. Is that not permissible? Qing touched his nose and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. After considerable deliberation, they finally settled on the embroidery design for the wedding attire. And Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Not wishing to complicate matters further, he turned to slip away. Chu Xuanzhou did not stop him, yet his penetrating gaze remained fixed on him as he departed. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the door opening and closing before him, casting a clear division of light and shadow within the room. Unconsciously, Chu Xuanzhou's fingers clenched into a fist beneath his wide sleeves. Only releasing his gaze, once Yan Qing's figure vanished completely. His eyelashes lowered, casting a soft shadow beneath his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled, lifting his gaze with a calm demeanor, the earlier tension replaced with resolute determination. Grand Tutor, since you have made your choice, do ensure you do not regret it in the future. As the day of Chu Xuanzhou's wedding approached, whispers spread throughout the capital. What? The regent prince is to marry the daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis? You must be jesting. Do not doubt it. It is said that both the regent prince and Miss Jiang have set their sights on the same man, and to possess him simultaneously, they resorted to this strategy. For they shall soon be family. Does this imply the regent prince has turned to the other side? The one who had spoken glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then leaned closer. You seem quite uninformed. After Grand Tutor Yan's death years ago, the regent prince nearly lost his sanity, relinquishing a throne that was within reach. Is that not indicative of his inclinations? Indeed, I have heard that too, and I also heard that this man bears a striking resemblance to the late Grand Tutor Yan. Enough, enough. In broad daylight, what nonsensical tales are you spinning? The regent prince has not even mentioned marriage. The regent prince's residence was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, festooned with celebratory decorations, and the servants moved about joyfully, greeting one another with congratulations. Yan Qing remained within the estate, not daring to venture out for a day, fearful that the opportunity before him might slip away. Staying within the manor has its advantages, as one occasionally hears the notifications of diminishing darkness value. Though infrequent, it is better than nothing. After 10 days, the darkness value has already decreased to 60. Indeed, love renders one blind. Look, they're not even married yet, and already such joy abounds. One can only imagine how much more the darkness value will plummet once they are wed. However, the system does not share his optimism and subconsciously senses something amiss. Host, do not let your heart soar too soon. I have an inkling that something is not quite right. Having experienced the previous world, Yan Qing has finally grown wise. Upon hearing the system's warning, he promptly retracted his grin. What do you mean? Elaborate. Just as the system was about to respond, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a tentative voice. Is young Master Mu in? The prince requests your presence in the main hall. Chapter 64. The Mad Regent's Forced Affection. You go first. We shall discuss this later. Yan Qing, bewildered, rose to open the door and followed the young eunuch to the main hall. Chu Xuanzhou stood with his back to the door at the center of the grand hall, flanked by two palace maids holding two trays draped with scarlet silk embroidered with golden threads. If his deductions were correct, the contents should be wedding garments. Has the prince summoned me for a matter of importance? Upon hearing his voice, Chu Xuanzhou paused momentarily before turning slowly, extending a hand towards the two trays. The palace maids had already prepared the wedding attire. Come and try it on to see if it fits. Yan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he misheard? Chu Xuanzhou had requested him to try on the wedding garments. Your Highness, am I to try on the wedding attire? Chu Xuanzhou's dark eyes regarded him steadily, his tone calm and unwavering. Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a significant issue. Yan Qing retorted, you are the one getting married, not I. Why must I don the wedding attire? Chu Xuanzhou replied with a tone of casual authority. You selected the designs for the garments, though you may not have contributed much. You have endured the toil. Thus, I specifically instructed the palace maids to prepare an extra set. Yan Qing was taken aback. Is there a more absurd justification than this? Are we to have 3 people at the wedding ceremony? Is this reasonable? Seeing that he had fallen silent, Chu Xuanzhou assumed his quietude indicated acquiescence. His gaze darkened slightly as he gestured for the eunuch to escort Yan Qing to the inner hall to change. Before he could comprehend the situation, Yan Qing found himself treated like a prisoner, ushered into the inner chamber. Young Master Mu, I shall assist you in changing. After a flurry of chaotic activity, Yan Qing was reluctantly clad in the resplendent red wedding attire. Young Master Mu, allow me to style your hair. Another young eunuch gently guided him to the dressing table, smiling as he began to untangle Yan Qing's slightly disheveled hairstyle. From this angle, the eunuch could see several mottled love bites adorning the back of Yan Qing's neck. red and purple, appearing pitifully conspicuous. The eunuch let out an almost inaudible sigh. If the visible marks were so numerous, how many more must be concealed beneath the attire? Yet, as servants, they understood the boundaries of discretion. Once everything was arranged, the eunuch flatteringly remarked, "Young Master Mu, you are truly handsome and charming." As Yan Qing stood up, momentarily entranced, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the bronze mirror, adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding robe. His ink-black hair was neatly secured with a jade crown, presenting the image of a dashing young gentleman, akin to a groom. However, he shook his head vigorously, snapping back to reality, and reached for his waistband. A nearby young eunuch swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Young Master Mu, the prince has yet to see you. There is no need to undress." Frustration surged within Yan Qing. "It is I who is to wed, not you. Please spare me." The two young eunuchs exchanged troubled glances. "We are fully aware, but the prince has issued his orders. Perhaps you could step out for just a moment to let the prince have a look?" Yan Qing turned his head to scrutinize them. "Just a glance?" The two eunuchs nodded in unison. With a reluctant sigh, he stepped outside. Almost immediately, he felt a searing gaze fixated upon him. Accompanying this was the system's jubilant mechanical announcement. "Congratulations. Congratulations. The corruption value has decreased by 10. Current corruption value, 50. A chill coursed through Yan Qing as an ominous premonition took hold. He raised his gaze, only to meet Chu Xuanzhou's intense and unrelenting stare. This was decidedly amiss. Yan Qing quickly glanced back, searching for the two eunuchs, but they had vanished, leaving only the two of them in the grand hall. "System, what is happening?" The system, sensing the abnormality, responded with urgency. Investigating. Please do not panic. By the time you figure out, it will be too late. Host, just hold on a little longer. I will have results shortly." Regaining his composure, Yan Qing noticed that Chu Xuanzhou had approached him, still looking at him with that predatory gaze. A shiver ran down Yan Qing's spine. After taking a deep breath, he stepped back, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, why do you look at me like that?" Chu Xuanzhou's voice was inexplicably husky. "This wedding attire suits you remarkably well." With a stiffened face, Yan Qing managed a dry laugh. "Haha, truly? I believe it suits you even better, Your Highness, especially since it is your wedding. I shall refrain from intruding and will change out of this outfit." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and bolted towards the inner chamber, his flight resembling that of someone pursued by a ghost. As he ran, he yelled at the system, "You useless thing, have you found anything yet?" The system's code was nearly overheating. "Progress is at 67%. Just a bit longer, and I will have the results." With gritted teeth, Yan Qing pushed open the door to the inner chamber, slamming it shut behind him. He rummaged through the inner room for the clothes he had just changed out of. But after a prolonged search, he found nothing. His garments had seemingly vanished in a thin air. They were taken by those two young eunuchs. Ignoring all else, Yan Qing resolved to tear off the wedding robe, as he still wore an undergarment beneath. Being without the outer garment was of little consequence. Yet, the manner in which those two eunuchs had tied it was perplexing. After much effort, he was unable to loosen it and found himself drenched in sweat. What is the progress now? The system responded with rapid urgency. 86%. It will be ready very soon. As Yan Qing grappled with the sash around his waist, he occasionally cast glances toward the entrance. Fortunately, no unwelcome figures appeared. Chu Xuanzhou had not followed him. Progress at 96, 97, 98, 100%. Ding. Detection complete. Yan Qing exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" The system fell silent, only to erupt into a frenzy of screams. "Host, Chu Xuanzhou has not proposed to the female lead at all." Yan Qing's mind was in a whirl, unable to respond promptly to the revelation, merely asking, "What do you mean?" The system continued its cacophony. "He only made 2 sets of wedding attire, both for men, and there is no third set." Yan Qing blinked slowly, his heart suddenly ceasing its rhythm, and his mind crashed instantaneously. Could it mean what he thought? It is exactly as you suspect. The male lead has no intention of marrying the female lead. Everything he has done is merely to mislead others. The one he wishes to marry has always been you. Chapter 65. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection, Yan Qing, felt a chill run down his spine, helplessly imploring the system. What should I do? The system mirrored his panic. What should we do? Yan Qing gritted his teeth. You were the one who said there was no problem. I should never have believed your nonsense. The system transformed into a timid quail, its tiny wings wrapped tightly around its fluffy head, weeping. The system update is beyond my control. Ignoring it, Yan Qing regained his composure and dashed toward the rear hall. Host, where are you going? Obviously, to escape. At this point, what else could he do but flee? The system acknowledged with a simple, oh, but then it seemed to perceive something, and the entire system erupted in a terrified scream. Yan Qing shouted, what is that noise? The system trembled as it spoke. The male lead is coming. Just as the system finished speaking, footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer, followed by a calm knock at the hall door. Yan Qing's spine stiffened, his hair standing on end, and he froze in place. In the next moment, Chu Xuanzhou's voice resonated from outside. This wedding attire was personally tailored by the Grand Tutor for you. Do you not like it? Why take it off? His mind exploded with confusion. Yan Qing, still somewhat dazed, asked the system, what did he call me? The system replied, Madam Grand Tutor. Yan Qing's body reacted faster than his mind, and he practically rolled and crawled towards the rear hall, heading straight for the window. Host, are you planning to jump out of the window? Yan Qing replied, where else can I run? The system thought about pointing out that even if he jumped, escape would be futile, but seeing Yan Qing on the brink of collapse, it refrained from shattering his last glimmer of hope. Yan Qing had already opened the window, only to find himself in despair once more. Two guards stood watch outside. He did not hear their conversation. With a loud bang, he slammed the window shut again. Looking around, he realized there was nothing useful in sight. At this point, there was truly nowhere left to escape. Yan Qing returned to the inner chamber with heavy footsteps, almost resigned as he climbed in a bed, curling up in the corner like a fragile creature seeking a semblance of safety. Once his emotions had settled slightly, he gritted his teeth and interrogated the system. When did my disguise drop? Speak. The system trembled in fear. Perhaps, maybe it was on the first day the host returned? The first day? Yan Qing embraced his head, recalling what had transpired that day. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. Was it that old rascal, the national master? The system remained silent. Yan Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him. So, all this time, Chu Xuanzhou had been watching him like a clown, observing his antics and delighting in his foolishness. Meanwhile, Chu Xuanzhou's deep, husky voice resonated steadily in his ear. Why does the Grand Tutor hide? I have waited 5 years for your return. I would never harm you, only cherish you. But all depends on what kind of cherishing it is. Yan Qing remained silent, shrinking further into the corner, his innocent eyes fixated on the tightly shut palace door. The only thought swirling in his mind was, this is it. He had truly made a mess of things. Chu Xuanzhou exhibited unyielding patience, as if toying with a mouse. If the Grand Tutor does not emerge soon, I shall come in. Yan Qing trembled in the corner, desperately avoiding reality. Yet reality would not allow him even a moment's reprieve. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the seemingly sturdy wooden door was kicked open by Chu Xuanzhou. He was unaware that he had also changed into a crimson robe. Leisurely stepping into the inner chamber, standing before him with a lofty gaze and a subtly twisted smile adorning his face. Grand Tutor, how lovely to see you again. Yan Qing belatedly realized that the place he had chosen to hide was far from ideal. As he noticed Chu Xuanzhou kneeling on the edge of the bed, he finally plotted his escape route, rolling hastily from the opposite side of the bed. Just as he reached the edge, his ankle was seized by a firm grip, and in the next instant, he was forcefully thrown back onto the couch. Dazed from the impact, he took a moment to regain his senses, only to find himself staring into the unfathomable depths of Chu Xuanzhou's eyes. Chu Xuanzhou leisurely toyed with a strand of ink-black hair that had fallen across Yan Qing's chest, bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent, a pleased curve forming at the corners of his eyes. Does the Grand Tutor have nothing to say to me? Yan Qing felt utterly cornered, his body instinctively retreating as he shook his head. No. What could he say? His disguise had been completely stripped away. As he retreated, Chu Xuanzhou advanced, The bed was small, and before long, he found himself backed into a corner. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened, his tone consistently gentle, yet laced with a chilling intensity. Since the Grand Tutor has returned, why not acknowledge me? Yan Qing's voice trembled slightly as he spoke hurriedly. I was already dead. Don't you find it too horrifying for a dead person to come back to life? I was merely apprehensive about startling you and did not wish to disrupt your new life. Chu Xuanzhou chuckled softly, his long, elegant fingers gently caressing his cheek. His tone as tender as a lover's whisper. My new life? Does the Grand Tutor remain unaware? My future existence is bound to you. Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily blank, as the implications of those words were exceedingly clear. He could not even resort to stubbornness, and could only incoherently insist. No, I am your Grand Tutor. You cannot harbor feelings for me. How could you possibly like me? Chu Xuanzhou grasped his shoulder, leaving him no opportunity to escape. His expression tinged with frustration. Are you asking me to cease liking you? Yan Qing hastily nodded in agreement. It would be far better for you to cherish Miss Jiang. She is beautiful, comes from a prestigious family, and you are childhood sweethearts. There could be no one more suitable than you two. As he spoke, Chu Xuanzhou listened intently, and when Yan Qing finally concluded, he sighed softly, his tone light. That one do, no one compares to the Grand Tutor. Yan Qing, at a loss for words, gritted his teeth and declared, if that is the case, then refrain from calling me Grand Tutor in the future. Chu Xuanzhou regarded him intently for a moment, and after a pause, a twisted smile slowly appeared at the corners of his lips. You wish for me to refrain from addressing you as Grand Tutor? Very well, I shall call you Qing instead. Yan Qing felt a chill run down his spine. After all, he was a regent of an entire nation. How could one be so utterly shameless? Qing? How absurd. Chu Xuanzhou, seemingly oblivious to his resistance, inched closer, one hand surreptitiously resting on his waist. Yan Qing was suddenly reminded of some terrifying possibilities, his pupils dilating in alarm, his throat instinctively swallowing. What are you planning to do? Chu Xuanzhou chuckled lightly, straightening his posture to loom over him. In 3 days, we shall be wed. What do you expect to occur before that? What is it that you fear? Upon hearing this, Yan Qing's anxious heart began to settle somewhat. However, he soon realized his relief was premature, as he swiftly learned the meaning of the saying, a man's words are but a deceiving specter. With the exception of the final act, Chu Xuanzhou had nearly exhausted all possibilities in the instant before he lost consciousness. A flash of recollection about his recent experience of being oppressed by a ghost surged in his mind. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed a traditional expletive. Damn it, I'm being haunted by a ghost. The apparition was indeed present. A deep, husky voice echoed in his ears. You still have the strength to curse? No, truly, there is none left. When Yan Qing regained consciousness, darkness enveloped the sky. The flickering candlelight within the room did not cast an oppressive gloom. Yet everything around him felt unfamiliar. His head still spun, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Young Master Mu, dinner is prepared. It is time for you to rise and dine. Yan Qing sluggishly lifted his swollen eyelids, only to be greeted by the sight of 2 familiar young eunuchs. Their words, once spoken, awakened a gnawing hunger within him, nearly causing his stomach to touch his back. He opened his mouth to respond, yet no sound emerged. His earlier cries had left his voice hoarse. The young eunuch adeptly observed the nuances of expression and obsequiously brought water to his lips. Master Mu, please have some water, he said. Yan Qing took the cup with trembling hands and drank it all in one go, finally regaining some composure. He glanced around the surroundings and uttered his first words of the evening. Where am I? The eunuch promptly replied, This is a suburban villa of the prince. Yan Qing's expression morphed into one of confusion. Why am I here? The eunuch, clearly uneasy, responded swiftly, In 3 days, it will be your wedding with the prince. As the saying goes, a newlywed couple must not meet 3 days prior to their marriage. The prince specially renovated this residence to bring you here, and in 3 days, he will escort you back to the royal mansion. Yan Qing nearly choked on his breath, realizing he should have harbored no hope for Chu Xuanzhou. He turned his head, expressionless, toward the two eunuchs. So you both know that Chu Xiuanzhou is to marry me? The two eunuchs stammered for a while before finally managing to say, who the prince intends to marry is something we servants. Yan Qing sighed, lamenting the plight of laborers. Why must we make things difficult for one another? He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You may go prepare dinner. I'm quite hungry. The two eunuchs, as if granted a reprieve, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited. Yan Qing finished his meal, devoid of any taste, and lay on the bed, pondering the meaning of life. Am I truly to languish here for 3 days, merely to wait for Chu Xiuanzhou to take me home? The system timidly interjected. Is there truly no second option for the host? Yan Qing suddenly slapped his thigh. Of course there is. Since this is not the Regency Prince's mansion, the guards must be considerably weaker. This is an excellent opportunity for us to escape. The system replied. Host, perhaps you should calm down first. Yan Qing retorted. If I calm down any further, I may as well burst. You try being calm. The system muttered softly. I'm quite calm right now. After all, its own rear would not be in jeopardy. After a moment of silence, the system continued. Host, are you not concerned about the darkening value? Yan Qing snapped. Get lost. Is the darkening value more important than my rear? The system fell silent, and after a considerable time, it suddenly asked, have you decided how to escape? Yan Qing rested his chin on his hand, reflecting, isn't that what you are for, my trusty partner? The system perked up. Yan Qing narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you've exhausted the points you earned in the last world. The system whimpered, please, host, at least leave me some. Yan Qing, resolute, replied, it won't run out, so stop being so stingy. After weighing its options, the system said, I should remind the host, this world differs from the last cultivation world. Anything beyond this world's comprehension cannot be realized. In other words, I cannot directly transport you. I can only assist in your escape through external forces. Yan Qing acknowledged. I know, I am not asking you to do anything illicit. The system relaxed. Then what does the host require of me? After a moment of deep contemplation, Yan Qing stated, help me contact the heroine, reveal my identity, and have her assist in my escape. The system asked, are you truly certain about this? Yan Qing, feeling secure with half of his corruption value still intact, decided to step away for a moment, confident that it would not lead to any significant trouble. The system silently lit 2 candles for him, assuring, rest assured, host, the news will soon reach the heroine. Yan Qing exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the soft bed, succumbing to a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening at dawn, the system could no longer contain its excitement and chirped in his ear, host, the heroine has heard your news and has already arranged for someone to infiltrate the courtyard. Yan Qing, previously still in a daze, instantly became alert, astonished, and delighted. The heroine is so efficient? The system, sharing in the triumph, replied proudly, indeed. Yan Qing, unrelenting, doused its enthusiasm with cold water. You're not worthy of praise. The system sulked, reverting to its original form. Host, if you continue like this, there will be no affection between us. Yan Qing, feigning surprise, retorted. When did we ever have such a thing? The system sighed. Forget it, let us just end it. Yet, Yan Qing's thoughts lingered on the individuals the heroine had sent, and after a brief exchange of banter with the system, he promptly got out of bed, dressed, and hurried out of the room. Young Master Mu, would you like to have breakfast now? Yan Qing scanned the courtyard with keen eyes, quickly settling his gaze on 2 attendants. He pointed towards a nearby osmanthus tree, under which stood a stone table and several stone stools, declaring, I want to eat there. The 2 young eunuchs exchanged uneasy glances. Young master, the morning chill is quite intense. Perhaps you could. Yan Qing raised his chin, exuding dominance. I will eat there. Ultimately, the 2 dared not defy his command and served breakfast beneath the osmanthus tree. After leisurely finishing his meal, Yan Qing dismissed the 2 attendants under the pretense of needing privacy, seizing the opportunity to converse with the infiltrators. Have you devised a strategy for how to discreetly escort me out? The 2 exchanged glances, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then resumed pruning the branches while quietly murmuring, rest assured, young master, the young lady has arranged for helpers outside. Will the guards change shifts at noon? We will do everything in our power to safely escort you from the residence. There's no need to overexert yourselves. We must avoid drawing attention from Chu Xiuanzhou. I do not wish to bloom prematurely. Yan Qing pondered for a moment and inquired, is there a less strenuous method? The two appeared momentarily stunned, before tentatively suggesting, what about using medicine? Yan Qing asked, will it be lethal? No, it will only induce temporary unconsciousness. Yan Qing's spirits soared, then it settled. You two can also take the medicine and carry me out. It will save us all trouble. The two opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to protest. But in the next moment, their expressions shifted, and they turned their backs in unison, diligently resuming their pruning of the branches. Young master, here are the osmanthus cakes you requested. The two young eunuchs approached with a plate of osmanthus cakes, casting suspicious glances at the pair. Hey. What are you two doing? Why aren't you pruning the branches properly? The two figures froze, sensing the impending crisis. In a moment of decisiveness, Yan Qing swiftly seized a piece of osmanthus cake from the tray and took a bite, redirecting the attention towards himself. The two young eunuchs, believing something was amiss with the cake, immediately shifted their anxious gazes to him. Young Master Mu, is there something wrong with this osmanthus cake? Yan Qing turned around and ambled into the room, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. This osmanthus cake is truly delightful. After partaking in lunch, Yan Qing pretended to take a brief nap, while the two young eunuchs dutifully stood guard at the door. Although he called it a nap, in reality, he lay there wide awake, counting the moments until the hour of noon. As soon as the clock struck noon, Yan Qing hastily donned the garments from a nearby rack. Before he could fully prepare himself, he heard two loud thuds at the door. Yan Qing halted in his tracks. So swift? The system whispered slyly. There are even quicker options. Almost as soon as the system finished speaking, Yan Qing was astounded to see the two individuals who came to his aid enter the room, bowing respectfully before effortlessly using their agility to vault over the courtyard wall and into the waiting carriage outside. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Even after the carriage had swayed and departed for quite a distance, Yan Qing still found himself in disbelief. This was not how he envisioned it. Should they have to engage in a battle of wits and overcome numerous obstacles to escape? Was the female lead this formidable? The system chuckled. According to the World S rules, the male lead possesses a halo, and the female lead has her own as well. Yan Qing silently gave a thumbs up to the system, acknowledging its prowess. Has Chu Xiuanzhou discovered my escape? He inquired. The system replied, not yet, but it will be soon. The guards have completed their shift, and it won't be long before they find the two individuals in the courtyard who have been incapacitated. Yan Qing felt an involuntary shiver of fear. How long will it take him to find me? The system hesitated, stuttering before answering. A day? Yan Qing raised his voice slightly. Just a day? This wouldn't be delayed. Are you sure I'm fleeing and not engaging in some playful escapade with him? The system murmured, shall we return now? With the choice of retreat or advance, Yan Qing chose to press on. He had already ventured out. Why return? He decided to hide for as long as possible. The system fell silent, focusing intently on Chu Xiuanzhou's movements. Yan Qing lifted the curtain to glance outside, only to be greeted by an imposing sign that read, Chunfeng Building. While other establishments welcomed patrons during the day, theirs remained firmly shut, clearly a place of ill repute. Yan Qing's eyes brightened with intrigue. Speaking of which, having traversed so many small worlds, I have yet to visit a spring building. The system paused momentarily before responding. Host. There's an old saying, if you don't court danger, you won't meet it. Yan Qing, however, remained unfazed. He certainly wouldn't want me dead. The system conceded. That is true. He would only wish for you to meet your end in a more pleasurable manner. Yan Qing retorted. You only speak of things that drive one to despair. The system, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy and attempted to reassure him. Things are not as dire as they seem, dear host. There is no need for excessive worry. However, mid-sentence it abruptly faltered. The sudden silence alerted Yan Qing, leaving him to ponder what was amiss. What had happened? After a prolonged pause, the system changed its tone. Oh, it's nothing. Were you considering a visit to the brothel? Why not? It's merely a visit to a brothel. Life is meant for bold experiences. Yan Qing's foreboding sense of unease intensified. Stop joking around. What is truly happening? The system's voice wavered. No jest, I assure you. While time still permits, you should act on your desires. With this, Yan Qing grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh no, has Chu Xuanzhou caught up to me? Before the system could respond, the carriage jolted violently, causing Yan Qing's heart to race. Avoidance would serve no purpose. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, just tell me, has he discovered my escape? The system replied at a rapid pace. The male lead has indeed realized your absence. However, he is unaware of your voluntary departure and believes you were abducted. He has dispatched the Imperial Guards to search the entire city. After a brief pause, the system added, this explains why the corruption value has increased. However, once he learns of your escape, that may change. Yan Qing slapped his forehead in despair, feeling utterly defeated. After a moment, he hesitantly questioned the system. Didn't you say it would take him a day to find me? How much time has passed? Has it even been an hour? The system, equally disheartened, replied. Who knew the male lead would act so swiftly? Wait a moment, Yan Qing said, suddenly infused with a spark of hope as he looked at the system with renewed vigor. What do you mean? The system responded. The female lead awaits you at the tea house ahead. As long as you are with her, her halo of fortune may provide a turning point. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Yan Qing's heart sank. What now? Do not panic. The female lead has arrived, the system assured him. No sooner had it spoken than the carriage curtain was flung open, revealing Jiang Tingwan, accompanied by her maid, who rushed in with urgency. We must leave immediately. Otherwise, that mad dog, Chu Xuanzhou, will catch our scent. As the guard at the front cracked the whip, the carriage surged forward. Jiang Tingwan finally turned her gaze upon Yan Qing, disbelief etched on her face. After a long, scrutinizing moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she exclaimed, Tai-Fu, it's truly you. You're alive. Yan Qing could not bear to see the young lady in tears. Fearing she might break down, he quickly nodded. Yes, I am alive. See, I am well. Please do not be sad. From the moment we met that day, I suspected it was you, and I even sent someone to investigate. Unfortunately, that mad dog, Chu Xuanzhou, concealed everything too well. I found nothing. Jiang Tingwan sniffled, pressing on with her inquiry. If you're alive, where have you been for the past 5 years? That was a good question, and Yan Qing was equally curious about his whereabouts during those 5 years. Before he could respond, Jiang Tingwan's gaze shifted dramatically, her eyes reddening as she spat with indignation. The Grand Tutor need not speak. I already know it must be that mad dog Chu Xuanzhou who has hidden you away. Bah, shameless. Yan Qing recalled the corpse she had seen earlier and could not dispute her words. How absurd it was for him to announce his impending marriage in 3 days. Who would wish to wed him? Suddenly, Jiang Tingwan faltered mid-sentence, as if realization struck her, her dazed eyes darting toward Yan Qing. Could it be that the person he intends to marry is? Yan Qing nodded solemnly, her expression laden with sorrow. Jiang Tingwan trembled with rage, her earlier insults feeling insufficient. Calling him a mad dog was indeed an understatement. Dogs were far more endearing, and he was hardly worthy of such a comparison. Yan Qing, mindful of the pressing matter at hand, found it necessary to interrupt her escalating tirade. Calm down, calm down. None of this is of any consequence right now. What truly matters is how we elude the search. Jiang Tingwan's fury abruptly diminished, revealing her evident distress. Though Chu Xuanzhou was a despicable creature, his frenzied nature was beyond anyone's control. Perhaps, Grand Tutor, you might consider disguising yourself as my maid for the time being? Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Yan Qing was momentarily speechless. I have no suitable attire. Jiang Tingwan quickly reassured her. Fear not, Grand Tutor. I have brought clothing. All that is needed is to restyle your hair and apply some makeup. Without delay, a maid at Jiang Tingwan's side promptly unwrapped a bundle containing a gown that mirrored Zhang's own. Though Yan Qing was still processing the situation, she accepted the garment and clumsily donned it over her existing attire. Fortunately, the dress was ample enough that it did not appear bulky. The maid skillfully untangled her hair, deftly arranging it and applying makeup, while Yan Qing kept her eyes shut throughout the process. A quarter of an hour later, she heard the maid's relieved voice. All done. Yan Qing opened her eyes and instinctively reached to touch her face, only to be halted midway. Do not touch. It will smudge. Obediently, Yan Qing lowered her hand. Just as she prepared to articulate her thoughts, the carriage jolted violently, accompanied by the sounds of horses neighing. A sudden jolt of panic gripped Yan Qing, her hand instinctively clutching the side of the carriage as her heart raced. Sure enough, the next moment a cold, unfeeling voice from the Imperial Guard rang out. By order of the Emperor, all individuals in the carriage disembark. They have arrived. In a flurry of anxiety, Yan Qing turned her back, presenting a delicate silhouette. Jiang Tingwan glanced at her, finding no apparent flaws, and boldly stepped to the forefront. She lifted the carriage curtain. What are you shouting about? Do you not recognize that this is the carriage of the Marquis of Wei Yuan? Her words were abruptly cut off as an icy, emotionless gaze pierced through her. The palpable aura of menace directed at her rendered her speechless. Her voice caught in her throat. Warning! Warning! Corruption level has risen by 30. Current corruption level, 80. Please take timely countermeasures. Zhu Sunzu, clad in a long black robe, stood outside the carriage, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on a shadowy corner within, his deep, unfathomable eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. After a long moment, Jiang Tingwan finally regained her composure and, with a voice trembling with trepidation, interjected, Your Highness, do you have business here? Why do you obstruct the carriage without cause? Yet, Chu Xuanzhou continued to ignore her, his intent gaze fixated on the figure behind her, unyielding. After a pause, he slightly tilted his head, a smile curving his lips, his voice gravelly yet laden with significance. Qing, return with me now, and I shall overlook the past. Yan Qing remained motionless, as if she were a mere statue, choosing not to see, hear, or respond. It was absurd to think that by complying, she would emerge unscathed. She would only face disgrace. When no answer was forthcoming, Chu Xuanzhou chuckled again, though the mirth in his expression did not reach his eyes, rendering his smile more formidable than any frown. Is your silence an invitation for me to carry you down myself? Yan Qing's spine stiffened visibly, yet she resolutely remained curled in the corner of the carriage, unyielding. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Xuanzhou soon had Jiang Tingwan and her maid forcibly disembarking, leaving Yan Qing alone in the vast carriage. Host, the male lead has recognized you. Further evasion is futile. It would be prudent to admit your fault soon, lest I be unable to assist you later. Yan Qing, with unwavering resolve, retorted, A gentleman may be killed but must not be insulted. Why should I concede? He is the one in the wrong. What fault have I? The system murmured softly. Let us hope the host retains such fortitude later. Eventually, Yan Qing could no longer contain herself, cautiously glancing back, only to be startled. Chu Xuanzhou had somehow entered the carriage and was seated directly behind her, his dark eyes inscrutably fixed upon her. As she turned, he revealed a nearly twisted smile. Qing, why have you ceased to feign ignorance? Yan Qing's throat constricted involuntarily, and before she could speak, her resolve faltered. You have no right to question me. Chu Xuanzhou's smile widened, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. I am your husband. If I do not concern myself with you, who shall? Jiang Tingwan, perhaps? So, Qing harbors such affection for her, to the extent of fleeing marriage for her sake. How truly astonishing, Yan Qing thought. Fleeing marriage for Jiang Tingwan, infuriated by his indiscriminate words. He raised his head to argue. However, upon witnessing the unmasked madness in Chu Xuanzhou's gaze, his courage faltered. No, my flight from marriage has nothing to do with her. Allow me to explain. Chu Xuanzhou had completely cast aside pretense, reaching out to caress his face, feeling the tension in his body. His voice a hoarse whisper. There is no rush. Upon our return, we shall have an entire evening to discuss this at length. Chapter 69. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection. Yan Qing was utterly unwilling to descend from the carriage, still clad in women's attire, fearing the humiliation it would bring. Chu Xuanzhou did not press her further. In the end, they remained in the same carriage, parading unabashedly back to the royal residence. Did you wear women's clothing specifically for me? Yan Qing clutched the fabric of her dress, on the verge of tears, And indeed, her sentiments were not misplaced. She had donned this attire specifically for him, attempting to evade his gaze. Chu Xuanzhou's deep-set eyes traversed her trembling eyelids, the straight bridge of her nose, and ultimately settled on her rosy lips, glistening with remnants of lip gloss. Yan Qing's anxiety intensified under his scrutiny, and she stammered, "You promised, before our wedding. You wouldn't touch me. There are still 2 days until our marriage." Chu Xuanzhou merely smiled, his gaze filled with an undeniable determination. "Then let us commence 2 days early. Otherwise, wouldn't your exquisite ensemble be wasted?" Yan Qing's pupils dilated in shock, and in the next instant, she hastily stripped off the outer dress, tossing it aside with a swift kick. She then lifted her gaze, pleadingly searching for his understanding. Chu Xuanzhou could no longer suppress his laughter, though his eyes darkened with intensity as he rasped, "Is Yan Qing disrobing before me an invitation?" Yan Qing never anticipated that this could lead to such a lewd interpretation. Gripping her clothing tightly, she resigned herself, defiantly exclaiming, "An invitation? Nonsense! Stay away from me. If you dare to touch me today, I will not let this go. I am indeed curious about how you intend to pursue this matter. Shall we have a demonstration?" Yan Qing attempted every argument, her words tumbling over one another, yet they bore no fruit. Finally, when the carriage halted before the royal manor, she had resigned herself completely. Cautiously casting a glance at him, "I'm afraid of pain. Could you be gentler?" Chu Xuanzhou's response was to lift her from the carriage with ease, assuring her, "Since you've expressed this concern, I shall indeed be gentle." The system, witnessing this, could no longer contain its commentary. "I can no longer bear the sight of the protagonist's pitiful state. How can the male lead remain so resolute? Does he possess no heart?" Yan Qing, utterly disheartened, responded, "If you ask me, whom should I turn to?" The system suggested, "You might as well lie back and endure. After all, you possess an item that dulls pain, so there's some pleasure in this." Yan Qing gazed in disbelief at the long-eared rabbit that represented the system, trembling as she muttered, "You too are a beast." The system replied playfully, "Hee, I am merely a little rabbit." In that moment, Yan Qing comprehended the meaning of fleeting pleasure followed by enduring regret. Had she not fled, she could have spent the next 3 days in tranquility. Yet, that one escape had hastened her torment by 2 days. On the night she was captured and taken back, Yan Qing endured a harrowing experience. Within the vast and quiet main hall, faint sobs and trembling pleas echoed throughout the night. Once the ordeal concluded, she was cradled into a bath large enough for 2, her consciousness fading, yet her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Any slight touch sent her into further quakes. Despite everything being resolved, her fragile state succumbed to a high fever, leaving her delirious in bed for a full day and night before finally regaining awareness. When he awakened again, the sunlight streaming through the window was not that of the following day, but of the 3rd. Chu Xuanzhou kept vigil by his side, attending to him with utmost care. However, the numerous tricks he had played instilled a physiological fear in Yan Qing, causing him to involuntarily roll away toward the side of the bed. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze darkened uncontrollably. "Qing, come here," he beckoned. Yan Qing, filled with trepidation, buried himself beneath the quilt, leaving only his eyes exposed. Noting this, Chu Xuanzhou softened his tone. "Qing, be good. You are still unwell. Let the physician examine you." Yet, Yan Qing remained unmoved, burrowing deeper into his cocoon, shaking his head. Chu Xuanzhou contemplated pulling him into his embrace, where there would be no escape, but upon seeing his pitiful demeanor, his heart softened immensely. After a deep breath, he revealed a warm smile once more. "Qing, I was wrong. I apologize. Please, let the physician take your pulse." Yan Qing opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his throat was swollen and painful, leaving him speechless. His previously calming emotions erupted again as he withdrew further into his shell, even covering his head. Fearing he might suffocate, Chu Xuanzhou ultimately refused to indulge his antics any longer. He reached out, drawing the bundled figure into his arms, forcibly pulling down the quilt to reveal his flushed little face, and grasping his hand, he summoned the waiting physician to take his pulse. The young master's fever has subsided. With a couple more days of herbal medicine, he should be fine. Also, remember to drink more warm water regularly. Chu Xuanzhou shot him a glare, his voice cold. What did you call him? The physician, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly corrected himself. Your Highness. The princess is no longer in serious condition. Chu Xuanzhou's expression shifted from dark to cloudy, and he waved his hand. You may go and receive your reward. The physician immediately sighed in relief, feeling as though he had been granted a pardon. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Once the physician departed, the vast hall was left with just the two of them. Chu Xuanzhou lifted him up, allowing him to lean against his chest, and brought a cup of warm water to his lips, coaxing gently. Qing, the physician said you must drink more. Qing shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately yielded. Taking small sips, Chu Xuanzhou poured him another cup, and when Qing reached out to take it, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Chu Xuanzhou, wary of handing it to him, remarked, if you wish to change to another bed, just say so. The side chamber is always available. Qing finally relented, finishing the water in his hand, and attempted to burrow back into the quilt. Chu Xuanzhou sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Qing, have you truly decided not to speak to me? Qing huffed in response, continuing to bury himself deeper. Chu Xuanzhou halted his movements. Aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself? Qing replied, suffocating is preferable to seeing you. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze fell slightly, hurt evident in his eyes. Do not hide. If you truly do not wish to see me, then I shall take my leave. Chapter 70. The Unhinged Regent's Compulsory Affection. 20. Qing indeed halted his actions, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixated on him. Noticing his prolonged silence, he urged, you should leave. Chu Xuanzhou cast another lingering glance before reluctantly exiting. Once he departed, Qing's previous listlessness dissipated, and he promptly summoned the system. What is the remaining corruption value? After a considerable delay, the system finally responded. Here I am. The corruption value stands at 30. You are doing splendidly, host. Qing languished on the bed, feeling anything but splendid, as he was on the brink of exhaustion. The system reassured him. Rest assured, I will unconditionally safeguard your life. There will be no instances of abrupt terminations. Leave me be, Qing retorted. The system, somewhat disheartened, replied, you keep telling me to leave. Uninterested in further banter, Qing inquired, what should we do next? The system blinked its innocent eyes. Naturally, we continue to eliminate the corruption value. Qing queried, once the corruption value is eradicated, can I leave? The system responded, I could attempt to transport you directly. The mere notion of attempt raised alarm bells, reminding Qing of the harrowing lessons from his previous life. Do you have confidence in this? The system, exuding a sense of certainty, replied, fear not, this world's male lead will be far less troublesome than the one from the last realm. Qing contemplated the myriad of tricks the current male lead possessed, pondering if he was truly an ordinary person. Will it truly work? You seem to be in no peril, while I bear the consequences. The system encouraged him, just trust me, it will be fine. Reluctantly, Qing placed his faith in it for the time being. As evening approached, Chu Xuanzhou entered the hall once more, his demeanor earnest. Qing eyed him warily. What brings you here again? Chu Xuanzhou set the tray down on the table and approached the bed with a bowl of medicine. Qing, it's time for your medicine. Qing stared at the thick, dark concoction, recoiling at the peculiar odor that permeated the room. He rolled away, insisting, no, I won't drink it. Chu Xuanzhou adopted a firm stance, no longer indulging him. He pulled Qing closer, stating, the physician has instructed that the medicine must be taken on time. Qing, do not be willful. Having heard Qing incessantly, Qing could no longer tolerate it. He snapped, do not call me Qing anymore. Chu Xuanzhou complied without hesitation. Then I shall call you Yan. Yan what? Qing is even worse. Qing interjected, quickly adding, and do not call me Yan either. Chu Xuanzhou's expression momentarily faltered, but he eventually acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed, esteemed tutor. It's time to take your medicine. With great reluctance, Qing sat up, but remained obstinate about drinking the medicine. It's too bitter. I want something sweet. Chu Xuanzhou's expression remained unchanged. Be good. I have already instructed the physician to alter the prescription. It will not be bitter. Yan Qing escalated his unreasonable protests. I do not believe you. You drink it first. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied in a low, husky voice, very well, I shall drink it first. With that, he lifted the bowl and tilted his head back, taking a significant gulp. Yan Qing's expression momentarily brightened with a smirk, believing he had outsmarted him and would have to drink less, only for the next moment to be met with an enlarged face suddenly appearing before him. Before he could react, he realized that his lips were forcibly pried open, and the medicinal soup that Chu Xuanzhou had just consumed was poured into his mouth. He was still unwell, his body exceedingly weak, and naturally he could not resist. It was only when the soup was unwittingly swallowed that Chu Xuanzhou reluctantly released him. As he attempted to drink the soup again, Yan Qing immediately intervened, asserting, "That's mine. Put it down." Chu Xuanzhou feigned innocence. "Didn't the Grand Tutor instruct me to drink it?" This was nothing short of shooting oneself in the foot. Yan Qing, on the verge of tears, could only grit his teeth and retort, "I'll drink it myself. You needn't bother." After speaking, he took the bowl and downed the contents in one go. The bitterness was overwhelming. His face contorted in anguish, and Chu Xuanzhou, having prepared candied fruits, promptly brought them to his lips. Yan Qing, disregarding everything else, accepted whatever he was fed, as long as it alleviated the bitterness in his mouth. After consuming 4 or 5 pieces of candied fruit, he finally regained his composure, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed. Yet, Chu Xuanzhou showed no intention of leaving. Yan Qing struggled to lift his eyelids and cast a glance at him. "Why are you still here?" Chu Xuanzhou maintained a humble demeanor, soothingly coaxing, "Your constitution is too frail now. What if you develop a fever during the night? I will stay here to accompany you while you sleep, making it easier to care for you." Yan Qing, ungrateful, sarcastically replied, "Whose fault is it that I have a fever? I wouldn't dare trouble His Highness to care for me. After all, it's just a worthless life." Chu Xuanzhou's expression shifted immediately as he covered his mouth. "Do not speak of death again. With me around, I will ensure you live a long life." Yan Qing attempted to pry his hand away, emboldened by the notion of his immunity from death, continued to speak boldly. "Why do you care how long I live? You should worry about reaching that age yourself." Despite his words, he could not help but ponder, if he were to live a century, would he be bound to linger in this world for that long? Ultimately, Chu Xuanzhou stubbornly chose to remain. Yan Qing pulled a blanket and placed it in the middle of the bed, declaring, "This is the boundary. You are not across it." Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened. Yet he complied, "I promise you." Yan Qing, seeking further advantage for his future self, added, "If you wish to stay tonight, you must agree to my terms. From now on, you may not do those things without my permission." The corners of Chu Xuanzhou's lips curled into a smile, shamelessly inquiring, "What exactly does the Grand Tutor mean by those things? Please clarify, as I do not comprehend." Yan Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, in a fit of anger. He retorted, "If you don't understand, then leave." Chu Xuanzhou, not daring to provoke his ire further, agreed, "I promise the Grand Tutor." At worst, he could always retract his promise later. For Yan Qing, he was willing to forsake his gentlemanly demeanor. Yan Qing continued to contemplate, yet could not recall any other conditions. Finally relenting, "Then let us sleep." Chu Xuanzhou removed his outer robe and hung it on a rack, then extinguished the candles, lying down obediently on his side. Yan Qing, still somewhat uneasy, kept a vigilant watch over him across the imaginary boundary, hoping to catch him off guard and promptly send him away. Alas, Chu Xuanzhou, when he stated he was going to sleep, truly meant it, devoid of any ulterior motives, lying there with utmost honesty. Yan Qing gazed at him for a while, but eventually succumbed to drowsiness, tilting his head and drifting off. Within the hall, the tranquil sounds of their breathing resonated intermittently. Yet moments later, Chu Xuanzhou abruptly opened his eyes. He turned his head to glance at the youth sleeping soundly beside him, and, with a gentle motion, pulled him into his embrace, savoring the fragrant scent emanating from his neck. Since Qing would not allow him to approach, he decided that Qing should come to him instead. When Yan Qing awoke, he found himself enveloped in a remarkably warm blanket, accompanied by a body radiating warmth, which was most comforting. However, something felt amiss. What was he holding? As his mind gradually cleared from its foggy state, the first thing that met his eyes was the fair, firm chest of the man beside him. Good heavens! The object of his embrace was none other than Chu Xiuanzhou. Startled, he instinctively pushed him away, springing up like a startled bird. Chu Sunzu, roused by the sudden shove, was still half asleep and reflexively pulled him back, burying his head in the crook of Yan Qing's neck, murmuring softly, "Be good. Let us sleep a little longer." Yan Qing found himself tightly held, their bodies pressed together, and the faint scent of dragon's saliva filled his nostrils. Flushed with embarrassment and indignation, he pushed Chu Xiuanzhou away once more, breaking free from his grasp. At that moment, Chu Xiuanzhou finally woke fully, instinctively releasing him to avoid provoking his anger. Yan Qing curled up under the covers on the edge of the bed, his eyes wide with a fierce glare, asserting, "I distinctly remember stating before I fell asleep that you were not to cross boundaries. Who permitted you to hold me while sleeping?" With an innocent expression, Chu Xiuanzhou replied, "Taifu, I did not cross any boundaries." Yan Qing raised his voice slightly. "You did not cross boundaries, or could it be that I did?" Chu Xiuanzhou remained silent, merely gazing at him with a hint of grievance curled slightly inward. Yan Qing's gaze gradually traveled over him, and he belatedly realized that Chu Xiuanzhou was perched on the edge of the bed, nearly spilling off. His mind momentarily short-circuited. Slowly, he turned to look behind him. The majority of the bed was unoccupied, his own blanket resting in the center where he had left it the previous night. So, it was indeed he who had crossed the boundary? Chu Xiuanzhou then spoke softly, "It's all right. Let us consider it my fault for crossing the boundary. Taifu, please do not be angry." Still caught in self-doubt, Yan Qing pondered whether he truly was so restless in his sleep that he had crawled into his embrace across the blanket that separated them. "Taifu," Chu Xiuanzhou tentatively called out. Yan Qing felt utterly flustered and retorted, "You should be quiet and stop making noise." With his eyelashes lowered slightly, Chu Xiuanzhou murmured, "Does Taifu not trust me?" Yan Qing replied, "No, it is not you. It is I who does not trust myself." In a daze, he rolled back to his side, the blanket now cold, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chu Xiuanzhou frowned slightly, reaching out to remove the barrier between them, wrapping him in the blanket once more. What if Taifu falls ill again due to the cold? Yan Qing remained silent, turning his back to him, stubbornly harboring his vexation. Chu Xiuanzhou sighed softly and continued to persuade, "The Grand Tutor has been resting in bed for 2 days. The weather is splendid today. Shall we take a stroll outside?" Yan Qing finally responded, slowly turning to glance at him. "Are we leaving the Wangfu?" Chu Xiuanzhou's gaze deepened involuntarily, yet he replied, "Wherever the Grand Tutor wishes to go. I shall accompany you." Yan Qing, with an unexpected retort, stated, "I do not need your company. I wish to go out alone." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiuanzhou interjected, "That is not permissible." Noticing Yan Qing's displeasure, he added, "The outside world is fraught with dangers. What if you encounter trouble in my absence?" Yan Qing scoffed, "As the regent, do you not have important matters to attend to? Why follow me around all day?" Chu Xiuanzhou softened his tone. "None of that is significant. Nothing is more vital than your well-being." Ultimately, the two exited the residence together, with Chu Xiuanzhou adhering closely, like an inescapable shadow. Where does the Grand Tutor wish to wander? After a moment of contemplation, Yan Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled as he declared, "To Chunfeng Tower. I want to go to Chunfeng Tower." Chu Xiuanzhou's smile faltered as he turned to the eager Yan Qing beside him, his voice growing somber. "What business does the Grand Tutor have at Chunfeng Tower?" Yan Qing instinctively replied, "What else would I do there? Naturally, I'm going to find a girl." Chu Xiuanzhou's expression darkened at the mention of finding a girl. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Yan Qing quickly added, "I heard the talents of the girls at Chunfeng Tower are unparalleled. I wish to admire their skills." Chu Xiuanzhou's mood slightly improved, yet he maintained, "I fear the Grand Tutor may be disappointed. Chunfeng Tower does not open during the day." Yan Qing, unconvinced, retorted as a dignified regent, "You cannot even secure entry to Chunfeng Tower?" Chu Xuanzhou shook his head. It cannot be opened. If it were, rumors would spread throughout the streets, claiming that the regent visits brothels with his wife, and I would lose all face. Yan Qing, uninterested in further debate, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Chu Xuanzhou inquired again, "Does the Grand Tutor wish to see a play? I heard there is a new performance at the Liyuan today." Yan Qing, intrigued, opened her eyes to look at him. "What play?" Chu Xuanzhou spoke gently, pondering for a moment. "I heard it is a martial arts drama." Yan Qing deliberated briefly before responding. "Then let us go." The carriage gently rolled over the cobblestone path and came to a halt before the Liyuan. Yan Qing pulled aside the curtain and stepped down first, while Chu Xuanzhou cautiously followed, saying, "Grand Tutor, watch your step." Though her legs felt weak, Yan Qing stubbornly insisted, "Do not assist me. I can walk on my own." Chu Xuanzhou closely followed, ensuring her safety as they entered the Liyuan. As soon as they disembarked, the manager greeted them with a beaming smile, and the group proceeded directly to a private box on the second floor. "What performance would the prince like to see today? I shall arrange it immediately." Chu Xuanzhou poured a cup of tea for Yan Qing and, lifting his gaze, regarded her with a calm demeanor. "I heard you have a new martial arts play?" The innkeeper nodded repeatedly, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Your Highness is truly all-knowing. Just a few days ago, a new martial play was indeed staged, yet it has not graced the stage even once." Chu Xuanzhou casually produced a gold ingot and placed it upon the table, declaring, "Let them perform this martial play well. If they excel, this prince shall reward them generously." The innkeeper, overjoyed, accepted the gold ingot, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall instruct them to give it their utmost attention." Moments later, the lead actors of the play made their grand entrance. Yan Qing set aside the delicacies in his hands, fixating his attention on the stage. As it was a martial play, all the characters portrayed martial artists, each tall and robust, skillfully wielding their red tassel spears in a dazzling display. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Qing became utterly captivated. Chu Xuanzhou's brow furrowed slightly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort about being there. His apprehensions were soon confirmed. In the latter half of the performance, two martial actors unexpectedly shed their garments, revealing their muscular torsos, and engaged in barehanded combat. Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, his gaze glued to the chiseled abs of the performers as he simultaneously praised them to the system. "Did you see that? This is my ideal physique. Why transition to another world? Can I be crafted like that?" Chu Xuanzhou's expression darkened abruptly, especially upon witnessing Yan Qing's eyes practically glued to the stage. He glared at him, gritting his teeth. "Is it truly that appealing?" Yan Qing, oblivious to the tension, continued to watch the stage intently, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it is. More appealing than mine." Yan Qing, still unaware of who he was addressing, instinctively retorted, "Of course. Who did this person think he was, comparing himself to those entertainers?" As his words echoed, he felt an abrupt chill in the air, prompting him to unconsciously rub his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. The following moment, a voice from the system reverberated in his mind. "Warning, warning. Corruption value increased by 5, current corruption value, 35. Yan Qing was taken aback. The system softly reminded him, "You dare claim that the male lead's abs are inferior to theirs? It is no wonder your corruption value has risen." Yan Qing found himself at a loss for words. In his moment of fascination, he had completely forgotten about Chu Xuanzhou, who knew he would be so inexplicably competitive. He stiffly turned to face the man beside him, only to find that the source of the frigid atmosphere was indeed this fellow. "Your Highness?" Chu Xuanzhou maintained a stern expression. "What did you call me?" Yan Qing pondered how he had referred to him in the past and tentatively attempted to recreate it. "Xuanzhou?" Chu Xuanzhou's countenance shifted from dark to bright. Suppressing the corners of his lips that threatened to curve upward, he inquired, "What business does the Grand Tutor have with me?" Yan Qing took a deep breath and replied, "What was your question earlier? I didn't quite catch it." Upon bringing up the subject, Chu Xuanzhou's expression darkened once more. With a huff, he reiterated, "Do those performers on stage surpass my appearance?" Yan Qing promptly replied, "Certainly not. They are mere frivolous entertainers. How could they possibly compare to you?" At last, Chu Xuanzhou's demeanor improved, though a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained, as the Grand Tutor had been so intently watching them moments prior. Yan Qing spoke with exaggerated seriousness. Am I watching them? I am here to appreciate the profound essence of the performance. Clearly, you're not paying attention. Indeed, Chu Xuanzhou was not fully engaged in the play. His focus was directed towards the person beside him. Yan Qing continued to counter. You are the one who insisted on attending, yet you failed to observe attentively. Perhaps you would be better off at Chunfeng Tower, enjoying melodies and watching the maidens dance. Chu Xuanzhou's voice rose sharply. I will not go. Yan Qing retorted. Then can you at least watch the play properly? Chu Xuanzhou's long lashes, reminiscent of crow feathers, fluttered slightly as he replied, I can. Ding. Corruption value decreased by 10. Current corruption value, 25. Having triumphed in their initial exchange, Yan Qing felt an invigorating clarity. After the performance, he remained reluctant to return home, but the person beside him was quite adamant. The Grand Tutor had not yet taken his medicine today. Yan Qing remarked, I believe I am well enough and do not require any more medicine. Chu Xuanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, a teasing lilt to his tone. You are completely well? Yan Qing hesitated, sensing the levity in his inquiry. Am I well? As Chu Xuanzhou instructed the servants to prepare a carriage for their return, he cast a cryptic glance at Yan Qing. If the Grand Tutor is indeed well, it is time we discuss the arrangements for the wedding. Yan Qing's expression nearly fractured at that moment, his voice involuntarily rising. Why is there still talk of a wedding? Chu Xuanzhou took his hand, leisurely toying with it. Why not? Today was originally set as our wedding day. However, since the Grand Tutor's health was not yet restored, I thought it prudent to postpone it. Now that he has recovered, we should indeed prioritize the wedding plans. Yan Qing feigned a gesture of distress, placing his hand on his forehead. No, I am beginning to feel a headache again. Perhaps the wind today has exposed me to a chill, and I might fall ill for 70 or 80 days. System. Host, could you not act any more dramatically? Yan Qing, why would I not? He then clutched his chest and groaned twice. Now my heart is aching too. It seems I cannot bear to hear the word wedding without being distressed. System. Chu Xuanzhou, fully aware of the pretense, could not resist indulging him further. If you cannot bear to hear wedding, then let us speak of marriage. It ultimately conveys the same notion. Given the Grand Tutor's condition, we shall delay the marriage date by half a month, by which time I hope the Grand Tutor will be fully recovered. Yan Qing wished to negotiate further, but upon meeting Chu Xuanzhou's half-smiling, half-earnest gaze, he instinctively abandoned the thought. Perhaps a delay of one day is a victory. After all, what if pushing him further provoked his darker inclinations? In the blink of an eye, 15 days slipped away. The red silk wedding banners that had once adorned the regent's residence had yet to be removed, only to be replaced with a new batch. In the capital, the news of the regent's marriage was once again the subject of lively discussion. One passerby questioned, Didn't he, the prince, just marry? Why is there talk of another wedding? Another replied, Foolish one, do you not know? The last wedding was disrupted by the prince's male consort, who caused a commotion. To spare his beloved heartache, the prince canceled the wedding. The passerby inquired, What of the young lady from the Weiyuan Marquis's residence? Is she agreeable? Another passerby remarked, What is there to be unwilling about? After all, he is her beloved, and naturally, she cannot bear to see him suffer. The first passerby suddenly realized, I see now, why not have the three of them wed together? One husband and one wife. How delightful that would be. You must be out of your mind. If the prince hears you, be wary of your head. Yan Qing was blissfully unaware of the rumors circulating outside. At that moment, he was struggling with his wedding attire in the royal residence. Last time, Chu Xuanzhou insisted that the previous outfit was inauspicious and insisted on a remake. Yan Qing, too weary to argue, let him be. However, the past half-month had not been entirely fruitless. His darkening value had decreased from 25 to 10. Once married, it was likely that this final 10 would diminish as well. The system, eager and ready, chimed in, Rest assured, host. As soon as the task is complete, I shall whisk you away without wasting time like in a previous world. Yan Qing lifted his eyelids slightly. You had better keep your word. Should it be anything like last time, I will surely strip you of your furry skin. The system chuckled lightly, transforming before his eyes into a smiling, angelic Samiette. With a broad grin, it exclaimed, "What rabbits are you talking about, host? Have you lost your senses?" Chapter 73. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection. Yan Qing awkwardly donned the wedding attire, which was even more resplendent than the previous one, with golden threads intricately weaving elaborate patterns. Once dressed, a young eunuch showered him with flattery, elevating him to celestial heights. Just as preparations for his hair were about to begin, the door swung open, revealing Chu Xuanzhou in a grand crimson wedding garment. With long, graceful fingers, he picked up a comb, commanding everyone step aside. The young eunuchs bowed and retreated. Yan Qing turned, eyeing him suspiciously. "You can style hair?" Chu Xuanzhou gently brushed through Yan Qing's flowing black locks, his gaze deepening as it grazed the scattered kiss marks on the nape of his neck. "Of course." Yet, Yan Qing felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine, especially when Chu Xuanzhou's fingertips glided over his neck, causing him to instinctively straighten his back and try to evade. "What are you hiding from?" Chu Xuanzhou's voice was slightly husky. Yan Qing's face flushed crimson, and he retorted, "If you're going to style my hair, just do it properly without wandering hands." Chu Xuanzhou chuckled softly. "So sensitive?" Yan Qing's blush deepened, and in a moment of embarrassment, he snapped, "Who told you to act recklessly last night?" Despite his countless precautions over the past half-month, he had still succumbed to Chu Xuanzhou's advances, enduring a night of relentless teasing. Chu Xuanzhou, in a low tone, admitted his fault. "It was my mistake. Please don't hold it against me, esteemed tutor." Glancing at his flushed cheeks in the copper mirror, Yan Qing rubbed them gently, warning once more, "If you can't style it properly, I'll find someone else." Chu Xuanzhou obediently replied, finally refraining from inappropriate touches. He carefully gathered Yan Qing's hair, using a translucent jade crown and hairpin to secure it, achieving a rather decent appearance. Yan Qing examined himself in the mirror, somewhat satisfied, and reluctantly decided not to nitpick further. With his hair neatly tied, Chu Xuanzhou remained transfixed, staring at the reflections of the two figures in the bronze mirror, lost in thought. "Today marks our grand wedding, esteemed tutor. Surely I cannot be dreaming." Yan Qing let out a cold, expressionless laugh. "You are indeed dreaming. Shall I awaken you with a gentle nudge?" Chu Xuanzhou leaned slightly, resting his head on Yan Qing's shoulder, his cheek brushing against his side, warm breath cascading over his sensitive earlobe, his voice husky and barely above a whisper. "What means does the esteemed tutor have to rouse me? Yan Qing, can this rickety road even accommodate a carriage? Step aside. You know today is our wedding day. If you continue this way, do you believe I would flee the ceremony?" Chu Xuanzhou's gaze darkened suddenly. Did the esteemed tutor wish to elope with someone else, perhaps Jiang Tingwan? Yan Qing, weary of retorting, simply rolled his eyes in silence. "Chu Xuanzhou, the esteemed tutor may be disappointed. I have specifically sent someone to confine Jiang Tingwan at her home today. She shall have no opportunity to disrupt our union." Yan Qing, if you're unwell, seek treatment. Do not act mad before him, all right? After lingering in the room a while longer, a palace servant knocked on the door. "Your Highness, the auspicious hour approaches." Chu Xuanzhou composed himself, taking his hand as they stepped outside. The royal residence was abuzz with guests. The couple bypassed the customary welcoming and directly entered the main hall hand in hand. They performed a bow to heaven and earth, bowed to their elders, exchanged vows as a couple, and were led into the bridal chamber. The intricacies of wedding customs proved exhausting, even for two men. The entire process left them quite fatigued. As dusk fell, the sun slowly sank below the horizon. Having managed the guests, they returned to the bridal chamber. After sharing the ceremonial wine, Yan Qing collapsed onto the vibrant red wedding bed, his eyes vacant as he stared at the crimson canopy. Murmuring to himself, "This is too much. Marriage is exhausting. I cannot endure another such occasion in the future." Chu Xuanzhou was loosening the ties at his waist when he narrowed his eyes at the remark. "Who else do you wish to marry?" Yan Qing shook his head, lazily rolling over, pushing away his wandering hands. "No one. I am weary. Let us sleep." Chu Xuanzhou paused, leisurely removing his wedding robe, Qing. Today is indeed our wedding night. Yan Qing still appeared too tired to open his eyes, ignoring the matter of titles. Simply stating, did you not express a desire to celebrate our wedding night in advance last night? Otherwise, how could he allow him to have the upper hand? Chu Xuanzhou began to unfasten his inner garments, coaxing gently. That cannot possibly count. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Yan Qing suddenly felt a chill. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had been stripped bare. You. Chu Xuanzhou knelt on the bed, slowly shedding his own wedding robe. Noticing the panic on Yan Qing's face, he smiled reassuringly. Qing, fear not. I shall be gentle. I will not tire you excessively. Yan Qing was unconvinced. As a man himself, he understood the depths of a man's words in such moments. If he believed him, then he was indeed naive. Moreover, he always seemed intent on exhausting him to the brink, so believing his assurances was utterly foolish. Chu Xuanzhou casually discarded the last piece of clothing from his body, sending it tumbling to the floor. The layers of bed curtains were gently lowered, and faintly, one could still hear the pleading cries tinged with desperation. Time slipped away unnoticed, until a delicate hand, as white as jade, suddenly grasped the crimson drapery as if it were a lifeline, gripping it so tightly that the veins on the back of the hand were faintly visible. In the next moment, another long-fingered hand seized it back. Roll away, came the man's hoarse sigh of satisfaction. Qing, so obedient. That night, the master of the palace called for water countless times, finally ceasing only as dawn approached. Yan Qing's eyes were swollen and red from crying, remnants of tears lingering at the corners. As he drowsily nestled under the joyful quilt, his consciousness blurred, uncertain whether he had fainted from exhaustion or simply drifted into slumber. Chu Xuanzhou, feeling thoroughly content, held him close, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead. Qing, sweet dreams. Chapter 74. The Obsessive Regent's Coercive Affection Upon Awakening. Yan Qing did not utter a single word to Chu Xuanzhou for an entire day, having given him the cold shoulder for 3 days straight. Yet, Chu Xuanzhou remained unfazed, appearing invigorated and cheerful as he sought out his presence daily. Qing, it's all my fault. You may hit or scold me, just don't ignore me. With an expression void of emotion, Yan Qing maintained his cold facade, while internally communicating with the system. How much darker is my blackening value? System. Only 3 points remain. Host should strive for a decisive victory. Yan Qing, what more does he want? It's practically settled in my stomach. Why are there still 3 points? We are already married. The system offered a thorough analysis. The male lead may be lacking in security or perhaps has unfulfilled wishes. Host, why not try showing him a more amiable demeanor? After a moment's contemplation, Yan Qing decided to heed this advice. He withdrew his focus, noticing that Chu Xuanzhou was still seated at the edge of the bed, his long fingers gently kneading at Yan Qing's waist, alleviating his discomfort. Ahem. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze immediately fell upon his face. Qing, what is it? Yan Qing rested his hand on the small of his arm, slowly sitting up with deliberate movements, succinctly stating, I'm thirsty. Chu Xuanzhou promptly filled a cup with water, carefully presenting it to him. Yan Qing accepted it, cradling it between his hands, sipping delicately. Once finished, he glanced toward the sky outside and inquired, What time is it now? Chu Xuanzhou replied, It's nearly noon. Would Qing like to rise for lunch? Yan Qing nodded, sluggishly getting out of bed, then naturally extending his arms. The system hesitated, asking, What are you doing? Yan Qing, I'm so tired, I don't want to dress myself. Whoever undressed me can put my clothes back on. System, the little quirks of married life, understood. Qing, lower your arms. Yan Qing lazily lifted his arms, and in the next instant, the familiar mechanical voice of the system chimed in, Ding, blackening value decreased by 1. Current blackening value 2. Host should continue striving. System, is that even possible? Yan Qing yawned. What is impossible? He would rather it be so. The system observed Chu Xuanzhou, whose gentle smile illuminated his features, the corners of his lips curving upwards, revealing no trace of reluctance. By afternoon, Chu Xuanzhou remained steadfastly by his side, and Yan Qing could no longer tolerate it. With a plethora of court affairs to attend to, what purpose did it serve for him to linger so closely? Chu Xuanzhou feigned innocence, saying, Qing, we are to be wed. As the regent, I am entitled to my marital leave. Yan Qing lifted his gaze. Isn't the marital leave only 3 days? Chu Xuanzhou maintained his innocent facade. The Grand Tutor must have misremembered. The leave is 9 days, and today marks only the 3rd. Thus, 6 days remain. Where would you like to explore, Qing? Yan Qing's thoughts sparked, his eyes brightening at the prospect of an outing. How delightful it would be to venture out. Perhaps a spontaneous incident might even diminish the darkening value. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. And in a moment of overwhelming joy, he impulsively rose on tiptoe and pecked Chu Xuanzhou on the lips, declaring, I wish to go to Jiangnan. Chu Xuanzhou, momentarily taken aback, stood frozen, processing the unexpected kiss. His eyes gleamed with astonishment as they fixated on Yan Qing. Qing. Yan Qing felt a tingle of nervousness under his gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet he found his wrist firmly grasped. Chu Xuanzhou slightly leaned in, presenting the other side of his face. Qing, this side too. Upon hearing the system's notification ding, darkening value decreased by 1. Current darkening value 1. Please continue your endeavors. The system grew excited, urging, host, go for it. Just a little more, quickly, embrace him. Yan Qing, suppressing his embarrassment, leaned in to plant a kiss on the other side of his face. However, despite their anticipation, the system's announcement remained absent. The system consoled him, do not worry, host. We are nearly there. Once you embark on your outing, it will effortlessly dissipate. 5 days later, in a picturesque town in Jiangnan, the system finally chimed, ding. Congratulations. Darkening value decreased by 1. Current darkening value 0. Mission accomplished. Host receives 1,000 points. A genuine smile spread across Yan Qing's face. At last, the task was fulfilled. The system chuckled, now we simply need to devise a way to escape this world. Yan Qing hesitated. Are you certain there will be no issues? The system assured him. The previous world was an anomaly. This time, there shall be no complications. Yan Qing nodded, albeit with skepticism. So shall we depart now? The system cryptically responded, no. Having experienced the previous world, I have come to understand the risks of dying in the male lead's presence are too great. This time, we will find a way to slip away. Once we are out of his sight, I shall guide you out of this world, and there will be no further issues. After contemplating for a moment, Yan Qing deemed this plan feasible. They had yet to return to the palace, and the guards here relax. With the system's assistance, their escape would be relatively effortless. The following day, while Chu Xuanzhou busied himself with the court documents sent from the capital, Yan Qing, citing a desire not to impede his political duties, departed with 2 attendants. Under the system's guidance, they ascended a beautiful hillside. In regard to this mountain, not far ahead lies a precipice. The host will soon shake off these 2 guards and leap into the abyss, allowing me to whisk the host away from this world. Under the system's protection, Yan Qing successfully evaded the 2 guards and, after considerable effort, breathlessly climbed to the edge of the cliff. Host, jump. We shall soon transition to the next realm, the system urged. Yan Qing spread his arms, standing on tiptoe, hope filling his heart as he closed his eyes. In the next moment, an alarming voice erupted. Warning. Corruption value increased by 100. Mission failed. Host, please take immediate remedial action. Yan Qing opened his eyes in disbelief. So, the system, unable to contain its frustration, cursed. What the hell? Why is this world like this again? Where did that delusional male lead come from? Yan Qing, dazed, thought to himself, indeed, I should never have believed your nonsense. Speak clearly to me. What is the situation now? The system, nearing its wit's end, diligently replied. The male lead has discovered your absence and believes you have fled again. He has now mobilized all the soldiers in the town to search the mountains. Slowly, Yan Qing retracted his foot, found a tree, and quietly began to count ants beneath its shade. Host, are you all right? The system inquired. Well enough, just a living corpse, Yan Qing replied. In the distance, the sound of thundering hooves gradually approached. Yan Qing looked up and soon spotted a troop of armored soldiers encircling the cliff. With a crimson-eyed, Chu Xuanzhou prominently seated atop a tall steed at the forefront. His expression was terrifying, as if some malevolent beast were poised to break free from its confines, eager to devour him whole. Initially, Yan Qing contemplated speaking, but upon witnessing Chu Xuanzhou's demeanor, he felt compelled to remain silent, instinctively retreating. Chu Xuanzhou dismounted slowly, his obsidian pupils devoid of warmth. He approached Yan Qing step by step, until he cornered him with nowhere to escape. After a moment, a twisted smile crept across his sinister face. Qing, what are you doing? Do you wish to leave me again? Yan Qing opened his mouth, but could only emit faint sounds. Chu Xuanzhou, unhurried, enveloped him in his embrace, whispering like a demon-esque murmur. It seems I've been too merciful towards you, Qing. Is it only by confining you that you will learn to obey? Chapter 75. The Mad Regent's compulsory affection. Yan Qing, terrified into silence, nestled in his embrace like a trembling quail, not daring to lift his head. Chu Xuanzhou lowered his gaze, a peculiar smile lingering at the corners of his lips, his eyes growing increasingly inscrutable. He asked with an unsettling calmness, Qing, tell me, why do you wish to leave me once more? Did you not return for my sake? Why, after we have wed, do you reject me? Is my sincerity so worthless in your eyes, so easily cast aside? His voice was low and hoarse, yet, despite its usual gentleness, it radiated an inexplicable chill that penetrated to the bone. Yan Qing instinctively shook his head, denying his words, but found himself at a loss for any explanation. Indeed, what he spoke was nothing but the truth. Chu Xuanzhou seemed uninterested in hearing his explanation, merely bowing his head slightly, his pale and slender hand curling around Yan Qing's knee, lifting him effortlessly. This time, upon returning, he would be forever confined within the manor. Yet he would have my company daily, ensuring he would not feel solitude or loneliness. The sudden conclusion of their journey to Jiangnan saw the carriage hastily making its way back north to the capital. Inside the opulent royal carriage, nestled within the protective embrace of the convoy, soft whimpers reminiscent of a kitten occasionally escaped, as if he were gritting his teeth to endure but ultimately failing, allowing fragmented sounds to slip through his lips. Yan Qing cried so intensely he could scarcely catch his breath, remaining conscious for only brief moments. On numerous occasions, trembling and clinging to the carriage wall, he longed to escape, only to be pulled back by Chu Xuanzhou's grip on his ankle. Confined within the carriage day after day, Yan Qing was losing track of time, existing in a haze, his enchanting peach blossom eyes swollen and red from crying, long lashes clumped together by tears, and the corners of his eyes stained a deep crimson. Yet Chu Xuanzhou showed no sign of mercy, extracting every trinket made of gold and jade without hesitation. As for the instigator of this turmoil, the system remained locked away in a dark chamber, never to be released. After an indeterminate amount of time, the carriage finally swayed its way back to the capital, and Yan Qing was carried down from it, completely wrapped up, not a single strand of hair visible. Even in slumber, cradled in his arms, he could not cease trembling. Chu Xuanzhou, having restrained himself for the sake of Yan Qing's health, finally indulged. A hint of satisfaction graced his features, his expression less grim than before. He carried Yan Qing into the room, leaning down to whisper into the ear of the one nestled against him. Qing, this is all your choice. You cannot blame others. Uncertain whether he was awake or merely responding to a conditioned reflex formed over the past few days, Yan Qing trembled even more violently. Host! Yan Qing was roused by the incessant calls of the system. The system's voice sounded rather sheepish. Host, are you all right? Yan Qing felt as though his entire being had been dismantled and reassembled. Even the slightest movement sent waves of peculiar numbness and soreness through him. He blinked his sore, swollen eyes and murmured slowly, It's over. This body is ruined. I can't even move. The system attempted to reassure him. How could that be? Do not worry, host. You are merely temporarily fatigued. After a few days of rest, you will recover. Yan Qing lay there, devoid of any desire for existence. Do you think that beast, Chu Xuanzhou, would grant me the luxury of rest? The system faltered taking a long while to respond hesitantly. Host, you need not be so pessimistic throughout this journey. Your darkening value has decreased significantly. Finally piquing Yan Qing's interest, he asked, trembling, by how much? The system replied, it has decreased by a full 30 points. There are now only 70 points remaining. Yan Qing, once again bereft of hope, lay back down. Only a mere 30 points reduction, and it warranted such commotion? After lying in that position for an eternity, Yan Qing could no longer contain himself. He slowly turned over despite the peculiar soreness and numbness. Yet as he did, his entire being suddenly froze. Wait, what is this? He attempted to move his foot once more. It was no illusion, as a familiar, crisp sound echoed faintly in his ears. The system stammered, its voice growing ever softer. Hey, what else could it be? It's precisely as the host imagines. Alas! Yan Qing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he vaguely saw several winged figures circling him and waving. In a daze, he inquired of the system, am I about to meet my maker? The system regarded him with sympathy. Host, there is no Jerusalem in the east. With trembling hands, Yan Qing lifted the embroidered quilt, and indeed, a chain forged of pure gold was firmly locked around his slender ankle. The chain was long enough for him to move freely within the confines of the room, while the other end was securely fastened to the bedpost, cushioned with a soft layer. The system remarked, and it's pure gold. How fortunate you are, host. Yan Qing, with an expression devoid of emotion, retorted, would you like this fortune for yourself? The system dared not jest further and continued to console him. It's all right, host. You still have me. I will always be by your side. Frustrated, Yan Qing kicked his legs in agitation, indignantly exclaiming, what use are you? You worthless machine only hinders me. The system, feeling wronged, protested, how am I worthless? Please do not speak so carelessly, host. Yan Qing ignored it. After a brief moment of static, the system added, let us put aside my hindrance for now. The male lead is about to arrive. You should feign a pitiful demeanor to gain his sympathy and secure your freedom sooner. Yan Qing's eyelids twitched. Indeed, no sooner had the system's words faded than footsteps gradually approached from outside the hall. Soon, the door creaked open, and Chu Xuanzhou stepped into the room, backlit by the light, his pupils as dark as an unfathomable abyss. Instinctively, Yan Qing raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, but to Chu Xuanzhou, it appeared as though he was concealing his vulnerability. He approached the bed, gazing down at the trembling youth with an imposing demeanor. After a moment, he could not restrain himself from speaking first. What is this, Qing? Wasn't this all your own choice? Yan Qing cautiously peeked through his fingers, asking, so you intend to keep me locked away? Chu Xuanzhou leaned slightly closer, his fingers brushing over the mottled bite marks on Yan Qing's wrist, and with a satisfied sigh, he replied, only in this manner will Qing be obedient. Only thus can Qing remain by my side forever. Yan Qing's breathing quickened, and in a moment of despair, he kicked his legs, protesting, but I am a living person. What difference is there between being locked up like this and being your plaything? The light in Chu Xuanzhou's eyes dimmed slightly. How could Qing be a mere plaything? Qing is, without a doubt, the person I cherish most. Yan Qing's tone involuntarily rose. You love me? Loving me means locking me away? Is there anyone else in the world who loves in such a manner? Chu Xuanzhou gently stroked his ankle. Believe it or not, Qing, before you dismiss the thought of leaving, this chain will remain steadfastly upon your ankle. Chapter 76. The Obsessive Regent's Compulsory Love. Yan Qing was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, trembling as he pointed a finger at him. You. Chu Xuanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning down to gently take his finger into his mouth, his voice cheerful. I'm here. Yan Qing, in a daze, withdrew his hand, but it was too late as a glistening layer of liquid remained on it. It was over. He was no longer clean. However, Chu Xuanzhou was in high spirits as he lifted Yan Qing into his embrace, instructing the servants to prepare a meal. It is time to eat, Qing. What would you like? Yan Qing continued to stare at his hand, lost in thought, and slowly shook his head in reply, I don't want anything. Chu Xuanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly and coaxed, Be good. You haven't eaten properly in days. You must eat something. or your body will not withstand it. Yan Qing, still moving sluggishly, shook his head again. I don't want to eat. Please go out. I wish to be alone. Unbeknownst to him, something in his words had shifted the atmosphere, lowering the tension around them. Chu Xuanzhou picked up a damp towel and meticulously wiped his hand, his cold gaze gradually shifting downward with each movement. Is it so unbearable to be with me that you cannot even eat? Yan Qing's eyelids fluttered, perplexed by his sudden mood swing. It was he who had chained him, and now it was he who was throwing a tantrum. What was he trying to achieve? Could they not play joyfully together anymore? Yet, Chu Xuanzhou seemed lost in his own thoughts, musing, Qing cannot eat with me, but perhaps with another version of you. He might? Yan Qing's pupils widened in shock. Wait, was he speaking of another self? Chu Xuanzhou's fingers brushed against his temple, his eyes darkening completely. Do you wish to see another you? Yan Qing shook his head vigorously, declining the invitation. He had no penchant for viewing corpses, especially his own. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. So, does Qing wish to eat now? Finally, Yan Qing nodded, his eyes, still clear of mist, gazing sincerely at him. I do. Before long, a small table was set up before the bed, adorned with delicate and easily digestible congee and side dishes. Fearing that he might go mad again and drag him off to view a corpse, the meal was consumed in silence, devoid of any mischief. After finishing a bowl of congee, Yan Qing pushed the bowl away and retreated back beneath the covers, stating, I am full. Chu Xuanzhou picked up a clean damp towel once more to wipe his hands, his gaze lingering on Yan Qing's crimson lips as he insinuated, since you are full, it is now my turn to eat. At first, Yan Qing did not comprehend, merely withdrawing from his embrace and curling back under the blanket, softly saying, Then you should eat. I will not disturb you. However, Chu Xuanzhou merely smirked, casually waving his hand, and soon, the people in the palace retreated entirely. Yan Qing, finally realizing the implications, looked at him with a hint of terror in his eyes. Are you a beast? After so many days on the road, just returning to the capital, do you not feel tired? Chu Xuanzhou approached him unhurriedly. How can you say that? Qing, I am your husband, sworn before heaven and earth. Is it not natural for me to engage in such activities? The sound of clinking chains echoed persistently. Exhausted from being drained of every ounce of strength, Yan Qing ultimately succumbed, his head tilting to the side as he fell into a deep slumber. Chu Xuanzhou gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead, gazing intently at his flushed face. Qing, do not attempt to leave me any longer. Congratulations, host. The corruption value has decreased by 10, leaving only 60 points remaining. Yan Qing shifted his increasingly weary body, silently shedding a couple of bitter tears. Look at this. Is it easy for him to complete a task? He has reduced himself to this state. Do you have any thoughts on how to eliminate the remaining corruption value, host? Yan Qing had given up, lying on the bed without the desire to move even a finger. I have no thoughts. Do as you will. It matters not to me. Predictably, this time would likely bind him for a lifetime. What difference does it make if the corruption value is eliminated? It will inevitably rebound. He was exhausted, truly exhausted. System, lying here all day isn't a viable option. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Yan Qing stared at it expressionlessly, shaking the chain on his ankle. Go out? Am I able to? System, true with this thing on? It would indeed be ill-advised to venture out and be caught by the male lead again. The system grew increasingly troubled. What shall we do? Must we remain in this passive state indefinitely? Yan Qing burrowed deeper into the covers. What is wrong with being passive? I have already become this way while being passive. Do you expect me to be proactive? System, this kind of proactivity is different. I had initially intended to wait until the corruption value was fully eliminated to attempt to take the host away, to see if we could successfully escape. Yan Qing was instantly alarmed, trembling with indignation as he accused it. Once was not enough for you. How many more times do you wish to endanger me? The system seemed somewhat reluctant to relent. Do you truly not wish to try again? Perhaps we might succeed in escaping. Yan Qing firmly rejected it. You better retreat far away from me. If you keep this up, I will report you to the higher-ups. The system finally fell silent. Very well. Yan Qing, still shaken, patted his chest, unable to sleep any longer, and began to inquire about Chu Xuanzhou's situation. Where is he now? What is he doing? The system replied after a brief pause. The male lead is currently in the hidden chamber of the study. Yan Qing was perplexed. A hidden chamber in the study? I have never seen one. The system chuckled softly. It would be quite a scandal if you were to know. There are things hidden inside that cannot be seen by others. Such as? System. For instance, another version of you is concealed within. Yan Qing suddenly grasped the nature of that place, his expression turning complex. Here I am, a perfectly living person, yet he chooses to look at a corpse instead of me. What could he possibly be thinking? System. Would you like to see? I can project it for you. Yan Qing instinctively wanted to refuse, but it was too late. An image materialized in his mind. Amidst a pale blue mist, a tall and slender figure gradually emerged, approaching the icy bed at the center of the hidden chamber. He lowered his gaze, fixating intently on the young man lying upon it. Yan Qing found himself holding his breath unconsciously, quietly observing the scene. After a moment, Chu Xuanzhou unexpectedly bent down, pressing a gentle kiss upon the young man's brow. In the next moment, the system abruptly severed the visual feed. Yan Qing's pupils widened in shock, a tempest of impotent rage surging within her, as she exclaimed, "What is he doing to my corpse?" Chapter 77. The Mad Regent's coercive affection. The system, evidently taken aback by the scene, hastily attempted to dismiss the situation, stating, "Nothing to worry about, host. This is a perfectly normal occurrence." Yan Qing raised her voice slightly, incredulous. You call this normal? The system, wiping the cold sweat that had formed from fright, racked its brain and replied, "The male lead may simply be overwhelmed with longing for you." With an expression of utter disbelief, Yan Qing scoffed, "I believe you not at all. If he truly wished to see me, why does he not come looking?" The system, cautiously glancing at her, inquired, "Would you like to continue watching?" Grinding her teeth, Yan Qing retorted, "Of course I will watch. I'm keen to see what he intends to do." The system promptly restored the live feed, though it was no longer in the dark chamber. Instead, a familiar study came into view. Chu Xuanzhou sat behind his desk, with the familiar national teacher opposite him, and they appeared to be plotting something. Suppressing her mounting questions, Yan Qing continued to observe. The national teacher spoke first, regarding Chu Xuanzhou with a solemn expression. "Have you considered the consequences, my lord? Are you not afraid that she might resent you once she learns?" Unfazed, Chu Xuanzhou replied, "It matters not. Since I have proposed this, I am prepared to face the repercussions." The national teacher then queried, "Have all the preparations been made?" Nodding, the national teacher assured him, "Rest easy, my lord. All is in readiness." "What preparations?" Yan Qing, bewildered, silently inquired of the system, which merely shrugged, "I am equally in the dark, host. Just continue watching." In a live feed, the national teacher ceased speaking, instead retrieving an array of peculiar items from his belongings, including a lock of dark hair. The system, unable to resist a quip, remarked, "To be frank, this old fellow does resemble a shaman." Feeling unsettled, Yan Qing could not help but ask, "Can you discern what they are doing?" The system, maintaining its composure, replied, "If I am not mistaken, he appears to be conducting some sort of ritual to ensnare your soul within this realm." Yan Qing, noting her incredulity, the system quickly added, "Fear not, host. There is no possibility of a soul-binding chain here. The rest is merely trivial." Reassured, Yan Qing watched as the national teacher unexpectedly produced a bizarre little porcelain vial, mixing the assortment of strange items into a dark, murky concoction. He then presented the brew to Chu Xuanzhou, stating, "My lord, all is prepared. We merely await the final catalyst." Chu Xuanzhou reached for a silver needle from the tray, piercing the tip of his finger without a flicker of hesitation, letting crimson droplets flow steadily into the bowl, rendering the potion's hue even more sinister. At this juncture, the system's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I was mistaken. They intend to cast a curse upon the host." Yan Qing. The system continued, "This old fellow indeed possesses remarkable skills. He is adept at curses, specifically a love curse." Yan Qing felt as though her mind had been struck by a shock, and in a daze, she asked, "Could you elaborate? What purpose does this love worm serve?" The system paused briefly before hesitantly responding. Essentially, it means that the host cannot stray too far from the male lead. If the host distances beyond a certain range, the worm within will transform into a potent toxin. Yanqing was on the verge of fainting from frustration. It turned out this was not a magical attack, but rather a physical one. Did they not require her cooperation to cast this curse upon her? The system interjected. Did you not notice that strand of hair? It belonged to another version of you. The similarity between these two bodies is striking, and the effects are largely indistinguishable. Just as Yanqing wished to continue observing, the scene abruptly cut off. The system quickly defended itself. This is not my fault. This is a new feature from the last program update, still in testing, and I have no control over it. Yanqing was too exasperated to respond, lying on the bed as peacefully as if she were deceased. Sunzu did not remain absent for long. He returned to the main hall after about an hour. Yet, whether it was Yanqing's imagination or not, she felt he exuded an oddly excited aura. Yanqing had achieved a state of tranquil acceptance, feebly greeting him with, "You're back." Sunzu's eyes brightened further as he sat beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace, murmuring, "You've been so obedient today." Yanqing's heart ached with unbidden tears. Despite his tender demeanor, he still intended to feed her the worm. Was this truly what a human could do? The system slyly remarked. Ordinary individuals certainly would not engage in such behavior. However, the darkly twisted male lead is another story altogether. Yanqing lacked the energy to retort, allowing herself to be guided by Sunzu's gentle strength. Unbeknownst to her, having visited the secret chamber, he still bore a chill. Yanqing had just emerged from the warmth of her blankets and involuntarily shivered in his embrace. Sunzu, however, remained oblivious and merely caressed her cheek, his tone laced with an unsettling satisfaction. "From now on, you shall never be able to leave me." Yanqing could only muster a weak laugh in response. Indeed, in every conceivable way, she was now bound to him. Moments later, the chamber doors swung open once more, revealing the National Master. Yanqing glared at this instigator with indignation. This dreadful idea was surely his doing. Upon entering, the National Master was met with her fierce gaze and, feeling somewhat innocent, rubbed his nose before respectfully bowing. "I greet the prince and the princess." He paused for a moment, seemingly pondering the appropriate title, and after a lengthy deliberation, unexpectedly uttered "princess." Yanqing shot him another glare, maintaining her focus until her eyes grew weary before finally looking away. The National Master cast a sympathetic glance in her direction, but remained silent, while Sunzu gently patted her back in a reassuring manner. "Be good, Yanqing. The National Master is here to treat your ailments." Yanqing redirected her ire towards him, demanding with a face full of outrage, "What ailments do I have?" Sunzu, unfazed, fabricated a tale. "Ever since you returned, your health has been poor, plagued by numerous chronic afflictions. Do not shy away from seeking treatment." Yanqing thought to herself, unsure whether to express her internal exasperation. He simply treated him as a fool, deceiving him right before his eyes with a potion, convincing him it was a remedy for his ailment. Chu Xuanzhou held a dark, viscous concoction, his gaze fervently fixed upon him. "Qing, it's time to take your medicine." A flicker of defiance rose within Yanqing, tears glistening in his eyes as he shook his head in refusal. "Can I not drink it?" Chu Xuanzhou lowered his eyes, countering with a question. "Doesn't Qing wish to stay by my side forever?" Yanqing, in a daze, questioned him. "What does this have to do with my staying by your side?" Chu Xuanzhou's gaze deepened. "Only by curing your illness can Qing remain with me for the long haul. Do you not desire that?" Yanqing fell silent, lifting the bowl and, with tears streaming down, consumed the potion in one gulp. He drank. Surely that was sufficient. Chapter 78. The Obsessive Regent's Compulsory Love End. Ding. Blackening value decreased by 50. Current blackening value, 10. Yanqing could not discern the taste in his mouth. It was a medley of flavors, a chaotic blend of everything. Chu Xuanzhou leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with an unsettling satisfaction. Qing is so obedient. The national teacher had left at some point, the grand palace doors opening and closing again, leaving only the two of them in the vast inner hall. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yan Qing felt something was amiss within him, as if a flame was consuming him, threatening to cloud his senses. What was happening? System. It must be the side effects of the first use of the potion. Take care, host. I will withdraw for now. With the system gone, Yan Qing sluggishly crawled out of Chu Xuanzhou's embrace, attempting to distance himself from this source of danger, only to be grasped at the waist. Chu Xuanzhou's gaze was profound, his voice slightly hoarse. Is Qing not feeling unwell? Yan Qing, parched and dazed, looked up at him, his eyes unfocused. What exactly did you make me drink? Chu Xuanzhou coaxed gently. It is merely a potent remedy. Yan Qing's throat involuntarily bobbed. Then why do I? Chu Xuanzhou, unhurried, began to remove his outer garment. Some side effects. There's no need for Qing to fear. I'll be here with you. Yan Qing's mind was already clouded, and he instinctively struggled to remove the clothing of the man before him. It feels so unbearable. You must save me. How would you like me to save you? The side effects lasted for 3 days, during which the two remained indoors, and when the effects finally subsided, Chu Xuanzhou naturally removed the chains from Yan Qing's feet, taking him wherever he went. What other choice was there? Could he leave Yan Qing alone in the palace? Such a scene was too beautiful to contemplate. Days passed, and in the 3rd year of Yan Qing's stay, Chu Xuanzhou reclaimed the throne, and Yan Qing was elevated from princess to empress. After ascending to the throne, the imperial harem remained devoid of others, and the palace servants, witnessing their relationship, couldn't help but feel envious, secretly lamenting how the emperor and empress shared a love that remained steadfast through the years, whether genuine or feigned. Yan Qing continued to walk hand in hand with him year after year, growing increasingly attached under the influence of the potion. As for the female protagonist, Jiang Tingwan, after 2 years of unwavering pursuit and troublemaking for Chu Xuanzhou, she was ultimately directed by him to a former classmate from their school days. Their lives, though tumultuous, blossomed into a state of perfect happiness, culminating in a lifetime spent together, blessed with both sons and daughters. The system had truly witnessed the extent of Chu Xuanzhou's madness. Even after the task was accomplished, it never once mentioned the incident involving Yan Qing's departure. Another decade passed, during which Chu Xuanzhou bequeathed the throne to a child from a collateral branch of the family that they had adopted, embarking on a journey through the breathtaking landscapes of the realm with Yan Qing, who was now unencumbered. Upon their return to a picturesque town in Jiangnan, they arrived at the very cliff where Yan Qing had once contemplated fleeing. It was here that he had yearned to escape from me once again. Yan Qing, feigning indifference, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever wish to leave you?" Chu Xuanzhou, undeterred by his deflection, fixed his gaze upon him. "If I hadn't arrived in time that day, would you have truly jumped?" Yan Qing, avoiding eye contact, continued to feign defiance. "I was merely feeling a bit warm. I wanted to cool off by the edge of the cliff." Chu Xuanzhou chose not to press further, instead embracing him more tightly, relieved that he still wished to remain by his side. Recognizing that further pretense was futile, Yan Qing finally voiced a question he had long suppressed. "So, when I returned in a different body, you never felt fear? Did you never consider that I might be some sort of monster?" Gently, Chu Xuanzhou removed a leaf from Yan Qing's hair and shook his head with tender eyes. "Even if you were a monster, I would know you to be a benevolent one. How could I ever be frightened? My greatest fear was that you would never return, yet here you are again." Even without love, he had ultimately spent a lifetime with him. "Host, I have discovered a new purpose for the love goo." It was now unclear how many years had passed since they had remained together. Silver strands had begun to weave through Yan Qing's hair, adding a sense of depth to his years. Hearing the system's remark, he glanced at it slowly. What purpose? The system, seemingly puzzled, took a moment before continuing. It turns out the function of the love goo was not merely to bind the host to the male lead, but it served a far more significant purpose. "What is it?" Yan Qing inquired. The system replied, "They share life and death, their lifespans intertwined." Yan Qing froze entirely, the cup he had just lifted slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground. The system continued to speak without pause. "I had always said that creating this body for the host was done hastily. How could it endure for so long? It turns out the male lead shared his lifespan with you. Otherwise, he could have lived at least another 20 years before the system could finish. It was interrupted by the anxious arrival of Chu Xuanzhou. Qing, what happened? Did you burn your hand? Hearing his voice, Chu Xuanzhou rushed over to assess the situation. Finally breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yan Qing was unharmed. When he regained his focus, he found Yan Qing staring at him intently. A smile crept onto his lips, his gaze soft and endearing. Why do you look at me like that? Yan Qing blinked, striving to suppress the bitterness pooling in his eyes, and slowly inquired, "Is this truly worthwhile?" Chu Xuanzhou paused for a moment, then comprehended the essence of his words. With a gentle smile, he caressed Yan Qing's face, his tone tender and soothing. "So you've learned the truth. Was it the national master who enlightened you?" Yan Qing shut his eyes, inhaled deeply, and replied, "Regardless of how I came to know, why have you chosen this path?" As Chu Xuanzhou bent to gather the shattered pieces from the ground, he remarked, "If I had not encountered Qing in this lifetime, I might have long ceased to exist." The underlying sentiment of his words was that you are the very reason I persist in living. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points. Yan Qing glanced back one last time. The two walked peacefully, hand in hand, exhaling their final breaths together, ultimately laid to rest in the imperial tomb as arranged by the newly appointed emperor. "Host, are you all right?" The system, taking the form of a Samyed, enveloped Yan Qing in its embrace, seemingly offering solace. Yan Qing blinked, his tone light. "Of course I am well. Having lingered in this world for so long, it is time for us to embark on a new chapter. Let's go. I'm already looking forward to the next realm." Chapter 79. The Obsessive CEO's Coercive Love. Dear ladies and gentlemen, your flight is about to reach its destination, Haishur. Before disembarking, please check around your seats and ensure you have all your belongings. We wish you a pleasant journey. As the airplane's announcement echoed in standard Mandarin, Yan Qing, somewhat dazed, dragged his suitcase off the plane, following the crowd toward the airport exit. The sun shone brightly outside, and shielding his eyes from the glaring light, he asked System, "What is happening? Which world is this?" The system replied with a crackling sound, "Rest assured, host, this is a contemporary world." Yan Qing retorted, "That is obvious. I can certainly discern that this is a modern world. The crux of the matter is, who is the male lead in this realm?" The system responded, He. I've found him. The male lead in this world is Qi Shu. Qi Shu. Yan Qing rummaged through his somewhat disordered memories for a moment, and after a while, he finally recalled, "Ah, it is him, another unfortunate soul." The male lead, Qi Shu, was originally the young master of the Qi family in Haishur. After going missing due to an accident in his childhood, he fell into an orphanage, marking the moment he entered this world. Specifically, he played the role of a supportive older brother in the orphanage, stepping in to defend the male lead when bullied, sharing his own food with him when he went hungry, and providing emotional support to ensure the male lead could successfully navigate this challenging period. As for how he exited the narrative, Yan Qing unconsciously narrowed his eyes. If his memory served him correctly, it was precisely on the day the male lead turned 18. After years of searching, the Qi family finally received news of Qi Shu and sent someone to retrieve him. However, their overly conspicuous actions inadvertently alerted the Qi family's archrivals, who dispatched individuals to eliminate him before the Qi family could arrive. Yan Qing had intervened to shield him from fatal blow, subsequently fulfilling his task and exiting the narrative. What is the situation in this world now, and why has Qi Shu turned dark? He recalled that before his demise, he deliberately led the male lead away to spare him the anguish of witnessing his death. How could he possibly succumb to darkness? System, do you even have the audacity to say that? You didn't die in front of the male lead. After luring him away, you promptly disposed of your corpse, executing quite the disappearing act. It's no wonder the male lead has searched for you all these years. Alive, he cannot find you. Dead, he cannot find your remains. How could his heart not be twisted? Yan Qing chose to disregard the system's mockery and instead took a different route. Feeling quite pleased with himself, I was truly a genius back then. System, what do you mean by that? Yan Qing. This means I won't have to laboriously fabricate an identity. I can simply claim that I didn't die after all. Thus, I can seamlessly integrate myself back into his life. The system fell silent, finally responding after a long pause. You are remarkable. Yan Qing humbly replied, just average. Third best in the world. He dragged his suitcase out of the airport, waving for a taxi while continuing to inquire. How many years has it been since I left? System. It is now the 3rd year since your departure, and the male lead has completed all his university courses and has taken over the chief family business early. Yan Qing rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly sparkling. So he is still a domineering CEO? System. You could say that. Yan Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to elaborate. Give me the male lead's phone number. As a distant relative, I must find a way to profit from him. The system, a bit surprised, asked, you don't have his contact information? Yan Qing, are you joking? Back then, I was working 3 jobs just to scrape together enough tuition for him to attend school. The remaining funds barely cover my basic needs. Where do I find extra money for a phone? That was a valid point. The system contemplated for a moment before providing him with a phone number, yet still didn't understand. We didn't know his contact details before. How do you know them now? Aren't you worried he might mistake you for a scammer? Yan Qing, what else can I do? Should I just show up at his company and create a scene? The system weighed its options and decided to give in. Forget it, just call the male lead directly. Yan Qing abandoned his attempt to hail a taxi, finding a spot by the roadside to sit down, dialing the number provided by the system. After 3 unanswered rings, someone finally picked up. Who is this? The voice on the other end was cold and indifferent, yet beneath the surface, there were hints of familiarity. Yan Qing tightened his grip on the phone, his mind going blank. All the rehearsed lines he had prepared were rendered useless. He couldn't utter a single word. Yan Qing decisively hung up the phone. No, I'm feeling a bit anxious. System. Yan Qing, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, what are you laughing at? You take the call. System. Hee. Sitting on the curb, Yan Qing stared blankly at his phone, still unsure of his strategy, when suddenly the phone rang again. It was Qi Shu calling. He didn't answer, feeling a mix of bitterness and despair as he looked at the string of numbers on his screen. What should he do if he calls back? System. Answer it. Yan Qing, I haven't figured out what to say yet. System. Just answer first and see what he has to say. Yan Qing believed it was speaking sense and raised her hand to answer the call, only for the phone to disconnect automatically. In the next moment, Qi Shu called again. Yan Qing pressed the answer button, yet silence greeted her from the other end, save for the increasingly palpable sound of breathing. She took a deep breath, unable to restrain herself, and finally spoke first. Hello? 2 seconds later, a man's voice, laden with suppressed emotions, emerged from the line. Who exactly are you? Yan Qing instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, and after a long pause, managed to utter 2 words. It's me. The system, nearly jumping in frustration, interjected. Are you 2 playing a guessing game? Why not just be straightforward? Yan Qing ignored it, focusing all her attention on the call. On the other end, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Qi Shu, upon hearing that familiar voice etched into his very bones, felt the veins on the back of his hand bulge. His eyes darkened with inscrutable emotions, yet he lowered his tone to a near whisper. Tell me, where are you now? Yan Qing abruptly hung up the phone. The system exclaimed, why did you hang up again? Yan Qing calmly analyzed. He didn't even ask who I was before inquiring about my location. He must think I'm a scammer, planning to get my address and have me arrested. The system responded with silence. Meanwhile, in the expansive office on the top floor, Qi Shu, maintaining a stoic expression, called his assistant. 2 minutes later, the assistant entered the room. Qi Shu recited a series of numbers, his tone eerily calm. In half an hour, send me the location of the phone number owner. After hanging up, Yan Qing continued to sit idly by the roadside. Fortunately, it was spring, the temperature pleasantly mild. The system, unable to contain itself any longer, asked, are you planning to sit here indefinitely? Yan Qing sighed. What else can I do? I just checked my account balance. There's only 20 yuan left. Barely enough for a meal. Thankfully, I didn't take a taxi earlier, or I wouldn't even be able to afford food now. The system, exasperated, replied, then you should go find the male lead. Yan Qing was engrossed in watching silly videos on her phone, occasionally laughing like a fool, carelessly brushing off the system's concerns. Let us talk about it later. I just want to take a breather. It's not every day I get to experience the modern world. I've missed my phone immensely. The system retorted, I can hardly believe you. On a bright afternoon, a youthful man with striking features and fair skin sat quietly by the roadside, drawing the attention of many passers-by. When Qishu arrived, this was the scene he beheld. A sleek black Maybach came to a leisurely stop at the curb, followed by a row of black private cars. He stepped out, his gaze obscured by inscrutable thoughts as he observed the young man from a distance. After a moment, he strode purposefully toward him, pausing just a step away. Yan Qing, feeling the shadow cast upon her, glanced down to see a pair of polished leather shoes halting at her feet. She powered off her phone and, with a slight delay, looked up to see who had approached. Before him stood a young man with an elegantly handsome visage, his lips curving into a perfectly measured smile. Below, he donned a suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing against the light as if he had stepped straight out of an anime. Yan Qing was momentarily mesmerized, recalling that he had yet to seek out the male lead. Yet here he was, appearing before him. Xiaoshu. Qishu's smile widened gently as he leaned slightly forward, extending a hand toward him, his tone imbued with utmost warmth. Brother, it has been a long time. Even as they settled into the car, Yan Qing found himself grappling with the question of how Qishu had managed to locate him. He voiced his curiosity aloud. Qishu adjusted his frameless glasses perched on his high nose, chuckling softly with refined elegance. I recognized your voice during our phone call. The location was set near the airport in the city, so I came directly. Yan Qing, reassured, gradually relaxed, yet other thoughts began to surface in his mind. He rubbed his hands together and glanced up at him. So, Xiaoshu, you have returned to the Qi family? Qishu nodded, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his cheeks. After that incident years ago, I went back. For all these years, I have been searching for you, but I can never find you. Yan Qing was taken aback that the conversation had turned to him. He dismissed it with a few casual remarks before steering the dialogue back to the main topic. So, you must be quite wealthy now. Qishu lifted his gaze, his dark pupils reflecting Yan Qing's small figure, his tone gentle and calm. Yes, affluent indeed. Will you consider staying by my side from now on? Yan Qing's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, gazing at him as if he were a rare treasure. I knew Xiaoshu would achieve greatness. Well, I did save your life before, and I find myself in a bit of a financial bind with nowhere to stay. Perhaps. He gestured with his fingers as if counting money. Qishu maintained his composure, his gaze unwavering as he looked at him. Rest assured, brother, there happens to be a vacant villa in the east of the city. Once we return, I will transfer it into your name. Also, here is a black card for you. Limitless, feel free to spend. Yan Qing accepted the prestigious black card without hesitation, yet still felt unsatisfied. Xiaoqi, you must be a leader in your company now. I've heard the shares in your firm are quite valuable. How about gifting me a few? The system was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that its host truly intended to make a profit. Was this a bit too greedy? How could the male lead tolerate such demands? Yet Qishu remained unfazed, showing no sign of displeasure. He promptly called his assistant to arrange for the transfer of shares. At this juncture, Yan Qing hesitated. He realized that his previous image in this world had been overly pristine. To avoid repeating the tragedies of the past, he had intended to establish himself as a mercenary character in the male lead's eyes, hoping that this would prevent any future affection. But why did the male lead show no reaction, even as he acted so excessively? Brother? Yan Qing suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze falling upon him. Is there something you need, Xiaoshu? With a gentle smile that belied the shadows lurking beneath his eyes, Qishu remarked, It's nothing. I simply wondered what my brother was thinking. I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Yan Qing, with a serious demeanor, pondered whether his younger sibling had ever married, lamenting that as an elder brother, he had yet to bestow upon him a red envelope. Qishu's fingers unconsciously tightened into a fist, his expression betraying none of the turmoil within, though his voice carried an unmistakable huskiness. Of course not. Without finding you, how could I possibly marry? Yan Qing solemnly patted his shoulder, saying, I must admonish you here. Marriage is a significant matter, and it cannot be delayed because of me. If you continue to search for me, will you remain unmarried for a lifetime? Qishu found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes closed. He struggled to suppress the dark thoughts threatening to break free, as well as the overwhelming urge to pull the person before him into an embrace and claim him as his own. No, his brother had just returned. He could not frighten him. Indeed, his brother was the most important person in his life. Without his witness and presence, how could he ever consider marriage? Qing clicked his tongue softly, appearing somewhat troubled. Let us not dwell on the past. Now that I am back, you can feel free to seek your other half. Qishu adjusted his glasses once more, suppressing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, and casually inquired, Brother, you've urged me so fervently. What about you? In these past 3 years, have you encountered anyone suitable? Qing was momentarily taken aback by the question. How should he respond? To say yes would require conjuring a living person out of thin air, while to say no might incite unwanted complications. Clearing his throat, Qing adopted a tone of experience. Of course, there have been some prospects. After all, I'm not getting any younger, and remaining single indefinitely is not ideal. So, Qishu, you should hurry and find someone so I can celebrate your wedding with a drink. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the car. The sunlight filtering through the windows, delineating the interior from the world outside. The fading light cast a soft glow on Qishu's chiseled profile. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, his tone barely maintaining composure. So, it seems my brother has someone by his side? Qing pondered carefully, nodding before shaking his head. It's not quite that simple. Qishu raised his gaze, his enigmatic eyes fixed intently on him, softly asking, Then how should it be described? Qing, in a fit of frustration, slapped his thigh. There was someone before, but we have since parted ways. Qishu blinked, momentarily stifling the darkness in his eyes. Then pressed further. Why did you break up? Was it that my brother did not like him? Qing shook his head, sighed, and replied. It was she who did not like me and ended our relationship. Qishu paused, then reached out to grasp Qing's hand resting on his knee. Holding it firmly within his own, his tone growing even gentler. It's all right. You still have me. It's his loss for leaving you, for you are truly wonderful. Qing's brow furrowed slightly. This was not how he had envisioned the conversation. He had mentally constructed an image of a heartless scoundrel, just waiting for the right moment to bring it up. Yet, why did Qishu not inquire about the reason for his rejection? After a prolonged silence, Qing could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Aren't you the least bit interested in why I was dumped? Qishu instinctively tightened his grip on Qing's hand, as if suppressing something within. The thought of not wanting to know crossed his mind. After all, it surely could not be his brother's fault. All right then. Observing Qishu's utter lack of interest, Qing reluctantly abandoned the notion of further tarnishing his own reputation. The unfamiliar scenery outside the window whizzed by, and it finally dawned on Qing, prompting him to ask, Where are we headed now? With a slight smile, Qishu replied, It's not as if my brother lacks a place to stay. I am simply taking him home. A flicker of delight graced Qing's face as he eagerly interrupted. Is it that villa you mentioned earlier? Qishu nodded. My brother can take a look. If he doesn't fancy it, we can always find another. Supporting his chin with his hand, Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Then let us find another. One simply isn't enough. Staying in one place for too long leads to aesthetic fatigue. The ever-present system remarked, still pretending. Huh? The host's current demeanor suggests a desire to scheme, yet being utterly perplexed. Unconsciously, Qishu's fingers slipped between Qing's, his tone laced with gentle persuasion. The villa I currently reside in is quite spacious. Why not stay there? Without a moment's hesitation, Qing shook his head. That one do. It's yours, not mine, unless you transfer ownership to me. Qishu's eyes twinkled. If my brother desires it, I shall give it all to him. Everything of mine belongs to my brother. Naturally, that includes me. The sentiment was somewhat sentimental, causing goosebumps to rise on Qing's arms, prompting him to instinctively distance himself slightly. That's unnecessary. I only wish to save up some funds for the future. You too. You'll need to marry someday. So don't squander everything at once. You ought to save a bit for yourself. Qi, caught off guard, looked up at him, his typically gentle gaze now tinged with a hint of scrutiny. My brother wishes to save for a future spouse? Yan Qing, observing his expression, hesitated before nodding. Is there a problem with that? Qi appeared momentarily overwhelmed, closing his eyes in exasperation. When he reopened them, he resumed his gentle and handsome demeanor. A slow smile crept across his lips, his tone even softer. Of course, there's no issue. You yourself have acknowledged it as savings for a future spouse. If you accept my gifts, then you shall indeed become my spouse. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a gradual stop in front of the villa. As Yan Qing stepped out, his eyes widened in astonishment. Upon entering the opulent, vacant villa, his eyes grew even wider as he murmured, "Is this the life of the wealthy?" The system scoffed. "What are you pretending for? Isn't this house a gift from the male lead?" Yan Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. "Right? I'm a wealthy person now." The system promptly logged off, unable to bear the sight. "Brother, do you like it?" Qi inquired. Yan Qing nodded vigorously, his gaze never wavering. "I like it, of course." Qi glanced at his watch. "It's getting late. What would you like for dinner? I can prepare it." Yan Qing turned back to look at him, filled with suspicion. Having already settled into a grand villa, why must one still prepare their own meals? It seemed that Qi had discerned his thoughts, innocently curling the corners of his mouth. "Wasn't I the one who prepared meals for you before, brother? Did you not enjoy them? It is not merely a matter of preference. With wealth at hand, why should one endure such indignities?" Yan Qing's words escaped his lips faster than his mind could catch up, and by the time he realized, the statement had already been made. Silence engulfed the opulent yet desolate villa, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. After a lengthy pause, Qi slowly lowered his eyelashes, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. "I thought you would like it, so I didn't invite the maid to cook. Do you truly dislike my cooking?" From the moment the words left his mouth, Yan Qing anxiously scrutinized his reaction and hurriedly interjected. "What are you saying? Of course, brother loves your cooking the most. Go ahead and prepare it." Satisfied, Qi made his way to the kitchen. An hour later, a steaming array of 4 dishes and a soup graced the table, accompanied by an exquisitely arranged fruit platter. Yan Qing, suddenly devoid of any politeness, seized his chopsticks and began to indulge heartily. Upon finishing the meal, he carelessly pushed the bowl aside and reclined on the living room sofa, resembling a lord as he began to watch television. Of course, he was not genuinely watching. On the surface, his eyes were glued to the screen, yet in reality, he was covertly observing Qi reactions. However, Qi remained unfazed, dutifully clearing the table with a subtle smile gracing his lips, his mood seemingly quite pleasant. Confounded, Yan Qing began to pester the system. "Does your male lead possess no temper at all?" Even after this, he remains unperturbed. The system, indifferent, replied, "Isn't this perfect? You have a free servant at your disposal, and you're unhappy?" With a serious expression, Yan Qing retorted, "In the new China, there are no slaves." The system fell silent, realizing further discussion was futile. Once the dishes were washed, Qi emerged from the kitchen, a cultured smile adorning his refined visage. "It is getting late, so I shall not intrude upon you any longer, brother." Yan Qing, momentarily taken aback, nodded in a daze, and in the next instant, Qi turned and exited the door. It was only when the door clicked shut that Yan Qing belatedly realized. Had he come to play the role of the diligent daughter-in-law? Meanwhile, Qi leisurely entered a Maybach, the vehicle gliding smoothly along its path as he languidly opened a laptop beside him. The screen displayed none other than the scenes from the villa moments ago. Chapter 82. The obsessive and dominance owes coercive love. Qi lips were exquisitely shaped, now curving slightly as his unwavering gaze fixated on the high-definition image of the unsuspecting young man on the screen, his fingers involuntarily tracing the contours of the youth's likeness. The obsession in his eyes became increasingly pronounced, and the morbid thoughts in his heart began to accumulate and spread. This was his brother, the person he cherished most. How he longed to confine his brother, ensuring that no one but himself could gaze upon him, free from the disturbances of ex-lovers and others. Ex-lovers. The mere thought of this term cast a shadow over Qi Shu's expression. With the other hand, he distractedly played with his phone, and, after a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist calling his assistant. President Qi? The assistant on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback, particularly since it was already after working hours. Qi Shu, his tone inscrutable, instructed him to investigate whether any inappropriate individuals had emerged around his brother in the past 3 years. The assistant quickly realized that the brother in question was indeed the person he had been asked to look into earlier that afternoon. Judging by Qi's demeanor, it was clear that this unwelcome presence was a matter of concern. Rest assured, I shall expedite the investigation, the assistant assured. Qi Shu responded with a nonchalant hum, adding, overtime pay will be triple. The assistant, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, replied, do not worry, I will ensure results by tonight. After ending the call, Qi Shu's gaze returned to the youthful figure displayed on the screen. An ex? He ought to pray that he indeed done anything improper to his brother, for otherwise. Yan Qing lay languidly on the sofa, engrossed in television, the mundane plot failing to quell the tumult of his emotions, which fluctuated like a roller coaster. The cause was none other than the erratic blackening value, which had inexplicably surged and ebbed, the system's reporting tone incessantly echoing. What was Qi Shu engaged in? Why was his emotional state so volatile? The system seemed powerless. Apologies, host. The current blackening value is at 97, insufficient to grant access to the male lead's private matters. Residing in a lavish mansion, Yan Qing remained in remarkably high spirits, unaffected by the blackening value. Never mind it. He resolved to indulge in a fully automated temperature-controlled massage bathtub to luxuriate in a long-awaited soak. Having filled the tub, the system detected restricted content and automatically disconnected, leaving Yan Qing utterly unperturbed, humming a tune as he shed his garments, plunging into the long-desired bath with a splash. As steam began to envelop the bathroom, the surveillance footage remained unperturbed, revealing a dazzling white scene tinged with faint pink hues, perpetually enticing one to partake. In the stillness of the room, the man's breaths grew heavier, and after an indeterminate span, his hoarse murmurs broke the silence. Brother, I long for you. After his bath, Yan Qing blissfully flung himself onto the soft, inviting bed. Exhausted from a day of toil, he dozed off with his phone in hand, playing a mindless video. The following morning, he was roused by the relentless ringing of his phone. A touch of morning irritability clouded his mind as he grasped the device without opening his eyes. Exclaiming, "Who is it? Is this never-ending?" After a brief pause, a gentle male voice emerged from the other end. "Is brother still asleep? Have I disturbed you?" Yan Qing yawned, touseling his tousled hair, still somewhat dazed as he sat up. "Ah, Chao Shu, what is the matter?" Qi Shu gazed intently at the delicate, pale face on the screen, his tone flawlessly tender. "Didn't T brother express a desire for company shares yesterday? I have already prepared an unconditional transfer agreement. Will you come by to sign it?" In an instant, Yan Qing was fully awake. "No, I merely mention it casually. This extravagant child is truly serious. No matter how substantial one's family assets may be, they cannot withstand such treatment from others. How can a child be so oblivious?" The system softly emerged to remind him. "Host, do you not wish to maintain your image of being avaricious and harsh before the male lead? Are you willing to relinquish the opportunity for him to despise you?" Yan Qing immediately retorted, "How could that be? I shall never give that up." Meanwhile, Qi Shu, who had yet to receive a response, patiently inquired once more, "Brother, do you have a moment now? I am on my way to pick you up." Yan Qing hurriedly replied, "Yes, of course." As he spoke, he threw off the covers and leapt from his bed, tossing his phone onto the mattress, hastily shedding his night clothes to don his attire. Within moments, he dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Once he had composed himself, he picked up his phone from the bed, only to discover that the call had not yet ended. He asked aloud, "Where are you?" "I'm all set." The voice on the other end sounded slightly hoarse. "Almost there, brother. Please wait another 5 minutes." Yan Qing acknowledged this, but soon, with a hint of suspicion, he asked, "Why is your voice suddenly so hoarse? Are you coming down with something?" As soon as he spoke, the breathing on the line became noticeably heavier, as if Qi Shu were suppressing something. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "It's nothing, brother. You need not worry. Yan Qing, though still uncertain, ended the call. 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang. He promptly went to open the door, and indeed, it was Qi Shu waiting outside. However, for some unknown reason, the corners of his eyes appeared slightly reddened, suggesting he was either emotionally stirred or unwell. Yan Qing immediately recalled the hoarse voice from their earlier conversation and instinctively reached out to touch Qi Shu's forehead. Are you truly ill? Do you have a fever? Is there a medicine cabinet here? Qi Shu took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing an overwhelming surge of emotion. After a moment, he spoke in a softly hoarse tone. I'm not sure. Perhaps you could help me check my temperature? He lowered his head slightly, his striking black and white eyes fixated on Yan Qing. Yan Qing felt an inexplicable sense of imbalance. Years ago, when he had vanished, their heights were nearly equal. Now, 3 years later, while he had remained unchanged, Qi Shu had grown taller, now standing half a head above him. Qi Shu continued to gaze at him expectantly, and without overthinking, Yan Qing stepped closer, pressing their foreheads together. This was a gesture the two had often shared in their childhood. In the absence of a thermometer, it was the most effective and accurate way to gauge one's temperature. Their proximity ignited a heat in Qi Shu's cheeks, excitement evident in his flushed complexion. Brother is so wonderful. I could just devour him, he thought. Chapter 83. The obsessive dominant male's forced affection. Yan Qing, feeling the intensity of the moment, quickly retreated 2 steps to create distance, resting his chin on his hand as he appraised Qi Shu. You don't have a fever, so why is your face flushed? Qi Shu's fingers curled slightly in restraint, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle smile as he replied in a husky voice. Perhaps I am just too happy to see you, brother. It's nothing to worry about. Yan Qing cast him a skeptical glance, but seeing that he appeared fine, he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he remarked, Didn't you say you needed to sign a contract? Let's go now. Are you heading to your company? Qi Shu nodded. The driver is waiting outside. Come along, brother. As the 2 individuals stepped out side by side, Qi Shu walked ahead and opened the door of the Maybach, smiling gently at him. Brother, please get in. Yan Qing cast a fleeting glance at him, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet still bent down to enter the car, with Qi Shu following closely beside him. The scenery outside whizzed by, while Yan Qing leaned against the car window, engrossed in his phone, lost in the virtual realm. Meanwhile, Qi Shu fixated on him intently, his gaze traveling from the tousled strands of hair at Yan Qing's forehead downwards, lingering on his long, thick lashes, the elegantly contoured peach blossom eyes, and the straight, prominent nose. Finally, his gaze rested upon the slightly parted, soft pink lips. After a moment, his mind involuntarily recalled the assistant's words from the previous day. Mr. Qi, I couldn't find any information related to Mr. Yan, let alone anything substantial. It's as if Mr. Yan appeared out of thin air. Out of thin air, without any traceable information. Qi Shu's expression gradually darkened. Brother, where have you been for these past 3 years? Host, could you possibly put down that wretched phone? The male lead is watching you, and you're completely oblivious. Yan Qing swiped his phone screen nonchalantly, retorting, if he wants to look, let him. It's not my fault I'm attractive. Should I cover his eyes to prevent him from seeing? System. If I continue to meddle, I might as well be a dog. Just keep clutching that wretched phone of yours. Yan Qing remained silent, continuing to focus on his device while occasionally breaking into a silly grin. System. Completely hopeless. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the underground garage. Brother, we've arrived. Reluctantly, Yan Qing closed his phone and said, Let's go. Qi Shu naturally took his hand, and they entered the elevator together. For a fleeting moment, Yan Qing's mind went blank as he stared at the changing numbers in the elevator. He instinctively lowered his gaze, only to find their fingers intertwined. It dawned on him that it was his hand entwined with Qi Shu's. The tension within him instantly tightened, and he recoiled like a startled bird, his expression shifting to one of alarm. What on earth? Why were 2 grown men holding hands? Could it be that the male lead had gone astray? System. Silence. Yan Qing grew increasingly anxious, calling out in his mind, System, are you there? Still, no response. Brother, what's wrong? Yan Qing, in a flurry, pulled himself back to reality. only to see Qi Shu looking at him with a wounded expression. Did I do something wrong? Why did you let go of my hand? Having endured the trials of the previous 2 worlds, Yan Qing's vigilance was undeniably heightened. He looked up at him warily. Of course it's wrong. You're a grown man. Don't you know better? Can you just hold hands casually? Qi Shu's dark lashes fluttered down, revealing a hint of vulnerability. But you used to hold my hand like this. Yan Qing was about to say something more when the elevator chimed and came to a halt. Without hesitation, he stepped out, declaring, "What I say is final. You can't disregard my words." Qi Shu's lips moved slightly, casting a meaningful glance at him, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Qi Shu's office, situated on the top floor, exuded neither extravagance nor opulence, characterized by a black-themed decor that was both spacious and elegant. The tall and strikingly beautiful secretary laid the share transfer agreement before them, her gentle smile directed at Yan Qing, inquiring, "Would you prefer coffee or tea?" Yan Qing raised his gaze to scrutinize her for a moment, responding, "Tea, thank you." If he was not mistaken, this must be the heroine of this world, Jian Yuning, the domineering president and his devoted secretary, a combination that sounded delightfully enticing. However, Yan Qing observed the heroine with a stoic expression. She appeared to regard the male lead with the trepidation of a mouse facing a cat, not only avoiding him, but seemingly wishing to distance herself as much as possible. How could 2 individuals destined to be together fail to ignite any spark? Meanwhile, Jian Yuning practically pinched her thigh as she exited, and once the door closed, an intriguing smile involuntarily graced her face. Surely, she had not misjudged. The typically aloof and icy Qi Shu exhibited a surprisingly gentle side. The way he tenderly called him brother, without a hint of harshness, suggested that at home, he was likely treated with utmost care and affection. Furthermore, he had specifically requested her to draft this share transfer agreement, which, on the surface, appeared flawless, yet concealed numerous pitfalls akin to a contract of servitude, indicating a clear intention to bind him to his side. As for Mr. Yan, with a countenance that could easily attract trouble, he seemed so innocent, resembling a naive little rabbit, entirely out of his league compared to Qi Shu. He would likely remain blissfully unaware even if he found himself in a den of wolves. What was he so merry about? Had he completed all the tasks assigned him? Not long after, she encountered the assistant, whose expression bore the weight of the world. Jian Yuning, one moment playful, the next somber. Yan Qing, scrutinizing the share transfer agreement before him, flipped through it repeatedly without discerning anything amiss. Ultimately, it mattered little. He was already a penniless individual, untroubled by the prospect of being deceived. With that thought in mind, he picked up a pen without a care and signed his name. "All done," Qi Shu remarked, his face softening into a gentle smile as he organized the agreement and secured it in a folder, locking it away in a safe before Yan Qing's eyes. "From now on, brother is the largest shareholder of the company. You mustn't default on this, okay?" Yan Qing lightly cleared his throat. "Am I the type to do that?" Qi Shu's smile widened. "Of course, I trust you, brother. Henceforth, you cannot leave my side." After the agreement was signed, Yan Qing aimlessly wandered about the office. Noticing Qi Shu had begun his work, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Are you leaving, brother?" Yan Qing nodded, making his way to the door. "I wouldn't want to interrupt your work. Besides, I haven't explored Haisher yet. I'll take a stroll." Qi Shu raised his eyes to him, his gaze deepening. "Do you truly wish to be away from me?" A series of question marks gradually emerged on Yan Qing's forehead as he turned back to look at him, a face full of confusion. What could this mean? Qi Shu stood up and leisurely walked to his side. Clad in a crisp black shirt, his gentle and innocuous face was accentuated by the dark hue, lending him an air of understated yet serene authority. "For the past 3 years, I have been perpetually thinking about my brother, wondering where he might be and what he does each day. Now that he has finally returned to my side, he seems ever ready to depart again. Can't he stay with me for a while longer?" Yan Qing parted his lips, intending to voice his thoughts, but Qi Shu, lowering his gaze, spoke with a hint of despondency. "It's all right. I can manage alone. If my brother wishes to leave, then let him do so." Yan Qing sighed silently, conceding as he walked to the sitting area, conceding, "Fine, I want to leave." Qishu abruptly raised his eyes to him, his brows curving involuntarily. Is my brother willing to stay with me? Yanqing nodded. Yes, I am willing. Please go on with your work. I will remain here with you. Qishu's tone softened further as he turned back to his office chair, reassuring him, Don't worry, brother. I will finish the company matters swiftly, and I'll have the entire afternoon free to accompany you. Two grown men talking about companionship. What a curious notion. A shiver ran down Yanqing's spine, and he unconsciously rubbed his arms, suddenly recalling the hand-holding incident in the elevator. Hadn't he failed to clarify that earlier? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Yanqing lifted his gaze to Qishu, inquiring, Why did you hold my hand in the elevator? Qishu shifted his attention from the notebook screen, his eyes settling on Yanqing with a hint of innocent curiosity, as though he could not fathom why the question arose. Is there a problem? Didn't I always hold your hand when we were young? Yanqing replied, Of course there is a problem. Let us not discuss childhood. We have grown up now, and you are an adult. You can't just hold hands indiscriminately. Qishu pressed his lips together, his striking eyes fixed on him. Why not? Yanqing couldn't determine whether he was genuinely perplexed or feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, for the sake of his own dignity, he attempted to explain, Holding hands is an intimate act. One should hold the hand of someone they cherish, not mine. Qishu responded promptly, a hint of delight curling the corners of his eyes. If I like my brother, then does that mean I can hold his hand in the future? The words Yanqing had yet to voice were suddenly caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, his eyes brimmed with wariness. What did you just say? Qishu's pupils darkened slightly, though his expression remained unchanged, still wearing that sweetly naive demeanor. I said I like my brother. Is there a problem with that? Yanqing's countenance paled in shock. Of course, there was a problem. I am your brother. How can you like me? You must not like me. Qishu looked hurt. Why can't I like you? I simply do. Yanqing felt utterly flabbergasted, but still noticed the look in his eyes when he spoke these words. With a tentative spirit, he carefully asked, What kind of like are you referring to? With a perfectly measured sense of confusion, it could only be a form of affection, an affection for his elder brother, and for his wife as well. Yanqing let out a sigh of relief, yet he did not fully relax. He repeated the question, Is it merely the brotherly affection for the elder brother? Qishu lowered his eyelashes, concealing the darkness beneath, and declared earnestly, Of course. Of course not. Yanqing finally felt a complete sense of ease wash over him, settling back into his seat. That's good. That's good. It is reassuring that it is not that kind of affection. The child has not strayed too far. There is still time for redemption. Seated in the office chair, Qishu's Adam's apple rolled with restrained anxiety. It seemed his brother was still unable to accept the truth, compelling him to continue masquerading as the obedient and charming younger sibling. However, his patience had its limits. If his brother could never come to terms with it, he would have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. After attending to the affairs of the company, Qishu accompanied Yanqing for an afternoon of shopping. The two men, unlike young girls, did not linger long before concluding their excursion. Throughout, it was primarily Qishu who indulged in purchases, adorning his doll, from clothing and shoes to cufflinks and tie clips, and eventually to luxury items like watches and necklaces, until Yanqing was entirely clad in his acquisitions. At which point he finally relented. Brother, what would you like to eat tonight? I know of a well-reputed restaurant nearby. Would you like to give it a try? Yanqing, feeling somewhat fatigued from their shopping, leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes to rest. I'm unfamiliar with this place. You can make the arrangements. Qishu gently replied, Brother, sleep for now. I will wake you when we arrive. And Yanqing indeed fell asleep, his head gradually sliding down the chair's back until it was carefully supported by Qishu. He tenderly rested Yanqing's head on his shoulder, his arm encircling his back, pulling him close. The sleeping brother was the most obedient of all. He lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss upon Yanqing's brow, careful not to disturb him, fearing that even this rare moment of intimacy might be taken away. Yanqing slept unguarded, his soft pink lips slightly parted, long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, resembling a sleeping beauty. Qishu's gaze deepened, as if he wished to consume him entirely. His original plan had been to confess his feelings on his 18th birthday. Even if his brother was momentarily unprepared, he had the patience to wait for him to accept the truth and embrace him. However, before he could voice his feelings, his brother Qishu's long fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, an array of dark emotions swirling in his eyes. No, his brother had clearly been a staunch heterosexual back in the day, utterly unfamiliar with such matters. Why had he suddenly posed those questions this morning? In the past 3 years, had his brother been entangled with another man? Coupled with his earlier words, Qishu's expression darkened instantaneously. Surely, during these 3 years, his brother had been deceived by another man only to be discarded, which would explain his aversion to the subject. The mere thought of the man who had once courted Yan Qing filled Qishu with an intense irritation, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to seek out this enigmatic figure. It would be best if he remained elusive, otherwise there would be consequences. Chapter 85. The obsessive CEO's coercive love. When Yan Qing awoke, he had already arrived at his destination. The restaurant was not particularly large. It had exuded an air of sophistication. The square table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, and above it hung an elegant vintage French chandelier. The table was set with immaculate white plates, fine red wine, roses, and flickering candles. The more Yan Qing observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. Why did it resemble a candlelit dinner so much? Especially since other tables were occupied by couples, exchanging coy smiles amidst an unmistakably intimate atmosphere. Are you certain this is the right place? Qishu nodded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, this is the place. Does my brother not fancy it? Yan Qing's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. Who did you previously dine with? It was glaringly evident. This was a restaurant for couples. Qishu's gaze darkened momentarily as he feigned ignorance. I have never been here before. I merely heard Secretary Jian mention that it was quite pleasant. Yan Qing countered. Then why did you not come here with Secretary Jian? It was only natural for the protagonists to dine here together. His presence seemed superfluous. Qishu lifted his eyes, his dark pupils fixed intently upon Yan Qing. What do you mean by that? Why would I dine with her? Yan Qing retorted with a question of his own. Do you know what kind of place this is? Qishu stared at him unblinkingly. A place to eat. Yan Qing pressed his fingers against his throbbing temple, exhaling deeply. This is a couple's restaurant, dear brother. Qishu's eyelashes fluttered, and he lowered his gaze as if lost in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head once more, a glimmer of fragmented laughter dancing in his eyes as he looked at Yan Qing expectantly. Then does that mean you and I are a couple now? Yan Qing felt as if his head had exploded with a resounding buzz. Had he just heard what he thought he did? A couple. Hee, indeed a couple. Yan Qing keenly detected the system's teasing electronic voice, grasping it like a lifeline. My dear system, you have finally returned. Once again, silence enveloped him. Yan Qing hazily recalled that the system had mentioned earlier that morning, if you meddle with me, I am but a dog. With a whimper, Yan Qing pleaded, System brother, I truly acknowledge my mistake. Please do not ignore me. Still, there was only silence, and the earlier mocking laughter felt like a figment of his imagination. Yan Qing continued to whimper, System brother, please respond. I promise I will no longer waste your points on items in this world. You promise? Yan Qing nodded fervently. I promise. Finally, the system appeared, albeit reluctantly. This time I shall graciously forgive you. Should there be another instance, I shall not be so easily deceived. Yan Qing, his mind in turmoil, cast a glance at Qishu, who was seated across from him, and lamented to the system. What should I do? Is he possibly bending towards the other side again? Why does he consistently pose such peculiar questions? The system responded slowly, its tone somewhat dismissive. How could that be? You must cease your daily suspicions and focus more on the corruption value. Whether it decreases is of utmost importance. Yan Qing inquired. So, has the corruption value diminished? The system scoffed twice, exuding an air of aloofness. It has not. Yanking, feeling somewhat dejected, withdrew his thoughts, his gaze meeting the unabashed stare of Qishu. Brother? Yanking lifted his eyes wearily and inquired. What is the matter? Qishu's dark pupils were filled with an inexplicable emotion. You haven't yet answered my earlier question. What question? All right, he had asked if they were a couple. Yanking, with a serious countenance, declared with conviction, "Of course not. I am your brother. A brother can only be a brother. You should stop thinking about such nonsensical things and find a nice girl to have a proper relationship with." Chishu lowered his long eyelashes, concealing the obscurity in his eyes, and softly replied, "All right," as if it were a mere jest. He had no intention of being with anyone else. He wanted only his brother, who could indeed fulfill the role of a partner. He handed Yanking the menu and gently suggested, "Since we are here, let us savor the flavors this place offers. What would you like to eat, brother?" Yanking felt a sense of comfort from his obedient demeanor, momentarily disregarding the fact that they were in a couple's restaurant. After glancing at the menu, he ordered several dishes that seemed appealing. As the dishes arrived, the sky outside gradually darkened. The flickering candlelight on the dining table cast a warm glow, while the ruby-hued wine in the glass exuded an enticing aroma that proved irresistible, leading Yanking to indulge in another glass. By the time the meal concluded, he was thoroughly intoxicated, unable to discern direction. "Brother?" Yanking waved his hand, instinctively reaching for his wine glass. "Come, drink, let us keep going." Chishu moved beside him, wrapping his arms around Yanking's waist, inhaling the fragrance at the nape of his neck, and coaxing in a husky voice, "No more drinking. You're already drunk. Would you like to sleep at my place tonight?" Yanking, swaying in his embrace, stubbornly maintained his stance. "No, I must go home. I want to return to my own house." Chishu's gaze deepened. "Then I shall accompany you home." Yanking latched onto the pivotal phrase, "my own house," and ceased his protests, allowing Chishu to guide him outside, his steps unsteady. Just as they exited the restaurant, Yanking seemed to spot something, breaking free from Chishu's hold and staggering toward the Samyed tethered nearby. As he approached, he slurred, "Tonga, how did you end up tied here? Who did this?" Chishu, taken aback, pondered. "Tonga? Who is that? Is it an ex?" His thoughts darkened at the notion, and he followed Yanking, only to see him plop down on the ground, embracing the Samyed that was tied to a post. The system remarked in bewilderment, "What on earth is this foolish one trying to do?" Yanking, clutching the Samyed, continued in a slurred tone, "Tonga, I realize my mistake. I will never neglect you again. Please don't ignore me." Chishu's expression grew increasingly somber. His lips pressed into a thin line as he spoke in a voice strained from his throat. "Brother, the ground is cold. You should get up." Yanking, refusing to release the Samyed, persisted, "No, I want to get up. I want to be with Tonga," taking a deep breath to restrain his emotions. Chishu leaned down and firmly pulled Yanking into his embrace, pondering, who was Tonga? Did his brother no longer want him? Why was he choosing to be with someone else? Qing ignored him and extended his hand toward the Samyed on the ground. "Tonga, let's go home. I'll take you back to the villa." The system, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "You silly fool. Wake up. I'm right here. Why are you holding that foolish dog?" Qing paused for a moment, still staring blankly at the terrified Samyed. "Strange, why are there two?" Chishu pressed his lips tightly together, his voice tense as he questioned, "What do you mean, two? What are you talking about?" Qing felt dizzy, uncontrollably leaning against his chest, his hand still pointing at the Samyed. "It's that one. How can there be two? One is here, and the other is swirling in my head. I'm so dizzy." Chishu let out a deep breath, completely defeated. He lifted Qing effortlessly and headed toward the nearby Bentley. "Brother is drunk. I'll take him home to sleep. Once he wakes up, he won't feel dizzy anymore." Chapter 86. The obsessive CEO's compulsory love Qing, in a state of confusion, was carried into the car. The partition automatically rose, turning the back seat into a soundproof haven. Qing's legs, unbeknownst to him, were spread apart, straddling Chishu's lap. Chishu gazed intently at the alluring young man before him, noticing the flush in his peach blossom eyes, partially veiled in a misty haze. Who exactly is Tonga? Qing was already intoxicated to the point of losing his senses, ignoring him and remaining immersed in his own world. The system, growing increasingly anxious within the confines, urged, "Host, please snap out of it. Revealing me would be against the rules, and we would both face consequences." Qing replied, "Lost in my thoughts, do not disturb." Without waiting for response, Chishu's chest rose and fell more noticeably. He grasped the young man's chin, staring intently at his flushed cheeks, his breath carrying the sweet scent of wine. Is he the man who abandoned my brother? Yan Qing's eyelids drooped uncontrollably, sticking together, and with a soft thud, he collapsed against Qi Shu, their bodies pressed closely together. In his drunken stupor, he failed to notice the man's suppressed urges or the predatory glint in his eyes. Qi Shu couldn't hold back any longer, feeling the heat radiating from the chaos in his arms. He leaned down and captured Yan Qing's pink, moist lips, engaging in a lingering kiss. Yan Qing felt breathless, instinctively parting his lips. Qi Shu's breath intensified, his gaze sweeping over Yan Qing's attractive features. No longer able to restrain himself, their tongues intertwined with fervor, the kiss deepening gradually. Eventually, Qi Shu's true nature was revealed, ferocious and domineering, akin to a ravenous wolf. Yan Qing instinctively sought to resist, shaking his head and attempting to pull away, only to be held back by a firm grip on his neck. Mumbled words spilled from his lips. "Brother, this is what you asked for." When Yan Qing finally regained consciousness, daylight had broken, and sunlight streamed through the loosely drawn curtains. Still somewhat dazed, he sat up, clutching the blanket, and patted his buzzing head. After a while, his eyes slowly began to move, and he gradually returned to his senses. "System?" The system responded with a mocking tone. "Oh, finally awake?" Yan Qing surveyed his surroundings. It was indeed his own room, but how did he get back? The system continued its sarcastic tone. "How else could you have returned? Naturally. The male lead carried you back." Yan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Oh, have you forgotten everything?" Yan Qing trembled as he cradled his head. "Wait a moment. You need to explain what happened last night." The system let out a cold chuckle. "Last night, you got drunk and hugged a Samoyed in the street, shouting for the system. I almost had a reboot because of you." Yan Qing's pupils widened in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I really that kind of person?" The system morphed into an expressionless capybara. "Stop denying it. Please watch the VCR." After watching the brief video the system had released, Yan Qing's confidence plummeted. Wasn't it just a minor incident? Come on, system, let it slide this time. What could the system do but choose to forgive him, while also reminding him, "You must never drink so much again, or you might end up being sold and counting money for someone else." Yan Qing nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, it was a one-time affair. It will never happen again." Just as he finished his promise, there was a soft click at the door, and Qi Shu entered, carrying a cup of hot water. "You're awake, brother?" Yan Qing's mind flickered back to the video he had just seen, recalling how Qi Shu had carried him, completely inebriated, into the car. Seeing him now looking somewhat awkward, Yan Qing cleared his throat lightly and said, "I'm awake." "What brings you here, Xiao Shu?" Qi Shu naturally walked to the bedside and placed the hot water on the nightstand. "You got drunk last night. I was worried, so I stayed here to sleep." Yan Qing nodded, his mind in disarray, and shyly asked, "Did I make a nuisance of myself last night?" Qi Shu, not wearing glasses today, had long lashes that fanned out like a delicate fan, and his straight nose complemented his gentle demeanor. He smiled softly, his expression revealing no hint of deception. "Not at all. Brother behaves very well, even when drunk. You wouldn't trouble me." Yan Qing's face flushed instantly. Had he not seen the damning video, he might have believed Qi Shu's words. Yet with such undeniable proof, it was clear that Qi Shu was being considerate of him. Grateful for the latter, he offered. Yan Qing shyly touched his nose and stammered, "That's good to hear." Qi Shu handed him a nearby cup. "This is honey water I made for you. It will soothe you after drinking. Have it while it's warm." Yan Qing accepted the cup, the temperature just right, and tilted his head to drink deeply. Indeed, his throat felt much more comfortable, and his stomach was soothed as well. He reached for his phone on the table to check the time, only to find it had turned off due to a dead battery from forgetting to charge it the day before. Qi Shu stood by the bedside, gazing down at his tousled hair from above, and gently said, "Breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat something first, brother?" Yan Qing nodded repeatedly to avoid any awkwardness. Sure. Qi Shu nodded in return, his gaze slightly descending until it lingered, as if in restraint, on the open collar of Yan Qing's attire. "Then I shall step out first. Brother, please change your clothes and join me for breakfast." Only then did Yan Qing belatedly glance down at himself, realizing he was not clad in yesterday's garments, but rather in a comfortable sleepwear with 2 buttons of the collar undone, revealing his delicate collarbone and a small portion of his fair chest. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. System? The system responded, "What seems to be the issue?" Yanqing tugged at his collar, feeling an unsettling familiarity with this scenario. "Why am I wearing sleepwear? Who changed my clothes yesterday?" The system clicked its tongue, surveying him from head to toe, and replied kindly, "Perhaps the host might take a guess?" "Guess? What nonsense! A man should not concern himself with trifles." Yanqing quickly dismissed the matter of who had changed his sleepwear and hurriedly washed up and dressed before exiting the room. Chishu had already laid out breakfast on the table: 2 golden fried eggs, warm milk, slightly toasted bread, and a plate of his favorite mixed berries. Just a simple breakfast. "Come eat, brother." Suppressing the odd feelings within, Yanqing walked over slowly. Chishu thoughtfully pulled out a chair for him and took a seat opposite. "The fried eggs are heart-shaped," the system chimed in his mind. Yanqing instinctively glanced at the fried eggs to his left, and indeed, they were shaped like hearts. Chishu seemed to sense his thoughts, a smile gracing his lips. He gently explained, "The shape of the eggs I fried was quite peculiar, and I feared it might affect her appetite. So I used the molds from the kitchen." Yanqing nodded, still somewhat skeptical, and did not dwell on the matter further. Chishu poured him a glass of milk and handed it over. His hands were fair, with long, delicate fingers, and the milk in the transparent glass accentuated their porcelain-like appearance. Unconsciously, Yanqing gazed a moment longer, and finally, under Chishu's expectant gaze, took a sip. The sweet milk slid down his throat, leaving a white mark on his soft, slightly swollen pink lips, prompting him to unconsciously extend his tender tongue to lick it. Chishu observed all of this, his breath becoming momentarily heavier. He lowered his eyelashes to conceal the darkness in his gaze, and when he raised his eyes again, he wore the innocent guise of a well-behaved younger brother. He casually inquired, "Brother, do you have any plans for today?" Yanqing took another sip of milk before meeting his gaze. "I have no plans. You should go to work. There's no need to worry about me." Chishu maintained a natural demeanor. "Since brother has no plans, why not accompany me to the office?" Yanqing shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattling drum. "You have work to do. What would my presence at the office accomplish? I am fine at home." Had he lost his senses? Why would he abandon the grand villa to become a mere cog in the corporate machine alongside him? Chishu tightened his grip around the milk cup, his voice dropping a notch, laced with an alluring tone. "Is it truly impossible? I merely wish to gaze upon my brother a while longer." Yanqing felt an involuntary tickle in his ears, instinctively rubbing them, interrupting Chishu's words. "Speak properly. Refrain from being coy. 2 grown men should not engage in such antics. It makes me uneasy." Chishu, looking quite aggrieved, fell silent. After their meal, Yanqing showed no inclination to rise. Reluctantly, Chishu donned his suit, and just as he was about to tie his necktie, he couldn't help but turn back. "Brother." Yanqing glanced at him. "What is it?" Chishu gazed at him with longing eyes. "Could you assist me in tying my necktie?" Yanqing blinked slowly. "Can't you do it yourself? Why must I help you?" Chishu's eyes drooped slightly, appearing rather pitiful, yet Yanqing remained unmoved. The lessons from the previous 2 worlds had taught him well. Excessive indulgence in raising a child could lead to trouble sooner or later. "It's getting late. You should head to work. There's no need to keep coming here. You have your own home, and your family is still there. Why do you insist on visiting me?" The entrance door was gently closed, leaving Yanqing alone in the desolate villa. Finally, he has been sent away. The system, taking the form of a capybara, slowly peeked its head out. "Host, how do you plan to reduce the corruption value this time?" Yanqing inquired. "What is the current corruption value?" The system replied, "It's at 95. Yanqing felt deflated. This child was even more challenging than the 2 from the previous worlds. The system maintained its unhurried tone, indeed. Yanqing fell silent for a moment, delicately expressing his suggestion. "Could you possibly change your form? You appear utterly useless like this." The system simply lay back. "Did you not say you wouldn't spend my points in this world? I think being a useless entity is quite fine." Yanqing sat cross-legged on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought on how to navigate this world. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unfeasible to approach the female protagonist. How else could he reduce the corruption value? The system suggested, "You handle it yourself." Yan Qing retorted, "You could simply keep quiet." The system replied, "I'm serious. Something else occurred last night when you were drunk, and I haven't had the chance to tell you." Yan Qing, suspicious, asked what happened. The system dropped a bombshell. "The male protagonist stole a kiss from you." Yan Qing exclaimed. "What nonsense?" The system continued, unhurriedly. "Not only did he embrace you, but he also stole a kiss, and he even used his tongue." Yan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "That can't be true." The system lazily reclined, having somehow exchanged points for a bag of sunflower seeds, munching while saying, "See, I told you, yet you do not believe me." Yan Qing, dazed, hugged his legs while seated on the sofa, his ever-present phone slipping from his grasp. After a while, he asked a rather foolish question. "Why did he kiss me?" The system, still calm, replied, "What do you think?" Yan Qing, feeling lightheaded, stood up from the sofa, contemplating that perhaps he was still intoxicated. Otherwise, how could he be plagued by nightmares in broad daylight? He dashed barefoot towards the entrance without even putting on his slippers. The system promptly intervened, asking, "What are you doing?" Yan Qing, in a daze, replied, "Running. What else could I do?" The system warned, "There are cameras everywhere inside. Do you believe that before you even step out, the male lead will be back to confront you?" Yan Qing was taken aback. "There are cameras? Is he a creep?" The system responded, "It seems so." Before the conversation could continue, his phone rang. Returning to the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. And as expected, it was a call from Qi. Truly, he was the little creep who had installed cameras. The moment Yan Qing displayed any unusual behavior, the call came through. Feeling a bit of sweat on his palms, he steeled himself and answered, "Hello, Xiaoshu, what is up?" Qishu's gentle tone easily disarmed him. "I seem to have forgotten something at your place. Could you conveniently bring it to me?" Yan Qing tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "What did you forget?" Qishu replied, unhurriedly, "A notebook. It should be in the guest room next to yours." Yan Qing naturally slipped on his slippers and made his way to the guest room where he had slept the previous night. "Is it on the bed?" "Did you see it, brother?" Yan Qing indeed spotted it, and with calmness, he replied, "I see it. I'll bring it to you shortly." Qishu let out a soft laugh, his tone lifting slightly, sounding almost teasing. "Thank you, brother." Chapter 88. The obsessive CEO's coercive love. Yan Qing was unsure how he ended the call. He packed the notebook into his bag and left the house with an air of normalcy. He refrained from driving his car from the underground garage, fearing there might be something amiss inside. Instead, he hailed a cab from the roadside. It was only after he got into the car that his heart began to settle, and he continued to inquire of the system. "So, the male lead in this world has been bent from the very start?" The system looked at him with a hint of sympathy. "Indeed." Yan Qing took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose to stave off the overwhelming despair. "Is there any way to remedy this?" The system pondered for a moment before answering. "There is, host. There is." Yan Qing clenched his teeth. "Speak." The system suggested. "The host should bravely sacrifice himself and win him over with love." Yan Qing retorted, "Get away from me." The system innocently tilted its ears. "What else should the host do?" "The task must be completed." Yan Qing remained reluctant to accept reality. "Isn't there any other option? Must I sacrifice myself every time?" The system replied, "Then the host should just run." Persisting in this lukewarm situation was not a solution. Perhaps running would provoke the male lead, causing his darkening value to decrease more rapidly. Yan Qing harbored doubts. "Are you certain I can escape?" The system admitted, "Not certain." Yan Qing felt disheartened again. "I don't understand. I truly don't understand. This isn't a knife-blocking system. It should be renamed the gay system." The system admonished, "Host, please watch your words. Do not discriminate against my profession." Yan Qing sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "Am I mistaken? This is the third one, each more bent than the last. Initially, I had hoped to encounter a normal individual, but unexpectedly, I found myself faced with an insufferable character." The system could not resist defending itself, asserting, "I have guided numerous hosts without issue before." Yan Qing sighed mid-sentence, conceding, "Well, you're the only system I have ever bound myself to. I have no platform for argument." For the remainder of the journey, Yan Qing fell silent, quietly contemplating the intricacies of life. Half an hour later, the vehicle finally arrived at its destination. With a furrowed brow, Yan Qing alighted from the car, hesitating before the company building. "Host, please enter. The male lead is awaiting you," the system urged. Taking a deep breath, Yan Qing resolutely stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the female lead, who awaited him at the reception desk. With a radiant smile, the urban beauty said, "Mr. Yan, it is a pleasure to see you again." Yan Qing handed her the bag in his possession, lethargically stating, "This is for your manager." Qi Jing Yuning immediately waved her hand, explaining, "Manager Qi asked me to escort you upstairs. He is waiting for you in his office." Yan Qing followed her into the elevator, watching the red numbers change as he racked his brain for a feasible escape plan. "I have come up with a solution," he declared with unwavering certainty, just as the system was about to take a brief respite. "What solution?" it inquired. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Yan Qing stepped out, trailing behind the female lead to the door of Qi Shu's office. "I'll tell you later," he replied. After leading him inside, the female lead promptly excused herself. Gathering his courage, Yan Qing knocked on the door, but silence ensued. 2 seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Qi Shu, who greeted him with a gentle smile. "Brother, you have finally arrived." Yan Qing maintained an expression of feigned ignorance as he walked in naturally, placing the bag on the desk while chiding. "How can someone your age still be so forgetful?" Qi Shu listened patiently, his expression unfaltering, and responded with a warm gaze. "What you say is true." A lump formed in Yan Qing's throat, leaving him uncomfortable. Indeed, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Who could discern that this seemingly sunny and handsome young man harbored a darker, voyeuristic inclination? "I have delivered the items. I shall take my leave now," Yan Qing announced. Qi Shu's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you have other matters to attend to?" Yan Qing, with a hint of disdain, replied, "If I had nothing to do, would I not be able to leave? Why would I choose to remain cooped up in your office when I have a perfectly fine villa?" At a loss for words, Qi Shu watched Yan Qing's figure retreat behind the door. As it closed, Qi Shu raised his eyes, revealing an unmasked depth of intrigue. Had he uncovered something? Alas, it was too late. The brother was destined to be mine, forever to remain by my side. Upon exiting the office building, Yan Qing had already devised a rather comprehensive plan. Surely, the Qi family was unaware that their heir was entangled with a man. The system interjected, friendly reminder, "Host, you have yet to form a bond with the male lead." Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback. This was an inevitable occurrence. "I merely sought to issue a precautionary warning." System. "So, what does the host intend to do next?" Yan Qing. "The Qi family will undoubtedly be displeased that their esteemed heir is entangled with a man of ambiguous reputation. They will find ways to separate us without my prompting, ultimately sending me away." The system refrained from further discouragement and continued. "And then the host plans to take the opportunity to flee?" Yan Qing. "Precisely. Is this plan not exquisite?" The system sighed, its tone tinged with pity. "Host, after all this time, how can you still fail to grasp the situation? If you flee, what becomes of the male lead? Will you abandon your mission?" Yan Qing had already traversed 2 worlds and was aware of this reality, yet I pondered, will my presence be of value? As you can see, the corruption value has scarcely fluctuated. This differs from the previous worlds. Even if I remained by his side obediently, the mission might still remain unfulfilled. The primary reason, of course, was that the male lead in this world was exceedingly deranged. The mere thought of the villa being riddled with surveillance, every move scrutinized, sent chills down Yan Qing's spine. Living under constant observation, devoid of any privacy, would drive any individual to madness over time. He needed to step outside to gather his thoughts. The system, clearly taken aback, hesitated before cautiously inquiring, "Then what shall we do?" Yan Qing remained composed. Had I not previously stated that the best approach to dealing with a psychopath was to flee? Having been captured time and again, he refused to be disheartened. In this familiar territory, he was determined to evade capture. Chapter 89. The obsessive CEO's coercive affection. Yan Qing set his plan into motion with remarkable swiftness. While continuing to feign cordiality with Qi Shu, he discreetly approached members of the Qi family. However, to his astonishment, the Qi family expressed their approval of the situation. Their exact words were that due to their negligence, Xiao Shu had endured considerable hardships in his youth, 3 years prior. His beloved had met with misfortune while trying to save him, leaving him despondent. If someone could now assist him in overcoming his shadows, they would be delighted rather than obstructive. Yan Qing felt a wave of frustration, but ultimately had to abandon this avenue and devise his own plan. The system, ever the spectator, eagerly encouraged him. Relying on others yields less than relying on oneself. The host can still escape. Yan Qing, with a stern expression, questioned, "Is there anything on me that should not be there?" The system faltered momentarily. Could the host elaborate? Yan Qing, for instance, "Is there any tracking device on my person?" Silence. An oppressive silence. Yan Qing instinctively narrowed his eyes and repeated the question. "Have you gone mute? Is this question so difficult to answer? Do I have a tracking device?" After a prolonged pause, the system weakly responded, "Yes." Yan Qing took a deep breath. He knew this incompetent being had always dug pitfalls for him to fall into. Where could it be? The system's voice had diminished. "The watch, tie clip, and cufflinks he gifted you are indeed correct, along with your mobile phone. That day, he took advantage of your inebriation to install a locator on your device." It added cautiously after a brief pause. "It would be wise not to drive your car from the underground garage, as it too is equipped with a tracking system." Yan Qing staggered slightly, tilting her head back as she collapsed onto the sofa, her gaze lost in the shimmering crystal chandelier above. "In any case, I find myself without any viable options." The system murmured, "The host still possesses funds. Once you withdraw the money, you could abscond with it." Yan Qing chuckled coldly. "Am I a fool? The card was provided by him. Using it would reveal my location through the transaction. Furthermore, why would I suddenly need to withdraw cash from the bank? Anyone would raise an eyebrow at such a sudden change." The system suggested quietly, "Then let us forego the money entirely and wander the world. Worry not. With me by your side, the worst that could happen is sleeping on the streets. Yet your life would remain secure." "Very well," Yan Qing conceded. "As you say, the world is vast, and I yearn to explore it." Before stepping out, Yan Qing placed a call to Qi Shu. "Little Shu." Qi Shu's surprise was palpable upon receiving the call. "Brother, is something the matter?" Yan Qing replied. "Is it not permissible to call you without a reason?" Qi Shu spoke rapidly, as if fearing a misunderstanding. "Of course, brother. You can call me whenever you wish." Yan Qing cleared his throat softly to mask his awkwardness. "Enough with the banter. I recall your birthday is approaching, is it not?" A moment of silence ensued before Qi Shu's voice lowered. "I no longer celebrate my birthday." "Why not?" Yan Qing pondered, instinctively touching his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. "What nonsense is this? You must celebrate your birthday. Just because I was away for a few years does not mean we can forego it now that I have returned." Another pause lingered, and finally, Qi Shu responded slowly, "I will heed your wishes, brother." That was the response Yan Qing had been waiting for. He promptly ended the call. "Are you planning to celebrate the male lead's birthday?" The system inquired. Yan Qing picked up his car keys as he exited. "How could that be? I merely intend to use his birthday as an opportunity to acquire funds openly. After all, it was only with money that one could escape." The system remained silent for a moment before asking, "Are you certain about choosing such a time?" Yan Qing replied, "Do you have any objections?" "None at all." Yan Qing drove to the largest department store in Haishur. He meandered through luxury boutiques, purchasing everything that caught his fancy without hesitation. Once he completed his transactions, he left his acquisitions at the store and continued browsing. After about an hour, having spent at least several million, he reluctantly decided to cease his shopping. Indeed, the thrill of spending was addictive. The system, perplexed by his actions, queried, "What is the host's intention? Will you exchange these items for cash upon your departure?" Yan Qing replied nonchalantly, "Be a good system and entertain yourself elsewhere." He began to retrace his steps, choosing a few random shops along the way. Inside one, he selected the least expensive trinket, claiming he wished to return it. With a black card in hand, no one dared to treat him with indifference. The store manager promptly offered to refund the amount to his account and declared the trinket a gift. Initially, the sum was insignificant, and relinquishing it posed no concern. However, securing this substantial client promised greater future profits. Yan Qing pondered for a moment, refraining from refusal, and remarked, "Returning it would be too cumbersome." I intend to withdraw some cash from the bank shortly. Thus, if you could refund me in cash directly, it would save me another trip." The outcome was, of course, mutually gratifying. Yan Qing adeptly repeated the process, and by the time he returned home, he had amassed several tens of thousands in cash. Yet, he remained somewhat unsatisfied, planning to employ the same tactic the following day to further augment his gains. The system wisely advised him, "Host, this amount is sufficient. Isn't carrying such a large sum cumbersome? It would be prudent to exercise some restraint while out and about." After a moment's contemplation, Yan Qing nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Carrying too much cash can indeed be burdensome. Let be this amount." The system inquired, "What shall the host do next?" Yan Qing methodically organized the items he purchased that afternoon, succinctly stating, "I shall depart." He left without hesitation, even making a phone call to Qi Shu before heading out for hot pot. After hanging up, he promptly turned off his phone and discarded all items with tracking devices near the hot pot restaurant. Lightened, he then took a taxi to the East Station. The East Station bustled with activity, teeming with people and offering an intricate network of transportation. One might liken it to a spider's web, with overpasses above and subways below. The station facilitated a multitude of transport options, including buses, trains, high-speed trains, and countless flights. Yan Qing knew that with the slightest opportunity, he could easily vanish into the crowd. To avoid revealing his personal information, he ultimately chose the more relaxed option of a long-distance bus. Paying the fare granted him passage, making an ideal means of escape. Qi Shu, unusually occupied with work, found himself still at the office by 8 in the evening. Throughout the afternoon, his phone had incessantly chimed with transaction notifications, and recalling Yan Qing's earlier inquiries about his birthday, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Habitually, he opened his notebook to see what his brother had been up to and what he had purchased that day. However, the surveillance footage revealed only a gray, desolate screen. Not a single light illuminated the villa. For a moment, Qi Shu felt a tightening in his chest, but upon checking the location system, he finally relaxed. It indicated that Yan Qing was still at the hot pot restaurant. In high spirits, he closed his notebook, donned his coat, and prepared to meet Yan Qing at the restaurant. Chapter 90. The Obsessive CEO's Forced Affection. The male lead has finally noticed the host's absence. The system's voice unexpectedly echoed in Yan Qing's mind, startling him. Nervously, he asked, "Is he pursuing me?" The system chuckled. "How could that be? Does the host doubt himself so? With the multitude of vehicles traversing the city daily, and considering we have long since departed Haishur, how could he possess the capability to locate us?" Reassured, Yan Qing exuded confidence. "I knew it. The modern world is my domain. My earlier misfortunes in the previous realms stemmed from unfamiliarity. Otherwise, those two minor characters could never rival me." The system softly inquired, "Does the host dare to utter such words in their presence?" Yan Qing feigned ignorance, engrossed in his phone. After a moment, a pivotal thought struck him. What was the current value of his darkening? The system replied, "The darkening value has reverted to 100, stable and reassuring." This figure fell within Yan Qing's threshold of acceptance. 100 it was, for it had scarcely diminished. The system queried, "What are your plans to reduce the darkening value?" Yan Qing shrugged nonchalantly. "One step at a time. If worse comes to worst, I shall perish mid-journey." The system, deprived of the desired response, retreated in disappointment to munch on sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Qi Shu followed the coordinates to a hot pot restaurant. He exited the vehicle at a leisurely pace, instinctively glancing at the floor-to-ceiling windows, seeking Yan Qing's silhouette, but saw nothing. Undeterred, he continued toward the entrance, only to catch sight of a familiar sleeve peeking from trash bin. The pure white fabric, adorned with a recognizable obsidian cufflink, halted his steps. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of the discovery. Beneath the garment lay a watch, a phone, and a medley of miscellaneous items, all stripped of their tracking devices and discarded. So, he had indeed been discovered. A sharp crack echoed as crimson flames flickered between his fingers. Qi Shu's eyes were darker than the night sky behind him. Speaking softly to himself in a slow, syrupy tone, he resembled a haunting specter in the dark. That brother must be well hidden. Such disobedience shall lead to punishment if caught again. Yan Qing endured a full day and night on the bus before finally arriving at his destination. Sleepy and disoriented, he only roused when the system alerted him of their imminent arrival. Having journeyed from the south to the north, he shivered upon stepping off the bus. The southern region was already basking in the warmth of spring, edging towards summer, while the northern evening breeze still carried a chill. Where does the host intend to go? The system inquired. Having subsisted on dry bread for 2 days, Yan Qing's hunger was palpable. He naturally sought a meal. Were there any delightful eateries nearby? The system dutifully suggested. 5 kilometers away, there is a barbecue restaurant with excellent reviews. 8 kilometers distant, there's a hot pot restaurant also highly rated, though currently crowded with many waiting outside. Yan Qing swiftly dismissed it. Next, the system continued filtering options. 10 kilometers away, there is a snack street with plenty of offerings. But Yan Qing's eyes brightened. Without waiting for the system to finish, he decisively declared, "That snack street sounds splendid. No need for further discussion. Let us depart at once." During his recent stay in Haishu, Qishu had strictly monitored his diet, preparing meals for him and rarely allowing him the chance to savor the delights of a snack street. The system silently swallowed its unfinished statement. After all, there were plenty of people. No one here recognized the host, so what was there to fear? Half an hour later, Yan Qing arrived at the snack street he had longed for. His eyes sparkled as he beheld the array of delectable foods before him. Perfectly, we could sample each vendor's offerings, indulging ourselves from one end of the street to the other, and then return home satisfied and ready for slumber. The system, gazing at the seemingly endless stretch of the snack street, hesitated momentarily, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you certain you can consume that much, host?" Yan Qing waved his hand dismissively, believing that whatever he could eat would be a fortune gained. The snack street, situated near the university town, was bustling with students emerging from their classes, resulting in a throng of people. Yan Qing's attention was entirely consumed by the culinary delights, oblivious to the growing crowd that was increasingly focused on him. Many individuals discreetly took out their phones to capture the moment. The system noticed but paid it no mind, opting not to inform its host, rather reveling in the notion that its host was indeed a handsome figure, drawing attention wherever he went. As time passed, the snack street became more crowded, particularly the section where Yan Qing was located, which became so congested it was nearly impassable. Yet, he remained unaware, continuing to eat as he strolled forward. Having nearly consumed the offerings before reaching the halfway point, "I can't eat anymore," he finally declared. The system glanced at the overflowing snacks in his hands, momentarily speechless, suggesting, "If you cannot, perhaps we should return, as it would be wasteful to leave uneaten food." Yan Qing felt a twinge of regret, but accepted the reality. Today concludes here. We shall resume tomorrow. The two of them cheerfully found a hotel to stay in, and Yan Qing, feeling lighthearted and unburdened, soon drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at midnight, a post surged to the trending topics on a certain social media platform. Seeking. Help locate this handsome young man from the snack street on College Road at 8 p.m. He is too charming. Attached image. The first comment read, "I'm in love. He looks like such a sweet darling. I want to take him home." The second echoed, "Same here." The third repeated the sentiment. Meanwhile, in the city of Hai, within a brightly lit villa, Qi Shutong entered with an air of authority, seated in the study of the master bedroom. His expression indifferent as he observed the surveillance playback on the laptop before him. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound piercing the silence. Glancing at the screen, his dark pupils shifted slightly as he leisurely picked up the call. Hello, President Qi. We have news regarding Mr. Yan." Chapter 91. The Obsessive CEO's Compulsory Love Awakening Naturally. Yan Qing opened his eyes to the soft light filtering through the curtains, signaling dawn. The room was finally free of omnipresent surveillance, and he stretched languidly, feeling quite content. However, as he extended his body, his pupils abruptly contracted, his heart racing wildly as he instinctively recoiled. To his shock, Qi Shutong was quietly seated at the edge of his bed. He donned a black trench coat, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Wisps of hair fell gently over his forehead, framing a sharply defined visage. Bathed in backlight, He sat at the foot of the bed, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Yan Qing felt as though his very blood had turned to ice. His eyes, wide with shock, rendered speechless. He had anticipated being discovered, yet he never imagined it would occur so swiftly. After all, merely a night had passed, excluding the time wasted on the road. Qi Shu sat leisurely, observing him as he scrambled backward in a frantic retreat, exhibiting no sense of urgency. The corners of his lips even curled into a faint smile, his voice as gentle as ever. Didn't he, my brother, say he would prepare a birthday gift for me? Why come all this way? Is it to surprise me? Yan Qing's body stiffened momentarily before he continued to retreat until his back pressed firmly against the wall. Qi Shu watched silently until there was nowhere left for him to go, at which point he finally made a move. He rose with calm deliberation, advancing step by step. Halting beside him, he then raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertips against Yan Qing's pale cheek, which had grown so from fear, his voice soft and ethereal. What expression is that on my brother's face? Are you displeased to see me? How could one be pleased? Yan Qing's beautifully contoured peach blossom eyes widened slightly, filled with terror and disbelief. How did you find me? Qi Shu's smile gradually broadened. The morning light filtering through the curtain seems to illuminate his brow and eyes, revealing a tenderness that belied the hidden malady within his dark pupils. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Yan Qing's ear, his voice a low, husky murmur laced with ambiguity, tinged with a hint of frustration. It cannot be helped. My brother is simply too captivating, attracting countless gazes wherever he goes. Yan Qing remained somewhat bewildered, while the tardy system silently displayed trending topics online before him. A mere glance filled him with regret. Damn it, who would have thought that stepping out for a late-night snack could land me on the trending list? Are these college students truly so idle? Noticing his silence, Qi Shu glanced at his wristwatch, his expression unchanged, still gentle. It's 8 in the morning. My brother usually sleeps soundly at this hour. What's wrong? Is the hotel bed uncomfortable? Yan Qing glared at him warily, finally unable to contain himself. You even know when I wake up. You admit to it. You've installed surveillance in my room. Qi Shu continued to gaze at him unblinking, and after a moment, a sickly chuckle escaped his lips. Surveillance? So, my brother knew about it, which is why he left me. Yan Qing's chest heaved with agitation, listing his grievances against him. And a tracker, too. Don't think I'm unaware. The clothes and watch you gave me all have trackers inside, along with those tie clips and cufflinks. In the cars in the underground garage, Qi Shu tilted his head slightly, the signs of his ailment and excitement becoming increasingly apparent. He chuckled softly. So, my brother knows everything. Perfect. I needn't pretend any longer. He has no idea how exhausting my masquerade has been. Watching my brother smile beside me while I can do nothing, not even the simplest kiss or embrace, has been an arduous trial each day. Yan Qing's lips quivered slightly, as if unable to endure his eccentricity. Qi Shu continued to advance, cornering Yan Qing until he was utterly trapped against the wall. He reached out, effortlessly enveloping Yan Qing in his embrace, his distinctly defined fingers gradually exploring beneath the hem of Yan Qing's nightgown, inching upward. From the very first moment I laid eyes on my brother again, I longed to do this. Yan Qing was forced to press tightly against his chest, not only hearing the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, but also inhaling the fresh scent that mingled with a faintly unfamiliar trace of tobacco. With a face full of indignation, Yan Qing gritted his teeth, struggling desperately in his hold like a fish on the brink of death. Yet Qi Shu subdued him with ease. The warm, humid breath once again cascaded over the sensitive skin behind his ear, as Qi Shu gently nibbled on his flushed earlobe. Just like now, my brother cannot escape. He must obediently remain in my embrace, accepting all that I offer. Ultimately, Yan Qing was lifted like a lifeless fish back into the car by Qi Shu. The partition rose, transforming the back seat into a sealed space anew. Qi Shu appeared in high spirits, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he leaned down to place a tender kiss on the damp corner of Yan Qing's eye. I had no intention of frightening my brother so soon. After all, he was the one who disobeyed and insisted on leaving me. Yan Qing's eyelids fluttered but remained closed. as he simply raised his hand to shield his eyes. I won't listen. I won't listen. A turtle recites scriptures. I want tea look. I want tea look. A turtle lays eggs. Qishu chuckled at his antics and, in turn, placed a soft kiss on the back of his hand. How endearing my brother is. Yan Qing found himself utterly defeated, lowering his hand and bravely opening his eyes, fixing a serious expression upon Qishu. Let me go. We need to talk. He believed he had assumed a serious demeanor for their conversation, but upon glancing in a mirror, he would realize that his misty eyes, paired with his flushed face, only made him appear more vulnerable to teasing. Qishu's lips curled into a smile as he carelessly toyed with Yan Qing's fingers. Oh, what does my brother wish to discuss? Yan Qing, feeling weak and unsteady, attempted to sit up and move to the empty seat beside him, but before he could act, Qishu firmly secured him by the waist in his embrace. If we're to talk, then don't fidget, brother. I cannot withstand even the slightest temptation right now. Yan Qing felt his head buzzing with indignation. What did he mean? Temptation? That he was tempting him? Qishu continued to wear an innocent smile, yet his voice was laced with an unmistakable huskiness. Has my brother not noticed? It is positively eager. Yan Qing longed to slap him across the face. Of course, he could feel it. Its presence was so overwhelming that how could anyone possibly miss it? You. Qishu grasped the finger that Yan Qing pointed at him, playfully kissing it near his lips. Did my brother not say he wanted to talk? Why the sudden silence? Yan Qing's chest heaved with intensity as he began to play the emotional card. What are you doing? Have you forgotten how I cared for you when we were young? I raised you with great difficulty, and this is how you repay me? Qishu gently grasped his fingers, bringing them to his lips for a tender kiss. His gaze shrouded in darkness, yet tinged with a peculiar excitement. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Am I not repaying my brother now, offering him everything, including myself? Does he not appreciate it? Chapter 92. The Obsessive CEO's Coercive Love. 14. What nonsense. Yan Qing felt increasingly disturbed by his brother's twisted behavior, his body trembling involuntarily. As he leaned in for another kiss, she could no longer contain herself and slapped him across the face. Qishu's complexion was pale, and the imprint of her hand was starkly visible on his right cheek, quickly blossoming into a patch of red. He stiffened for a moment, instinctively raising his hand to touch his face, but instead of anger, a thrill surged within him. He took hold of the hand that had struck him, gently massaging it, murmuring, "This is the first time my brother has hit me. Does it hurt? It's all red. Let me soothe it for you." Yan Qing shuddered again, unable to restrain herself as she jerked her hand away, retreating rapidly. "Why you stay away from me? Help! There's a creep here." Qishu could not bear to hear any words of separation from her lips. The excitement and obsession in his eyes dimmed slightly. With a subtle exertion of force, he pulled her closer, enveloping her completely in his embrace. "What are you saying, brother? We are destined to be together. How could I ever leave you? And you shall never escape me. What delusions are you entertaining?" She stammered. Not wishing to heed her rejections, Qishu leaned down, sealing her lips with his own. His brother often uttered words he found displeasing. Thus, he decided that silence would be more appropriate. Yan Qing pushed against him with all her might, but it felt as though she were pushing against an immovable wall, inadvertently drawing herself closer to him instead. "Let me go." Qishu's grip was unyielding, his voice low and husky. "I will not release you. You belong to me, now and forever." Yan Qing felt as if she were a prisoner being forcibly taken onto a plane, returning to Haishur, back to that lavish, desolate villa. The 2 days of escape felt fleeting like a dream. Witnessing Qishu change the door code and install a fingerprint lock right before her eyes, an ominous foreboding grew stronger within her. She swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at him. What do you intend to do?" Qishu smiled at her, his eyes brimming with a thick possessiveness. "I intend to confine you, brother. Rest assured, there shall be no chance for you to escape again." As expected, Yan Qing's eyelids twitched, her voice rising slightly. "You can't possibly intend to keep me locked up for a lifetime." Qishu maintained his innocent smile. "If my brother does not behave, then that is the only option left." The door at the entrance was gently closed behind him as he departed. In the next moment, Yan Qing could no longer endure the situation. She rushed to the entrance, desperately attempting to twist the doorknob, but it remained utterly unyielding. Rest assured, host, this is not your first time being confined to a small dark room. At least this time, there are no chains on your feet. Like a ghost. Yan Qing returned to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa, her energy depleted as she weakly asked, "What is the remaining level of the dark transformation?" The system cheerfully remarked, "It has been proven that the host's antics can indeed be beneficial. Today, the darkening value has decreased by a substantial 20 points, leaving only 80 points remaining." Yan Qing let out a sigh of relief, yet it was merely a fleeting moment of respite, having only reduced the value by 20 points. The system chuckled softly and said, "Fear not, dear host. The male lead's birthday has not yet passed. If you perform well on that day, the darkening value will diminish swiftly." Yan Qing, languidly reclining on the sofa, flipped over and mused to himself that he wished to prepare a gift to make a good impression. But how could he do so when he was unable to even step outside? As he spoke, he directed his thoughts toward the system, abruptly sitting up from the sofa. "How about this? Grant me the permission to venture out and prepare properly." "Absolutely not." The system firmly refused. "Do you not recall what you said a few days ago? You stated that this world would no longer allow me to use your points to purchase items." Yan Qing feigned ignorance. "What do you mean? I can use your points to buy items?" The system, uninterested in engaging in further banter, played back a recording from that day. Yan Qing was rendered utterly dejected. This state of despondency lingered until the afternoon when Qi Shu returned home from work. Standing beside the sofa, he looked down at Yan Qing, who appeared noticeably unhappy. Was it because he had not been by his side? Yan Qing, disinterested, continued to face inward, isolating himself. Qi Shu's voice remained gentle. He even attempted to bend down to embrace him. However, as soon as his hand brushed against Yan Qing, it was forcefully pushed away. "Stop it. When will you let me out?" Qi Shu leisurely raised an eyebrow. "Let you out? Only for you to turn your back and leave me again?" Yan Qing, adaptable and resilient, immediately sat up from the sofa and gazed at him earnestly. "How could that be? Your birthday is approaching. I merely wish to go out and select a birthday gift for you. How could I possibly leave you?" Qi Shu's dark, penetrating gaze remained fixed on him, then, rather suddenly, shifted to a towering pile of luxury gift boxes nearby. "Aren't those the gifts you chose for me? I adore them." Yan Qing followed his gaze toward the heap of items he had purchased before his abrupt departure, rendered speechless. After racking his brain for a considerable time, he finally mustered the conviction to assert, "Those items cannot possibly be your birthday gifts. I owe you 3 years' worth of birthday presents. So it would be utterly negligent to be so hasty." He spoke out of desperation, and for a moment, Qi Shu's expression was one of surprise. Yet, he quickly redirected his gaze back to Yan Qing, chuckling softly, his eyes filled with an ambiguous darkness. "Are you planning to compensate me for the 3 years' worth of birthday gifts? How extravagant! Is your money sufficient?" Yan Qing intended to declare that he had plenty of money. But halfway through, he remembered that the black card was no longer in his possession, and he felt a hint of dejection. Qi Shu, unfazed, continued, "I have an excellent suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" Yan Qing glanced at him, well aware that it might be a poor idea, yet still tentatively asked, "Do tell." Qi Shu slightly tilted his head, gradually crouching down until his gaze aligned with Yan Qing's. He spoke, his voice laced with an unmistakable excitement. "What I desire most is my brother. Perhaps he could consider himself a gift for me, and I would undoubtedly cherish him." Chapter 93. The obsessive CEO's forced love. 15. Yan Qing could not contain himself and slapped the other side of Qi Shu's face. The imprint of the first slap had yet to fade, and now he bore symmetrical marks on both sides. The perfectionist in Yan Qing found satisfaction in this balance. However, upon witnessing Qi Shu's expression of delight, he hesitated and withdrew his hand, clutching a cushion against his chest and inching away to the other side of the sofa. "If you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't come here to act mad." Qi Shu, with 2 conspicuous slap marks adorning his face and a glimmer in his dark eyes, nonchalantly prodded his cheek with his tongue, speaking in a hoarse yet gentle tone. "How could the hospital possibly save me? Only you, my brother, can rescue me." As he spoke, he forcefully grasped Yan Qing's hand and pressed it against his own chest. Can you feel it, brother? You occupy my heart. Yan Qing, utterly repulsed, could no longer tolerate it. With a swift motion, he wrenched his hand away and hurled the cushion at Qiju's head. Seizing the moment of shock, he dashed toward his room. No, this guy is far too twisted. I can't withstand it. Once inside, he closed the door and locked it in one fluid motion, leaning against it as he gasped for breath. No, this is unacceptable. How could Qiju have devolved into such a state in just 3 years? The system, having finished its sunflower seeds, clicked its tongue in mild disappointment. It might not have been merely 3 years. Did the host not hear him? He originally intended to confess on his coming-of-age day, but we escaped just in time. Thus, it seems he has harbored these feelings since childhood. And after 3 years of fermentation, they have only intensified, culminating in this little perversion. Yan Qing, the system continued, locking the door won't help. This villa was a gift from the male lead, and he possesses a spare key. Yan Qing was utterly exasperated. Damn it, I'm going out to confront him. The system chuckled. How do you plan to confront the male lead? Are you certain it won't end with you being unilaterally subdued? Yan Qing, he stood, somewhat defeated, and sat on the carpet by the bed. Fine, as you say, if I can't win, I might as well join. The system took a moment to comprehend his words, ceasing its seed snacking and casting a dubious glance his way. The host has changed his tune and is giving up the struggle? With a sigh, Yan Qing retrieved his phone from his pocket and, while opening a particular music app, remarked, struggling is futile. It's better to simply lay back and accept defeat. After all, this world has smartphones. Even if I'm confined until the end of time, I would still be content. The system replied, then go ahead and take your wretched phone with you. Yan Qing ignored it, immersing himself in a live stream of a long-legged beauty. The system glanced over and remarked, very well, my friend, you are indeed playing with fire. Yan Qing, while observing, earnestly replied, what do you know? I am merely alleviating my anxiety and regulating myself. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness me succumb to depression. The system responded with a scoff. Huh, you? Depressed? Go ask the male lead if he believes that. Finally, Yan Qing tore his gaze away from the screen, realizing that the system had been spying on him once more. The system sneered, figure out for yourself. Was it necessary to guess something so glaringly obvious? Unable to endure the live stream any longer, Yan Qing ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. Lamenting to his phone, what is the point of living if I can't even look at my phone? The system coldly retorted, if it's meaningless, then just die. A verbal sparring match ensued, and Yan Qing began to empty his mind in the room. After an indeterminate amount of time, a click sounded as a key was inserted into the lock, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. The system seized the opportunity to add salt to the wound. He is here, bringing the little black room with him. Yan Qing thought, sometimes silence is a form of kindness. The door swung open, and Qishu strolled in leisurely, eventually coming to a halt before Yan Qing. Brother, it's time for dinner, he announced. Yan Qing wearily lifted his gaze. What did you bring? Qishu seemed taken aback by the question, raising an eyebrow as he replied, sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, yam, and pork rib soup. Yan Qing interjected loudly, I don't want to eat those. Qishu cast his eyes down towards him, maintaining his amiable demeanor. What would you like to eat, brother? I can make it right now. Yan Qing, without blinking, rattled off an extensive list of dishes. Garlic crayfish, snail noodles, stir-fried beef. He added, remember to add plenty of cilantro. He recalled quite clearly that Qishu had loathed cilantro since childhood. Wasn't he the one who adored him? Let us see if he dares to eat it today. As expected, after a long pause, Qishu finally nodded in agreement, uttering not a single word more before turning and leaving. The system, observing from the sidelines, clucked in admiration. Host, you truly are invincible. Who can distinguish who is coercing whom? The male lead has become such a pitiful figure. Yan Qing corrected it with a serious expression. There are still 2 more ahead. Let us consider them as brothers in misfortune. The system replied, impressive. Yan Qing giggled. This is called using magic to defeat magic. After more than half an hour, Qishu knocked on the door. Yan Qing, without hesitation, patted his backside and rose to leave for dinner. No one should be at odds with their own health. As soon as he opened the door, the distinctive aroma of snail noodles wafted in. Yan Qing slapped his thigh, suddenly feeling a pang of regret, realizing he had forgotten that this was his own house. Had I known, I should have gone to his villa instead. The system interjected. Isn't it's still the male lead who provided this for you? What's there to lament? Yan Qing shook his head. You, soulless machine, know nothing. Never mind. I won't bother discussing it with you. The system responded with confusion. Yan Qing unilaterally muted the system and donned a faux serious expression as he made his way to the dining table. Qizhu kindly pulled out a chair for him and prepared a meal. Yan Qing stole a glance at him, noticing that he remained composed, showing no sign of distaste. Had the magic worn off? Yan Qing, skeptical of such a notion, promptly placed a piece of coriander beef onto his plate and chose not to eat himself, instead watching him intently. Qizhu paused for a moment, his gaze unwavering as he accepted the food Yan Qing offered, a hint of redness appearing at the corners of his eyes. With his obsidian pupils fixed on Yan Qing, he expressed contentedly, "Brother is so wonderful, remembering to serve me food. I love you, brother. Ding. Congratulations. Blackening value decreased by 10, current blackening value 70. 3 question marks slowly appeared on Yan Qing's forehead. Could this really be happening? Chapter 94. The Yandra CEO's compulsory love 16. The meal concluded in a daze, leaving him somewhat oblivious until the very end. He recalled that he had previously thought Qizhu disliked coriander. Had he mistakenly attributed someone else's preferences to him? No one responded. It was as if the system had vanished. Yan Qing inquired once more, patiently waiting for 5 minutes. Yet the system remained silent. System? As quiet as a chicken. After a considerable time, Yan Qing suddenly realized that he had inadvertently muted the system. Oh, I thought the host had forgotten about me. It seems I was mistaken. Yan Qing feigned nonchalance, clearing his throat lightly. What is this? Forgetting anyone but you is impossible. Enough with the trivialities. It's time for you to shine and analyze the male lead properly. The system smiled with a noble aloofness. You need to beg me. Yan Qing adeptly switched tones, pleading, I beg you. The system suddenly regretted its earlier stance. Never mind. The grand system, wouldn't he stoop to such pettiness? After briefly reviewing the timeline, the system explained, the host's memory has not faltered. The male lead indeed did not eat coriander before. Yan Qing. Then how did he swallow it just now? The system shifted its tone, channeling a pop star's fervor as it exclaimed, This is love. Yan Qing calmly blocked his ears. All right, you can stop talking now. After the meal, it was time for rest. Initially, Yan Qing felt confident, but now anxiety began to churn within him. This boy was unyielding, solely focused on pursuing him. Seizing the moment when Qizhu went to wash the dishes, he retreated to his room and resolutely locked the door. Before long, a faint sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside, and with a click, Qizhu gently pushed the door open with a tender expression. Yan Qing scrutinized him warily. What brings you here? Qizhu approached steadily, his gaze fixed on Yan Qing, the greed in his eyes nearly unmasked. I came to find my brother, of course, to continue what we didn't finish during the day. Yan Qing's scalp tingled in alarm. What remained unfinished? Aside from that matter, he had managed to persuade Qizhu earlier that the first experience should be cherished at home for sentimental reasons. It seemed that karma had swiftly caught up with him. Yanking hurriedly pulled the quilt over himself, feeling overwhelmed. What was he doing? He was exhausted and ready to sleep. Qizhu paused by the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon him. I'm the one exerting effort. What does my brother have to be tired about? At this point, Qizhu's expression suddenly turned cold, his voice dropping in intensity. Or perhaps, my brother has already experienced this with someone else? Yanking's heart trembled violently. What was he saying? Who could he have experienced it with? No one, right? His body was still as pure as a little daisy. Was his brother silent because he had guessed correctly? Yanking abruptly threw off the quilt that covered his head, revealing a flushed face, indignantly retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm such a casual person in your eyes? That I could so easily go to bed with someone? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, ultimately pointing a finger at Qizhu's nose and exclaiming, I am so disappointed in you. Get out. Suddenly, he felt a warm dampness at his fingertips. Yanking was stunned, watching as Qizhu grasped the finger he had pointed at him and placed a gentle kiss upon it. It is my fault. I should not have doubted my brother. Please, do not be angry. Yanking stammered, why you get out? Yet Chishu did not leave. Instead, he loosened his tie and tossed it aside before removing his wristwatch and placing it on the bedside table. With one leg on the bed, he edged closer to Yanking, murmuring, I realize my mistakes. Please don't be angry. I will make amends. Yanking trembled with anger. Making amends on the bed? Chishu unbuttoned several buttons of his shirt, revealing a finely sculpted chest, coaxingly asking, does my brother not like it? I specifically trained my abs for you. Would you like to touch them? Like it? Not all. Yanking clutched a pillow, retreating while keeping a wary eye on him. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will run. Yanking resorted to his previous tactic, throwing the pillow at Chishu's face, and quickly slipped off the bed. However, before he could take more than a few steps, his wrist was firmly grasped. The force dragged him back onto the bed, and a tall, imposing figure loomed over him. As Yanking's vision started to clear, he heard a strange sigh from above. If my brother has not experienced this with anyone else, why are you running away? I won't blame you. You need not fear. I'm not like those wild men. I will only cause you pain, all right? Yanking exclaimed. Do you even believe what you're saying? Don't come any closer. I don't want this. Do you know it's against the law? Chishu's expression remained unchanged as he reached out to caress Yanking's cheek, exhaling with satisfaction. Then will my brother report me? Would he truly be willing to? As the words fell, with a tearing sound, Yanking's clothes were reduced to tattered rags. Chishu chuckled softly, his warm breath brushing against Yanking's sensitive ear and the delicate nape of his neck. Do not worry, brother. I will ensure your comfort. When Yanking awoke again, the sun was already setting in the west. Without needing to think, he knew it was the next day. He curled his legs slightly, and his body felt as if it had been run over by a vehicle. Ah, that familiar sensation. The room was utterly deserted, leaving only him behind. Tentatively, he called out, System? The system promptly responded here. Qing inquired about his most pressing concern, the corruption value. How much remained? After a moment of silence, the system candidly replied, 60. Qing inhaled deeply, realizing that after diligently working all night, his corruption value had only diminished by 10 points, correct? The system remarked, well, that's rather good. ISNT it, a full 10 points down. Remember, in all the days we've been here, it only decreased by 5 points. This pace is already quite rapid. Qing's chest heaved with agitation. He could no longer endure this indignation. The system queried, what does the host wish to do? Qing responded, do you possess any substance that can render someone immobile while keeping their consciousness intact? Rest assured, I will purchase it with my own points. The system, perplexed, merely stared at him as if he were a fool, replying, as long as the host is happy. Qing furrowed his brow. What do you mean? You don't believe me? The system clicked its tongue in disbelief. Of course, I believe you. Our medicines are categorized into several tiers. Which one do you desire? Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to hear the available options. The system explained, naturally, the efficacy varies in duration. There are half-hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, and 4 hour options. Which do you prefer? Without hesitation, Qing declared, obviously, the 4 hour option. The system confirmed, very well, host. The 4 hour efficacy medicine costs 200 points. Shall I deduct it directly from your balance? Just as Qing was about to nod, he suddenly realized, wait, how many points? The system, with a smile, reiterated, 200 points, dear. Shall I deduct it directly from your balance? Qing interjected, hold on, how much for the 2 hour option? The system replied, 100 points, dear. You know we are always fair. Qing was taken aback, wondering where this commercial tone originated. Could they not speak properly? The system quickly shifted to a serious demeanor. 100 points. Does the host wish to proceed? 100 points. He had to toil for 800 points to complete a single task. And yet a mere potion demanded such a fee? The system maintained its serious facade. The medicine you seek is, of course, priced accordingly. Qing estimated the time. He was no fool and certainly would not require such an extensive duration. Weighing his options, he inquired about the cost of the 1 hour option. The system responded, 30 points for 1 hour. We've maximized the discount. Qing continued to haggle. No, that's too expensive. Lower the price. The system displayed a stubborn demeanor. It's just 30 points. Take it or leave it. Reluctantly, Yan Qing acquiesced and paid the full amount. Soon, he held a small white jade vial in his hand. Yan Qing furrowed his brow unconsciously. What era is this? Why are you still using such outdated packaging? The medicine isn't expired, is it? The system's tone inadvertently rose. How could that be? The medicine is stored in a static space. It can't possibly expire. Yan Qing felt reassured. He carefully avoided the surveillance and concealed the medicine in his pocket before tremblingly getting off the bed. The system, noticing his sneaky demeanor, couldn't help but inquire. What are you planning to do? Yan Qing replied nonchalantly. What else? I'm going to administer the medicine. The system attempted to hold back its disbelief, but ultimately failed. You intend to do it now? With your fragile physique, whom do you think you can manage? Yan Qing abruptly halted, realizing he had overlooked this detail. The system continued. Moreover, the male lead will be back soon. Perhaps you should return to bed for now. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yan Qing decisively reclined back onto the bed. When Shu entered the room, he found Yan Qing obediently lying under the covers. His pale face adorned with a hint of weakness at the corners of his eyes and his lips a vivid red, marked by several small wounds from his own biting. Has my brother awakened? Are you still feeling unwell? Yan Qing shot him an exasperated glance, thinking, of course, if you lay beside me for an entire night, you'd understand. Shu sat down at the edge of the bed, gently pulling him up to lean against his chest. His gaze was deep and inscrutable. Would you like to take the lead? Yan Qing looked up at him, tentatively nodding. Are you willing? If you are, it would save me the trouble of my medicine. Shu lowered his long lashes to conceal the darkness in his eyes, speaking with a tone that was both gentle and enticing. Why will my brother have such an idea? Yan Qing hesitated for a moment, seeing his lack of strong reaction, and replied, Isn't it normal? When two people live together, they should accommodate each other. I've already given in once. Why can't you do the same? Shu smirked slightly, agreeing softly to his unreasonable request. After all, he had only mentioned taking the lead and nothing else. Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. You really agree? Shu leaned in, giving him a soft kiss on the corner of his lips. Of course. When have I ever refused my brother's requests? Yan Qing straightened his expression, exposing his fabrications. You have indeed. Every time I asked you to let me go, you acted as if you didn't hear me. Shu promptly silenced him. You're not playing fair. Though he did not have fever this time, the ordeal left Yan Qing thoroughly exhausted. He spent 2 full days in bed before finally regaining his strength. In the space, he discussed with the system, Please return the medicine. I no longer want it. The system coldly replied, Impossible. A deal is a deal, especially with something like medicine. Go ask around. Which shop would offer a refund? Yan Qing lamenting that a perfectly good medicine would go to waste. He posed a new question. Can I store with you for now? I'll retrieve it when I need it later. The system, ever the unscrupulous merchant, replied, That can be arranged, but there will be a storage fee. 10 points per world. Yan Qing's expression shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, Get lost. Today, I shall use it. With that, he severed his connection with the system and glanced at his phone, noting that it was already 4 in the afternoon. In merely an hour and a half, Shu would be finishing work and returning home. Without further contemplation, he threw off the covers, dressed, and made his way to the kitchen. After some deliberation, he resolved to prepare a pot of century-old preserved egg and lean meat congee, a dish he often made before his demise. Is there surveillance in the kitchen? He inquired. The system, eager to witness whether he could mount a successful counterattack, readily replied. Yes, it's located just behind you to the right. If you move a bit further, you will obstruct it completely. Once Yan Qing ensured that the camera was entirely concealed, he discreetly retrieved a vial of medication from his pocket and, without hesitation, poured its contents into the pot. The white powder dissolved upon contact with water. Still feeling apprehensive, he asked, Are you certain it has no peculiar taste? Rest assured, host. The system guarantees quality, and it is absolutely colorless and tasteless, came the reassuring response. Feeling reassured, Yan Qing lowered the heat to its minimum and patiently awaited Shu's return. Before long, the sound of the door echoed from the entrance. Yan Qing immediately extinguished the flame, donned gloves, and carried the steaming pot of congee to the dining table. As Shu stepped inside, He caught a faint whiff of a familiar aroma and initially thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to see Qing bustling about, serving a pot of piping hot congee. He had not anticipated that his brother would take to the kitchen. He stood at the entrance for a moment, trying to process the scene before him. Noticing him, Qing beckoned. "What are you dawdling for? Come and eat. Taste whether my culinary skills have waned." Qishu's dark eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise. "Did you make this yourself?" With a hint of shyness, Qing nodded. "Of course, come and try it." Qishu hung his coat on the rack by the door, washed his hands, and obediently seated himself at the table. Qing had thoughtfully selected a large bowl, filling it generously, and warmly urged, "Quickly, eat while it's hot." Qishu glanced up at him. "Aren't you eating?" Qing replied, "I had my share earlier. This is all for you." Qishu, unsure whether to believe him, chose to remain silent and quietly began to eat the congee. Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system, too, felt a sense of ease, realizing that with the medicine consumed, the host likely lacked any capacity for resistance. Perhaps today, the host might indeed rise from his servitude and sing a triumphant song. The system calmly prepared to return the surplus vials of various medicines to its storage. 1 vial, 2 vials, 3 vials. It glanced at the last vial of sedative in its hand, failing to sense anything amiss until it returned the drugs to the still space and suddenly realized. Wait a moment. Was this a sedative? What had the host used? The system stood frozen, and after pulling out the vials it had just stored, it scrutinized them twice before finally grasping a grim truth. Oh no, it seemed it had mistakenly taken the wrong medication.